Chapter E. The day after JKO and survival of the system. Summing, get up, it's time for the exam. Su Ming's mother's sharp voice jolted at him awake from Miss Lumber. Groggy, Su Ming opened his eyes to find the Suno read his shining bright light through the window. He turned to glance at the alarm clock on his bedside that both minute hand pointed to Qin ceiling, and the second hand continued to twirl around. He shared Senkash suddenly realized it was the day after Gokao. Oh no, I'm late. Head out. Scrambling out of, he grumbled, Mom, why didn't you wake him up earlier? I went to study at Morath this morning. Su Ming's mother, Wang Griffin, looked at her son, was no taller than Hannah. With a blend of underneath some concern, he noticed that were studying late last night, so he thought he would benefit from some extra rest. Don't worry, just our best, believe in yourself. I worry extraordinary. For many ordinary children, the JKR presents a pivotal moment in life, a significant turning point that could alter their circumstances, social standing, and fate. Success could lead him down a completely different path. Like millions of other students, Su Ming understood the weight of this moment. Like millions of hopeful parents, Wang Gaifan knew its significance as well. Yet, looking at her almost agile son, so Slamite fled with an indomitable spirit, she felt a pang of sorrow was deeper than he bore, evident in his awful face. Feeling the intensity of his mother's gaze, Su Ming's nose setting gold, threatening to betray him with tears. This day had finally arrived, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of pressure and immense weight pressing down on him, suffocating yet without a way to release it. He hurriedly put on his clothes and washed his face, finishing in a mere 5 minutes. As she made his way to the living room, he spotted his father at the dining table, awaiting him with anticipation. Opened his mouth as if to say some insignificant but ended up saying the most ordinary of phrases. Eat quickly. No time, I'm late, Su Ming replied, grabbing a couple of buns as she rushed out the door. Good luck, came his parents' voice as from behind. Lei said with happy and longing melodic sounds brimming with emotion. Su Ming paused for a moment, not turning back, a voice resonating with an urge at him out loud. It will divide my all. With this endeavor, he sought glory. With this endeavor, he confronted his spectral failure. The JKO, and an 11th of elation for some, despair for others. Glancing at his watch, Su Ming noted it was already 800, anxiety began tugging away in her need that to be the exam in heaven whore, and with his own situated in the stuffed his duality examination situation at Yangdong City No. 1 high school, there were still about 15 kilometers to cover. To make matters worse, he noticed a local available taxi several cars had passed, but none were vacant. Checking grad Sherry Oxai yielded a similar response, with dozens of people ahead in line. What Tony Arth was going on, frustration bubbled within him, and bits of sweat began to form on his forehead. Suddenly, he spotted that taxi across his street. It was empty. He shared iPad with victory. Without a moment to lose, he dashed across the beside road, shouting, Taxi, wait. Just as he reached the middle of his street, announcing for a second went home, thrusting him into the air, darkness enveloped his matchless consciousness. Had he been hit by a car? This was Su Ming's first thought as his awareness faded into obscurity. Time seemed to suspend, and found himself engulfed in darkness, where there was neither light nor time chaotic void. With no sense of duration, he became aware of an asymptotic was piercing through he has. Beep! Super BOS systems detected the subject with live signs by dinging progress. 10, 20, 50, 90, 100. Super BOS system binding complete. Starting reward, 10 billion. A thought moment, a screen materialized before Su Ming. Host Su Ming. Balance 10 billion. Points, Liu points can be obtained by completing these 10 tasks. Skills, Liu, cultural, artistic, martial, firearm, medical skills, etc. Can be ascend with the host required expenditure of points. Congratulations, host Su Ming, on acquiring Super BOSS system. This system is bound for life, offering precisely only on an service. In the event of the host's demise, the system will vanish. The host's balance is linked to major banks in parallel worlds, allowing for direct payments via fingerprint and facial recognition. System rules. The Super BOSS system will issue a tasks intermittently. Completing tasks yields rewards and skill enhancements. What is this? 10 billion. Do is this many may Super BOS know? A torrent of information flooded Su Ming's mind like a racing tide. Beep! The code, mechanical was returned. Super BOS system test. Host Su Ming must complete JKO and become the top scorer. Host Su Ming may choose it accept or decline. Completing the task rewards 10 billion 1,000 points. Declining the task results in a deduction of 10 billion. What is this nonsense? Tens of billions at a time. Despite the confusion, Su Ming instinctively selected to accept the test, reasoning that he had to take JKO anyway, even if the difficulty of the task was exceptionally high. A top scorer, thought would be amazing, but my abilities. Thought his grades were among the best in school. He had never dared to imagine himself as the top scorer. That was a title reserved for the exceptional. In this moment of bewilderment, thought still semi-conscious, his mind flooded with clarity. Suddenly, a surge of text, symbols, and letters cascaded into his brain, as if the system were reopening a loading program. His mind empty and it continued to receive a relentless stream of information all very vast and expansive forming within his consciousness. Chinese, mathematics, history, geography, arts, social sciences, natural sciences, anatomy. What itself is, Su Ming thought instinctively, Chinese and mathematics seemed practical enough, but anatomy, was the heck part of JKO too. A system error, upgrading the code mechanical was applied. What? Su Ming felt a spasm of frustration in his heart. This broken system was making him uneasy. Surrounded by darkness, he contemplated, where am I? He wake up, a sweet voice called out, as if coming from the horizon. The voice was melodious and clear, both distant and resonant. Su Ming struggled to open his eyes but found them heavy and unyielding. Akin to fight and got instead terrible nightmare, a profound sense of helplessness and at home. He felt something warm and soothing pressed against his lips, scented with sweetness. Suddenly, his mind ignited like a film projector, racing into action. A blinding white light flashed before him, and Su Ming instinctively opened his eyes. Before him stood a delicate face, shimmering eyes reflecting a hint of urgency.
Chapter 2. Can I submit my paper now? Su Ming awoke to find a stunningly beautiful woman with delicate features leaning over him, her soft, fragrant lips pressed against his, exuding a gentle sweetness accompanied by a faint scent of youthful innocence. There was a soft pressure against his chest. Had he been forcefully kissed, Su Ming was taken aback, feeling a mixture of excitement and unease. Noticing that Su Ming had regained consciousness, the young woman straightened up, her expression filled with concern as she asked, "Are you all right?" This woman was a live streamer, preparing to broadcast from the examination site for the college entrance exams, hoping to ride the wave of trending topics. In the current landscape, the number of aspiring streamers was overwhelming. Standing out in this field was a formidable challenge, with most merely scraping by. The prevailing rule of survival was to latch onto whatever was popular, to go wherever the heat was. Of course, if one were to be favored by a wealthy patron or a top-tier supporter, the situation would be entirely different. Unexpectedly, just after she had set off, a pedestrian dashed across the road directly in front of her vehicle at an intersection. The outcome was inevitable. She had hit someone. The streamer was consumed with dread. Although the pedestrian had crossed recklessly, she knew she would bear some responsibility, as the law would undoubtedly hold the vehicle accountable for not yielding to pedestrians. Immediately, she exited her car and rushed to the front, only to discover that the victim was a student. Panic surged through her. It was the first day of the college entrance exams. If she had injured a test taker, it would be catastrophic, drawing undue attention. In a state of frantic worry, she was relieved to find that the student had merely fainted, with no visible injuries. She called out a few times, but he did not wake, intensifying her anxiety. As onlookers began to gather, murmuring and pointing, she recalled the technique of artificial respiration. Resolute, she bent down and began mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, despite her lack of professionalism. Yet, having seen it portrayed on television, she proceeded earnestly. "Look, he's waking up. Yes, if he's awake, then all is well." The crowd of onlookers buzzed with excitement. Hearing their voices, the streamer paused and focused her gaze. The student was staring at her, looking somewhat dazed. He was rather handsome, she noted, remembering their earlier encounter. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she timidly asked, "Are you all right?" Su Ming sat up and scanned his surroundings, feeling no unusual discomfort, but rather a refreshing sensation. He checked his watch. 8:15 a.m. and a cold sweat broke out as he exclaimed, "I'm fine. Can you take me to first high? I need to get to the exam." Almost instinctively, the streamer agreed, helping him to his feet, relieved that the situation hadn't escalated further. Inside the vehicle, Su Ming anxiously urged, "Could you please hurry? I need to be in the examination hall by 8:30, or I'll be late." "All right, hold on tight," she replied, glancing at him with a hint of exasperation, but secretly feeling a flutter of joy that the incident hadn't resulted in a disaster. She increased the speed from 40 to 60 miles per hour, when suddenly an idea struck her. Coincidentally, she was also heading to the high school to stream the exams. If she could invite this student to join her live broadcast for the next 2 days, it would surely attract new followers. He had a charming appearance, exuding a sunny demeanor that would undoubtedly shine on camera. With a bright smile, she said, "Hey there, it seems we're destined to meet. I'm also a streamer and will be live these 2 days. Would you like to be my guest in my stream?" Su Ming glanced at her, captivated by her sweet and lovely appearance, and after a moment of consideration replied, "Sure." Faced with such a request from a beautiful woman, he felt it would be a shame to decline. The streamer beamed at his acceptance. "Great, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Chen Jia, what about you?" "Su Ming." "Excellent, now we're acquainted. Remember your promise, no backing out." "I won tea." Su Ming felt a surge of happiness. Encountering a beautiful woman right after leaving home, and now having her show for him, this was indeed the treatment of a national darling. Their conversation made the journey feel swift, and before long, they arrived at the first high examination site. A security line had been drawn, manned by officials and school security, indicating the gravity of the occasion. A large crowd had gathered outside, including parents dropping off students and media reporters, with several emergency ambulances stationed nearby. The annual college entrance exams were a national event, a matter of great public concern, and the atmosphere was palpable. Su Ming checked the time, 8:25 a.m. There was still a chance. He promptly exited the vehicle and sprinted towards the entrance. "Hey, remember, I'll be waiting for you," called the sweet voice behind him. Su Ming felt a jolt in his heart. That voice was enchanting. He waved goodbye as he stepped into the examination hall. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a serious atmosphere. Both teachers and students wore solemn expressions, with the latter appearing particularly tense. This was the most significant exam of their lives, and the results would shape the futures of countless students. A rigorous series of checks and validations ensued, heightening the tension among the candidates. The first subject of the day was Chinese, with the exam scheduled from 9 to 11:30 a.m., lasting a full 2.5 hours. Students took their seats, bracing themselves, too anxious to breathe. Upon receiving the exam paper, Su Ming quickly skimmed through it and felt a rush of exhilaration. Was this it? It seemed remarkably simple. Knowledge of the Chinese language surged through his mind, from pinyin to vocabulary, grammar to idioms, encompassing both modern and classical Chinese. As he correlated the questions with his mental repository, the corresponding answers emerged effortlessly. His breathing quickened, heart racing as if he were afraid of being observed. The other candidates had settled into their rhythm, diligently putting pen to paper. Su Ming took a moment to steady his nerves and then began writing furiously, as if under some magical enhancement. This was not an exam, it felt like a mere exercise in transcription. Even during the essay portion, suitable model compositions came to mind. It was utterly exhilarating. While other students were still deep in contemplation, Su Ming had completed his exam. After thoroughly reviewing his answers to ensure there were no mistakes, he raised his hand. A supervising teacher approached, inquiring, "What is it?" "Teacher, I've finished, may I submit my paper?" Su Ming replied with a smile. The supervisor furrowed her brow, glancing at the clock on the wall. There was still an hour left in the exam, and her expression soured. She thought to herself, what is wrong with today's students? Are they so dismissive? This is the college entrance exam, not a trivial game. Author's note. A new book has launched, and I seek your likes, collections, and support for updates. Your recognition fuels my writing. I promise daily updates of at least 2 chapters, filled with exciting moments. Chapter 3. The examination questions for the college entrance examination were exceedingly straightforward. Observing Su Ming's innocuous smile, the invigilator could not help but scoff inwardly, dismissing him as a mere academic underachiever. With a tone laced with condescension, he addressed Su Ming. "It's not yet time, remain seated while I conduct another check." After saying this, he casually glanced at Su Ming's answer sheet. To his astonishment, he was struck by the exquisite penmanship displayed. Each character was rendered with an artistic flair that was both pleasing to the eye and skillfully executed. Unable to resist, he picked up the test paper. As he perused the densely written responses, the invigilator felt a sense of trepidation grow within him, astonished by the depth of Su Ming's knowledge. With over 2 decades of experience teaching high school literature, he was accustomed to grading papers that warranted a mere 4-character evaluation. Entirely correct. Suddenly, his gaze towards Su Ming became imbued with a fervent intensity. This was a true scholar. He discreetly returned the test paper and gently instructed, "Sit tight, you cannot submit your answers yet." His tone softened considerably. Once he had resumed his place, the invigilator endeavored to dismiss Su Ming from his thoughts, yet a tempest of emotions churned within him. Having overseen numerous college entrance examinations, he knew that such rapid and accurate responses were a rare phenomenon. Meanwhile, Su Ming sat quietly at his desk, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Was this boss system genuine, or merely a figment of his imagination? After all, he had been struck by a vehicle and lost consciousness. Surely this was just a dream. Yet, the clarity of the examination felt all too real, as if the answers were effortlessly materializing in his mind. Could it truly be? Su Ming was eager to decipher the truth, his restlessness growing. The ultimate verification of the system's authenticity lay in the promised 10 billion, which could be spent or withdrawn. If that sum could indeed be utilized for payment, it would affirm the system's validity. If not, it would mean facing a harsh reality. Finally, when the clock struck 11, Su Ming submitted his paper 30 minutes early and strode confidently out of the examination hall. Beyond the cordon, a throng of onlookers had gathered, comprised of anxious parents and numerous media representatives. Upon seeing Su Ming emerge, attention naturally gravitated towards him. He is out. Everyone take a look, the first student to exit the Chinese examination hall. Impressive, the first to finish the first subject, whether a top student or not, deserves commendation. Wow, he left half an hour early. Many parents observed this detail, their expressions a mix of surprise as they watched Su Ming step out. Conversations erupted, predominantly of a favorable nature, with several individuals taking out their phones to capture the moment. Chen Jia had been stationed outside the examination hall, her cheeks flushed from the sun. She had already begun a live broadcast, though only 400 to 500 viewers had tuned in thus far. Everyone, don't fret, the Chinese exam is about to conclude. I will be the first to bring you inside the examination hall. Please stay tuned and show your support. At that moment, Chen Jia spotted Su Ming exiting and was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he the young man she had encountered earlier that morning? Her excitement bubbled over. The first student to leave the examination hall has just emerged. Everyone, tune into my livestream. This student will soon be a guest. As soon as she finished speaking, the barrage of comments flooded in. Come on, Jia, stop boasting. You're not a celebrity. Why would he be your guest? Indeed, there are so many media personnel waiting. You wouldn't stand a chance. Wait, that student really did come out? Wow, he finished 30 minutes early. Impressive. At that moment, Chen Jia had aimed her camera at the entrance of the examination center. In the frame, as Su Ming crossed the security line, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of journalists and parents. Hello, I'm a reporter from the Shandong City Urban Channel. You are the first candidate to exit. How do you feel? A beautiful host inquired, microphone in hand. I'm doing well, Su Ming replied with a slight smile. Were this year's exam questions difficult? I found them quite simple. The host's expression lit up, and the faces of the surrounding parents were equally animated. Simple? Could it really be that straightforward? This is the college entrance examination. Is he really that confident? Yet, witnessing Su Ming's calm demeanor, they could not help but feel hopeful, wishing their own children would echo the same sentiment post-exam. Chen Jie attempted to push her way through but found herself unable to navigate the crowd due to her petite stature. She raised her selfie stick, managing to capture Su Ming in the frame. The host's smile widened, her instincts honed from years of experience telling her that this year's examination had become a hot topic. The gathered parents chuckled good-naturedly. If the exam questions were indeed simple, it meant a higher likelihood of good scores for their children. Chen Jie's livestream chat exploded with activity, the viewer count soaring past 10,000. Seriously, the exam questions were that simple. That person is either a slacker or a genius, although, this young man is quite handsome. Hey, you're shallow. Are you part of the Looks Association? This is the most audacious statement of the year. The exam questions were simple. The beautiful host, radiant as ever, continued. Was there a particular question that left a lasting impression? No, they were all quite simple, nothing particularly memorable, Su Ming replied with nonchalance. The host momentarily froze, her enthusiasm dampened. Couldn't he cooperate a bit more for a pleasant conversation? The surrounding parents erupted in laughter. All simple, that's fantastic. Chen Jie's livestream chat was a flurry of activity. Look, the beautiful host is flabbergasted. All simple, how hilarious. She is probably thinking, why wasn't my exam that easy? This candidate is bold. He is stunning the host into silence, a golden quote for this year. The exam questions were simple. The beautiful host regained her composure, awkwardly smiling as she asked, what was this year's essay topic? It revolved around entrepreneurship and the influencer economy. Apologies, but I have a mathematics exam this afternoon. Surrounded by questions, Su Ming felt increasingly anxious. He was eager to verify the authenticity of that 10 billion. Thank you. I wish you the best in your upcoming exams. The host concluded the interview, turning her attention to another candidate. As Su Ming turned to leave, a clear voice called out, Su Ming, wait. Upon hearing his name, Su Ming instinctively halted and turned to see a pretty girl jogging toward him. It was the host from the morning. Confusion washed over his face as he asked, what is up? Panting slightly, Chen Jie replied, didn't you promise this morning to be a guest on my livestream? Oh, Su Ming hesitated for a moment. I'm busy. I have another exam this afternoon. Let us talk after tomorrow's test. With that, he turned away, leaving behind an aloof silhouette. Chen Jie's livestream remained active, and the comments began to flood in. High and mighty, truly high and mighty. Are students so unique these days? The host got shut down. Look at her flustered face. Perfectly normal. He has another exam to prepare for. Who has time to entertain you? Is it really that difficult to be a guest? The host said it's simple. How amusing. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Chen Jie stomped her foot in frustration. Yet, she understood. After all, he had another exam to prepare for. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow afternoon, she resolved, turning back to the barrage of comments on her phone, her mind spinning. Well then, let us check on the other candidates. I'm sure this student will join my live stream tomorrow afternoon, Chen Jie said, somewhat bashfully. The chat erupted with laughter. Su Ming said the exam questions were simple. The host said inviting candidates as guests is simple. How hilarious. This candidate gave off a high and mighty vibe. Leaving was also simple. Chapter 4, a verification of 10 billion. What Su Ming did not anticipate was that the video of his interview today, along with footage captured by onlookers, had been disseminated widely across headlines and major short video platforms. The clip featuring the dialogue, are this year's college entrance examination questions difficult, and I find them quite simple, was shared fervently. On the first day of the college entrance examination, the first student to exit the examination hall confidently declared, I find it quite simple. Iconic scene from the college entrance examination, are this year's questions difficult? I find them quite simple. Are they a poor student or a top achiever? We shall see. Mastering the college entrance examination is truly effortless. Short videos and posts bearing various sensational titles flooded the internet, and this exchange became a viral meme. Are this year's exam questions difficult? Su Ming stated, quite simple, is earning 2.08 million in a day. Difficult, a celebrity said. Quite simple, is harvesting profits. Difficult, an internet celebrity said. Quite simple, is completing 100 deliveries in a day. Difficult, a delivery worker said. Quite simple, is achieving over 10,000 in daily sales for a small shop. Difficult, a franchise company said. Quite simple, is requiring employees to work overtime. Difficult, a boss said. Quite simple, is buying a house. Difficult nowadays, or real estate agent said. Quite simple. Simultaneously, Su Ming's early exit from the examination hall sparked a flurry of comments from netizens. I see it as a mere bid for attention. Such disregard for the college entrance examination is irresponsible. Not necessarily. Perhaps he possesses the requisite capability. To exit half an hour early. Commendable courage. This year's most audacious examinee is undoubtedly him. Whether he is a poor student or a top achiever will be revealed by the end of the month. Various shares and comments swiftly propelled this video to trending status. Meanwhile, Su Ming remained blissfully unaware, as he walked nervously into a bank, without a bank card or any form of identification. He pondered whether facial recognition would suffice. A twinge of anxiety crept into his mind. Surveying his surroundings, Su Ming was at a loss. He approached a bank employee and inquired, excuse me, how does one withdraw cash using facial recognition? The bank employee, a woman in her 20s, adorned with subtle professional makeup, exuded a polished and competent appearance, her tailored bank attire accentuating her figure. Sir, please come this way, she replied with a professional smile, guiding Su Ming to the intelligence service area at the super counter, where she patiently instructed him on the procedure. With a mere click, he accessed the facial recognition services, swiftly navigating to deposit, withdrawal, transfer, and balance inquiry interfaces. After entering his identification details and undergoing facial recognition, Su Ming clicked on the balance inquiry option. The screen transitioned to reveal a staggering figure, a 1 followed by a long string of zeros. Su Ming was rendered speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the lengthy sequence of zeros, 10 billion. Overcome with exhilaration, he realized he had instantaneously transformed into a billionaire. This system was astonishingly reliable. Suppressing his elation, he quietly counted the zeros aloud, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The bank employee beside him was equally stunned, her face a portrait of astonishment as she scrutinized the displayed balance. Her first thought was the sheer magnitude of zeros. How much could this possibly amount to? In her mind, she counted silently 10 zeros, 100 billion. Unable to conceal her shock any longer, the bank employee gazed into Su Ming's eyes, filled with disbelief and awe. Here stood a youth, perhaps 17 or 18, presumably still a student. How could he possess such wealth? A staggering 100 billion, a sum beyond the wildest imaginations of most. Could he possibly be the scion of an affluent family? Yet, he hardly fit that mold. A sense of caution arose within her. Could this be a case of fraud? Unlikely, given the advanced AI facial recognition technology in use, there should be no errors. She resolved to report to the branch manager immediately, and cautiously said, "Sir, please hold on a moment, I will fetch our branch manager right away." Su Ming, lost in a daze, paid little mind to the bank employee's words, as he navigated to the withdrawal interface and requested 2,000 yuan. As the ATM dispensed the cash, reality began to sink in. Everything before him was indeed real. Meanwhile, the bank employee hurriedly dashed to the second-floor office of the branch manager, bursting in without knocking. The branch manager, a man in his 40s with a fair complexion and gold-rimmed glasses, regarded her with mild irritation for her lack of decorum. "Li Ting, what's the matter? Why the rush?" "Manager Lu, there's a customer withdrawing money," Li Ting stammered. Upon hearing this, Manager Lu's expression shifted slightly. What could be so alarming about a customer withdrawing funds? Wasn't that a routine occurrence in a bank? He almost reprimanded her for her lack of professionalism, but then Li Ting continued, "The customer's balance is 100 billion. "Oh, 100 billion, and what of it?" Manager Lu replied dismissively, but then, suddenly jolted, his eyes widened in shock. "What did you say? 100 billion? The astonishment in his voice was palpable, even altering its pitch. "Yes," Li Ting nodded vigorously, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain. "Quick, take me to see this customer. We must not treat them with anything less than utmost respect," Manager Lu commanded urgently. "Manager, could there be a mistake?" Li Ting said cautiously, still harboring doubts. Manager Lu halted, gazing at her quizzically. "What do you mean?" "This customer appears to be merely a student," she remarked. At this, Manager Lu hesitated, settling into his chair to examine the computer monitoring interface. The screen displayed Su Ming standing before the Intelligence Service Area super counter, dressed rather ordinarily, likely no older than 17 or 18. At that moment, the footage captured Su Ming withdrawing a stack of cash from the ATM. Manager Lu's pupils constricted as he grasped a fundamental truth. This was a facial recognition system, one of the most advanced technologies available, incapable of error. One should not judge by appearances. Increasingly, the wealthy tend to be discreet. Perhaps he was the offspring of a prestigious family or a member of a hidden elite. What did 100 billion signify? Even many publicly traded companies valued in the hundreds of billions might struggle to produce such liquidity. This was no mere tycoon. He was undoubtedly a financial powerhouse. Any bank would be eager to cater to him, ensuring he received the highest caliber of service. Such an individual must not be treated lightly. Rather, every effort should be made to forge a favorable relationship. Establishing ties with him could potentially become one of the most significant advantages in one's future endeavors. His heart raced, and without a moment's hesitation, he sprang up. "Quick, go find him." With that, he dashed out, taking long strides. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Ting followed suit, her pace matching that of Manager Lu, fully aware they were in the presence of true wealth. Chapter 5. How is it him again? After withdrawing the money, Su Ming found a sense of tranquility washing over him. In that moment, he was no longer the impoverished student he once was. He had transformed into a billionaire. This transformation signified not only an enhancement of his family's living conditions but also the potential to instigate significant changes in many aspects of life. Su Ming hailed from a working-class family. His mother had long since retired, while his father, though still employed, earned a meager salary that barely sustained their household and funded his education. Although his parents did not voice their struggles, Su Ming was acutely aware of their financial hardships, and he could even sense the disdain from relatives and friends. Even in the relatively sheltered environment of school, the cold remarks from classmates felt like daggers, leaving deep scars on his heart. Poverty, at times, is akin to a disease that breeds inferiority, a festering wound that renders one's life a bloody affair, and even amidst such suffering, there are those who take pleasure in rubbing salt into the wound. A couple of years ago, Su Wenbin, the top scorer in the college entrance examination from the capital, expressed in an interview, "I was born into a middle-class family, with no worries about food and clothing. Both my parents are intellectuals, and the educational resources available in a major city like the capital undoubtedly provided me with numerous shortcuts in my studies." Nowadays, many top scorers come from formidable families with the means to support their aspirations. It has become increasingly difficult for those from humble backgrounds to rise to prominence. His words struck a painful chord in many hearts, yet faced with Su Wenbin's assertive rhetoric, many seemed powerless to retort. Reality dictated that numerous individuals lived like ants, yet even in such a plight, one should possess the ambition of a swan. Reflecting on this, Su Ming felt a surge of emotions, coupled with a profound sense of helplessness. He turned to leave, but a voice called out from behind, "Sir, please wait a moment." Hearing the call, Su Ming paused and turned around. He saw a man in a bank uniform hastening towards him, a look of confusion crossing his face. President Liu approached Su Ming, wearing a respectful smile, and bowed slightly as he spoke. Good day, sir. I am Liu Yaowen, the branch manager. It is an honor to meet you. You are a valued guest of our bank. I apologize for any oversight earlier. Here is my business card. Should you have any financial needs in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. I am at your service. With that, he produced a card from his pocket and extended it with both hands, a gesture of utmost respect. As Su Ming accepted the card, he smiled and replied, "Thank you, I appreciate it. I will certainly reach out if I need assistance." At that moment, there was a discernible shift in Su Ming's demeanor. Even in the presence of a bank president, he exuded an air of composure. After leaving the bank, Su Ming resolved to keep this matter from his family for the time being, fearing it might alarm his parents. He decided to wait for an appropriate opportunity to share the news. For now, he still had to tackle his mathematics, foreign language, and science comprehensive exams. He would focus on completing those first. The thought of the system rewards following the college entrance examination quickened his heartbeat. During the subsequent day and a half of exams, Su Ming exited the examination hall half an hour early each time, swiftly becoming a trending topic on the internet. After finishing the mathematics exam that afternoon, he was the first to emerge from the hall. Outside awaited a throng of media and parents, some having camped out since morning. Those present were already familiar with Su Ming, the first to exit the examination hall. How is it him again? They wondered, glancing at the clock, noting he had left half an hour early. You claim to excel in language arts, which is plausible, but surely you cannot be proficient in every subject. The same charming female reporter from the morning's broadcast was there, eager to interview the first student to leave the exam hall once more. Upon recognizing Su Ming, she was momentarily taken aback. How is it him again? What followed was an awkward exchange, at least from the reporter's perspective. Hello, student, it's a pleasure to see you again this afternoon. You were the first to leave both exams today. Do you have any words for everyone? The reporter thought this was a splendid opportunity to delve deeper and enhance the interview's appeal. Hello everyone, I wish you all success in your exams. Su Ming's response was strikingly simple, akin to a leader's rallying cry. The reporter had hoped for an inspiring narrative about overcoming challenges through perseverance, but was instead met with this straightforward sentiment. She smiled awkwardly and inquired, were the mathematics questions difficult? I found them quite easy. The reporter paused, sensing the conversation was faltering. Nearby parents exchanged bewildered glances. Language was easy, and mathematics too? Is the college entrance examination truly that simple? Expressions of disbelief spread across the audience. This young man is far too boastful. The college entrance examination is not that easy. Indeed, my child studies until the early hours, yet still feels unprepared. How can he claim it's so simple? Who knows, perhaps he is an academic prodigy. After all, he was the first to leave the exam hall. One cannot be overly confident without reason. The murmurs caught the attention of Chen Jia, who was live-streaming outside the examination hall. She turned to see the spectacle unfold, her eyes widening in astonishment. To her surprise, Su Ming had once again been the first to exit the mathematics exam. Is he truly here to take the college entrance examination, or is he merely playing? Viewers in the livestream recognized Su Ming from the earlier interview, and excitement erupted in the comments. How is it him again? Incredible, I'm in awe of this senior. Please take me under your wing. He is coming, riding on clouds. Host, go flirt with him, let us shower him with gifts. The livestream's viewership surged, and following the morning's viral moment, Su Ming had undeniably become the talk of this year's college entrance examination. A flirt? What nonsense, I have my pride. Chen Jie thought to herself, deciding it best not to disturb him today and to wait until after tomorrow's exams. She awkwardly smiled, saying, I apologize, since there is another exam tomorrow, I won't take up any more of his time. Tomorrow, I promised to invite him to the livestream. Even she doubted her own words. Though Su Ming was just a student, the morning's invitation had made her acutely aware of his aloofness. She wished to have a brief conversation with him, yet he seemed indifferent to her presence. Ugh, the host is looking down on you. If you keep this up, I'll unfollow you. Chen Jie, reading the barrage of comments, felt exasperated. She paused and suggested, how about I dance for everyone? Please, spare us. Who wants to see you dance? We want to watch the most remarkable student of this year's college entrance examination. Host, move your big face out of the way, you're blocking the screen. Observing the comments, Chen Jie felt as though 1,000 wild horses were rampaging through her mind. She was not alone in her sentiments. The female reporter felt similarly, as if 1,000 wild horses were wreaking havoc in her thoughts as well. Chapter 6, The Examination Prodigy. As the beautiful host gazed at the bashful yet somewhat handsome and sunny Su Ming before her, she found herself at a loss for words on how to proceed. Finally, she posed a question that she would come to regret, having already familiarized herself with his manner of speaking. Why had she even asked? Was she simply seeking self-inflicted torment? She inquired, what was the most memorable question from this afternoon's mathematics exam? Su Ming replied, nothing particularly memorable. They were all quite simple. I have another exam tomorrow, so I apologize. Seeing Su Ming's innocuous smile, the host's composure crumbled. For heaven's sake, this was a live interview at a college entrance examination. Wouldn't he offer some encouraging words to his junior peers? Wasn't he this likely to mislead them? Without lingering, Su Ming offered a polite smile and turned to leave, leaving behind a cool silhouette, as well as a flustered host and a throng of parents under the glaring sun. On the second day of the college entrance examination, the morning session featured liberal arts or integrated sciences, while the afternoon was reserved for foreign languages. The crowd had swelled even more than the previous day, as today marked the final day of the examinations. Some parents had even set up banners outside the cordon to cheer on their children. Confident as ever, Su Ming submitted his paper 30 minutes early, a sight that had become commonplace for the invigilators, though the expressions on their faces were still quite remarkable. As he handed over his exam sheet, the invigilator inhaled sharply. Goodness, it seemed he had aced the paper. This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination was likely to be him, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It would be an unparalleled honor for his school to produce a top scorer. Watching Su Ming's departing figure, the invigilator's eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Ming left the classroom with his usual carefree demeanor, his steps leisurely. The beautiful host immediately recognized him as he exited the examination hall. Recalling their previous interview, she had no intention of approaching him again, as his speaking style was far too predictable. She could easily guess his tone. Pretending not to see him, she turned away. However, her cameraman companion was not so easily deterred. The first student to exit any examination hall was always worthy of an interview. For the sake of their work, the cameraman remarked, the first candidate has emerged from the examination room. Upon hearing this, the host turned pale and shot him a glare, but by the time she turned back around, her face was adorned with a radiant smile. This left the baffled cameraman standing in place, perplexed. Meanwhile, a group of parents stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, murmuring, how is it that he is the first to come out again? Could it truly be that simple? Some parents who were new to the scene curiously inquired, who is he, do you know him? He is the one who has been the first to leave the examination hall for 3 consecutive sessions, came a somewhat exasperated response. Ah, the newcomers exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Such a display was rare in the annals of college entrance examinations. Was he genuinely that confident? Was he truly in such a rush? Viewers watching the livestream were equally numbed. Goodness, it's him again, an absolute examination prodigy. Who is this? Do you know him? You're out of the loop if you don't know. I'm in love with this young man. I want to have little monkeys with him. Host, don't block the view. Step aside. The easiest going host has appeared. No singing, no dancing, just making money. Exactly. Don't obstruct the camera. Host, I'm about to send you a rocket. As the barrage of comments flooded in, Jia found herself both amused and exasperated. I want to showcase myself too, but you won't let me. Su Ming maintained his usual demeanor, uttering a couple of sentences during the interview before departing, leaving behind a bewildered host and a group of parents. How was she to produce this program? News is news. It must contain some fresh content. The parents, too, were somewhat disheartened. Whose child was this, making things so worry-free? As this segment of video was uploaded, netizens erupted in a frenzy. Goodness, just for that courage, I bow down to the most dazzling candidate of this year's college entrance examination has emerged. This year's standout quote. This question was exceedingly simple. Honestly, those who can't do it truly can't. Those who can do it are truly impressive. The buzz surrounding Su Ming's short videos from the college entrance exams showed no signs of waning, dominating the trending searches, with various comments both praising and criticizing. Everyone awaited the announcement of scores on June 25 to see whether he was a scholar or a slacker, letting the results speak for themselves. After the final subject of the college entrance examination concluded, Jia finally succeeded in inviting Su Ming to guest on her livestream. He readily accepted, as integrity was the foundation of his character. To ensure a more effective streaming experience, Jia chose a CAF to avoid external distractions. The number of viewers in the livestream quickly surged, surpassing 200,000. Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her previous highest viewer count had only been just over 20,000. She was on the path to effortless earnings. With her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, Jia exclaimed, "Dear viewers, today we are honored to have the hot topic of this year's college entrance examination, Su Ming, joining us in the livestream. Come, Su Ming, greet everyone." "Hello, everyone," Su Ming said with a smile. The livestream's comment section erupted instantaneously. "Salute to the first student to exit each examination hall. Su Ming, do you feel confident? Do you have any tips for the exams? What are your university aspirations? I'm a sophomore. Can you help me study, brother Su Ming? Let us not say anything else. Just for being the first to exit every exam, I'll send you a gift." 666, sending a reward. Wandering Heart, gifted the host a plain 1. Thoughtful Rain, gifted the host flowers 10. Lemon, gifted the host a lucky star 10. Little Demon, gifted the host a blue rose 1. Brother Ming, gifted the host a plain 1. A person's memories, gifted the host a rocket 1. Seeing the abundance of gifts in her livestream, Jia was taken aback and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Observing this, Su Ming earnestly remarked, "Thank you all for your gifts. There is no need to be so courteous. Let us just have a casual chat." In truth, Su Ming was indifferent to the viewers' gifts. He was merely fulfilling a commitment. Actually, being the first to leave the exam hall wasn't an attempt to stand out or attract attention. It was simply me being my authentic self. 2 years ago, a top scorer in the Chinese language exam stated that it was difficult for children from humble backgrounds to rise to prominence. He certainly had a sense of superiority, coming from a well-off family with influential parents, and being in the capital, resources indeed favored them. He was acutely aware of his advantages, the privilege of parental influence, perhaps voicing the sentiments of many. The comment section fell silent. Jia, too, was quiet, casting a glance at Su Ming, as if she perceived something distinct within him. He may not realize that his statement about humble backgrounds being unable to produce distinguished offspring has pierced the hearts of many common folk like myself. If they can rely on their parents, then what can we rely on? Chapter 7. The late stage of Mingjin. Su Ming seemed to have entered a state of fervor, expressing his innermost thoughts with unrestrained candor. Perhaps after today, he would bid farewell to his past and embark on a distinctly different life. Even ants harbor ambitions of soaring high. Our struggle lies in our efforts. Through diligence, we can alter our circumstances and transform our lives via the college entrance examination. In this year's examination, I shall use my results to counter the notion that those from humble beginnings can scarcely produce distinguished offspring. Upon uttering this declaration, the livestream chat erupted with enthusiasm, the barrage of comments and gifts flooding the screen. Cheers for the young man. Well done, Su Ming. Incredible, love you. So moving. 2 words. Awesome. Fantastic, brimming with positive energy. Wandering Heart donated a lucky star 10, see you, gifted the streamer flowers 10, Ming, contributed an airplane 1, Little Demon, presented the streamer with a blue rose 1. After engaging with his viewers for about an hour, Ming departed the live stream. His statement, in this year's examination, I shall use my results to counter the notion that those from humble beginnings can scarcely produce distinguished offspring, was swiftly disseminated across various platforms by his supporters. The idea that those from humble backgrounds struggle to produce outstanding individuals indeed reflects a high-handed attitude of the privileged class towards the lower strata of society, though articulated by a top scorer, it underscores a harsh reality. Ming's proclamation ignited fervent discussion. Unlike previous instances, this time, the netizen sentiments were unified, applauding Ming and expressing their vindication. This statement embodied the resistance and voice of many from ordinary backgrounds. Amidst the clamor of the internet, Ming chose not to dwell on it, entering a state of seclusion. Upon returning home, a system prompt materialized in his mind. A cold, mechanical voice resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations, host Ming, on completing the college entrance examination task. Rewarded 10 billion points. 1,000 points can be spent to enhance skills. Skill options are as follows: a culture, arts, martial arts, firearms, medicine, for host Ming to choose from. Ming pondered briefly and responded mentally, selecting martial arts. Does host Ming confirm the selection of martial arts? Confirmation will consume 1,000 points, refusal allows for reselection. Confirm. Ming replied affirmatively, embracing the adage of being wealthy in martial prowess over literary talent. Congratulations, Ming, on successfully selecting martial arts. This will consume 1,000 points, elevating your martial arts to the late stage of Mingjin. Martial artists are categorized into 3 realms: Mingjin, Anjin, and Huajin, each of which can be subdivided into early, middle, and late stages. Mingjin is the process of refining essence into energy, collecting the scattered energies within the body into the dantian, refining them to achieve the utmost state of vigor and resilience. Mastering Mingjin unlocks the body's potential, pushing human limits. Each punch delivered possesses the weight of 1,000 pounds, capable of shattering stone. Ming felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flood into his body, resonating like a mighty river merging into the sea, relentless and unstoppable. Where the spiritual energy flowed, it felt akin to a warm current rushing through the 8 extraordinary meridians. His bones crackled audibly as he instinctively guided the energy through his meridians, circulating it thrice before returning it to the dantian. He sensed an exhilarating power coursing through him, as if it were about to burst forth. Unable to contain himself, he threw a punch, and a powerful aura erupted audibly, producing a resounding sonic boom. He was taken aback, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Was this the strength of a late-stage Mingjin punch? It was terrifying indeed. The hallmark of Mingjin is the sound that accompanies its strikes. This was the force of the late stage of Mingjin, the legendary power of martial arts. Ming found himself overwhelmed with excitement, transforming from an ordinary individual into one with a fortune of 20 billion, from a student lacking any martial prowess to possessing the might of the late stage of Mingjin. In that moment, his life underwent a profound reversal. Unbeknownst to him, his entire aura had undergone a significant transformation. To put it plainly, there was a noticeable shift in his demeanor. The energy emanating from him exuded a formidable sense of pressure. In an era where martial arts have declined, with various sects withering and martial families retreating into obscurity, late-stage Mingjin experts are increasingly rare. To the average person, a late-stage Mingjin expert embodies a supremely exalted existence. During the past half-month, Ming rarely ventured outside, instead choosing to immerse himself in the application of this newfound power. Even his parents found it peculiar, assuming he had not performed well on the exams and was in a sour mood. His mother, Wang Guifan, hurried to console him. It's alright. If you didn't do well this time, you can repeat a year and try again next year. Don't stress yourself too much. He found it hard to explain, as this matter was indeed too extraordinary to share with his mother. He reassured her, saying he had done well and merely wished to rest and prepare for his new university life. Despite his assurances, Wang Guifan remained somewhat skeptical. During her daily outings to buy groceries, she often overheard people gossiping. Look, it's Wang Guifan's son, now a web celebrity, boasting that the exam questions were simple. Indeed, I really don't understand where he derives his confidence. I've watched him grow up. He used to be quite honest, yet now he seems transformed, full of bravado. People do change. The exam results will be out soon. Let's see him get put in his place. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Given how impoverished his parents are, what good grades could their son possibly achieve? Exactly, just wait for the reality check. Wang Guifan, having a gentle disposition, brushed off the remarks, but as they accumulated, they began to annoy her. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of temper, let alone the incessant criticism directed at her son. One day, while out shopping, she overheard Zhang Chunlan from her building disparaging her son. Unable to contain herself, she retorted, "What my son's exam results are is none of your business. If you're so capable, why don't you send your son to take the exam?" Zhang Chunlan was a former colleague, and the two had been classmates in the factory. Wang Guifan had been the class leader, and Zhang Chunlan had resented that, often opposing her. Known for her gossiping ways, she would frequently stir up trouble in the neighborhood. Thus, every time she encountered Wang Guifan, she couldn't resist throwing a few barbs, believing that the more Wang Guifan tolerated her, the more she could bully her. Zhang Chunlan's son was absorbed in gaming, ultimately failing to enter high school and attending a vocational school instead, which brought shame to their family as he sought validation everywhere. She never anticipated that the usually mild-mannered Wang Guifan would suddenly snap, delivering a sharp retort that struck a nerve stunned. Her face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. After confronting Zhang Chunlan, Wang Guifan turned and walked away, leaving her with nothing but a fading silhouette. For a long moment, Zhang Chunlan erupted into a barrage of invectives, as if attempting to assert her presence through her vitriol, yet, few had the time to indulge her antics, leaving behind only derisive laughter and scornful glances. After all, how could she criticize another person's child's exam results when her own son hadn't even managed to pass high school? Wasn't he that just inviting trouble? Chapter 8 The Internet Celebrity Classmate Under the scorching sun, the relentless heat baked the earth. The temperature outside soared to a sweltering 38 degrees, with waves of heat rippling through the air. June 25 marked the day when the National College Entrance Examination results were released, stirring the hearts of millions, not only those who took the exam but also their parents, capturing the attention of society at large. This day would determine the fates of countless students. At Shandong Second High School, the graduating class returned to school in droves. Su Ming belonged to class 3-2, a key class for seniors. Upon entering the classroom, he found many classmates already present, creating a cacophony of noise. As he walked in, the chatter subsided, and a complex expression appeared on their faces. "Isn't that our class's internet celebrity? He has been trending all over the web these past few days. Welcome, welcome," exclaimed Shandong, Su Ming's closest ally, a tall figure standing at 1.78 meters. Upon seeing Su Ming, he exaggeratedly enveloped him in a hug. Besides Shandong, Su Ming had two other close friends: Lu Chang, a lanky individual, and Li Haijun, who was more robust in build. Lu Chang and Wang Jun gazed at Su Ming with delight, and seeing Shandong take the lead, they too approached him and offered a hearty embrace. This feeling was truly delightful. The pure camaraderie among classmates stirred emotions within Su Ming. "Let us go out for lunch later," he announced to his three friends, then turned to the rest of the classmates, adding, "If anyone has no plans for lunch, feel free to join us." With financial stability on his side, Su Ming contemplated that after today, everyone would part ways, prompting him to cherish one last gathering to commemorate their fleeting high school days. His invitation elicited cheers and excited shouts from the crowd. "Su Ming, you're so cool. Su Ming, we'll definitely go. Indeed, Su Ming, you've brought honor to our school, how impressive. Su Ming, which school are you planning to apply to? I'd love to get some insights." The atmosphere in the classroom reached a fever pitch with Su Ming's arrival, causing many girls' eyes to sparkle with admiration. He was the school's acknowledged top student, regarded by teachers as the most likely candidate to gain admission to a prestigious university in the capital. To his classmates, he was akin to a scholarly icon, naturally attracting the attention of numerous female admirers. Handsome, academically gifted, and basking in female adoration, he sparked both envy and jealousy among many male classmates. Particularly during the college entrance exams, a short video of Su Ming being interviewed went viral, garnering widespread shares and comments, propelling him to trending status. In an instant, his persona exploded in popularity, especially due to his declaration, "This year, I will use my results to challenge the notion that a humble background cannot produce exceptional talents," which earned him millions of likes and over 1 million followers. Unavoidably, he became an idol for many younger students. At this moment, the way his classmates looked at Su Ming shifted noticeably. They sensed he seemed transformed, exuding an air of charisma that hinted at a newfound authority. "Oh, I thought it was someone important, but it's just our illustrious Su Ming. Surely, you've aced the exam this time," an unwelcome voice interjected amidst the jubilation. The speaker was Wang Qiming from the neighboring class, a notorious rich kid whose family owned a chain of supermarkets, making him a well-known figure among the affluent in Shandong City. Wang Qiming embodied the archetype of a spoiled rich heir, and the school's administration and teachers often turned a blind eye to his arrogance due to his family's influence. With a mocking expression, he scrutinized Su Ming, his gaze dripping with disdain. Before Su Ming could respond, Shandong stepped forward. "Wang Qiming, what do you mean by that? Don't go too far. Why should I care? Are you trying to be his lapdog?" Wang Qiming retorted, his expression dripping with contempt. The once lively classroom fell into a hush, as students exchanged glances, revealing their collective disdain for Wang Qiming. However, they all understood the power he wielded due to his family's wealth, leaving them reluctant to voice their anger. Lu Chang and Li Haijun stood protectively in front of Su Ming, glaring at Wang Qiming with indignation. "What, do you want to fight?" Wang Qiming sneered, his provocations growing bolder as he eyed Su Ming and his friends with contempt. Chuckling, Su Ming casually approached Wang Qiming, dismissively stating, "It's fine, don't pay him any mind. He is just a fly." Wang Qiming, incensed by Su Ming's blatant disregard, felt his face flush with anger. "Fine, you think you're so impressive, just wait," he hissed through clenched teeth. Students were taken aback. Su Ming had always been perceived as the quiet, studious type, someone who kept to himself and avoided conflicts. What had changed? Why was he suddenly so bold, daring to confront Wang Qiming? Everyone knew Wang Qiming's reputation for being domineering and vengeful. Concerned glances were exchanged among the students, filled with sympathy for Su Ming. "Suit yourself, you're not welcome here, please leave," Su Ming replied nonchalantly, locking eyes with Wang Qiming. As their gazes met, Wang Qiming felt an inexplicable jolt of panic surge within him. What was happening? He was infuriated by the sudden shift in his emotions. How dare this impoverished boy challenge him? Before he could lash out, a melodious voice chimed in, "Su Ming, I'll treat you to lunch today." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, their attention captivated. The speaker was Jiang Yuqing, the school's belle, possessing a delicate oval face, large expressive eyes, elegantly arched brows, and a high nose, her features coalescing into an exquisite visage. With her stunning beauty and long legs, Jiang Yuqing was the object of many boys' affections. "Now this is getting interesting," a classmate whispered. "Yes, Wang Qiming has been pursuing Jiang Yuqing relentlessly, only to be rebuffed." Who would have thought she would invite Su Ming to lunch? Talk about a slap in the face. Who can blame her? If you don't court disaster, you one team meet misfortune. Indeed, the once arrogant Wang Qiming now displayed a face shifting between shades of green and white. Having pursued Zhang Yuqing multiple times, he had never lost hope, believing that his family's wealth would eventually win her over. Witnessing her show affection towards Su Ming made him feel as if he had been betrayed, igniting a blaze of unreasoned anger directed at Su Ming. Yuqing, why don't I treat you to lunch instead? Wang Qiming stammered, his discomfort palpable. I'm busy. Zhang Yuqing replied curtly without even glancing at him. Yuqing, I'm planning to treat our classmates to lunch, why not join us? Su Ming extended his invitation, his gaze fixed meaningfully on Wang Qiming, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Wang Qiming was utterly mortified, his eyes harboring a deep-seated resentment. Chapter 9. 749 points. Zhang Yuqing had always held a special admiration for Su Ming, who was undeniably a top student. As a model of both character and scholarship herself, she naturally felt a genuine sense of closeness to Su Ming. Perhaps it was a case of mutual respect. She had also watched videos about Su Ming online, and she was profoundly impressed by this classmate who had gained such popularity on the internet, feeling a deep sense of pride for him. Unlike the casual internet users, she understood Su Ming better. She knew he was not one to indulge in empty rhetoric. She firmly believed that if Su Ming dared to make bold statements, it was backed by his confidence. Su Ming had consistently ranked at the top of his class, and she was confident he would perform admirably this time as well, perhaps even securing admission to a prestigious university, or possibly becoming the top scorer in the national college entrance examination. In the videos, Su Ming exuded an air of dominance, and the way he gazed down upon the world made her heart race. That was the essence of masculinity. With only a few days left until the return to school for filling out application forms, she realized that missing this opportunity could mean they would drift apart. Thus, she set aside her youthful reserve and took the initiative to invite Su Ming for a meal. Upon hearing Su Ming address her in such an affectionate manner, her heart inexplicably quickened, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. However, she recalled something and curiously inquired, Su Ming, have you checked your score? What did you get? As soon as Zhang Yuqing's words left her lips, a hush fell over the room. Her question echoed the curiosity of everyone present. Faced with this internet sensation, they too were eager to know Su Ming's score. The statements this year's exam questions were quite simple, and this year, I will use my scores to prove that it is hard for the underprivileged to produce talents, had struck a chord deep within them. What kind of confidence did it take to utter such words? What kind of prowess was required to fulfill them? The classmates held their breath, their eyes fixed on Su Ming. At that moment, a look of regret crossed Su Ming's face as he let out a soft sigh. Hearing a sigh, Zhang Yuqing's heart tightened, her expression turning anxious as she gazed at him. The classmates were equally startled, wondering, had he faltered? Wang Qiming stared intently at Su Ming, his face betraying a smirk of amusement. Ah, what a pity, I didn't do well, I only scored 749 points, Su Ming said somewhat dejectedly. Oh, it's alright. What? 749 points. Zhang Yuqing, who had been lost in her contemplation of Su Ming's sigh, instinctively prepared to offer some words of comfort, but suddenly it dawned on her, her eyes widening in shock. The classmates around them, upon hearing Su Ming's score, were momentarily stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they stared at him. Was this even humanly possible? The total score for the exam was merely 750 points. He scored 749, and yet he dared to sigh. How could he lament when he achieved such an extraordinary result? Scoring 749 points in what was said to be one of the most challenging exams in history was nothing short of miraculous. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. One could hear a pin drop. I just don't understand. Where did that 1 point go? I shouldn't have lost any points. Su Ming continued to mumble to himself, oblivious to the expressions surrounding him. The classmates' faces began to shift, their reactions becoming more animated. Could it be that he was mocking them? This felt like a cruel jest. A sudden realization hit them. Their classmate seemed less than gracious. Even Su Ming's three closest friends began to regard him with an unfriendly gaze, their expressions a mix of pity and indignation. What they did not anticipate was that while they were in disbelief, the entire internet was erupting. Major media outlets released a bombshell announcement. The national top scorer in the history of college entrance examinations has emerged, with a total score of 749 points. Once the news broke, it swiftly climbed to the top of trending searches. Who is this, so impressive? Mind you, this isn't just a provincial top scorer, this is the national top scorer. Utterly remarkable. Goodness, one can't even cheat to achieve such a score. How on earth did he manage this? Oh, isn't this candidate named Su Ming, the first one to leave the examination hall. Indeed, it's him. No wonder he claimed the exam was too easy. It is him, he is the most incredible candidate in history, unbelievable, simply inconceivable. While the online community buzzed with excitement, the classroom remained eerily quiet, as no one had yet recovered from their shock, their gazes still fixed on Su Ming. Ha ha! Suddenly, Wang Qiming burst into a loud, raucous laughter. The classmates looked at him in confusion, their expressions a mix of bewilderment. Ha ha! Wang Qiming laughed so hard he struggled to catch his breath, coughing violently before sneering. You fools, why do you believe everything he says? Why doesn't he just claim he scored full marks? 749 points, how is that even plausible? Use your brains, this is all an act, and I'm curious to see how long he can keep it up. Seeing that he had drawn everyone's attention, Wang Qiming's laughter grew more triumphant, as if he could foresee Su Ming's impending embarrassment. However, he failed to notice that his classmates were looking at him as if he were a fool. The atmosphere in the once quiet classroom shifted dramatically, with students now gazing at Wang Qiming as one would a clown, no one joining in his mockery, while he remained blissfully unaware, lost in his own mirth. Gradually, he began to sense something was amiss. Noticing the odd looks from his peers, he opened his mouth, about to speak. At that moment, a boy from the neighboring class burst into the room, breathless and oblivious to the tension in the air. He exclaimed excitedly, "Good news, your classmate Su Ming scored a total of 749 points, becoming the national top scorer." With a resounding boom, the classmates were collectively stunned once more. Although they had just heard Su Ming mention his score, hearing it from someone else carried a different weight, a greater shock, and an even more profound impact. Wang Qiming stood frozen, his smile vanishing as his face turned a ghastly shade, and he sharply demanded, "Don't be ridiculous. Who told you that?" The boy, his face flushed with excitement, was entirely oblivious to Wang Qiming's dark demeanor. He replied eagerly, "It's all over the major websites now, haven't you seen?" His rhetorical question and disdainful expression left the classmates utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 10, The Emergence of the National College Entrance Examination Top Scorer. The boy cast a disdainful glance at his classmates, incredulous. "What, you're telling me that your class produced a national top scorer in the college entrance examination, and you were completely unaware? Don't you ever go online? Are you truly so out of touch with the times? I am embarrassed for you all, considering you're supposed to be the elite class." Under the weight of his disdainful gaze, the students of Class 2, Senior 3, collectively experienced a moment of social embarrassment. Some classmates averted their eyes from him, hastily retrieving their phones to check the news. Prominent headlines across various websites blared the astonishing announcement: a new national top scorer emerges in college entrance examination history, achieving a total score of 749. This news was invariably pinned to the top of major websites, racking up millions of comments, not only on the major websites, but also on numerous short video platforms. Footage of Su Ming's interviews was prominently featured. This news and video were fervently shared, commented upon, and went viral, becoming the most notable phenomenon of the year. Even many prestigious universities in the country extended olive branches. Huaqing University in the capital officially announced that we value talent and wish to recruit exceptional individuals. After deliberation by the school committee, we have allocated a scholarship of 500,000 yuan to attract this year's top scorer. Jiangcheng University released an official statement announcing a special recruitment for the top scorer, waiving tuition fees during his studies and providing an annual scholarship of 100,000 yuan. Renowned universities in the mainland were clamoring to recruit him. This was the first instance in history where a candidate scored 749 points. This student could not simply be termed a prodigy. He was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Hong Kong Island University issued a statement welcoming Su Ming to enroll, declaring that the university would waive his tuition fees and grant him a scholarship of 1 million yuan. Simultaneously, the municipal government of Shandong City released a statement highlighting the remarkable achievements in this year's college entrance examination, which shattered previous records and produced a top scorer like Su Ming. This was a testament to the joint efforts of the municipal government and the education committee, as well as Su Ming's dedication. To further encourage excellence, upon approval from higher authorities, a reward of 500,000 yuan was conferred upon the top scorer, Su Ming. Even some manufacturers stepped forward to offer generous rewards to the top scorer. The classroom was enveloped in an unusual silence as the students collectively gazed at their phones in a daze. A collective gasp was heard, and when they glanced back at Su Ming, their expressions reflected sheer astonishment. Wang Qiming also opened his phone, staring blankly at the information displayed, his face reddening as if he had seen a ghost, and he quietly slipped away when his classmates weren't paying attention. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Mr. He, entered the classroom, unable to suppress an expression of excitement, briskly making his way to the podium, his gaze fixated on Su Ming. This was his student, the one he had taught for 3 years. Although Mr. He had passed the age of uncertainty, he could not conceal the excitement bubbling within him. The greatest aspiration of a teacher is to cultivate outstanding students, and the exceptional achievements of their students serve as the most profound reward for their efforts. Undoubtedly, Su Ming had fulfilled his teacher's aspirations, repaying his hard work with exemplary results. Mr. He gently tapped on the podium and, with great enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Classmates, your 3 years of hard work have finally borne fruit. Today, the results of the college entrance examination are out, and you may choose your universities based on your scores. I wish you all success in your university studies. Before we proceed, let us offer the warmest applause to congratulate Su Ming for achieving a remarkable score of 749 and being crowned the national top scorer. Let us give him a round of applause." The students' attention swiftly focused on Su Ming, and applause erupted like thunder. Su Ming quietly regarded Mr. He at the podium, noticing the gray in his hair, then glanced at the youthful, beaming faces of his classmates. Overcome with emotion, tears welled silently in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Ming's mother, Wang Guifan, had risen early that morning to purchase groceries at the market. It was the day the college entrance examination results were announced, and regardless of how her son had fared, she intended to treat him to a special meal. Worry nodded her as she recalled that her son had not stepped outside for the past half-month. As a mother of a college entrance examination candidate, she was acutely aware of the pressure he faced. Families with college entrance examinees were all in high gear, navigating the intense revision and simulation exams. The pressure of the examination was palpable. At that moment, Wang Guifan had bought some fish, meat, and chicken, planning to prepare a few of her signature dishes for lunch. On her way home, she received a call from her son, informing her that he would not be home for lunch as he was dining with his classmates. Su Ming refrained from disclosing his examination results, intending to surprise his parents upon his return. However, upon receiving the call, Wang Guifan felt a wave of gloom wash over her. Her son not returning for lunch raised her concerns. Could it be that he had not performed well? Lost in her thoughts, she arrived at the entrance of their building. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. It's just Guifan," came the sarcastic voice of Zhang Chunlan. Upon seeing Zhang Chunlan, Wang Guifan felt a surge of annoyance, particularly after just receiving her son's call, which had already dampened her spirits. She wished to ignore her and turned to head upstairs, yet, Zhang Chunlan seized her arm, mockingly saying, "Guifan, today is the day the college entrance examination results are released. Your son must have done well, right? She then raised her voice, "Hey, everyone, come see our neighborhood celebrity. Guifen's son is quite the talk of the town." Indeed, Zheng Chunlan's loud voice attracted the attention of the elderly residents taking a stroll in the neighborhood. "What a shameless boast," she said. "The exam questions were quite simple, isn't it amusing? I wonder how long she can keep up this charade." Wang Guifen was furious, glaring at Zheng Chunlan. She refrained from engaging in an argument, mindful of the onlookers. At that moment, an elderly woman nearby interjected, "You should tone it down, we're all neighbors. After all, yes, less is more." "There is no need for all this." Upon hearing this, Zheng Chunlan became increasingly animated, declaring, "I just can't stand her. She used to show off at the factory, and now her son is doing the same." Those aware of their long-standing feud merely shook their heads as Zheng Chunlan was notorious for her raucous behavior. Provoking her was akin to courting trouble. At that moment, a middle-aged woman carrying groceries happened to pass by. Her son was in the same class as Su Ming, and she overheard Zheng Chunlan's remarks. With an incredulous expression, she could no longer hold her tongue and retorted, "You must be unaware that Guifen's son scored 749 points, emerging as the national top scorer in the college entrance examination." Zheng Chunlan was struck dumb, her face reflecting disbelief. The woman continued, "The news stated that the city will reward her son with a bonus of 500,000 yuan." After finishing, she turned to Wang Guifen, beaming, "Congratulations, Guifen. You've raised a wonderful son. Let us have Su Ming spend more time with my son in the future." Wang Guifen was momentarily stunned, her mind swirling with mixed emotions. All the years of hard work and countless worries flashed before her, and at that moment, every sacrifice felt worthwhile. Unable to contain her overwhelming joy, tears streamed down her face, and a blissful smile adorned her features as she repeatedly nodded, "Thank you, thank you." Meanwhile, Zheng Chunlan stood there, her face flushed with embarrassment, rooted to the spot, her eyes filled with envy and resentment. Chapter 11. A gathering deep within a narrow alley of the capital city, guarded by vigilant sentinels stationed every few steps, lies a serene and secluded courtyard. In this land of exorbitant value, a quaint Sahiyuan stands in stark contrast to the surrounding clamor, creating its own tranquil universe amidst the hustle and bustle. As one pushes open the imposing vermilion gate, a wave of historical gravitas washes over the simple gray bricks and tiles, along with the tranquil courtyard, exude an air of antiquity and elegance, enhancing the atmosphere of serenity. An elderly gentleman reclines in a wicker chair, his hair white as snow yet his visage youthful, with deep-set eyes that betray no hint of senescence. This venerable figure is Su Jiangwo, a formidable hawkish leader, and one of the last remaining heroes of the nation. His tale, immortalized in our middle school textbooks, recounts his valiant struggles, inspiring generations of youth to this day. Behind him stands a middle-aged man in military attire, his features sharp and defined, with a piercing gaze that emanates an aura of lethal efficiency, a testament to his battlefield experiences. This is Tangang, Su Jiangwo's personal bodyguard, whose crisp uniform bears the insignia of a colonel. At this moment, Su Jiangwo meticulously examines a newspaper in his hands, his pupils constrict, and his face, otherwise placid, bursts forth with intensity as his eyes widen, radiating a fierce brilliance. Having traversed decades of warfare, he has walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. With a mere thought, an overwhelming presence of terror unfurls, instilling a profound sense of suffocation. Tangang, sensing the weight of this aura, steps forward and bows slightly, addressing him as Su Lao. Su Jiangwo raises his gaze, pointing a finger at a photograph featured in the newspaper. His eyes flicker with a distant light, as if lost in reminiscence, and he calmly instructs, "Investigate him." Following the direction of Su Jiangwo's finger, one notices a striking headline: "The national top scholar emerges in the history of college entrance examinations, scoring 749 points. Beneath the headline is a brief article accompanied by a photograph of a strikingly handsome 17 or 18-year-old student, exuding both charm and excellence. The individual in the photograph is none other than Su Ming. Tangang's eyes momentarily widen, and he straightens up, saluting with respect, "Understood." He then turns to depart. In the sweltering heat of June, the capital city is enveloped in a haze of heat waves. The cicadas chirp incessantly in the stifling warmth. Beneath the shade of a tree, Su Jiangwo sits, sunlight filtering through the mottled shadows, casting a golden halo upon him. His sculpted face appears remarkably serene, resembling that of an ordinary elder. Yet beneath this calm exterior, his heart churns with tumult. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Shandong City, Su Ming is being urged by a group of classmates to treat them to a meal. They clamor for him to host, filled with admiration for their exceptional classmate. Humanity is a curious creature. When surrounded by those more accomplished, jealousy may arise. However, when the chasm between them widens, jealousy dissipates, replaced by pride in having such a peer. This is precisely the sentiment at play now, as Su Ming's achievements far outstrip theirs, leaving no room for envy, only pride in their association with him. The classmates are in high spirits, tinged with a hint of melancholy, for after 3 years of shared experiences, the bonds of camaraderie have become deeply embedded in their hearts. This sentiment, often overlooked, becomes acutely palpable upon the brink of separation. Su Ming's closest friends, Chen Dong, Lu Chang, and Li Haijun, closely flank him, while Jiang Yuqing confidently walks beside him. Though not from their class, her presence is well understood, eliciting smiles and silence. An undeniable pairing of the goddess and the scholar amidst the throng of classmates. Su Ming leads the way to the Royal Grand Hotel. Initially, the group had intended to dine at a modest eatery near the school. As none of them are affluent, their primary desire was to enjoy each other's company, knowing that such gatherings may become rare after today. Yet Su Ming, unfazed by the notion of expense, proposes, "Let us go to the Royal Grand Hotel." The suggestion elicits gasps from his classmates. The Royal Grand Hotel is the premier 5-star establishment in Shandong City, renowned for its exquisite ambience and culinary offerings. Patrons frequenting the establishment typically possess a certain social standing, far beyond the means of ordinary wage earners and small business owners. Even their parents might seldom have had the opportunity to dine there, as the hotel caters to an elite clientele, with a meal for over 40 people likely costing a small fortune. Some classmates hesitate, while Jiang Yuqing gazes at Su Ming with wide eyes, aware of his modest background from a typical working-class family. As they express their reservations, Su Ming chuckles, finding the situation amusing. To him, a meal is inconsequential. However, he cannot disclose his financial standing outright to avoid causing a stir. Instead, he smiles and remarks, "No need to worry, the owner of the Royal Grand Hotel is a relative of mine." This gentle fib brings enlightenment to his classmates, who now understand his choice of venue. Their spirits lift, and they eagerly proclaim to enjoy the moment. Jiang Yuqing, still skeptical, whispers, "Hey, if the bill comes up short, let me know, I can ask my dad for some extra." Her disbelief is justified. Su Ming's family of 3 still resides in a cramped 50-square-meter welfare housing unit, and she has yet to hear of any wealthy relatives. Nevertheless, she concedes, not wishing to undermine his pride, resolving to assist him if the need arises. Noticing the sincerity in Jiang Yuqing's gaze, Su Ming feels a surge of gratitude and softly replies, "It's alright, just help me look after our classmates." "Alright," she agrees without a second thought, only to later reflect on the implications of his words. Does he mean to suggest she is the leading lady in this narrative? A blush creeps across her cheeks as the thought crosses her mind. Su Ming, captivated by Jiang Yuqing's sudden flush, finds himself momentarily entranced. In his eyes, she appears ethereal, her beauty captivating beyond measure, stirring within him a burgeoning affection. Chapter 12 of the Royal Grand Hotel. The Royal Grand Hotel certainly lives up to its 5-star status. Upon entering the lobby, one is immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of lavish opulence, with golden splendor dazzling the eyes. Despite having mentally prepared for it, the students were still awestruck by the extravagance, feeling rather out of place amidst such grandeur. At that moment, a tall woman in a professional suit approached them, her youthful and beautiful face adorned with a businesslike smile. "Good day, sir, how may I assist you?" Noticing that they were a group of students, she exhibited no trace of condescension. After all, she was a staff member of a prestigious 5-star hotel, displaying exemplary professionalism. "Are there any private rooms available? We, the students, are gathering for a meal, likely around 4 tables, Su Ming inquired. She was Ping Yunli, the lobby manager of the hotel, who had encountered all types of guests. Observing Su Ming's student attire, she couldn't help but appraise him. Although he dressed modestly, his demeanor was anything but ordinary. She paused, doubting her initial impression, and secretly chuckled, attributing her momentary confusion to her recent lack of sleep making her overly sensitive. With a smile, she replied, "There are VIP rooms available on the 2nd floor, and I can arrange 4 tables. However, there is a minimum spending requirement." Before she could finish, Su Ming interjected, "Then please arrange that room for us." Ping Yunli was taken aback. Could it be that she had misjudged him? He appeared merely as a student, yet he did not inquire about the price. Was he perhaps a wealthy heir? Though perplexed, she maintained her smile and responded, "Very well, sir, please follow me upstairs." The classmates beside them were wide-eyed with admiration, perceiving Su Ming's nonchalant demeanor as quite impressive. He had booked a private room without even asking about the cost. Clearly, he was no ordinary student. He exuded the air of a tycoon, leading them to speculate whether the hotel's owner was indeed a relative of his. At that moment, 2 individuals descended from the upper floor. One of them, a man in his 40s with a fair complexion and gold-rimmed glasses, suddenly froze upon spotting Su Ming. His eyes brightened, and he hurried over, beaming with a smile. "Mr. Su, what a coincidence to see you here." Su Ming focused his gaze and recognized him as Lu Yaowen, the president of the bank where he had withdrawn money previously. He extended his hand with a smile. "President Lu, good to see you. I am here with my classmates for a gathering. We should catch up sometime." In response, Lu Yaowen, visibly taken aback, grasped Su Ming's hands with both of his face blooming with joy. "Of course, certainly." This was the bank president? The classmates behind Su Ming were utterly astonished. When had he gained such prominence? Knowing the bank president, who seemed to treat him with remarkable respect, Jiang Yuqing, too, was rendered speechless, as she now viewed Su Ming in an entirely different light, feeling increasingly bewildered by his persona. The middle-aged man who had just walked down the stairs with Lu Yaowen also regarded Su Ming with keen interest. Lu Yaowen was no ordinary figure. He was the president of the Shandong City National Bank's Qingdong branch, a veritable financial mogul in the region. Numerous business magnates sought his favor, yet here he was, showing such deference to someone else. Could he be a wealthy heir? That seemed implausible. Even an heir wouldn't command such respect from Lu Yaowen. Without delving deeper into his thoughts, he hastily descended the staircase. Upon reaching Su Ming's side, Lu Yaowen enthusiastically introduced, "Mr. Su, this is Mr. Jiang Wenshang, the owner of the Royal Grand Hotel." Su Ming noted that the man appeared to be in his 40s, clad in an exquisite suit, exuding an air of sophistication. He extended his hand in greeting, smiling, "Mr. Jiang, thank you for your assistance today." Jiang Wensheng responded with a hearty laugh, "Mr. Su, you are too kind. It is indeed a fortuitous encounter. Since you are here, allow me to make the arrangements." Recognizing Lu Yaowen's demeanor towards Su Ming, Jiang Wensheng was not one to underestimate. It was clear that this student possessed significant backing. He had recently taken on a real estate project and was contemplating seeking a loan from Lu Yaowen. No need, I will pay the standard rate," Su Ming quickly declined, not wishing to owe any favors, despite Jiang Wensheng's amiable nature. Standing nearby, Peng Yunli was somewhat bewildered. Who exactly was this student? Why did even Lu Yaowen treat him with such respect? She recognized Lu Yaowen, as each time he visited the Royal Grand Hotel, her employer would personally attend to him, never daring to be dismissive. Curiosity piqued, she couldn't help but scrutinize Su Ming. Mr.Su, please, let's not be formal. If you insist on being polite, that would be pushing it away. Today, Mr. Jiang will handle everything, and in a few days, I will host you. You must grace us with your presence, Lu Yaowen said, his eyes glimmering with eager anticipation. Very well, I shall be in touch, Su Ming replied, unable to refuse without appearing overly coy. Excellent, it's settled then. I won't interrupt your meal any further, we will connect later, Lu Yaowen said, stepping aside to let Su Ming pass. This gesture only served to astonish Jiang Wenqing further. The group of students followed Su Ming into the private room, still in a state of disbelief, feeling as if they were in a dream. Was this indeed the same classmate they had shared so many moments with? Why did he seem increasingly inscrutable? Jiang Yuqing cast a deep glance at Su Ming, her eyes sparkling. Although her family was affluent, with her father involved in real estate, she had come to realize that her father did not enjoy such stature before Lu Yaowen. She recalled a recent incident when her father sought a loan for a project, struggling to secure a meeting with Lu Yaowen through numerous connections. Despite hosting dinners and offering gifts, Lu Yaowen had remained indifferent, merely stating he would consider the proposal. This had left her father in a state of distress, as materials and labor had already commenced, yet funds were delayed, posing a risk of financial collapse. During that time, he had been worried and frantically sought connections, ultimately reaching out to a provincial official, which finally persuaded Lu Yaowen to provide a portion of the loan. Even then, her father had been immensely grateful to Lu Yaowen. Once the funds were secured, construction could proceed, allowing for pre-sales and recovery of some capital, revitalizing the entire project. She never anticipated that the financial magnate, once so elusive in her father's eyes, would now be showing such deference to Su Ming, even appearing to cultivate a relationship with him. Not only was she astonished, but Jiang Wensheng was equally filled with curiosity. As he escorted Lu Yaowen out, he couldn't help but inquire, President Lu, who was that individual just now? At this moment, Lu Yaowen regained his composure as a bank executive. Upon hearing Jiang Wensheng's question, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, genuine respect evident in his eyes. Jiang Wensheng, noting this look, felt even more bewildered, standing cautiously by as he awaited the answer. Lu Yaowen glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot, then leaned in to whisper a few words, finally emphasizing, do not speak of this widely, he is quite low-key. As he absorbed Lu Yaowen's hushed words, Jiang Wensheng's jaw dropped in sheer astonishment. He swallowed hard, unable to believe his ears, turning to gaze up the staircase with wide eyes, his expression frozen in disbelief. Chapter 13 Class Reunion. The culinary offerings at the Royal Hotel were truly distinctive, a feast for the senses with their exquisite aromas, vibrant colors, and delightful flavors. Some dishes resembled exquisite works of art, captivating in their visual appeal and meticulous presentation. To the astonishment of the classmates, the menu also featured lobster and king crab, two dishes that would cost several thousand yuan alone. As they beheld the lavish spread before them, gasps of disbelief escaped the students. Although it was Su Ming who was treating, such generosity bordered on extravagance. A few classmates could not resist the urge to capture the moment, snapping photos of what they deemed the finest dishes to share on social media, accompanied by captions like, today's class reunion, indulging in culinary delights. Others whispered amongst themselves, speculating the cost of the feast. Surely, the lobster and king crab alone must set us back 5,000 or 6,000, one remarked. Really, is it that expensive? Another responded. Don't underestimate it, we're talking about lobsters, it could easily be more. Does that mean today's 4 tables will cost tens of thousands, more or less? Yes. At that moment, one classmate pulled out their phone to check the prices of the dishes at the Royal Hotel, their face transforming with shock. I just looked it up, this table costs over 40,000. A wave of astonishment swept over all the students as they gazed at the lavish spread, hesitating to pick up their chopsticks. Such a scenario was unfathomable in the past. The thought of a meal costing 1 or 200,000 yuan, equivalent to many people's annual salaries, was beyond their comprehension. Could they even bear to partake in such opulence? It was utterly beyond their grasp. Su Ming's close friends, Chen Dong, Lu Chang, and Li Haijun exchanged incredulous glances. This was indeed extravagant. With a hint of concern, they turned to Su Ming and said, Su Ming, this is far too extravagant. Perhaps you should consider reducing a few dishes. Jiang Yuqing calculated the cost of the meal in her mind. Feeling a pang of distress, she bit her lip and said to Su Ming, it's alright, if it's too much, I can ask my dad for some funds. When a girl hesitates to spend a boy's money and considers how to save for him, it signifies her burgeoning affection for him. At that moment, she may not have realized that her perspective had shifted. She was naturally considering things from Su Ming's standpoint. Su Ming gazed at Jiang Yuqing with tender warmth, a smile gracing his lips. It's nothing to worry about, did you forget? The owner of this hotel is my relative. He chuckled awkwardly, holding a drink in one hand while pulling Jiang Yuqing up with the other. Classmates, today is a rare occasion for us to gather together. Let us eat and drink heartily. Pausing for a moment, he added with a touch of melancholy, as we part ways today, let us stay in touch whenever possible, and now, let us raise our glasses to our youth. Jiang Yuqing felt a bit dazed. Was this truly the case? It seemed as though Su Ming and the hotel owner were meeting for the first time. At this point, she put aside her thoughts and cheerfully raised her drink. The classmates, stirred by the atmosphere, stood together, toasting with their beverages. To our youth. This toast encapsulated 3 years of camaraderie, a poignant reminder of their fleeting youth. Some girls even had tears welling in their eyes. After 3 years of shared experiences, today marked both a reunion and a farewell. In everyday life, they had taken their boisterous camaraderie for granted, yet, in this moment, they recognized that their bonds of friendship ran deep. Having traversed the path of youth and bidding farewell to their final year of high school, they were on the cusp of a new chapter in life. With nostalgia and reluctance, they faced the past, while the future loomed with both hope and uncertainty. Jiang Yuqing felt a slight sting in her nose, her eyes glistening as she looked around at her friends, her gaze softening. Though no alcohol was ordered for the midday gathering, it felt as if the classmates were intoxicated on the warmth of friendship. They clinked glasses, sharing heartfelt sentiments. Su Ming, you're definitely going to Tsinghua University in the capital, right? Dong exclaimed, grasping Su Ming's hand with a mix of admiration and regret. He himself had applied to a university within their province, understanding that his academic performance had determined his path. Indeed, it's a top-tier university where I can learn so much more, Su Ming responded, not wishing to dwell on the matter, as his scores far exceeded those of his peers. He feared that over-explaining might touch on sensitive topics. You're the one among us who is bound for success. Don't forget us once you're in the capital. Let us keep in touch, Dong said, his voice tinged with sadness. Absolutely, I will remember to stay in contact, Lu Chang and Li Haijun chimed in, unable to contain their emotions, their youthful faces betraying their reluctance as their eyes grew misty. Today is farewell, when will we meet again? Let us not be like this, we're brothers, Su Ming replied with a gentle smile, patting their shoulders. Su Ming, I also applied to Tsinghua University, but I'm uncertain if I'll be accepted, Jiang Yuqing said shyly, her feelings evident. There is no doubt you'll make it, soon we'll be classmates and can look out for one another. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with optimism about the future. Jiang Yuqing responded, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. At that moment, the harmonious gathering was abruptly interrupted by a loud crash as the heavy wooden door of the private room was kicked open, and a group of individuals stormed in. Who was Su Ming? The leader, a burly man with a fierce expression, glared menacingly at the students in the room. This intruder was Erhuzi, a figure entrenched in the underworld, commanding a band of followers and serving as a local bully. He had just received a call from Wang Qiming, instructing him to deal with a student named Su Ming. He held these wealthy second-generation heirs in contempt, viewing them as nothing but fools relying on their family wealth. If it weren't for his connections with Wang Qiming's father, he wouldn't have bothered with Wang Qiming at all. I'm busy, Erhuzi brusquely dismissed Wang Qiming. Brother Hu, just help me this once, and I'll give you 100,000 yuan after it's done, Wang Qiming pleaded over the phone. Erhuzi hesitated, though he looked down on laying hands on students. The offer was tempting. After contemplating, he expressed his reluctance. Attacking a student will only invite ridicule. How about this, Brother Hu, if you break Su Ming's leg, and help me settle this score, I'll offer you 200,000 yuan, Wang Qiming insisted, his fury blinding him to reason. The girl he desired had spurned him, only to find solace in Su Ming's embrace, leaving him feeling betrayed. What did Su Ming have? Just a poor loser. What right did he have to compete for a woman? And that girl, so shameless, boldly throwing herself at him. Once I deal with Su Ming, I expect you to come crawling back to me. A glint of malice flashed in Wang Qiming's eyes. He yearned for revenge, wishing to see Su Ming kneel before him in agony, to demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with. Anyone who crossed him would face his wrath. Faced with Wang Qiming's offer, Erhuzi quickly made up his mind. To him, dealing with a student was trivial, yet, he never anticipated that an hour later, he would come to regret this decision, a choice that would haunt him for years to come. Chapter 14. A single move to defeat the enemy. Everyone was paralyzed with fear, staring blankly at the group that had barged in, each member exuding an aura of menace that left them at a loss. Before Su Ming could utter a word, Dong, Lu Chang, and Li Haijun rose to their feet, glaring defiantly at Erhuzi and his companions. What do you want? Though still youthful, their spirits burned with fervor. Jiang Yuqing, on the other hand, clutched Su Ming's arm tightly, her eyes filled with anxiety as she gazed at Erhuzi. Su Ming attempted to rise, but Jiang Yuqing held him firmly, aware that these individuals were nothing but thugs. Any attempt on his part to confront them would surely lead to his downfall. Damn it, what are you pretending for? Erhuzi spat, slapping Dong across the face with a ferocious glare. Lu Chang and Li Haijun, witnessing this, turned red with rage and lunged forward. 3 men emerged beside Erhuzi, swiftly bringing Dong, Lu Chang, and Li Haijun crashing to the ground, delivering brutal kicks while hurling curses. How dare you meddle in affairs that don't concern you? Do you wish to die? The onlookers trembled at the sheer brutality of the assault, several girls paling in terror, their faces betraying their fear as they began to weep. Who is Su Ming? Step forward, you coward, too afraid to show your face. Are you just a turtle hiding in its shell? Erhuzi bellowed arrogantly, unable to contain himself any longer. Su Ming's fury surged to its peak, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He glanced at Jiang Yuqing, who still clung to his arm, recognizing her concern for him, yet, he could not bear to witness his friends being harmed. He whispered, Yuqing, trust me. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Jiang Yuqing felt a semblance of calm wash over her and slowly loosened her grip. Su Ming stood resolutely, his voice steady. Enough, I am Su Ming, if you have grievances, direct them at me. Jiang Yuqing gazed at him, her face drained of color. Erhuzi and his gang turned to Su Ming, a smirk forming on their lips. Looks like you've got some guts. Ignoring their taunts, Su Ming approached Dong and the others, helping them to their feet and ensuring they were not gravely injured. However, a fierce chill remained in his gaze, fixed on Erhuzi. Asa man, if one cannot stand up for those around him when they are hurt, do they truly deserve the title of man? Enough is enough, there is no need for further endurance. For reasons unknown, upon locking eyes with Su Ming, Erhuzi felt an inexplicable chill creep through him. What was happening? Why was he feeling this strange fear? It was utterly bewildering. Don't go over there. Dong and the others clutched Su Ming's arm tightly, fully aware they were dealing with underworld thugs, knowing they stood no chance against them and would only be met with violence. It's fine. Thank you all, Su Ming reassured them gently, determination in his voice. Upon witnessing Su Ming's unwavering gaze, Dong, Lu Chang, and Li Haijun experienced an unprecedented sense of security. They released their hold, gazing at him in astonishment. I don't care who you are. Now, kneel and apologize to my brothers, compensate for their medical expenses, and we'll let this matter rest, Su Ming declared coldly, fixing his gaze on Erhuzi was taken aback, staring at Su Ming as if he were a fool, feeling as though his intelligence was being challenged. Did he not see they were here to cause trouble? He erupted into raucous laughter, nearly in tears from amusement. Are you out of your mind? While others labeled them as ruffians, Erhuzi now found Su Ming to be even more of a rogue, demanding an apology and compensation from someone entrenched in the underworld. Was he not the real scoundrel here? At that moment, Wang Qiming strutted into the room, a smug grin plastered across his face as he regarded Su Ming with disdain. The crowd in the private room fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of realization. It was Wang Qiming who had orchestrated this chaos. This was utterly despicable. Out of jealousy, he had summoned thugs to do his bidding. Was he even human? Jiang Yuqing, understanding the situation, trembled with fury and shouted, Wang Qiming, what are you trying to do? What am I doing? Blame him, a poor kid trying to steal my woman. He is asking for death. Thought if I can't have her, neither can he, Wang Qiming snarled, his face twisted with rage, driven mad by jealousy. Upon hearing this, disdain and disgust washed over the crowd. Who did he think he was, claiming her as his own? He was nothing more than a scoundrel. Wang Qiming, do you even realize what you're doing? Su Ming's voice cut through the tension. Stop pretending to be formidable. If I don't wipe you out today, I won't bear the name Wang. Wang Qiming sneered, then turned to Jiang Yuqing, declaring, Yuqing, I'll show you today that Su Ming is nothing but a waste, utterly incapable of protecting you. Don't be shameless. I won't let you go too far, Jiang Yuqing retorted, rushing to stand in front of Su Ming, her petite frame resolute despite her pale complexion, furious at her unwavering support for Su Ming. Wang Qiming's anger boiled over, his eyes filled with venomous hatred as he ground his teeth. Very well, you're as good as dead today. Moved by Jiang Yuqing's protective gesture, Su Ming felt a swell of emotion rise within him. He stepped forward, shielding her behind him, disdainfully rebuking, scoundrel. Everyone fell silent, disbelief etched on their faces as they stared at Su Ming. Was he truly seeking trouble? Did he not see that they were deliberately provoking him? Wang Qiming, momentarily stunned, soon erupted with rage, his face contorting as he screamed, Tiger brother, take care of him. Erhuzi furrowed his brow, stepping forward to throw a punch at Su Ming's face, his fist slicing through the air with ferocity. Having lived a life on the edge, he was confident in his strength, believing he could easily knock Su Ming down. Jiang Yuqing gasped in terror, even standing behind Su Ming, she felt the force of the incoming punch. Su Ming, dodge, she cried out. As Su Ming stood frozen in place, seemingly stunned, the onlookers could not bear to watch and turned their heads away. A cruel smile crept across Wang Qiming's face, as if he anticipated Su Ming's imminent fall. Just as Erhuzi's punch was about to connect with Su Ming's face, he moved, seemingly nonchalant, extending his right hand to grasp Erhuzi's fist firmly. Erhuzi's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief clouding his features as he exerted more force. Yet, despite his efforts, Su Ming's grip remained unyielding. Cold sweat trickled down Erhuzi's forehead, fear flickering in his eyes. A smirk played on Su Ming's lips as he bellowed, kneel before me. As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a powerful kick to Erhuzi's calf, a sickening crack echoing through the silent room. Erhuzi fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from him, sending chills down everyone's spine. His face was a mask of horror, and as searing pain coursed through him, he began to wail in agony. He attempted to rise, but Su Ming's grip held firm, forcing him down with an overwhelming strength that he could not resist. Fear surged within him as he realized he had misjudged this seemingly naive young man, who turned out to be a formidable opponent. The private room fell into a stunned silence, everyone gazing at Su Ming in shock. Was this truly the person they thought they knew? The terror was palpable. Author's note. Please like, follow, and save. I will continue to write diligently, not to disappoint your kindness. Chapter 15 Counterattack. Jiang Yuqing stared in astonishment, unable to fathom the extent of Su Ming's power. Was he truly this formidable? In her eyes, even Su Ming's slender frame began to appear imposing. The group of subordinates led by Erhuzi were equally stunned, their minds reeling. Was this still a human? To so ruthlessly snap another's wrist was sheer brutality. They couldn't help but shudder in unison. Wang Qiming, too, was stricken with fear, his face as pale as a ghost, his heart racing in trepidation. You all get in there. The group of Erhuzi's henchmen exchanged glances, each reflecting the same fear. How could they possibly confront him? Even Erhuzi, renowned for his prowess, had fallen in a single blow. Surely, they were not seeking to invite further suffering upon themselves, especially after witnessing Su Ming's brutal kick that shattered Erhuzi's shin, compelling him to kneel. They were left with an immense psychological shock. These men were no strangers to violence, brawls were part of their daily existence, yet they had never encountered such raw savagery, brutality, and bloodshed. The scene was far more intimidating than their usual skirmishes, instilling a bone-deep dread within them. At that moment, Su Ming's fury intensified, an aura of cold intensity radiating from him, seemingly lowering the temperature of the private room by several degrees. He cast a frigid glance at them, sending a shiver down the spines of Erhuzi's followers, who instinctively averted their gazes, lowering their heads. They felt the palpable pressure of fear, extinguishing any flicker of resistance within them. Not just them, everyone else in the room sensed Su Ming's formidable presence, involuntarily shuddering in response. He approached Erhuzi's subordinates and began to deliver resounding slaps across their faces. The sharp sounds echoed throughout the room, creating an atmosphere so suffocating it felt stifling. What transpired was a surreal spectacle. Not a single subordinate dared to retaliate against Su Ming's relentless blows, standing there like puppets, paralyzed by fear. In that moment, they felt as though death would be a welcome escape. What sort of person had they provoked? Wang Qiming watched this horrifying scene, his heart racing with terror, his complexion ashen, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Just then, Jiang Wensheng burst into the room with a group of security personnel, his voice laced with urgency. "Brother Su, are you alright?" He had rushed over upon receiving a report from Pan Yunli, having learned of Su Ming's formidable background from Lu Yaowen. He understood that such an individual was not to be crossed. To possess 100 billion in cash at a bank was no ordinary feat, even those boasting fortunes in the hundreds of billions might not have such liquidity. Knowing that someone had sought to trouble Su Ming, he hurried over, but the sight before him left him speechless. Ruzi lay on the ground, clutching his wrist and groaning in agony. Jiang Wensheng recognized him as a powerful figure in the local underworld, a notable enforcer, yet here he was, bested by Su Ming. The henchmen Ruzi had brought stood frozen like statues, allowing Su Ming to strike them without a hint of resistance. Their eyes betrayed their terror. The scene was grotesquely eerie and terrifying. Su Ming glanced at Jiang Wensheng, acknowledging him with a nod before resuming his punishment. His intent was not malicious, merely to instill a lesson in them. Ruzi and his crew had undoubtedly crossed a line today, a line that should never be violated. For those devoid of morals, only through pain and fear could they truly learn. Jiang Wensheng met Su Ming's icy gaze, an inexplicable chill creeping into his heart. The coldness in Su Ming's eyes pierced through to the depths of his soul, suffocating him with an unnameable pressure. The atmosphere in the room was so tense that no one dared to breathe. They had never witnessed such an uncanny display. Their eyes glazed over as they fixated on Su Ming. The resounding slaps continued, each echoing like a heavy hammer striking their hearts. Eventually, Su Ming had dealt his punishment to all of them, slowly making his way to Wang Qiming. Wang Qiming's heart raced to his throat, trembling in fear. In those fleeting minutes, he felt as if he were enduring the most excruciating moment of his life, despairing and utterly helpless. Casting a cold glance at Wang Qiming, Su Ming executed a swift kick to his knees, the sound of cracking bones reverberating through the air as Wang Qiming screamed in agony, his legs bending awkwardly. Jiang Wensheng's heart skipped a beat, tightening in response to the horrific sight before him. Ruzi's henchmen shuddered, their faces drained of color, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Su Ming paid Wang Qiming no further heed, instead kneeling before Ruzi, asking, "You wish to ruin me?" A profound sense of danger surged within the trembling Ruzi, who fervently shook his head. "Chen Dong, Lu Chang, Li Hai, return the favor as they struck you," Su Ming commanded sharply. "Ah!" Chen Dong, Lu Chang, and Li Hai seemed to snap out of a trance, staring blankly at Su Ming. "Return the favor as they struck you," he reiterated, then turned to Ruzi's group, solemnly instructing, "Whoever threw a punch, come here and kneel." Ruzi's subordinates stood frozen in fear, no longer resembling the thugs they once were. They appeared as meek lambs awaiting slaughter. 3 of them trembled as they stepped forward, collapsing to their knees in despair. In that moment, their blood seemed to ignite with fury. Chen Dong, Lu Chang, and Li Hai exchanged glances, a glimmer of determination flashing across their faces. Accustomed to bullying others, they realized that had Su Ming not been present, they would have suffered a far worse fate. With that thought, they charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon their former oppressors. As the saying goes, compassion is born from a heart of empathy, urging humanity to embrace kindness, yet, there exists a counterpoint that elucidates the need for fierce measures to manifest a benevolent heart. Punishing evil is a form of promoting good, to let evil persist is to perpetuate wickedness. 10 minutes later, Chen Dong, Lu Chang, and Li Hai sat on the ground, panting heavily. Alongside their exhaustion was an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. These scoundrels had never imagined they would find themselves beneath their feet. Meanwhile, Ruzi and his 3 companions lay on the ground, battered and groaning in pain. Chapter 16 A Bountiful Harvest. Yuqing, I hope I didn't frighten you. Su Ming gently patted Jiang Yuqing's shoulder, his voice laced with concern as he observed her dazed expression. "Oh, no. I'm fine." At that moment, when Yuqing looked at Su Ming, her eyes sparkled with admiration. He exuded such formidable strength, providing an overwhelming sense of security. "Good." Su Ming then glanced toward Jiang Wensheng, addressing him, "Mr. Jiang." Mr. Su, how may I assist you?" Jiang Wensheng, recovering from his shock, responded hastily. The impact of the day's events was so intense that he still felt somewhat disoriented. Although he was a worldly man, he had never encountered a scene quite like this one. A group of individuals who had spent their lives on the edge had been effortlessly subdued by Su Ming, a reality so blood-chillingly stark that it was hard to fathom. Instantly, his attitude towards Su Ming transformed, becoming markedly more respectful, almost unconsciously shifting from calling him Brother Su to Mr. Su. "Please handle this matter," Su Ming said nonchalantly. "Of course." Jiang Wensheng cast a disdainful glance at Ruzi and his companions, gesturing for the security personnel behind him to swiftly remove them from the premises. "Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance today," Jiang Wensheng said nervously. "Ah, it's nothing. This incident isn't your fault. However, you must bolster your security measures. After all, this is a 5-star hotel, and allowing anyone to cause a ruckus could tarnish your establishment's reputation." Su Ming smiled lightly, displaying a casual indifference. Yes, Mr. Su is absolutely right. I will immediately rectify the security department," Jiang Wensheng replied, filled with trepidation. He felt a twinge of irritation. In a 5-star hotel, if the safety of the guests could not be guaranteed, then it was hardly worth operating. "Mr. Su, would you like me to arrange for new dishes for you?" "There's no need for that." Su Ming surveyed the remaining guests, noting that the earlier commotion had dampened their spirits. After exchanging a few words with Jiang Wensheng and offering some words of comfort to his classmates, they began to disperse, yet, as they left, the way they looked at Su Ming had subtly shifted. While their farewells remained polite, there was now an undercurrent of reverence in their demeanor. Seeing this, Su Ming sighed inwardly. He understood that they could never return to their former dynamic. From the moment his classmates learned of his outstanding academic achievements, an invisible chasm had begun to widen between them. Jiang Yuqing lingered, following Su Ming like a smitten admirer. Jiang Wensheng had arranged to host a banquet in a couple of days as an apology, to which Su Ming had consented, promising to be in touch. As he and Yuqing reached the entrance, Jiang Wensheng reminded him to be cautious of Wang Qiming's father, Wang Xuanfu, a figure of considerable standing in the business world with significant ties to the underworld. He added that if Su Ming ever needed assistance, he should not hesitate to ask. Without a hint of doubt, Su Ming replied, "If they dare to come, I will crush them." Jiang Wensheng paused, momentarily struck by the impression that he was in the presence of a formidable force that looked down upon the world. Jiang Yuqing felt as if she were in a dream. Everything that had transpired today was nothing short of astonishing, leaving her increasingly perplexed by Su Ming. Not only did he excel academically, but he also seemed to possess remarkable martial skills. Was this truly the same person she had known? Her curiosity about Su Ming intensified, akin to a seed that, once sown, would take root and flourish. All love begins with curiosity. When a woman becomes intrigued by a man, the onset of love becomes inevitable. To her surprise and delight, Su Ming offered to escort her home, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she softly acquiesced. It felt as though she had countless questions to ask him, yet words failed to escape her lips. Consequently, the two walked in silence, her heart racing. It seemed an invisible barrier existed between them, with neither knowing how to breach it. Perhaps neither was willing to take the first step. When friendship evolves into love, what is often lacking is the opportunity to shatter that barrier. Time flew by, and the flowers and trees along the roadside grew increasingly vibrant. Despite the lack of conversation, Yuqing's heart burned with the intensity of the summer sun. "Thank you for walking me home," she said at her doorstep, unable to conceal her excitement.
No problem. Are you just going home?"
"Yes, I am.
Would you like to come in for a bit?"
Perhaps next time."
"Alright, then you should head back."
"Okay, well, I'm off then."
"Alright."
In that moment, Jiang Yuqing rose on her toes, pressing her fragrant lips against his in a fleeting kiss, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Before Su Ming could fully comprehend the gesture, she dashed into the yard, closed the door behind her, and leaned against it, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her face was flushed, nearly dripping with color. "That blockhead," she muttered, yet her expression radiated happiness and sweetness as she recalled the moment, bursting into laughter. Outside, Su Ming's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. His body was taut, his breath rapid, and he was enveloped in exhilarating excitement. He had no recollection of how he made it home, his thoughts consumed by her. It was only when his mother's voice broke through his reverie that he awoke.
"Are you all right?" Wang Guifan looked at Su Ming with a peculiar expression.
I'm fine," Su Ming replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. "You look as if you've lost your soul," Wang Guifan remarked, still somewhat puzzled.
"Mom, I'm really fine."
"Oh, by the way, my exam results are out." Su Ming hurriedly changed the subject. "I already knew." Wang Guifan's attention was indeed diverted, her face blossoming with joy, since learning that Su Ming had scored 749 points and become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination, she had been in a state of exhilaration. She first called her husband to share the good news, only to discover he was already aware, mentioning that the news had spread throughout the factory, with everyone praising him for having such a remarkable son, even stating that factory leaders would be coming to congratulate them. The couple discussed hosting a celebratory feast, akin to a grand celebration for a top scholar in ancient times, ensuring it would be a lively affair. Unable to contain her elation, she called relatives to share the news, making arrangements for a family dinner on Sunday, having spent the entire morning in a flurry of activity. Seeing her son return only heightened her joy as she exclaimed, "My son is exceptional, the National College Entrance Examination top scorer. This is a moment of great pride for our family.
We must celebrate."
"Mom, it doesn't have to be such a hassle," Su Ming chuckled. "That simply won't do. We must celebrate, just leave it to me," Wang Guifan insisted, her eyes squinting with delight. Returning home in glory is akin to wearing silk garments under the cover of night.
For a family, having a top scorer in the college entrance examination is indeed a matter worthy of pride.
Author's note: writing is not easy, it is for the sake of life. If you enjoy my work, please give it a like, follow, and save. Thank you immensely. Chapter 17. Renowned across the land. Following the conclusion of the annual college entrance examination, the entire society turns its attention to the examination results, with the top scorers from various provinces and cities basking in the spotlight, receiving widespread admiration and acclaim. Su Ming, with an astonishing score of 749, shattered historical records, earning the title of the highest achiever in the annals of the examination, much to the astonishment of the nation. In the ensuing days, Su Ming found himself caught in a whirlwind of activity. Of friends and relatives visited incessantly, and he was besieged by a continual stream of media interviews. Simultaneously, various awards began to flood in. His alma mater presented him with a reward of 300,000 yuan, followed by the Shandong city government offering 500,000 yuan, and the Jianan group also approached him with a generous 300,000 yuan. Additionally, the Shandong Chamber of Commerce bestowed another 100,000 yuan upon him. Altogether, these varied rewards totaled over 1 million yuan. During the award presentation, major media outlets including provincial and municipal television stations, radio stations, and online platforms conducted live broadcasts, each garnering over 10 million viewers, propelling Su Ming to the top of trending topics and making him the focal point of the year, his fame echoing throughout the land. When it came time to choose a university, Hucking University promised an additional scholarship of 500,000 yuan if he selected their institution. To many, what was merely an examination transformed 18-year-old Su Ming's destiny, elevating him to the status of a millionaire, a transformation that sparked envy in many. It is worth noting that this sum is something an ordinary family would take a decade of abstaining from food and drink to accumulate, exemplifying the adage that knowledge changes destiny. Concurrently, Su Ming's diligent study habits were unearthed by netizens, becoming a source of inspiration for younger students. It is said that Su Ming has been regarded as a child prodigy since kindergarten.
Is that so?
I heard he has been a model student since the first grade.
Really, that's impressive.
Absolutely, a friend of mine said that Su Ming's mother and her mother are colleagues. She mentioned that Su Ming was different from a young age, showing little interest in play, solely focused on academics. I also heard that his mother consulted a fortune teller who claimed he was descended from the literary star.
Wow. That's quite an exaggeration.
Don't dismiss it. I heard from a friend that his teacher predicted he would be a top scorer, and indeed, it came to pass. Su Ming stared blankly at the comments from netizens, feeling a flush of embarrassment on his cheeks.
Am I truly that perfect?
He vividly recalled wetting the bed at 5, crying to go home on his first day of school at 6, and at 7 or 8, climbing trees with friends to raid bird nests. A sense of melancholy washed over him. He no longer dared to step outside, his newfound fame too overwhelming. Whenever he ventured out, he was surrounded by eager aunts seeking his academic insights, some even directly asking him to tutor their daughters who were about to enter their third year of high school. To his surprise, Chen Jie also paid him a visit, persistently dragging Su Ming into a live stream.
Su Ming, long time no see.
A stunningly beautiful young woman appeared at his doorstep.
You are Chen Jie?
Su Ming remembered her as the small streamer who had bumped into him on examination day. Seeing her go live only irritated him. He had been inundated with interviews, repeating the same mundane details of his life story so often that he could recite it by heart. Upon noticing Chen Jie was broadcasting, Su Ming instinctively wanted to decline, but Wang Guifen's eyes lit up at the sight of Chen Jie, and she cheerfully ushered her in, saying, "This girl is truly beautiful. You must be here to see Su Ming. Please come in." And witnessing this, Su Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. He found these encounters tiresome, yet his mother seemed to relish them. No matter who came, she warmly welcomed them. During their question and answer exchanges, she would seize every opportunity to recount how she nurtured Su Ming's growth, detailing the countless ways she inspired his academic pursuits. Her animated storytelling often elicited expressions of admiration from the guests, prompting a cascade of laughter from her, as she reveled in the attention. Su Ming soon realized that while his mother had an abundance of stories, she lacked an audience. Wang Guifan eagerly invited Chen Jie to stay for dinner, bombarding her with questions that, despite Chen Jie's composure as a streamer, made her cheeks flush. Ultimately, Wang Guifan successfully made her appearance in the live stream, taking the time to groom herself beforehand. With her inherent charm accentuated by her attire, she appeared even younger and more beautiful. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded. "Hello, Su's mother. Su's mother is truly stunning. It's no wonder her son is so handsome. Su's mother, you're amazing.
Su's mother, I want to be your daughter-in-law.
Su's mother, what is your secret to raising such an outstanding son? Su's mother is here, let's shower her with gifts."
In the live stream, Wang Guifan exuded grace and poise.
Jokingly, after days of media appearances, she navigated the phone screen with ease, captivating viewers with her charm. Many of the stories she shared left Su Ming astounded, wondering how he had been oblivious to such details. It dawned on him that some tales were embellished for the sake of interviews, or perhaps he simply could not recall them due to his young age, much like the elementary school tale of Sima Guang breaking the jar, which narrates how a young boy was saved from drowning by Sima Guang's quick thinking. The story, though simple, was elevated by literary embellishment into a paragon of wisdom and ingenuity, celebrated throughout the ages. This illustrates the art of storytelling, and undoubtedly, Wang Guifan was currently elevating her son's narrative, enriching it with depth and educational significance. In contemplating this, Su Ming shook his head and smiled wryly, pondering who could truly discern the truth. As long as his mother was happy, that was enough. After Chen Jie departed, observing his mother's cheerful demeanor, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle.
"Mom, do you even know what she does?" "I know, she's a streamer."
"So what?"
Wang Guifan replied nonchalantly. "Since you know, are you aware she's leveraging my fame to earn money through streaming?"
Su Ming countered. "Of course, it's not easy for anyone. If I can help a little, why not? Plus, I think that girl is quite pretty," Wang Guifan responded with a surprising level of understanding.
Su Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. "Is beauty truly a passport?"
It seemed to be so in his mother's eyes. "I think that girl has a bit of interest in you," Wang Guifan said mysteriously. Su Ming stared blankly at his mother, bewildered.
"What's with the How can you not see that?"
Wang Guifan looked at her son with a mix of disdain and exasperation. "First, I'm still young, it's not appropriate to discuss such matters. Second, even if we were to discuss it, she is older than me," Su Ming defended himself.
"Older?
What's wrong with that? A woman 3 years older brings wealth and opportunity." You young men, not realizing the value of an older woman, mistakenly idolizing younger girls, Wang Guifan began to lecture, also using it to justify her own age, as she was indeed a few years older than Su Ming's father. Su Ming stared at his mother in astonishment, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, and hesitantly asked, "Is it really a good thing to embrace a few bricks of gold?"
Wang Guifan was momentarily taken aback, finally laughing and scolding, "Get out of here." Author's note.
Please give a 5-star rating, save, and support. We are about to enter a thrilling climax. Chapter 18 is system tasks. During this bustling period, despite being exceedingly busy, there was one matter that brought great joy to Su Ming. The enigmatic super boss system had once again established contact with him. When the soft chime resonated within his mind, Su Ming's heart raced uncontrollably. Congratulations, host, for upholding justice. The system grants an additional reward of 1,000 points. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his head. Upon hearing the system's frigid tone, Su Ming felt as if he had encountered a heavenly melody. It was so delightful that it resembled the sound of money flowing abundantly.
What is my next task? After the initial surprise, Su Ming instinctively inquired within his mind.
He wished to establish a dialogue with the system, for merely accepting tasks felt too passive. Establish a commercial empire. For every project the host invests in, the system will reward 10,001,000 points.
Upon hearing this task, Su Ming could hardly contain his excitement.
It was an extraordinary opportunity. The relentless pursuit of knowledge was ultimately aimed at manifesting one's value, was it not? Constructing a commercial empire was undoubtedly a lifelong dream for many men. Although the dream seemed distant, one must strive diligently. Moreover, with the system's paternal rewards, the dream felt closer than ever. After the initial thrill, Su Ming contemplated another matter and cautiously asked, is it possible to use these 1,000 points to further enhance my martial skills? At that moment, a clear interface appeared in his mind. Details of points consumption for martial skills. Initial stage of dark energy 2,000 points. Intermediate stage of dark energy 5,000 points. Advanced stage of dark energy 10,000 points. Initial stage of transformation 15,000 points. Intermediate stage of transformation 20,000 points. Advanced stage of transformation 25,000 points. Su Ming was left dumbfounded. The further he looked, the more astonished he became.
After the intermediate stage of dark energy, it essentially required an increment of 5,000 points. Wasn't that akin to robbery?
He muttered inwardly.
Is there room for advancement in the advanced stage of transformation? Su Ming's curiosity was piqued. He was eager to understand the pinnacle of martial prowess.
There is. The cold, mechanical voice replied.
What is it? Knowing it is of no use to you. Why not?
Because no one has ever survived to reach that level. Su Ming felt utterly slapped in the face. Sometimes, an intense thirst for knowledge was not necessarily a virtue, as such inquiries could be painfully revealing. Nonetheless, this revelation still brought him joy. After a moment's thought, he dialed Jiang Wenqing's number. The call was quickly connected, and Jiang Wenqing's surprised voice resonated from the other end. Mr. Su, greetings. I've been meaning to reach out to you these past few days, but I hesitated to disturb you due to your busy schedule. I've been following the news lately, and I must say, we are in complete awe of your accomplishments. My daughter is still a fan of yours. Recently, Su Ming had become immensely popular. Whether on television or online, he was the trending sensation, and information about him was everywhere. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Wenqing could hardly believe it. It took several notifications for him to connect the dots between the fervently celebrated National College Entrance Examination champion and Su Ming. Were it not for the fact that his daughter was still young, he might have even considered a marriage alliance with Su Ming. Such a rare talent, young and affluent, with formidable abilities. Where could one find someone so exceptional? Thus, upon receiving Su Ming's call, he felt a surge of excitement. It indicated that their relationship had grown closer.
Mr. Jiang, I would like to discuss a matter regarding collaboration. Are you interested? Su Ming decisively interrupted Jiang Wenqing's lengthy exposition. Absolutely. How about we have lunch together at noon and discuss it over a meal? Jiang Wenqing's enthusiasm was palpable over the phone.
That works.
Then I'll come pick you up.
All right. Su Ming sent his location. Following that, he informed his mother that he would be out for lunch. 10 minutes later, Jiang Wenqing arrived in a Maybach S680, parked downstairs at Su Ming's residence. Su Ming lived in an older complex provided by his workplace, and the sight of the Maybach S680 instantly drew the attention of the residents. It was a luxury car worth around 3 million, and they speculated about which affluent friend it belonged to. As the residents watched with envy, Jiang Wenqing opened the passenger door and welcomed Su Ming into the vehicle.
It seems education is indeed paramount. Just look at the success of Gu Eifan's son.
Indeed, knowledge is the highest virtue. As the Maybach S680 departed the complex amidst the admiration of the onlookers, it headed straight for the Royal Hotel. Upon disembarking, Jiang Wenqing led Su Ming directly to the top floor of the Royal Hotel. This was Jiang Wenqing's private domain, not open to the public, reserved solely for exceptionally important guests. Gazing at the young man before him, who had repeatedly astonished him, Jiang Wenqing felt a profound sense of intrigue. Particularly, he recalled a moment when he curiously inquired of his personal bodyguard, Lu Jun, did heir who bring over 20 subordinates, all of whom were defeated by Su Ming alone?
Upon hearing this, Lu Jun swallowed hard, responding gravely, yes, it was all Su Ming. Jiang Wenqing's heart raced in disbelief, muttering, one person took down more than 20? Is that even possible? Are you certain it was Su Ming alone who overcame them?
Jiang Wenqing asked, momentarily stunned. It is confirmed, it was indeed him alone. I later learned that he first kicked heir whose leg, intimidating everyone present. In a single move, he dispatched a seasoned fighter, shattering the psychological barrier of the others, leaving them too frightened to resist. Lu Jun stated, his expression somber. Jiang Wenqing's face reflected sheer astonishment. Lu Jun, a retired Special Forces soldier, possessed undeniable expertise in this area. Given Su Ming's age of merely 17 or 18, it was inconceivable that he could instill such fear without absolute power. It was important to note that Hu and his gang lived dangerously, having encountered countless perilous situations. If even they dared not retaliate, it signified that Su Ming's strength far surpassed their own, rendering any resistance futile. Jiang Wenqing's mind was a tempest of emotions. He could no longer underestimate Su Ming. In fact, a strong desire to forge a connection with him began to blossom within him. Aligning himself with Su Ming could potentially lead him to the pinnacle of success. He regarded Su Ming with respect, feeling an overwhelming sense of awe. At 17 or 18, Su Ming had already become a figure deserving of admiration. In his presence, Jiang Wenqing felt a certain pressure, as though his own aura had been subdued. An unfamiliar sensation, yet undeniably real. Suddenly, he seemed to realize that what had intimidated Hu and his gang was not solely Su Ming's physical prowess, but rather an inherent commanding presence. Such a formidable aura could only stem from immense strength. For instance, it was akin to a sheep standing before the king of beasts, the tiger. An innate suppression derived from bloodlines. Chapter 19. The little lowly Su Ming, naturally, was unaware that he emanated an aura of formidable pressure, naturally suppressing ordinary individuals and even average martial artists. Despite having mastered such power, his command over it was still nascent, leaving him unable to wield it with finesse. When Jiang Wenqing entered the room, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Seated gracefully on the sofa before the floor-to-ceiling windows was a young girl, perhaps around 14 or 15 years of age. Her lustrous black hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, her fair skin as smooth as mutton fat, and her pair of inky black eyes sparkled with vibrant curiosity. Beneath her high-bridged nose, her delicate pink lips curved slightly upward, embodying the essence of a sweet little girl. Su Ming regarded Jiang Wenqing with confusion. Jiang Wenqing chuckled awkwardly. "This is my daughter, Jiang Luolin. She is your fan. When I received your call, she insisted on coming along. Alas, I've spoiled her, please excuse us." In truth, Jiang Wenqing had a somewhat unspoken intention in bringing his daughter along. He cheerfully called out to Jiang Luolin, "Linlin, your brother Su Ming has arrived." Jiang Luolin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounced over, her curious gaze appraising Su Ming.
"You're Su Ming, the National College Entrance Examination top scorer?"
Recently, Su Ming had become a sensational figure, capturing the attention of countless admirers, particularly among the youth. Unbeknownst to him, his sunlit smile and composed demeanor had already etched themselves in Jiang Luolin's heart. Now, seeing him in person, she found him even more handsome than in the videos, causing her heart to flutter. Yes, Su Ming replied, feeling somewhat awkward under her gaze, especially since she was a girl even if she was only 14 or 15. He helplessly rubbed his nose. It really is you. I thought my dad was pulling my leg," Jiang Luolin exclaimed, her face alight with joy, her youthful demeanor radiating as she eagerly grasped Su Ming's hand and led him to the dining table, peppering him with questions.
Observing the rapport between his daughter and Su Ming, Jiang Wenqing's eyes twinkled with delight. "You must have applied to Huqing University, right?"
Jiang Luolin asked with keen interest.
"How do you know?" Su Ming chuckled, amused. "You're practically a celebrity now.
I inadvertently stumbled upon your video online. It's gone viral, with everyone calling you a god of exams for scoring 749 in the college entrance examination. That's incredible. How did you do it? Please teach me." Jiang Luolin's eyes sparkled with sincerity as she scrutinized Su Ming. Su Ming hesitated, unsure how to respond, saying he simply paid attention in class and diligently completed his homework felt too trite. He certainly couldn't divulge the secret of his system, that was his private matter. Noticing his hesitation, Jiang Luolin pouted and glared at him, indignantly stating, "If you want to say, then forget it." "It's not that," Su Ming scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed.
"Then what is it?" "Well, there is no real secret. Just pay attention in class and practice more afterward."
This seemed to be the most standard response, albeit slightly dismissive. Still, it was better than saying nothing at all. Jiang Luolin rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. Seeing her reaction, Su Ming felt a wave of frustration. It was often said that beautiful women were the most difficult to deal with, and it appeared that this held true regardless of age. "From now on, we'll be studying in the same city, so you, brother Su Ming, must take good care of me," Jiang Luolin declared, her previous annoyance evaporating as she broke into a cheerful grin.
"Okay, Su Ming was taken aback.
What did this mean? He felt as though their conversation was out of sync, the leaps in thought too significant. A sense of conspiracy loomed in the air, prompting him to glance at Jiang Wenqing. As if sensing his thoughts, Jiang Wenqing's face flushed, and he explained, "You see, my daughter has been accepted into the affiliated high school of Huqing University in the capital, Hehe."
"Isn't that surprising? You'll have a companion in your studies from now on, aren't you happy?"
Jiang Luolin teased playfully. "I didn't say anything. Why would I be happy?" Su Ming felt somewhat out of his depth. Was this what they called a generation gap? He sighed,
Pausing for a moment, he added, "But isn't she a bit too young to go to the capital alone?"
After all, it was concerning for such a young girl to venture off on her own.
"Too young?"
"I am almost 15, Jiang Luolin protested, pouting in discontent. Actually, both her mother and I are not entirely in agreement, but we couldn't dissuade her. However, considering that attending the affiliated high school of Huqing University essentially paves a shortcut to enrolling in the university itself, we eventually acquiesced," Jiang Wenqing explained, looking somewhat troubled yet hopeful as he glanced at Su Ming. Feeling the weight of Jiang Wenqing's earnest gaze upon him, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine.
How about this, I'll make an effort to check in on her whenever I can, Su Ming readily agreed, finding himself fond of this adorable girl, who reminded him of a charming little sister. Really? Thank you so much. Jiang Wensheng exclaimed, his surprise evident. He hadn't anticipated Su Ming's quick agreement. Relieving a burden from his heart, the couple cherished their only daughter like a precious gem, having always kept her close and never allowing her to stray far. Unexpectedly, Jiang Luolin had been accepted into a prestigious institution, filling them with both joy and concern. They were thrilled at the prospect of such quality education but worried since Jiang Luolin had never ventured far from home. Upon receiving Su Ming's call earlier, Jiang Wensheng had secretly hoped to ask for his assistance in looking after their daughter, unsure of how to broach the subject. To his astonishment, this dilemma was resolved amidst Jiang Luolin's innocent chatter, instantly lifting his spirits. Su Ming's academic prowess was unquestionable, and he could also provide guidance to Jiang Luolin when needed. His remarkable skills were evident, having decisively defeated the formidable Erhuzi, instilling awe in everyone present. Brother Su Ming, you must keep your word. We can't go back on this, let us make a pinky promise, Jiang Luolin declared innocently, extending her little pinky. Seeing her gesture, Su Ming felt a rush of nostalgia and joy, extending his pinky to intertwine with hers. Pinky promise, 100 years without changes, Jiang Luolin chimed, shaking her little head in delight. Alright, from now on, I'll treat you like my sister. You must listen to your brother, Su Ming said, unable to summon any refusal in the face of such a charming girl, embracing her as if she were indeed his sister. Perhaps every man harbors a little sister complex, aspiring to have a younger sister or a daughter to cherish. Chapter 20 Acquisition of the Royal Grand Hotel. Upon hearing Su Ming's agreement, Jiang Luolin nodded obediently, an indescribable joy lighting up her face. Alright. This child, Jiang Wensheng feigned reproach, yet his expression bloomed with happiness. Lin, why don't you go remind Aunt Yunli to start serving the dishes? Sensing that the conversation had reached a comfortable point, Jiang Wensheng understood that Su Ming had something to discuss, so he tactfully sent his daughter away. Why do I have to run errands again? Jiang Luolin retorted, pouting. Should I ask your brother Su Ming to do it instead? Jiang Wensheng replied with righteous authority, maintaining a composed demeanor in front of his daughter. Oh. Jiang Luolin stuck her tongue out at her father before darting off. Mr. Su, what are your thoughts regarding our collaboration? Jiang Wensheng inquired with curiosity, aware that Su Ming, though affluent, was still a student with little experience in business, and he was eager to hear his perspective. This hotel is quite impressive. Are you considering selling it? Su Ming asked. Are you interested in purchasing this hotel? Jiang Wensheng responded, somewhat taken aback. The establishment had cost nearly $1 billion to develop and generated an annual net profit of around 10 million, making it a lucrative endeavor. He had no doubts about Su Ming's capabilities but was hesitant, as this hotel represented his foundation and was not something he had intended to sell. Not solely this hotel, I also wish to venture into other industries. However, I lack the time and would like to enlist your expertise. I am proposing a provisional annual salary of 10 million. Su Ming had done his research on the hotel's investment and its annual income, estimating that it could be acquired for between 1 to 1.5 billion. The urgency of the system's task compelled him to expedite his commercial aspirations, and he was keen on finding a partner to oversee operations, as his primary focus had to remain on his studies. Jiang Wensheng had made a favorable impression on him, particularly during their last class reunion when he had stood up for Su Ming, earning his admiration. Does Mr.Su have a concrete plan? Jiang Wensheng still expressed some skepticism, as he perceived that Su Ming lacked experience in the business realm. The Royal Grand Hotel was the culmination of his life's work, akin to a child to him. Handing over such a precious asset to an outsider caused him considerable unease. Although selling the Royal Grand Hotel could yield over $1 billion, it was not merely a matter of finances. For Jiang Wensheng, the hotel represented his personal journey of struggle and achievement. As for Su Ming, Jiang Wensheng had gathered some background information. He came from a typical working-class family, leaving him puzzled as to how he had suddenly amassed such wealth. Although the origins of this money were legitimate, it still felt enigmatic and opaque. Jiang Wensheng found himself bewildered by Su Ming's proposition. With no experience or energy to manage such a venture, was this merely a fleeting whim? Even with wealth, such endeavors were not undertaken lightly. In recent years, many individuals had suddenly become wealthy through relocations, only to squander their fortunes within a few short years, and he was cautious about Su Ming's proposal. If it were feasible, he would consider it. If it were merely a capricious impulse, it was not worth pursuing. Well, I have given it some thought. I am prepared to allocate 2 billion initially, primarily to develop high-end residential complexes and commercial complexes. Currently, residential properties remain a necessity, but we aim to create premium housing. The trend of upgrading consumer experiences also points towards commercial complexes as a viable investment direction. Su Ming stated earnestly, having reflected on the system's task and recognizing the potential in these two sectors. Regarding investment, he felt assured, as per the system's requirements, each project investment would yield a reward of 1 billion and 1,000 points. Just how many projects could he fund with that billion? Moreover, as the number of investment projects increased, so too would the system's rewards, creating a process of wealth multiplication. Simultaneously, the points could be exchanged for skills, enhancing his capabilities, a prospect that excited Su Ming immensely. 2 billion, Jiang Wensheng was taken aback, his heart racing and breath quickening. Indeed, this is merely the first phase of investment. As the project progresses, subsequent phases will be readily available. Money is not an issue. I will not interfere with the projects. You will have full authority. I only have one requirement: to build a genuinely impactful commercial empire that can truly benefit society. Ah. Jiang Wensheng felt his thoughts struggle to keep pace. A commercial empire was not measured in hundreds of millions or billions, but rather in trillions. The scale of hundreds of millions or billions could only classify as a corporate group, limited to industries that serve the populace. A commercial empire, however, would span all critical sectors, particularly in high-tech fields essential for future development. Jiang Wensheng could hardly maintain his composure. The distinction between being the owner of a five-star hotel and leading a trillion-level commercial empire was stark. Even without contemplating such vast enterprises, managing a group worth hundreds of millions or billions was beyond his current capabilities. After a laborious effort to regain his composure, he trembled as he spoke. Mr. Su possesses grand ambitions. I shall dedicate myself entirely, regardless of the cost. At that moment, Zhang Wolin and Pang Yunli entered the private room, followed by a line of tall waitstaff carrying exquisite dishes. The table was adorned with the finest ingredients, including lobster, abalone, bird's nest, shark fin, French foie gras, and Japanese Kobe beef. Among others, each dish appeared meticulously crafted, appealing to the senses and igniting appetites. Upon entering, Pang Yunli immediately spotted Su Ming, and a wave of emotion surged within her. She had a vivid impression of this student. During the last gathering, the cost of the meal had approached 200,000, and although Mr. Jiang had ultimately covered the bill, the sheer magnitude of that gesture hinted at an extraordinary background, one that Mr. Jiang would not have easily extended otherwise. Having worked here for several years, she had encountered a myriad of clients, from wealthy heirs to affluent magnates and political elites. Yet, she had never seen Mr. Jiang exhibit such deference to anyone. To her, it appeared to transcend mere respect and veered into the realm of trepidation. At this moment, Zhang Wolin sweetly called out, "Brother Su Ming," and playfully sat beside him. Jiang Wensheng's spirit soared. With his daughter's educational matters resolved, he was poised for a significant leap in his own life. He occasionally erupted into hearty laughter, resembling a cunning fox who had just feasted on a bountiful meal. Zhang Wolin was momentarily taken aback by her father's exuberance, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Dad, you are a billionaire businessman, can't you maintain a bit of composure in front of others?" After the meal, Jiang Wensheng instructed Lu Jun to escort Zhang Wolin home before summoning the financial director Li Wenjun and the lobby manager Pang Yunli. "I have an announcement to make. MR.SU and I have reached a consensus. The Royal Grand Hotel will be transferred to MR.SU for $1.5 billion effective immediately. MR.SU will be the largest shareholder of the Royal Grand Hotel, holding 100% ownership. As per Mr. Su's wishes, I will resign from my position as the general manager of the Royal Grand Hotel and appoint Peng Yunli as the new general manager," Jiang Wensheng declared, looking at the two. Upon hearing this, Li Wenjun and Pang Yunli stood frozen in shock, staring blankly at Su Ming. Chapter 21 Breakthrough. What? Surely I must have misheard. The Royal Grand Hotel has been acquired by Su Ming. Jiang Wensheng paid no heed to their astonished expressions. Indeed, his own heart was equally shaken. According to the discussions held earlier with Su Ming, Jiang Wensheng withdrew from the Royal Hotel, assuming full responsibility for real estate development matters. For the selection of the general manager of the Royal Grand Hotel, Jiang Wensheng recommended Pang Yunli to take charge. Su Ming raised no objections, believing that professionals should handle professional matters. Should it prove ineffective, they could always consider replacements. Subsequently, Jiang Wensheng entrusted a cooperating law firm to prepare the transfer agreement, and after both parties signed, Su Ming directly wired $1.5 billion to the account designated by Jiang Wensheng. Regarding the transfer price, Su Ming did not engage in extensive discussion, adhering entirely to market rates, which could also be considered a personal favor to Jiang Wensheng, as they would undoubtedly need to rely on him in the future. One cannot expect a horse to run while denying it fodder. Such an approach is bound to fail. This phenomenon explains the current high turnover rates among employees in many companies. Numerous business owners and HR personnel lament that today's youth are unreliable, lacking in diligence and perseverance, and readily resigning at the slightest provocation. Yet, they have never paused to reflect on their own practices or to consider things from the employee's perspective. The so-called garbage companies that many netizens ridicule exemplify this. They convene meetings the moment work hours conclude, incessantly emphasizing the need for employee dedication and gratitude, while painting grandiose visions whenever remuneration is discussed, all the while struggling to recruit and retain talent, delaying contributions to employee insurance. How can such companies hope to retain personnel, let alone cultivate talent? Such establishments are doomed to stagnation, for they lack core competitiveness. What constitutes core competitiveness? It is, fundamentally, the talent that resides within. Although Su Ming is a student, he possesses a profound understanding of this principle. Trust those you employ, and do not employ those you doubt. Provide compensation when warranted, respect when due, and platforms for growth when needed. As long as one is talented, that suffices. Jiang Wensheng is deeply impressed by Su Ming's audacity, not only in appointing him but also in refusing to negotiate the acquisition price. He had initially hoped for a sum of $1.2 billion but was astonished when Su Ming offered a full $1.5 billion. Such magnanimity is something Jiang Wensheng, despite his years of experience in the business world, could scarcely achieve. He silently vowed to exert every effort to repay the favor of this young boss. Concurrently, in accordance with Su Ming's request, he established the Marriott Investment Group LLC with a capital infusion of $100 billion. Su Ming holds full ownership, while Jiang Wensheng assumes the role of president, and the Royal Grand Hotel is renamed the Marriott Grand Hotel. Su Ming further stipulated that, as the behind-the-scenes owner, his identity should remain undisclosed. All matters of the group would be handled solely by Jiang Wensheng. At that moment, Pang Yunli and Li Wenjun emerged from their state of shock. The news had arrived so abruptly that they were wholly unprepared. They exchanged glances, with Li Wenjun displaying a nonchalant demeanor. As a seasoned financial expert, he knew his responsibilities. In contrast, Pang Yunli gazed at Su Ming in disbelief, her mind spinning. Previously, she had served as the lobby manager, a role vastly different from that of a general manager. The disparity in remuneration was stark. A lobby manager typically earned around 2 to 300,000 annually, whereas a general manager's salary exceeded $1 million. This was akin to a meteoric rise. Her heart trembled with excitement as she gazed at the young boss, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. She silently vowed to repay his kindness, and recognizing her potential, thoughts raced through her mind, and she found herself willing to undertake any task he might assign her. Yet, a sudden panic overtook her. What was she thinking? He is still a student. At this realization, a blush crept across her fair face. At that moment, a chime echoed in Su Ming's mind, signaling the system. Congratulations, host Su Ming, on completing an investment. The system rewards you with 10,001,000 points. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, then succumbed to a surge of excitement, his breathing becoming somewhat hurried. With 2,000 points now at his disposal, he could use them to elevate himself to the early stages of the hidden strength realm. Transitioning from the bright strength to the hidden strength represented a significant breakthrough. The prowess of the bright strength was already formidable, and he eagerly anticipated the astonishment that the hidden strength would bestow upon him. Perhaps it was the dazed expression on Su Ming's face that misled Pang Yunli. Standing directly before him, she noticed his unwavering gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. What was this look? Was there no regard at all? Could it be that he was interested in her? But he is still a student. What should she do? A torrent of thoughts surged through Pang Yunli's mind, her cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes reflecting a bewildering mix of emotions as she regarded Su Ming. Oh, what a nuisance. Men truly are all the same, whether they are 8 years old or 80. At that moment, Su Ming reined in his thoughts, observing the flush on Pang Yunli's face, and curiously inquired, "What's wrong? Your face is so red, you're not coming down with a fever, are you?" Caught off guard by Su Ming's question, Pang Yunli awkwardly replied, "I'm fine, really." With that, she cast him a lingering, resentful glance. The look sent a shiver down Su Ming's spine as he wondered if she truly was unwell. However, given the smooth progression of events today, he felt elated and dismissed any further concern. He regarded his subordinates with satisfaction and said, "Mr. Jiang, I am still a student and do not have the time or energy to handle the transition. You and Ms. Pang, along with Mr. Li, are responsible for managing the hotel transfer." "Understood, boss. Additionally, their salaries will be doubled. For now, that will suffice. The future is in your hands, Mr. Jiang. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, Su Ming rose and departed with purpose. Jiang Wensheng, Pang Yunli, and Li Wenjun stood rooted in place, dumbfounded, until they finally regained their composure and excitedly rushed after him. Only after Su Ming had boarded a taxi and driven away did they return to the hotel. It felt as though they had been living a dream, particularly for Jiang Wensheng and Pang Yunli. In that moment, their lives underwent a qualitative transformation. "Let us work hard, we must not embarrass our boss," Jiang Wensheng urged. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, we will give our utmost effort," Pang Yunli and Li Wenjun replied in unison. Su Ming took a taxi directly to Nanshan Park, located to the west of the city. Nanshan Park was in the same direction as Su Ming's home and not far away. It is the only park within the urban area of Shandong City that features a mountain, covering an area of 150 hectares. The park is built along the mountainside, with its highest peak being Monkey Mountain, rising nearly 200 meters above sea level. Though not particularly high, the mountainous terrain is varied, with gentle slopes and steep cliffs. Since advancing to the late stages of the bright strength realm, Su Ming often came to the secluded northern slope of Monkey Mountain to practice, a location rarely frequented by others, ensuring he would not be disturbed. The winding mountain path is narrow, flanked by lush grass, with nameless wildflowers occasionally adorning the scenery, creating a stunning vista. Upon reaching the northern slope, Su Ming sat cross-legged, attempting to establish a connection with the system. The Super Boss system promptly responded. "Host Su Ming, do you confirm your choice to advance to the early stages of the hidden strength realm, which will consume 2,000 points? If you refuse, you may select again." "Confirm." "Congratulations, Su Ming, on successfully selecting the martial path. 2,000 points have been consumed, and your martial prowess has advanced to the early stages of the hidden strength realm." The so-called hidden strength is the transition from the cultivation of qi to the manifestation of spirit. The hidden strength embodies the subtlety of force, enabling one to traverse the meridians like a dragon soaring to the heavens, striking down like thunder upon the earth. The energy flows in accordance with the mind's intent, condensing into a tangible force, capable of inflicting harm invisibly. Su Ming felt a jolt throughout his entire body as a torrent of violent spiritual energy surged within him, pulsating and crashing about, as if he were on the verge of bursting apart. Chapter 22 A Master of Hidden Strength. Su Ming never anticipated that this force would be so ferocious, akin to a wild stallion, unruly and nearly impossible to tame. Startled, he quickly settled his mind, focusing his thoughts and guiding the vital energy to traverse through his meridians. Wherever the energy flowed, it felt as if it were being scorched, causing his entire being to shudder. As waves of vital energy surged forth, torrents of impure air were expelled from his body, resembling dark smoke. Su Ming continued to direct the energy towards the extraordinary meridians, yet it seemed to encounter obstacles. Finding no passage of the energy repeatedly surged, a maelstrom of heat rushing forth, akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. He felt as if his entire body were being seared, forged anew, threatening to come apart at the seams, his cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat cascaded down like pearls. As his consciousness began to blur, he realized that his endurance had reached its limit. The pain became unbearable, and he howled skyward, his voice reverberating through the valley. Suddenly, all the vital energy coalesced in his dantian, gathering into a formidable wave that once again surged towards the extraordinary meridians. With a thunderous boom, it seemed to shatter the hard barriers, breaking through all constraints. Even the Ren and Du meridians were unblocked, allowing the energy to race through his pathways without hindrance, ultimately converging back into his dantian. Ming felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, as if he had been reborn. Even his five senses underwent a qualitative transformation. He perceived everything around him with astonishing clarity, down to the roots of the leaves and the soft chirping of insects. Slowly expelling a breath of turbid air, he struck out with a punch, silent and unseen. Contrary to his expectations, there was no explosive sound. What was happening? Just as he was taken aback, a tree, roughly the width of a bowl, standing 5 to 6 meters ahead, erupted with a muffled thud, splitting cleanly in two. While the visible force had noise, the hidden strength was utterly soundless. It appeared calm on the surface, yet its lethality was even more astounding. Elation surged within him. With this punch, he had officially entered the realm of hidden strength. He gradually rose to his feet, drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. At that moment, a group approached, specifically, for young men in their 20s escorting an elderly gentleman. One of the younger men stepped forward to inspect the broken tree, a grave expression settling on his face. As he lifted his gaze, it pierced through the air like an arrow. Sensing a chilling aura emanating from the newcomer, Su Ming paused, recognizing a similar energy resonating within him. Could he be a martial artist? Su Ming's youthful spirit, brimming with competitive fervor, refused to show weakness, and he locked eyes with the man, a more powerful aura suddenly erupting from him. The other three men's expressions shifted, exchanging glances filled with shock. Nodding slightly, two of them advanced rapidly to flank the first, taking a stance of imminent confrontation, while another remained protectively by the elderly man's side, vigilant. The elder, however, maintained an air of calm, observing Su Ming with a slight smile. "Did you break this tree?" one of the young men inquired. "Indeed, it happened accidentally," Su Ming replied nonchalantly, pondering whether the park authorities would seek compensation for the damage. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The young man's expression remained impassive, yet his gaze bore an evaluative intensity. "And who are you? This is a park, why should I not be here?" Su Ming felt a twinge of annoyance at the accusatory tone, questioning if this was his private domain. In an instant, a wave of murderous intent radiated from the young man, imposing a palpable pressure. Yet, Su Ming remained unfazed, standing there as if he were an indomitable mountain, impervious to their intimidation. Though neither had yet made a move, the tension between them was suffocating. The four young men's faces paled, disbelief etched in their expressions as they regarded Su Ming. They were genuine martial artists, members of the most enigmatic faction in Huagui, the Secret Brigade, a covert military unit. Typically, individuals would not dare to make eye contact with them, let alone withstand the pressure emanating from their presence. Yet this youth, appearing no older than 17 or 18, a student by all appearances, stood resolute against such overwhelming pressure, exuding an aura even more formidable and terrifying than their own, leaving them breathless. The elder remained entirely unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere, instead regarding Su Ming with keen interest. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Su Ming declared, stepping forward. "Wait," the young man reached out to block him. Suddenly, Su Ming's fierce aura erupted, and everyone felt a powerful gust of wind sweep through. The three men before him struggled to maintain their footing, stumbling back several steps before regaining their balance. Their faces were etched with shock, their breaths seemingly suspended. A master of hidden strength, how could this be? They were merely in the realm of visible strength, completely outmatched, yet duty compelled them, and as they gritted their teeth, a flicker of resolve crossed their eyes. They intended to intercept Su Ming. "Stand down, retreat," the elder commanded. Understood, the four young men bowed slightly, stepping aside but keeping their gazes firmly fixed on Su Ming. They were escorting this elder, a distinguished veteran of the military, Qin Xianbang. Though he had retired in recent years, his influence within the military was profound. His every word and action resonated deeply within the ranks. Qin Xianbang, much like Su Jiangwo, emerged from the wartime era, eschewing ostentation in favor of simplicity. On this visit home, he wished to do so without causing a stir. After decades away, the changes in his hometown filled him with a sense of nostalgia. He yearned to return home, only to find his childhood residence encased in protective measures. Anger surged within him. What is the meaning of this? It is merely an old house. Does it warrant such grandiose protection? However, he understood that this was a gesture from the authorities to honor an old veteran, intending to inspire future generations. Undeniably, the old revolutionary's residence held significant commemorative value. Reluctantly, he muttered a few curses under his breath and made his way to Monkey Mountain. He recalled every blade of grass and tree upon the mountain. It was not only a place where he and his childhood friends tended cattle but also a spot where he foraged for wild fruits to stave off hunger. Thus, he held a deep affection for this mountain, and upon his return, he felt invigorated. Yet, the four guards suddenly sensed a powerful martial aura surging forth, shocking them to their core. Martial artists typically lived in seclusion, rarely traversing the mundane world, let alone unleashing their energy so freely. Their duty was to protect this distinguished general, and any lapse could prove disastrous, hence their immediate approach to investigate the situation. The hidden strength emanating from Su Ming only intensified their sense of urgency. Author's note: the thrilling moments you seek will soon become more frequent. Please continue to support, like, and follow. Chapter 23. Qin Xianbang observed the clarity of Su Ming's gaze and surmised that he was not an envoy of hostile forces, thus easing his vigilance. However, the realization that this youth had already attained the realm of dark energy at such a tender age left him somewhat astonished. The individual before him appeared to be merely 17 or 18, a student at best. It was implausible that he could have reached the level of dark energy through mere practice since birth. A thrill of excitement surged within him. If this young man could be nurtured properly, he might very well become a formidable asset for the nation. On the surface, the Hua nation exuded tranquility and prosperity, yet beneath this veneer lay turbulent currents. Countries such as the United States and Japan harbored ambitions of subjugation, covertly infiltrating and colluding with domestic capital forces to drain the economy, even resorting to relentless measures to encircle and besiege Hua. Meanwhile, the dovish factions within the country consistently opted for restraint, adhering to a principle of non-conflict in exchange for peace, which resulted in a significant decline in Hua's influence on the international stage, only to face repeated provocations. A group of hawkish figures, led by Su Jiangwo, rose with a clarion call to action, forcefully intervening to deter the nefarious elements, thereby revitalizing the spirits of the populace. A policy of unyielding submission could not elicit respect. It was Su Jiangwo and his contemporaries who, 3 decades prior, had launched a defensive campaign that decisively vanquished the invading forces of multiple nations, leaving the world in awe. It was under the aegis of such a stalwart as Su Jiangwo that rival factions harbored a modicum of trepidation, refraining from rash actions. The triumph of that singular battle had ushered in decades of peace. Yet, time had taken its toll on these hawks. Rumors circulated that Su Jiangwo was gravely ill, igniting the ambitions of both domestic and foreign adversaries. The nation yearned for fresh blood and, more critically, for a sharp blade to defend its interests. Qin Xianbang recognized the absurdity of harboring such thoughts about a youth who resembled a student, yet he could not dismiss the possibility that he trusted his instincts. This student was a rough diamond, waiting to be polished into a radiant gem. "Young friend, do come and sit," Qin Xianbang said with a friendly smile, patting the stone beside him in an inviting manner. Su Ming, noticing the elder's amiable demeanor and meticulously groomed hair, devoid of any disarray, felt an immediate sense of kinship. With a hearty laugh, he replied, "Of course, old sir." He approached and sat down beside the elder with unpretentious ease. The 4 guards stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend this newfound amiability in Qin Xianbang, who had always exuded an aura of authority and decisiveness that instilled a sense of reverence, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. "Young friend, are you a local?" Qin Xianbang inquired. "Indeed, old sir, you are also from this area, I presume?" Su Ming perceived Qin Xianbang as a retired elder enjoying a serene life. "Yes, it has been over 60 years since I left my hometown. Back in those days, I was your age when I enlisted," Qin Xianbang reminisced, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he reflected on the ever-changing tides of time. Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt a surge of respect and admiration. "Old sir, you served in the military? Please, share your stories." He held a deep admiration for soldiers and had always enjoyed tales of the revolutionary era from his elders. Occasionally, he had fantasized about the valor of the battlefield, defending his homeland. However, in these peaceful times, the life of a mere soldier seemed rather mundane. Thus, the revelation of the elder's military past piqued his interest. The 4 guards exchanged glances, their expressions betraying disbelief. They knew that in the presence of this elder, even a mere stomp could send tremors through the military hierarchy. "Ha ha," the elder laughed heartily, his voice resonating with vigor. "There is little to recount about being a soldier. It was merely a matter of stepping forward when the nation was in peril. In those days, countless young men devoted themselves to the noble cause of defending our country." As he spoke of the past, a palpable intensity enveloped the elder, his expression turning grave. To repel foreign invasions, many gallantly advanced, sacrificing their lives without hesitation. "Alas, every inch of this land is stained with the blood of our forebears." A shadow of sorrow crossed his face as he continued, "Many of my old comrades remain forever enshrined in that era, never to return." Listening to the elder's poignant recounting, Su Ming found himself enraptured, his heart aflame with fervor. Every inch of this territory, rich and bountiful today, had been nurtured by the blood and sacrifice of heroes. Within every man resides a dream of heroism, to fight valiantly on the battlefield, safeguarding the homeland. Even if it meant dying wrapped in a horse's hide, what of it? Noticing the elder's somber demeanor, Su Ming respectfully declared, "Old sir, I salute you and your comrades. Without your sacrifices, we would not enjoy today's prosperity." The elder paused, taken aback by Su Ming's words, then smiled warmly. "Ah, I did not expect such awareness from you. Of course, one must not forget their roots. To forget the past is to betray the future," Su Ming replied earnestly. "Indeed, well said," the elder responded, his face lighting up with pleasure. "Young friend, what is your name? We have conversed for quite a while, yet I still do not know your surname." "Old sir, I am called Su Ming. You may refer to me as Little Su." Su Ming, the elder repeated the name thoughtfully, as if it rang a bell, yet he could not pinpoint where he had heard it before. He glanced toward the guards standing nearby. "Qi Lao, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination is Su Ming," one of the guards interjected. "Oh?" The elder was taken aback, turning his gaze toward Su Ming, his eyes suddenly ablaze with intensity. "You are not that Su Ming, are you?" In that moment, Su Ming felt a jolt of surprise. Even with his current mastery of dark energy, the elder's penetrating gaze bore an overwhelming presence, akin to facing a towering mountain, invoking a sense of reverence. Who was this elder? Such formidable power. He steadied his breath, regaining composure, and replied, "Old sir, I am indeed Su Ming. May I ask your esteemed name?" The elder regarded Su Ming with a steady gaze and, with a hearty pat on his shoulder, exclaimed, "Good lad. Impressive, indeed. I am Qin, you may call me Qin Lao." With a shared smile, the weight of the elder's aura seemed to dissipate like melting snow. Su Ming chuckled, then I shall call you Qin Lei Oi. Otherwise, those few over there might take issue. He shot a playful glare at the guards. Ha ha, the elder erupted in laughter. Ah, they are but my nephews, they worry too much about me. What could possibly happen to an old man like me? Quite right, old sir, you are as wise as ever. It has been quite some time since you returned to your hometown, hasn't it? Su Ming inquired. Indeed, it has been several decades, Qin Xianbang lamented with a sigh. How about I treat you to lunch? We can savor some of the local cured meats, Su Ming suggested, genuinely admiring the elder before him. Qin Xianbang's eyes sparkled with delight as he readily accepted. That sounds splendid, I shall not refuse. In my youth, my family was poor, and we could only indulge in a few slices of cured meat during the new year. Even now, the thought of it makes my mouth water. Chapter 24. The Wang family's revenge. Qin Xianbang smacked his lips and said, ever since I left my hometown, it has become increasingly difficult to savor the taste of our local cured meats. There are times when I dream of indulging in them. Today, feeling particularly joyous, I shall relish a hearty meal. Old Qin, according to the doctor's orders, the cholesterol in cured meats is excessively high, and you are advised against consuming them, the guard standing nearby cautioned. Qin Xianbang shot him a fierce glare. Nonsense, if I can't eat this or that, what is the point? Speak again, and I shall lose my temper. The guard's face turned pale, his lips moved but no words came out. He knew all too well the temper of this elderly gentleman. If provoked, he could become quite unruly, and not even the prominent figures in the military dared to overstep their bounds in front of old Qin. Years ago, during a maritime dispute, a small neighboring nation persistently provoked us over territorial waters, and a Dove faction figure within the highest military command insisted on appeasement. In a fit of rage, old Qin directly kicked him to the ground. The room fell silent. This was the command center of the highest military authority, and old Qin's temper was notoriously explosive. He acted without hesitation, yet no one dared to speak up. Some present were once his subordinates, and the matter faded into obscurity. Ultimately, it was Su Jiangwo who intervened, providing a decisive resolution. The Huaguo Navy promptly dispatched a frigate to expel that nation from our waters, safeguarding maritime security. The news invigorated the entire nation. The rise of our navy had been the collective dream of generations, and this incident garnered widespread support, inspiring many passionate youths to enlist in the navy. In the capital, you exert control over me, yet you still wish to dictate terms once I step outside? Old Qin retorted indignantly. Su Ming, observing the fiery demeanor of old Qin, couldn't help but chuckle. This elder was indeed a man of strong passions. He promptly replied, Old Qin, shall we be on our way? Very well, Qin Xianbang said as he stood up, patting his backside. He then inquired, it seems you have quite an admiration for military life. Indeed, every man harbors a soldier's dream. However, I will soon be heading to the capital for my studies, and I may never have the opportunity again, Su Ming lamented. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Qin Xianbang's eyes sparkled with interest as he tentatively asked, what if I could arrange for you to be specially recruited into the army? Of course, this would not interfere with your university studies. Su Ming was taken aback. Who was this elder with such considerable influence? He responded with uncertainty, Old Qin, is this truly the case? Of course it is. At my age, would I jest with you? Qin Xianbang replied confidently. That would be splendid, Su Ming said without hesitation, provided it would not disrupt his education. Then it's settled. Once you arrive in the capital, I shall get in touch with you, Qin Xianbang declared, bursting into hearty laughter, as if he had accomplished a monumental task, filled with a sense of fulfillment. At that moment, the group descended the mountain, with Su Ming leading the way toward Yang's cured meat restaurant. Meanwhile, at the Wang family villa, Wang Qiming sat in his wheelchair, brooding. Ever since Su Ming had caused him to break both legs, he had been plotting his revenge. His father, Wang Xuanfu, was enraged at his son's dire predicament and vowed to annihilate Su Ming. However, due to Su Ming's recent prominence, he had been forced to bide his time, knowing that any rash act could backfire, considering Su Ming's status as a public figure. Just then, Huzi relayed information that Su Ming had ventured alone to Monkey Mountain. Wang Qiming saw this as an opportunity. The sparsely populated Monkey Mountain would be an ideal setting for an ambush. Thus, he instructed Huzi to ascertain the exact location before proceeding, aiming for a decisive strike. Wang Xuanfu contemplated for a moment before calling Zhao Junqiang, the director of the security bureau, to ensure everything was foolproof. Zhao Junqiang readily agreed, but urged them to act swiftly and discreetly. Over the years, Wang Xuanfu's business success had been largely attributed to the protection offered by Zhao Junqiang. Naturally, Wang Xuanfu had shown his gratitude through generous offerings, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Before long, Huzi called again, young Master Wang, it's confirmed, they are at Yang's cured meat restaurant at the foot of Monkey Mountain. I've brought over 20 men and am en route. Will you join us? I will certainly come. I want to witness his demise. Wang Qiming's face twisted with malice. He had long awaited this moment, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. Once Su Ming was dealt with, they would stage an accident to ensure no one was the wiser. Dad, we've located Su Ming at Yang's cured meat restaurant, beneath Monkey Mountain. It's secluded enough to take action, Wang Qiming said ominously. Yes, ensure it's done cleanly, Wang Xuanfu replied with a glint of ruthlessness, adding, wait, summon Master Zhang as well, just in case. Master Zhang, a martial artist in his 60s with prominent temples, was a master of internal martial arts. Wang Xuanfu rarely called upon him, but this time, he did so with the determination to strike decisively. At Yang's cured meat restaurant, as its name suggests, the establishment specializes in cured meats.
Renowned for its meticulous selection of ingredients and adherence to traditional smoking techniques, the cured meats are authentically prepared, attracting a loyal clientele. The restaurant itself is modest in size and lacks ostentatious decor, yet it enjoys thriving business. In many cities, one cannot truly savor local delicacies by dining in hotels. Hotel cuisine tends to be homogenized, though exquisitely presented, relying largely on various spices. Experienced diners understand that to relish authentic local flavors, one must seek out unassuming eateries tucked away in alleys. These humble establishments often boast one or two signature dishes that draw patrons back time and again. Such signature dishes are typically the hallmark of the locale. When Ming and his companions arrived at Yang's cured meat restaurant, there were only a handful of patrons present. Such restaurants usually reach their peak in the evening. Ming and his party found a larger table, ordering an array of cured meats, including cured pork, cured beef, and sausages, along with a bottle of locally produced Shangjiang daku. As soon as the dishes were served, Qin Xianbang eagerly picked up his chopsticks to sample the cured meat, which was evenly sliced, translucent, rich yet not greasy, and imbued with a robust smoky flavor. He then savored a piece of sausage, and a look of delight spread across his face. This is the taste, just like what I had in my childhood. Ming smiled and replied, Old Qin, you're back in your hometown today, so indulge yourself without hesitation. There is no need for any fuss. The four guards exchanged exasperated glances, realizing they would likely face reprimands upon their return. Or upon hearing Ming's words, Qin Xianbang chuckled heartily. Ah, you truly understand this old man. You know my temperament well, unlike these wooden fellows who are utterly devoid of humor. The guards awkwardly shot Ming a glare, as if blaming him for corrupting old Qin. Just then, a group burst in, brazenly shouting, Ming, this time you're finished, let us see where you can run. Chapter 25 of Framing. Qin Xianbang was in high spirits, but his mood was abruptly soured by the sudden intrusion of a group of individuals. He furrowed his brows and remarked, looking for you. Upon recognizing Huzi and his companions, Ming could not help but smile wryly, saying, Indeed, Elder Qin, I apologize for disrupting your enjoyment. Please, do not concern yourselves, I will handle this. Ming sought to spare Qin Xianbang and the others from any entanglements, aware that although the four were also martial artists, they were outsiders and should not be drawn into unnecessary trouble. At that moment, the four guards stood up, two flanking Qin Xianbang as protectors, while the other two advanced to confront Huzi and his group. Qin Xianbang glanced at the intruders, each wielding iron rods and knives, clearly thugs. He smiled faintly, saying, No need to worry, if you treat me to some cured meat, I shall assist you in this matter. Huzi, leaning on his cane, continued to curse loudly, his anger flaring upon hearing Qin Xianbang's words. You old fool, mind your own business, or I'll have you dealt with too. Get lost. At that moment, Wang Qiming arrived, accompanied by more than 10 bodyguards. He was lifted from the vehicle and placed into a wheelchair, which was then pushed inside. The room quickly filled to capacity, with additional onlookers gathered outside, numbering around 40 to 50 in total. The two tables of guests had long since fled in terror, while the restaurant owner had cowered in the kitchen, too frightened to emerge. Hearing Huzi's tirade, Qin Xianbang's expression darkened. He sprang to his feet, drawing a handgun, taking 2 strides forward, bypassing the guards, and pressing the gun against Huzi's forehead, seething with rage, I'll blow your head off. Huzi and his cohorts were paralyzed with fear, for it was the first time they had a gun pointed at them. Cold sweat broke out on Huzi's brow, the icy barrel pressed firmly against his head instilled a profound sense of peril. He could distinctly feel the chilling aura of death emanating from the gun's muzzle, his heart plummeting, his face contorted with horror. Ming was startled as well. The old man had a fiery temper and was quick to ignite. Was that a gun? How did he even possess one? Countless questions raced through his mind, yet he did not hesitate to stand beside Qin Xianbang, fearing for the elder's safety. Wang Qiming was taken aback, his eyes darting as he shouted, Brothers, do not be afraid, he only has one gun, there are so many of us, what is there to fear, let us take them down. Ming acted like lightning, seizing Wang Qiming by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. Wang Qiming's face turned crimson as he struggled, but Ming's grip was like a vice, rendering him immobile. Seeing this, Master Zhang, a martial artist from the Wang family, attempted to intervene. Ming's piercing gaze shot toward him, exuding an overwhelming chill that left Zhang momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across his face. In the next instant, Ming swiped his left hand toward Zhang, effortlessly sending him flying with a light flick. With a cold snort, he saw Wang Qiming's eyes roll back, gasping for breath. He then flung Wang Qiming several meters away. The bodyguards behind Wang Qiming were struck with panic, raising their iron rods to charge forward. At this moment, the four guards sprang into action, moving with blinding speed to engage the crowd, swiftly subduing Wang Qiming's bodyguards before returning to Qin Xianbang's side, vigilant and alert. Huzi felt as though he were staring death in the face. Having suffered humiliation at Ming's hands before, he had assumed that bringing 30 or 40 men would certainly overpower him. He thought, could Ming possibly contend with so many? Little did he expect that an old man would emerge, brandishing a gun. The four guards, like harbingers of death, had swiftly dispatched Wang Qiming's bodyguards. What kind of trouble had he gotten himself into? Regret washed over him. Had he known this would happen, he would not have come. Was this not courting death? Just then, the blaring of sirens pierced the air, followed by a screech of brakes as a contingent of security bureau officers stormed in, declaring, What is happening here? Stand still and do not move. Before they even entered, their voices had already reached the room. Leading the charge was Lu Zikai, the captain of the criminal investigation team, a trusted confidant of Zhao Junchang, who always followed his orders. Having just received a call from Zhao Junchang to assist the Wang family in swiftly resolving the situation, he understood the task at hand and personally led the team to the scene. Upon seeing the bodyguards from the Wang family sprawled on the ground, particularly Wang Qiming, who lay wailing. Lu Zikai's expression shifted to one of shock and fury. He was well aware of the relationship between Wang Xuanfu and Zhao Junqiang, having received numerous benefits from Wang Xuanfu over the years. Seeing his son attacked ignited his ire, and he pointed at Su Ming and his companions, his voice rising. "You dare to commit violence in broad daylight, seize them." In his view, the target of this operation was Su Ming, who was merely from an ordinary working-class family. Even if he were a top scorer in the college entrance examination, what of it, a mere label would make it easy to apprehend him.
You come here without understanding the situation and without questioning the parties involved, yet you seek to arrest someone? Is this how you conduct an investigation?
Qin Xianbang interjected coldly, still keeping his gun trained on Erhuzi's forehead. Lu Zikai had initially focused solely on Su Ming. Upon entering, following the sound of Qin Xianbang's voice, he turned to see the elder aiming a gun at Erhuzi, his mind momentarily blank with shock as he nervously exclaimed, "What are you doing?
Put the gun down."
As he spoke, Lu Zikai drew his own weapon, prompting the officers behind him to do the same, pointing their guns at Qin Xianbang in panic-stricken, urging, "Put down your weapon, or I will shoot." The four guards immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Qin Xianbang, glaring coldly at the security bureau officers. Seeing this, Qin Xianbang shook his head repeatedly, rebuking, "With your pitiful display, you dare to wield a gun?" He was astonished at how cowardly the security bureau personnel had become. Their panic upon seeing a gun was unbecoming of law enforcement. If these men were to face a battlefield, would they not flee in terror? Disappointment coursed through him. It seemed a thorough reformation was in order. At that moment, Su Ming, fearing for Qin Xianbang's safety with the officers brandishing their weapons, stepped forward boldly, placing himself in front of the gun muzzles.
"Aren't you here for me? I will go with you, let them go."
With Su Ming standing in front of the guns, Lu Zikai grew frantic, shifting his aim toward Qin Xianbang, demanding, "Put down the gun first, or I will shoot."
Qin Xianbang was furious.
It had been ages since anyone dared to point a gun at him. Given his temperament, he would have relished the chance to fire back at them, yet, considering Su Ming's position, he hesitated. If he fired recklessly, what would happen to Su Ming? He could not deny that he had developed a fondness for this young man. He realized that although Su Ming had reached the stage of concealed strength, he could not withstand a barrage of bullets. Sighing inwardly, he lowered his weapon. "Very well, let us play along. I am curious to see just how much power this little Shandong city possesses." Author's note: dear friends, if you enjoy this story, please like and bookmark and support. We are about to enter a thrilling climax. Let us keep the momentum going. Chapter 26. Captured. Upon witnessing Qin Xianbang lower his firearm, Lu Zikai could not help but exhale in relief, a cold sweat seeping from his skin. Trembling with trepidation, he urged, "Throw the gun to the ground, quickly." The moment Erhuzi felt the muzzle withdraw from his forehead, he was instantly overcome with a sense of utter weakness, as though his very strength had been siphoned away. The four guards exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with alarm. They were acutely aware of the significance of this weapon. It was a trophy of war, seized from an American colonel during the tumultuous times of conflict. This remarkable firearm, the Colt M19037 65mm semi-automatic pistol, stands as a masterwork crafted by the renowned American firearms designer. Browning. It serves as the designated sidearm for high-ranking military officials in the United States. Qin Xianbang harbors an unyielding affection for this weapon. To him, it transcends mere armament, symbolizing the honor and illustrious achievements of a soldier. The gun represents a soldier's second life, and for Qin Xianbang, to relinquish it would be a fate far more distressing than death itself. The ire of the four guards flared up instantly, poised to subdue those before them at Qin Xianbang's command. Yet, at that moment, Qin Xianbang was consumed by his own considerations. While apprehending the members of the security bureau was not a daunting task, he hesitated for two reasons. First, he feared inadvertently harming Su Ming, and second, he wished to uncover the identity of the individuals audacious enough to flout the law with such reckless abandon. His intention was straightforward: to eradicate these nefarious elements at their roots. Contemplating this, a twitch flickered at the corner of his mouth as he reluctantly cast the gun to the ground. With the immediate threat dissipated, Lu Zikai regained his bravado, imperiously commanding, "Cuff them all and take them away." The officers surged forward, producing handcuffs to restrain Su Ming and Qin Xianbang along with the others. Just as the four guards were about to resist, Qin Xianbang silenced them with a stern glance. His face set in a grim expression. He coldly remarked, "Think carefully, young man, and it may be easy to put on handcuffs, but removing them is another matter entirely." "Ha ha, think you can get those cuffs off? Dream on, you are suspected of murder, and you shall never see the light of day again," Lu Zikai retorted, waving his hand dismissively as the officers escorted Su Ming and Qin Xianbang to the vehicle. The operation of the security bureau had indeed attracted considerable attention, with a throng of onlookers gathered outside Zhang's deli, including reporters. As Lu Zikai led the suspects out, journalists rushed forward for interviews. "Captain Lu, we've received reports from the public regarding a criminal incident here. Can you share any details?" "Individuals here are suspected of murder, the case is under investigation, and I cannot disclose further details," Lu Zikai asserted with a tone of authority.
"Wait, isn't that Su Ming? The National College Entrance Examination top scorer, why is he being arrested?"
"Indeed, it is him. One can never truly know a person, old man. I brought this trouble upon you," Su Ming said, his voice tinged with guilt.
Qin Xianbang gazed into his eyes and solemnly asked, "Do you still believe in fairness and justice? Are you still willing to contribute to this nation?" Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. How could he ponder such questions when he was being apprehended?
Yet, upon meeting Qin Xianbang's expectant gaze, he reflected for a moment and earnestly replied, "I believe that justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent." Our nation is vast, encompassing all types of individuals. It is normal for a large tree to have withered branches. We cannot deny the efforts made by the state due to a small faction of miscreants. We have witnessed the nation's prosperity over the decades and the improving lives of its citizens. Indeed, Qin Xianbang nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with approval. Oh, with such a demeanor, you still dare to extol your nation and its people while being arrested? How presumptuous! Silence your prattle, a scoffing officer interjected. Su Ming and Qin Xianbang exchanged a disdainful glance, yet chose to remain silent. What neither Su Ming nor Qin Xianbang anticipated was that, at that very moment, news of their arrest erupted across the internet. A post titled "Once a top scorer, now a prisoner, Su Ming suspected of murder" went viral on major platforms. Countless netizens were left reeling from the shocking content, leading to an avalanche of comments that even caused server interruptions. How could this be? Isn't that Su Ming? Wasn't he the top scorer? Surely there's been a mistake. Why would he commit murder? It can't be wrong, the Security Bureau has confirmed it. Oh, I can't believe it, my idol has fallen. Wait, isn't that Erhuzi from the underworld of Shandong City? How has he become a victim? How do you know? I hail from Shandong City. Erhuzi and his ilk are notorious, and everyone is familiar with them. We have all suffered at their hands. Yes, it's Erhuzi. I can attest to that. And that person on the stretcher is Wang Qiming, the wealthy second generation from Shandong City, who is known for his arrogance and misdeeds. What on earth is happening? We demand clarification from the Security Bureau. Indeed, the Security Bureau must provide an explanation and restore the truth. This post was fervently shared and commented upon, rapidly trending and igniting a fierce storm of public opinion. The majority of netizens expressed skepticism, having witnessed videos depicting Erhuzi and Wang Qiming as victims while the top scorer Su Ming was labeled a murderer, a notion that seemed preposterous. They fervently called for the Security Bureau to reveal the truth and clarify the facts. Conversely, some netizens accepted the video's content, given that a spokesperson from the Security Bureau had explicitly confirmed the situation. The incident escalated swiftly, sparking a nationwide discussion, with the swirling tempest of public opinion radiating from Shandong City to the entire country, triggering a series of repercussions. The first to catch wind of this information was Jiang Yuqing, who was utterly stunned. She could hardly believe that Su Ming could commit murder, especially upon seeing Erhuzi and Wang Qiming on the screen. She instantly realized it was a frame-up. She resolved to resist this injustice, yet in a world so vast, who would heed her opinion, and who would believe the words of a frail woman? With tears welling in her eyes, she logged onto the trending platform, determined to chronicle the events, allowing public scrutiny to guide the unfolding narrative. She meticulously documented the details of that day's class reunion at the hotel, including Wang Qiming's collusion with Erhuzi to bully Su Ming, and uploaded her account. Her expression was haggard, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she sobbed, "I believe in you, I will wait for your return." Once this post was published, it swiftly captured the attention of netizens. Its clear structure and detailed account led to a massive wave of shares, creating a sensation in no time. Simultaneously, most of Su Ming's classmates came across this information. In their shock, they began posting their own accounts of the events. They were present during the incident and knew what had transpired. They could not believe that Su Ming would commit murder. It was evidently a retaliatory tactic by Wang Qiming. As they pondered the chilling implications, netizens were astonished by these accounts, collectively urging the Security Bureau to unveil the truth and clarify the facts. A tempest of public opinion had already formed, sweeping away all dust with unrelenting force. Chapter 27 Shock among all parties. At the moment when Wang Guifan received the news, she was en route to the market for groceries. Upon seeing Wang Guifan, Zhang Chunlan's eyes gleamed with excitement. To her, this was an opportunity. She seized Wang Guifan's arm and exclaimed dramatically, "Everyone, come and see, this is the mother of the murderer." Wang Guifan's temper flared instantly, and this time she could no longer hold back. While she could tolerate insults directed at herself, she would not allow her son to be demeaned. With a forceful shake, she broke free from Zhang Chunlan's grasp and retorted angrily, "Zhang Chunlan, do not slander me." "Am I slandering you? The news has already reported it. Check your phone. I've long suspected that you and your son are not good people," Zhang Chunlan sneered. Relishing the moment, Wang Guifan pulled out her phone, trembling as she opened the headline news. After just a fleeting glance, her complexion turned ashen, and darkness enveloped her vision as she fainted. Meanwhile, Jiang Wensheng was in the office of the general manager at the Marriott Hotel. Due to the ongoing construction of the Marriott Group's building, he was temporarily working from this location. At that moment, Zhang Ruolin entered, her expression somber. Not understanding her distress, he anxiously inquired, "What is it, Lin Lin?" In his memory, his daughter had never visited his office. Something must have transpired today, and she appeared as though she had been crying. "Father, do you believe that brother Su Ming would commit murder?" Zhang Ruolin's voice trembled with emotion. "Ah." Jiang Wensheng was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his daughter's implication. "Father, look at this." Zhang Ruolin handed her phone to him. Jiang Wensheng took the phone and, upon seeing the news, felt as if his breath had been snatched away, his face a portrait of shock. He murmured, "This is impossible, this cannot be." Glancing at his daughter's pitiful expression, he hastily reassured her, "Lin, do not worry. Su Ming will be fine." After saying this, he picked up his own phone and began making a series of calls. Zhang Ruolin stared blankly at her father as he dialed one number after another, his expression growing increasingly grave, causing her heart to sink further. After finishing his calls, Jiang Wensheng slumped into his office chair, looking somewhat defeated as he muttered, "Do not panic, there must be a solution. I will think of something." At the same time, 1,000 miles away in the capital city, 6 elderly men sat in the conference room of the Supreme Military Command of Huagua. These 6 men were the most influential figures in the nation, wielding considerable authority. Their decisions directly shaped the trajectory of Huaghua. Typically, this conference room would accommodate 7 individuals, yet one was currently detained in the security bureau of Shandong City. It was a cruel irony. An esteemed war hero and a powerful elder in the military had been imprisoned by his own people. This not only brought disgrace to the 6 present but also tarnished the reputation of Huaghua as a whole. At 9 p.m., the elderly men sat without a morsel to eat, their faces ashen as they stared at their phones.
Let us discuss the matter at hand. How should we proceed? Su Jiangwo stated with an impassive expression, though beneath his calm facade simmered a tempest of fury.
With a resounding clap, Chu Shuefei, a cabinet minister, stood up, radiating a terrifying aura as he coldly declared, "This is rebellion. It is utterly unacceptable. We must hold them accountable."
Foreign Minister Cao Zhenhua nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, I concur.
We must conduct a stringent overhaul and purge these harmful elements." The other 2 elders also nodded in assent. The paramount leader's expression turned serious. After listening to their opinions, he addressed Su Jiangwo, asking, "Elder Su, what is your view?"
Although Su Jiangwo and Qin Xianbang had retired, their immense influence remained undiminished. Su Jiangwo was regarded as the stabilizing force of Huaghua, while Qin Xianbang was a pivotal figure in the military. When significant national decisions were to be made, the paramount leader often sought their counsel. "Allow me to present 3 points, Su Jiangwo began.
Firstly, after prolonged peace, some individuals have lost sight of their original intentions, blinded by greed and acting recklessly. These miscreants must be eliminated to prevent future calamities. Secondly, while Su Ming is merely a high school student, he embodies the qualities of an exemplary youth and has garnered widespread attention from various sectors of society. This incident must be thoroughly investigated, and we shall show no leniency, regardless of who is involved. Thirdly, although only a few hours have passed since the incident, its repercussions are vast, even attracting the attention of hostile forces.
Once the truth is ascertained, we must promptly disclose the facts to showcase Huaghua's commitment to justice and transparency."
The paramount leader nodded slightly and decisively stated, "Then we shall proceed according to Elder Su's recommendations.
A nationwide rigorous rectification will ensue, and we shall eradicate all evil."
Following the meeting, a flurry of calls emanated from the Supreme Military Command of Huaghua, shattering the tranquility of the night. A storm imbued with a sense of foreboding was brewing from the capital. This night would not fall into silence. Die on the Southern Theater Command. The piercing ring of a secure red phone shattered the stillness of the night. Sun Minja, the commander of the Southern Theater, felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly answered, "Hello, this is Sun Minja." The voice on the other end was laced with uncontainable fury, unleashing a torrent of reprimands. Sun Minja stood rigid, his dark complexion betraying his shock, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you understand? Any misstep will be dealt with severely," came the stern voice from the phone. "Yes, rest assured, I will ensure the mission is accomplished," Sun Minja responded, standing at attention with unwavering resolve. After hanging up, he was drenched in cold sweat, his expression a mask of horror. Was Shandong City courting disaster? How could they dare to touch that elder? Had they lost their minds?
In his eyes, this elder was akin to a war god, the second most powerful figure in the military after Elder Su. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he abruptly picked up the phone and dialed, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination as he commanded, "Order the troops to assemble and head to Shandong City." In the office of the provincial governor of Chunan, the jarring phone ring startled Fong Guiqing awake. He felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Picking up the phone, he respectfully stated, "Hello, this is Fong Guiqing." The tone on the other end was icy, the words laced with severity. After just a few sentences, Fong Guiqing broke into a cold sweat, overwhelmed by the shocking information conveyed through the call. It is. His expression grew increasingly agitated, his pupils dilating in disbelief. 10 minutes later, he set down the phone, feeling as if struck by lightning, his head spinning. After a moment, he composed himself and, with a grave expression, dialed another number. "Notify the deputy governor at home to head to Shandong City immediately." In the night, a fleet of Audi A8s departed from the compound, racing towards Shandong City. Chapter 28 Resistance. At 9 p.m., in the security bureau of Shandong City, Lu Zikai stared at the individuals before him with a hint of irritation, growling, "Will you speak or not? If you refuse, you will remain here to explain yourselves." Confronted with Su Ming and the others, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. After several hours of interrogation, they still remained tight-lipped. Moments ago, Zhao Junchang had summoned him, erupting in fury as he berated him. "Are you a fool? I instructed you to handle this discreetly and without drawing attention. Instead, you've caused a commotion that has captured the nation's attention. Do you have a death wish? This case has attracted scrutiny from all sectors, demanding that we transparently disclose the truth. Tell me, what do you intend to do? If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you." Lu Zikai endured a scolding that lasted half an hour before finally stammering, "So what do we do now?" Zhao Juanchan's temper flared once more. "Are you an idiot? You are the head of the criminal investigation team. Why are you asking me what to do? What is your purpose here?" Lu Zikai's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his gaze in silence. Seeing Lu Zikai's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Junchang trembled with rage. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he stated firmly, "The only course of action is to obtain a confession. That is our guarantee of success, do you understand?" "Understood, I will go at once," Lu Zikai replied with newfound clarity, turning towards the interrogation room. As he regarded the individuals before him, he contemplated that it was time to resort to more drastic measures. "Humph, do not blame me for my ruthless methods, a man must be resolute. I will ask you once more, will you speak?" You are complicit in their tyranny, maliciously framing others. Have you considered the consequences of your actions today? Su Ming replied, his expression calm.
Qin Xianbang, seated nearby, closed his eyes in meditation, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events, as if they had no bearing on him.
Very well, let us see whether your defiance or my strength prevails.
With that, Lu Zikai seized the intercom, declaring, turn off the surveillance.
Bring in the items. Are you planning to torture us?
Su Ming suddenly rose, exuding a powerful aura. Should they dare to use torture, he would resist with all his might, determined to protect old Master Qin at all costs. The 4 guards also stood alert, their gazes fixed warily on Lu Zikai. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Lu Zikai's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of danger enveloped him. He stammered, what do you intend to do? This is the security bureau, you have no right to act recklessly. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and Lu Zikai, as if seeing a savior, shouted frantically, quick, come in and subdue them. 4 officers burst into the room, wielding batons, and without hesitation, swung them toward Su Ming and the others. With a fierce shout, Su Ming's eyes glinted coldly. He spread his arms wide, channeling his energy, and the handcuffs shattered effortlessly. With a single punch fueled by pent-up fury, he struck the advancing officer in the face. What appeared to be a light blow unleashed a terrifying force, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Qin Xianbang opened his eyes, astonished, as a look of disbelief crossed his face. With a resounding thud, the officer was sent flying as if struck by a freight truck, crashing into another officer behind him and slamming into the wall, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, blood gushing from his mouth as he lost consciousness. The room fell silent, the remaining officers frozen in shock, batons raised high, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and terror. The 4 guards accompanying Qin Xianbang exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the same astonishment. This was the power of a master of hidden strength, one punch, so fearsome. Without hesitation, the 4 sprang into action, swiftly subduing the other 2 officers. Lu Zikai's complexion turned ashen as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his heart racing with fear. He stammered, you dare. Before he could finish, Su Ming stepped forward, delivering a kick that shattered the wooden table. With a deafening crash, Lu Zikai was sent crashing against the wall, immobilized and gasping for breath. Sweat poured down Lu Zikai's face as he regarded Su Ming with terror, perceiving him as a demon. At that moment, a shrill alarm blared, and the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from outside.
Qin Xianbang calmly commanded, close the door.
Upon hearing this, the 4 guards advanced to shut the heavy iron door, locking it securely. Before long, a formal voice resounded from outside, attention, individuals inside, you are surrounded. Release the hostages, or we will be forced to take action. Upon hearing the voice from outside, Su Ming expressed his apologies. Old Master Qin, I apologize for involving you. If they break in, do not concern yourselves with me, I will take responsibility. Qin Xianbang's eyes brightened as he chuckled lightly. You, my young friend, have some backbone and tell me, are you afraid? Not at all, Su Ming replied, his expression unwavering. Oh, do elaborate, Qin Xianbang inquired, appearing entirely at ease, as if in his own home. Witnessing Qin Xianbang's composure, Su Ming found himself captivated by the elder's calm demeanor, responding, one must discern when to act and when to refrain. That if we cower before the powerful, allowing ourselves to be trampled, then the common people will become mere slaves. This contradicts the very principles upon which you and your predecessors built this land.
Ha, if you were to perish here today, would you have no regrets? Qin Xianbang, intrigued by the praise, continued his inquiry.
Even if I were to die here, I would have no regrets. I believe that one day my innocence will be restored. Moreover, I am confident that this malevolent force will not endure, it will be eradicated in due time.
Well said, young man, Qin Xianbang commended, rare praise emanating from him.
The 2, one old and one young, engaged in lively conversation, utterly unconcerned with their precarious situation. Meanwhile, outside the interrogation room, Zhao Junchang, flanked by a cadre of armed officers, approached the door. He was taken aback by Su Ming's audacity to resist and take hostages, an unprecedented occurrence since the establishment of the security bureau. He was even more alarmed by the capabilities of Su Ming and his companions, considering Lu Zikai and the others were all armed, while Su Ming and his group had been shackled. Yet, rather than securing a confession, Lu Zikai had been overpowered and taken hostage. With the surveillance turned off, Zhao Junchang struggled to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Gazing at the cold, sealed iron door of the interrogation room, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over him, and he felt an ominous premonition swell within him, growing ever more pronounced.
Author's note.
The next chapter will delve directly into the climax. Please stay tuned for updates and support. Chapter 29 of The Gathering in Shandong City. As night deepened, the stars and moon concealed themselves behind a shroud of inky clouds. At precisely 10 p.m., the vibrant nightlife commenced, with throngs of people bustling through the lively streets. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, akin to the earth itself trembling, drew nearer. The crowd paused in astonishment, their gazes fixated on the approaching spectacle. A procession of military armored vehicles emerged from the distance, their treads thundering against the pavement, creating a sonorous cacophony. A true torrent of steel. The onlookers were rendered speechless as numerous cold, menacing armored vehicles, perhaps 30 or 40, rumbled past, exuding an aura of formidable power. In that moment, the world around seemed to freeze, with only the overwhelming din affirming the reality of the scene. Following the armored convoy were hundreds of military trucks, their hoods bristling with heavy machine guns, and the cargo areas filled to capacity with soldiers wielding Type 56 submachine guns, their expressions fierce and determined. Fear rippled through the crowd at the sight of such an imposing display.
Goodness, could this herald the onset of war? One exclaimed.
It's quite possible. I've heard the border has been tumultuous, and just days ago, significant clashes occurred.
This troop movement likely heads toward the northwest border. But wait, why are they headed toward the security bureau? Another pondered. Could there be insurgent forces in the area? As the crowd speculated, a fleet of armed helicopters pierced the sky, their silhouette monstrous against the darkened heavens. With their imposing frames and menacing cockpits, the helicopters sent a chill down their spines. Panic gripped the minds of those present as the gravity of the situation became apparent. At that moment, Fang Wuqing's convoy entered the city, only to witness the armored vehicles and military trucks whizzing by. Before he could fully comprehend the scene, a deafening roar erupted overhead. Lowering his window, he glimpsed approximately 20 armed helicopters soaring toward the security bureau. A cold sweat cascaded down his brow. After a brief moment of contemplation, he commanded his secretary, notified the organization department to send the deputy director of the inspection department to the Shandong city government to relieve the city chief of his duties and submit to an investigation. The remaining deputy directors will accompany me to the security bureau. Understood, replied the secretary, promptly relaying the orders. The various departments within Shandong city erupted into chaos, bombarded with conflicting reports and unable to fathom the sudden, large-scale military presence, especially as there had been no prior communication with the city. The implications were alarming. The precision of this mobilization was unmistakable. Meanwhile, outside the interrogation room at the security bureau, Zhao Junshan's patience had worn thin. An escalating sense of dread enveloped him. There was no turning back now, and a fierce intensity crossed his features. Launch an assault, he commanded. Immediately, two officers stepped forward, weapons drawn, preparing to breach the door. Just then, a tremendous explosion resonated, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars that were deafening. Zhao Junshang and his fellow officers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions shifting to alarm. What is happening? Go investigate. Zhao Junshan's voice trembled with a hint of panic as he led the way outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the security bureau, he stood frozen in shock, mirroring the astonishment of his officers who trailed behind. Their faces paled with terror, paralyzed in places. Cold sweat trickled down their brows. The courtyard was overrun with military armored vehicles, their 40mm cannons aimed menacingly at the bureau's entrance, while an endless line of armored vehicles and military trucks extended beyond the horizon. Hovering above were nearly 20 armed helicopters, their machine guns trained on the officers below. Immediately lay down your weapons and surrender, or face lethal consequences, boomed a voice from the armored column, its tone brooking no dissent. I will count to 10. If you do not comply, we will open fire. As military personnel leapt from the trucks, taking up combat positions with their rifles aimed, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, suffocating in its weight. 10. Zhao Junshan's heart raced as if struck by a hammer, his complexion drained of color, eyes glazed in horror, while his subordinates trembled in fear behind him. 9. 8. As the countdown began, a sense of despair enveloped Zhao Junshang. He understood that all hope was lost. Each ticking number felt like a death knell, instilling a deep-seated terror within him. He pondered where it had all gone wrong. Was it due to Su Ming? Surely not. There was only one possibility: that elder, who had the anger to provoke such a military response. He had no doubt of their resolve. If the enemy had issued a countdown, they would not hesitate to unleash a hail of bullets should they fail to surrender. Zhao Junshan's face blanched, his body quaking uncontrollably. 3. The sound of rifles being cocked echoed like a funeral bell. 2. In that moment, Zhao Junshang broke down, his voice frantic. I surrender, I surrender. As he spoke, he cast aside his weapon, raising his hands high. The officers behind him, gripped by fear, followed suit, discarding their firearms and surrendering. A squad of soldiers surged forward, unceremoniously striking them down with the butts of their rifles, their feet planted firmly on the officers' backs, guns aimed at their heads. Just then, Fang Wuqing arrived, hastening to join forces with Sun Mingja. As they rushed inside. Upon reaching Zhao Junshang, they halted, their voices icy as they inquired, "Where is Elder Qin?" Elder Qin? Zhao Junshan's expression shifted to one of dawning realization, shock flooding his features. With several notable Elder Qins in Huagua, he dared not speculate further. The elder who was with Su Ming, just apprehended by you today. Zhao Junshang felt as though his mind had been struck by lightning, the revelation crashing down upon him. Indeed, it was he. Despair consumed him entirely as he stammered, in the interrogation room. Sun Mingja's face darkened to an almost unbearable extent as he lashed out with a powerful kick. Zhao Junshan's ribs shattered under the force, and he groaned in agony, curling inward. Ignoring him, Sun Mingja and Fang Wuqing rushed inside. Arriving at the door of the interrogation room, Sun Mingja and Fang Wuqing halted, the former adjusting his uniform and swallowing hard before announcing loudly, "Commander, Sun Mingja from the Southern Theater reports for duty, awaiting your orders." "Commander, Fang Wuqing from Chunan Province reports for duty, awaiting your orders." "Come in," a resonant voice called from within. The interrogation room door swung open, and Sun Mingja and Fang Wuqing stepped inside. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Qin Xianbang, his wrists shackled in handcuffs. The glaring metallic sheen of the restraints pierced their hearts with an agonizing clarity. Chapter 30. A rooting out evil. An illustrious old general, once celebrated for his valor, now finds himself shackled, hands bound. This is a disgrace not only for the entire military but also for the nation of Hua. Sun Mingja, overwhelmed by a surge of indescribable emotions, felt as though fire were about to burst from his eyes. With a choked voice, he lamented, "Commander, I am but an inept subordinate, and I have brought you this humiliation." Fang Wuqing's heart ached at the sight. To witness such a disgraceful incident unfold under the command of this legendary war deity filled him with shame, prompting him to lower his head. "Ha, do you truly believe that a mere pair of handcuffs can restrain me?"
I merely sought to draw out the hidden puppeteers behind this, Qin Xianbang remarked with an unruffled demeanor. Indeed, he had attained a state of tranquility. While he had initially been consumed by anger, he now remained composed, eager to observe whether anyone in Hua would dare to turn a blind eye to the inversion of justice. Disappointment washed over him. Since he and Su Ming had been apprehended, it seemed that for some, the act of framing and slandering was simply part of their daily fare. He pondered how many such incidents had occurred unnoticed. The very thought sent a shiver of fear down his spine. In the face of foes, he felt no trepidation, rather, it was the potential degradation of his own ranks that truly terrified him. The signs of such a corruption were already apparent, and it was imperative to extinguish this budding menace at its inception. With this in mind, Qin Xianbang fixed his gaze upon Sun Mingja and Fang Guoqing, awaiting their response.
The situation has been elucidated.
Wang Xuanfu and his son colluded with the underworld to besiege and attempt to murder Su Ming, while also conspiring with Zhao Junchang of the Security Bureau to frame him. Furthermore, the district chief of Shandong City has deep-rooted connections with both Zhao Junchang and Wang Xuanfu, turning a blind eye to their malevolent deeds, Fang Guoqing reported with reverence. Currently, the district chief of Shandong City has been relieved of his duties and is under investigation.
Commander Sun has dispatched personnel to apprehend Wang Xuanfu, his son, and heir Huzi. Remember, eradicate evil completely, Qin Xianbang declared with a weighty tone, his visage radiating an air of menace.
Understood, both Fang Guoqing and Sun Mingja replied in unison. Following this, Sun Mingja hesitantly stepped forward, saying, Commander Qin, allow me to remove these restraints.
Humph, a mere pair of handcuffs cannot contain me.
With a sudden exertion of strength, he shattered the cuffs. An aura of formidable power emanated from Qin Xianbang, suffocating those around him. Sun Mingja stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the revelation of Fang Guoqing gasped in astonishment, his face a mask of shock. Su Ming, too, was taken aback. The aura exuding from Qin Xianbang rivaled his own, revealing him to be a master of concealed strength. The knight's revelations had overwhelmed him from the chance encounter with the venerable Qin, to the old man drawing a weapon in fury, to the intervention of the provincial chief and the theater commander, and finally to Qin Xianbang's display of prowess. Each wave of shock crashed over him, leaving him dazed. Who was this venerable figure? Surely, he was a person of immense significance. Qin Xianbang turned to Su Ming, a smile gracing his face.
Young friend, it seems we are destined to meet.
Thank you for the meal of cured meat. When I next visit the capital, I shall treat you to Peking duck. Certainly, Commander Qin. Now I shall bring some cured meat for you when I return to the capital for my studies, Su Ming replied, almost as if possessed.
Upon hearing this, Qin Xianbang burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent, I shall await your arrival in the capital.
Fang Guoqing stood in disbelief, pondering who this young man could be to have garnered such favor. Many sought to forge connections with Qin but found themselves thwarted, yet here, Qin had singled him out, a stroke of fortune indeed. Wait, was this not the recently celebrated top scorer of the college entrance examination? Had Qin risked much merely to elevate him? This realization sent a cold sweat down Fang Guoqing's back, altering his perception of Su Ming entirely. Sun Mingja gazed at Su Ming with envy. The young man was indeed fortunate to have earned Qin's admiration. Even as the commander of the Southern Theater, he remained merely a foot soldier in the eyes of Qin. Before the venerable man, they were all dutiful and respectful, fearing to overstep their bounds, not merely due to Qin's esteemed position, but because he was a pivotal figure within the military realm. Let us depart, Qin Xianbang proclaimed, gesturing grandly as he stepped forward, closely followed by 4 guards, with Fang Guoqing and Sun Mingja trailing closely behind. It felt surreal, as if he were in a dream, and Su Ming quickly hurried to keep pace. Upon reaching the entrance, Su Ming was once again struck dumb. The spectacle before him was nothing short of staggering. A seemingly endless line of armored military vehicles and troop-laden trucks stood in imposing formation, exuding an aura of might. Above, armed helicopters roared, their thunderous presence commanding reverence and awe. This overwhelming display ignited Su Ming's senses, and he swallowed hard, captivated by the scene. Qin Xianbang, flanked by his entourage, approached a grounded armed helicopter, poised to board. Pausing, he turned back toward Su Ming, waving his hand.
Young friend, do not forget our promise in the capital.
Qin Xianbang's voice resonated with vigor, betraying none of the frailty typically associated with age.
His words reached every ear in the vicinity. Envy flickered in the eyes of those present as they regarded Su Ming, who was Qin Xianbang. To win his favor was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Feeling a wave of emotion, Su Ming gazed at the venerable old man, his throat tightening. Suddenly, he raised his hand in a salute. Though imperfect, it conveyed his sincerity. Qin Xianbang appeared momentarily taken aback before slowly returning the gesture with a military salute. In that moment, every soldier present regarded Qin Xianbang with profound respect, their admiration palpable. Once the helicopter bearing Qin Xianbang departed, Su Ming decided to return to the Marriott Hotel for a night's rest. It was now past 11 o'clock, and he feared that returning home at such a late hour might disturb his parents' slumber. Prior to his arrival, he had called Pang Yunli to ensure a room was prepared for him, mentioning he would be arriving shortly. Upon receiving the call, Pang Yunli was taken aback. Given the recent sensational news online regarding Su Ming's alleged involvement in a murder and subsequent arrest, she felt a pang of sorrow. Where could she find such a commendable boss? He had promptly promoted her and doubled their salaries. Su Ming's call indicated that all was well, and she struggled to contain her racing heart, excitement bubbling over as she called Jiang Wensheng to share the good news. Jiang Wensheng had been fraught with concern over Su Ming's situation. Having exhausted all connections and finding no one willing to intervene, they only vaguely alluded to the matter being under scrutiny by higher-ups, leaving him feeling powerless.
Meanwhile, bolstered by Su Ming's substantial financial backing, the Marriott Investment Group had acquired a prime plot of land in the Eastern District, earmarked for a landmark building in Shandong City, designed to soar to a height of 268 meters over 56 stories. Construction was currently underway. Additionally, he had secured several parcels of land in both the eastern and western new towns, with plans to develop upscale residential communities. In a short span of time, the Marriott Investment Group had made significant strides, sending shockwaves through the industry with their bold maneuvers. The city center, railway stations, and docks were suddenly adorned with new advertisements proclaiming, improving urban life, the billion-dollar real estate giant Marriott has arrived. Chapter 31 Annihilation. The Marriott Investment Group has risen with formidable strength, commanding attention and awe as it conquers the market, bolstered by substantial financial backing. The Commercial Real Estate Weekly even exclaimed, "Marvel, Marriott has arrived." In an article analyzing the ascent of the Marriott Investment Group. It can be said that without Su Ming's trust, Jiang Wensheng would not have achieved the heights of his current career. All connections have been thoroughly explored to no avail, and just as despair set in, he received a call from Pang Yunli, who wasted no time in coming over. Zhang Wolin was in the living room engrossed in her phone. Su Ming's situation had significantly affected her. She could hardly believe that Su Ming could be a murderer, a promising top scholar with a bright future. How could he possibly commit such an act? Seeing her father heading out so late, she curiously inquired, only to learn he was going to meet Su Ming. Jiang Wolin was taken aback, then jumped up excitedly, insisting on accompanying him. Meanwhile, at the security bureau, Su Ming was preparing to take a taxi back to the Marriott Hotel as there seemed to be nothing left to address. Fang Guoqing adamantly refused, insisting on escorting him. He stated that after the immense grievances Su Ming had endured, he was representing Chunan Province to offer his apologies and to bestow upon him the honorary title of Outstanding Youth of Chunan Province. Su Ming was taken aback. While it was true he had faced injustices, what did the title of Outstanding Youth of Chunan Province entail? Fang Guoqing explained with utmost seriousness that in this incident, Su Ming had actively assisted the authorities in decisively dismantling the underworld forces in Shandong City, uncovering the traitorous elements within. Thus, the honor was well-deserved. In conclusion, Fang Guoqing asserted that not only would he escort Su Ming back to the hotel today, but he would also see him home tomorrow, to restore his name, clear his suspicions, and grant him fairness and justice. This was also a directive from Qin Xianbang, intending to pave the way for Su Ming and add a significant entry to his resume. Fang Guoqing was astonished upon hearing Qin Xianbang's instructions. This was not merely appreciation, but rather an initiative to cultivate talent. He even envisioned the emergence of a new star. As a high-ranking official, he understood the implications and felt inclined to forge a connection. Subsequently, Su Ming entered Fang Guoqing's car, and the convoy of Audi A8s made its way to the Marriott Hotel. At the hotel entrance, Jiang Wensheng and his daughter, along with Pang Yunli, anxiously awaited, and when they saw the Audi A8 convoy slowly approach and come to a halt, Jiang Wensheng's instinct kicked in. Upon noticing that the lead vehicle bore the provincial government's license plate number 1, his heart raced, leaving him momentarily at a loss. A secretary emerged from the passenger seat, cautiously opening the door and shielding it with his hand as Fang Guoqing stepped out of the vehicle. At that moment, Zhang Wolin and Pang Yunli recognized him, their minds momentarily blank with shock. After all, Fang Guoqing was the provincial governor, frequently seen in the public eye rather than walking into the hotel. Fang Guoqing stood beside the car with a smile. Everyone was puzzled. Who could he be waiting for? Was there someone of even greater importance? Amidst the astonished gazes, Su Ming emerged from the car. The realization that Su Ming had alighted from the provincial government vehicle left Jiang Wensheng and his daughter, as well as Pang Yunli, utterly astonished, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Without hesitation, Jiang Wolin rushed into Su Ming's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother Su Ming," as tears streamed down her face. As Su Ming tenderly stroked Jiang Wolin's head and turned to Fang Guoqing, stating, "This is my sister." Such a deep sibling bond, indeed, Fang Guoqing replied with a beaming smile, understanding Su Ming's emotions and reflecting on the young man's fortunate circumstances. Smiling again, Su Ming introduced, "Governor Fang, this is Jiang Wensheng, the president of the Marriott Investment Group, and this is Pang Yunli, the general manager of the Marriott Hotel. Since it is late, if it is not too much trouble, perhaps you could stay here, Governor Fang." "Certainly, it is my pleasure," Fang Guoqing responded amiably as he shook hands with Jiang Wensheng and Pang Yunli. The latter two were still somewhat dazed, grappling with the staggering turn of events. Just hours prior, rumors had circulated about Su Ming being implicated in a murder, and now he was warmly conversing with the governor of Chunan Province. They struggled to comprehend what had transpired, feeling as though they were in a dream. Fang Guoqing cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Wensheng and earnestly stated, "Welcome, President Jiang, to invest in the provincial capital and contribute to its development." "Thank you, Governor Fang, for your trust," Jiang Wensheng stammered, feeling increasingly unsettled and overwhelmed with excitement. After arranging for Fang Guoqing and his entourage, Su Ming returned to his room to call his parents and assure them of his safety before finally getting some rest. At 11 p.m., the Wang family villa was ablaze with light, where Wang Xuanfu and his son reveled in their triumph over the day's events. Su Ming's arrest on charges of intentional homicide had alleviated a significant burden for Wang Qiming. Iruzi had also been invited to the celebratory banquet hosted by the Wang family. "That scoundrel Su Ming dares to compete with me for a woman, he must be tired of living," Wang Qiming laughed malevolently. Indeed, with young Master Wang's involvement, success is but a foregone conclusion. "Come, young Master Wang, allow me to toast to you." Iruzi, seated nearby, fawned, having solidified his connection with the Wang family through this event. The Wang family was among the wealthiest in Shandong City, and the thought of this made his eyes gleam with ambition. "Qiming, you are still recovering. Drink in moderation, Wang Xuanfu said with a beaming smile, gazing at his only son, whom they had spoiled excessively after witnessing his son's knee being shattered. Wang Xuanfu had been consumed with rage. Anyone who dared to harm his son would pay with their life. However, upon learning the details, he hesitated. Su Ming was now a public figure. If he sought revenge recklessly, he risked becoming the center of public scrutiny. Today, with the Security Bureau's intervention, Su Ming's arrest was entirely justified. Dad, let's celebrate. I want to drink more, Wang Qiming insisted, still exhilarated by Su Ming's arrest. In his mind, with Su Ming out of the picture, Zhang Yuqing would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. Oh, you, Wang Xuanfu replied, exasperated, then turned to Eruzi, saying, Eruzi, you must look out for Qiming from now on. Ensure he does not suffer any loss. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, with me around, no one would dare bully young Master Wang. I would stake my life on it, Eruzi declared, brimming with confidence, knowing that aligning himself with the Wang family would propel him to great heights. Wang Xuanfu nodded slightly, pleased with Eruzi's commitment. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed as the villa's front door splintered into pieces. As they stood in stunned silence, a squad of fully armed soldiers stormed in, surrounding them, their weapons trained ominously on them. Wang Xuanfu, his son, and Eruzi were paralyzed with fear, the cold barrels of the guns radiating an aura of death that sent chills down their spines, leaving them utterly petrified.
What do you want? Wang Xuanfu stammered, trembling.
A burly soldier stepped forward and struck Wang Xuanfu on the forehead with the butt of his rifle, his voice icy as he commanded, take them all away. Wang Qiming's face drained of color, his body shaking uncontrollably. Eruzi, terrified, dropped his glass, his face a mask of horror they dared not resist, engulfed by despair. Author's note: I hope everyone enjoys this. Writing is not easy. For those who appreciate it, please like, follow, and save. Chapter 32. Outstanding provincial youth. At 11:50 p.m., Su Ming had yet to return home. His parents had made countless attempts to reach him by phone, but to no avail, leaving them in a state of frantic despair. How could their son possibly be a murderer? Surely, there had been a grave misunderstanding. Despite the video circulating online that depicted Su Ming's arrest, they found it difficult to accept it from childhood. Su Ming had always been an obedient child, gentle in temperament and kind-hearted. How could he commit such a heinous act? Wang Guifen's eyes were swollen and red from crying, while Su Ming's father, Su Chang, sighed in despair, utterly at a loss. Just that morning, they had been celebrating their son's achievements as the top scorer in the national college entrance examination, yet by evening, he had been taken into custody. He could not fathom what had transpired, but he would never believe that his son could engage in illegal behavior. At that moment, Wang Guifen's phone rang urgently. She glanced at the caller ID, momentarily stunned, before swiftly answering. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried we are? Upon hearing Su Ming's voice, Wang Guifen could no longer contain her tears. What, you're coming back? All right, I'll be back tomorrow morning. Sure, wait, why are you sleeping outside? What, an important guest is coming. All right, understood. After hanging up, Wang Guifen's expression transformed from worry to joy as she exclaimed, Old man, Su Ming is fine. He intended to come back tonight, but he mentioned that he is with an important guest and will return tomorrow morning. Ah. Su Chang was taken aback, his mouth agape in shock, before he excitedly replied, it's good that he is coming back. The following morning, a knock at the door startled the couple. Who could it be? Before Su Ming's troubles, they were accustomed to visitors. Even at night, however, since news of Su Ming's alleged crime broke, everyone seemed to avoid them as if they were contagious. Who would dare to visit now? After a brief hesitation, Wang Guifen opened the door. Before her stood an exceptionally beautiful young woman, tall and possessing a visage rivaling that of a star. Wang Guifen was momentarily at a loss, gazing at the girl with confusion. Dear, who are you looking for? Auntie, I'm Su Ming's classmate, here to check on you. The visitor was Zhang Yuqing, holding a bag of fruit. Upon hearing the news of Su Ming's predicament, she felt as if struck by lightning, leaving her in shock. She could not believe it to be true and even suspected it might be a scheme orchestrated by Wang Qiming and others to frame him. Yet, as a fragile young woman, she felt powerless to intervene, with no one to turn to for help, only a profound sense of helplessness. In her heart, she had already considered Su Ming her boyfriend, and she felt compelled to do something for him. After asking a few classmates for his address, she set aside her youthful reserve and made her way to Su Ming's home. Seeing the young woman before her, Wang Guifen felt tears welling up again. Thank you, dear. Please come in and make yourself comfortable. Don't mention it, Auntie, just call me Yuqing, Zhang Yuqing replied as she entered, shaking Wang Guifen's hand warmly. Ah, very well, Wang Guifen said, her spirits lifted. She then called out to Su Ming's father, Su Chang, old man, Su Ming's classmate is here, go buy some groceries quickly. Su Chang, not one for many words, said nothing and simply stood up to head out. Auntie, please don't feel obliged, Zhang Yuqing quickly added. Not at all. We're having lunch here, and Su Ming will be back shortly, Wang Guifen said with a radiant smile, growing increasingly fond of the girl. Su Ming will be back shortly? Zhang Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Yes, he'll be back soon, Wang Guifen replied joyfully. Though unaware of the specifics, Zhang Yuqing felt an immense weight lift from her heart. As Su Chang stepped outside, he noticed a group of people huddled together, whispering. He knew what they were discussing and chose to ignore them. These individuals were always gossiping and rarely spoke kindly. Just a few steps later, a sharp voice pierced the air. Old Su, going to buy groceries? Is your son out yet? The tone carried a hint of mockery. Su Chang looked up to see Zhang Chunlan and felt a wave of distaste wash over him. He was aware of her sordid history with his wife and her penchant for stirring trouble, so he decided against engaging with her. He attempted to walk past, but Zhang Chulan blocked his path. Old Su, how is your son? Still locked up, I say, no matter who you are, even if you're the top scorer, if you break the law, you deserve to be imprisoned. Su Cheng's lips twitched in irritation. He thought it unnecessary to explain himself to such a person, knowing that once his son returned, it would naturally silence her. He shot Zhang Chulan a fierce glare and stated firmly, step aside. Startled as if confronted by a wild beast, Zhang Chulan instinctively took a few steps back, only to retaliate with venomous words, what is this? Do you intend to hit me? Let us see what others have to say. A father of a murderer, acting all high and mighty. Hearing such heartless remarks made Su Cheng tremble with rage, his face turning crimson. Zhang Chunlan's tirade drew a crowd of onlookers who began to murmur amongst themselves, each offering their own opinions. Just then, several Audi A8s glided into the neighborhood, leaving everyone dumbfounded. This community was comprised of employees from a local factory, and luxury vehicles were a rarity. Only a couple of days prior, an upscale car had come to pick up Su Ming, eliciting envy among the residents. Now, however, a fleet of Audi A8s had arrived, cars known to be used by officials. Whose relative could this be? It was quite impressive. Among the crowd, someone with keen eyesight noticed the car bore the provincial government's #1 license plate, causing a collective gasp of astonishment. The Audi slowly parked beneath Su Ming's building, right next to Su Cheng. Fang Guoqing was the first to alight from the vehicle, and recognition dawned on the crowd. He was the highest-ranking official in Chunan province. Fang Guoqing smiled and nodded at the gathering, eliciting excitement as everyone eagerly greeted him. At that moment, Su Ming emerged from the car, leaving the crowd utterly speechless, enveloped in silence. Each person gasped in shock, their minds reeling. Dad, Su Ming called out, spotting his father below. Su Cheng stood frozen, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at his son. Fang Guoqing, having heard Su Ming's call, approached him, recognizing the middle-aged man beside him as Su Ming's father. He grasped Su Cheng's hand warmly and said, you must be Su Ming's father. Thank you for raising such an exemplary son. Su Ming, disregarding his own safety, collaborated with authorities to dismantle the underground criminal forces in Shandong City, exposing the corrupt elements within. Su Ming is not only the top scorer in the National College entrance examination. In light of his remarkable contributions, the provincial government has decided to confer upon him the honorary title of Outstanding Youth of Chunan Province, Fang Guoqing proclaimed with fervor. His voice resonated with passion, stirring the emotions of everyone present while clearly reaching the ears of all. The crowd was left in stunned silence, taken aback by the rapid turn of events from being the national examination top scorer to a murder suspect and now being recognized as an outstanding youth. Even the onlookers felt as if they were on an emotional roller coaster. Zhang Chulan's face turned a deep shade of purple, her expression one of utter humiliation as she sensed the disdain and scorn reflected in the eyes of those around her. She wished desperately for a hole to swallow her whole. Meanwhile, Su Cheng's previously rigid expression softened, filled with pride and relief. Chapter 33 The Jiang family's predicament. On the car ride, Fang Guoqing overheard the biting mockery directed at Su Cheng and remarked, Old Su, you have suffered injustice. On behalf of the provincial government, I extend my sincerest apologies to your family. It's nothing, thank you all, Su Cheng stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. Dad, everything is alright now. Director Fang has arrived, please invite them in for a visit, Su Ming said, feeling a twinge of emotion himself, empathizing with his parents' feelings throughout the day. Yes, please do come in and have a seat, Su Cheng responded, regaining his composure and leading the way upstairs, calling out, wife, our son has returned. Wang Guifan and Zhang Yuqing were deep in conversation, reminiscing about Su Ming's wobbly steps as a toddler, which had them both in fits of laughter. Upon hearing Su Ming's father's voice, Zhang Yuqing furrowed her brow and muttered, isn't he supposed to be out buying groceries? Why is he back? As soon as Su Cheng stepped through the door, he proclaimed, our son is back. Wang Guifan and Zhang Yuqing instantly rose, their faces lighting up with excitement. This boy really knows how to keep us on our toes, Wang Guifan said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she playfully chastised him. Zhang Yuqing stood shyly to the side. At that moment, Su Ming entered the home, and upon seeing him, Wang Guifan's tears streamed down her cheeks. She rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him, crying, where have you been? I was so worried. Zhang Yuqing's eyes also glistened, her beautiful gaze fixed on Su Ming, her heart a tumult of emotions. Wife, let us discuss this later, we have esteemed guests first, let us prepare some tea, Su Cheng interjected. Just as he finished speaking, Fang Guoqing stepped inside. Wang Guifan stood frozen, her expression one of shock. She frequently watched the news and instantly recognized the prominent figure before her. Director Fang, Wang Guifan stammered. Zhang Yuqing, equally taken aback, stared at Fang Guoqing, fully aware of his identity. Dear sister-in-law, I am here on behalf of the provincial government to express my condolences for the injustices you have faced, Fang Guoqing said, grasping Wang Guifan's hand with genuine sentiment. There is no need for such condolences. We are fine, truly, Wang Guifan replied, still in disbelief, staring at Fang Guoqing as if caught in a dream. She pinched herself hard, feeling no pain. This must be a dream. Ouch, Mom, you're pinching my arm. Su Ming yelped, leaping away, which elicited a hearty laugh from everyone. Once everyone was seated, Fang Guoqing recounted the events of the day. His eloquence made the tale riveting, filled with ups and downs that captivated his audience. Wang Guifan and her husband, along with Zhang Yuqing, were swept along by the narrative, their expressions shifting from tension to laughter, and eventually to tears. They realized how much had transpired in just one day, their eyes reflecting both pain and pride for Su Ming. Naturally, Su Ming sat beside Zhang Yuqing. Upon entering, he noticed her eyes glistening with tears, stirring feelings of warmth within him. Yuqing, thank you, Su Ming said sincerely, gazing into her eyes.
No need to mention it, Jiang Yuqing replied bashfully, feeling a bit shy for being the one to reach out first. After a round of pleasantries, Fang Guoqing took his leave, acknowledging the demands of his office and the work awaiting him. As Su Ming escorted him downstairs, Fang Guoqing mentioned he would reach out when he was next in the provincial capital. Su Ming, considering the rapid expansion of the Marriott Group and the advantageous opportunity in the provincial city, readily agreed. Upon returning home, Wang Guifan was animatedly conversing with Jiang Yuqing, her fondness for the beautiful, well-mannered girl growing by the minute. In the midst of their chatter, Su Ming found himself at a loss for words and began scrolling through his phone, discovering Jiang Yuqing's heartfelt post, which stirred a deep sense of emotion within him, making his gaze toward her even more ardent. Noticing Su Ming's return, Wang Guifan engaged in a few more exchanges before excusing herself to the kitchen with Su Chang, granting the young couple some privacy. Have you received your admission letter yet? Su Ming inquired. Yes, but it's not from Hucking University. It is from the National University, Jiang Yuqing replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. That is alright, they're both in the capital. I'll come to see you whenever I can, Su Ming said, relieved and smiling. Really? Jiang Yuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. Deep down, however, Jiang Yuqing harbored concerns. Su Ming was exceptionally talented, a veritable gem with so many temptations in the world. She feared he might be swayed. Even the most virtuous of monks, like Tang Sang, nearly succumbed in the land of women, didn't he? They say distance breeds beauty, yet she worried that while distance might be established, beauty could fade. The moment she heard Su Ming's promise, her spirits lifted considerably. Indeed, Su Ming affirmed earnestly. At his words, Jiang Yuqing broke into a playful smile before asking, "Are you free tomorrow?" "I am, what's up?" Su Ming replied. "My father is attending the bidding conference for the Marriott Group tomorrow, and he wants me to accompany him. He mentioned introducing me to a few dignitaries. I'm not particularly fond of such gatherings. Could you accompany me?" Jiang Yuqing asked, her voice barely above a whisper, a touch of shyness evident. "Of course. Is the bidding conference particularly important for your family?" Su Ming inquired, curious about the implications of the event, aware that Jiang Yuqing came from a well-off family but uncertain of the specifics. Jiang Yuqing let out a sigh, her demeanor somewhat hesitant, before revealing her family's situation. Her grandfather, Jiang Tianzhan, had never held her family in high regard, possibly due to the prevailing patriarchal mindset, which meant her father had never been given significant responsibilities within the clan. Jiang Tianzhan, as the head of the Jiang family, wielded absolute authority, with the family primarily engaged in real estate and construction, making them a prominent name in Xiangdong City. The Jiang family had always been small in number, passing down only a single heir until her grandfather's generation, which included her father and uncle, leading him to desire expansion and prosperity for the family lineage. Since Jiang Yuqing's birth, her grandfather had grown increasingly distant from them. Her uncle, Jiang Yuliang, had seen his status rise due to his son, Jiang Xiaofei, and had taken charge of the family business. Meanwhile, her father, Jiang Jindong, faced exclusion from his brother's family, and even with that, her grandfather turned a blind eye, for in his heart, Jiang Xiaofei was the one destined to carry the family as hopes, leading him to be lenient with his brother's family. However, Jiang Yulian was somewhat inept, and this year, his investments had resulted in losses exceeding $100 million. Consequently, the family's finances were in jeopardy, and although Jiang Tianzheng did not voice his dissatisfaction, he could not suppress his displeasure. At that moment, the Marriott Group announced an investment of $50 billion, simultaneously launching projects for 5 developments in the eastern and western parts of the city, opening the bidding to the public. The news sent shockwaves throughout the construction industry in southern Hubei province. Chapter 34 of the $5 billion contract. $5 billion, Jiang Tianzheng was no longer composed. Securing a contract from this project would breathe new life into the Jiang family, perhaps even propel them to unprecedented heights. Of course, he was not alone in this ambition. All construction companies were exerting their utmost efforts, eager to carve out a share for themselves. During a family meeting, Jiang Tianzheng declared that whoever secured the contract would be appointed as the general manager of the Jiang Group. His words were a subtle hint that the one who clinched the contract would be deemed worthy of inheriting the family business. To bolster morale, Jiang Tianzheng was willing to relinquish the position of general manager as an incentive. Consequently, Jiang Jindong was also filled with determination, intent on securing the contract. However, he was acutely aware of the fierce competition in this bidding process. Not only local construction firms were vying for the contract, but also several formidable companies from the provincial capital had joined the fray. Today, Jiang Yuqing casually mentioned this matter. Upon hearing it, Su Ming felt a surge of frustration. In this day and age, such blatant gender bias was intolerable that he immediately proposed, "Tomorrow, you should approach Jiang Wensheng to sign the contract." "Ah. Can President Jiang really help? Isn't he just the owner of the Royal Hotel?" Jiang Yuqing was taken aback, bombarding him with questions. Although she acknowledged Su Ming's capabilities, it did not imply that he could resolve the contract issue, especially given its staggering worth of $5 billion, translating to a profit of $500 to $600 million. Yet, observing Su Ming's earnest demeanor, her doubts only deepened. He had accomplished too many miracles in the past, leaving her both skeptical and hopeful. "Trust me," Su Ming said with sincere conviction. He had resolved to assist Jiang Yuqing in this endeavor. It was a trivial matter for him, well within his purview, and he possessed the authority to make decisive choices. Simultaneously, he harbored a desire to defend Jiang Yuqing's honor. No one, not even her grandfather, had the right to bully her. "All right." Despite knowing the difficulty of the task at hand, Jiang Yuqing felt an unexpected sense of anticipation. For some reason, she felt inexplicably at ease in Su Ming's presence, which provided her with a profound sense of security. After their lunch, Jiang Yuqing returned home, only to receive a call from her father, instructing her to head directly to the Jiang family's ancestral residence for a family meeting. Upon arriving at the ancestral home, Jiang Yuqing quickly realized that all the key family members had already gathered. As soon as she entered, her cousin, Jiang Xiufei, immediately mocked her. Jiang Yuqing, what are you doing here? This is a family meeting. Do you even have a place here? Is there no decorum left? Why are you still standing there? Get out. Hearing this, Jiang Jindong's expression faltered, and he coldly retorted, Xiufei, this is Grandpa's request. Everyone must attend, and it is not your place to dictate terms. At that moment, Jiang Tianjiang interjected, alright, enough of this, let us get down to business. This overt favoritism displeased Jiang Yuqing, prompting her to silently take a seat beside her father. Jiang Tianjiang, seated at the head of the table, spoke gravely, currently, our family's finances are in distress, as you all are aware. An opportunity has presented itself before us, and whether we seize it depends on all of you. Raising his voice, Jiang Tianjiang continued, the Marriott Group is investing 5 billion in the development of 5 projects. If anyone can secure this contract, they will be hailed as a great benefactor for the entire family. If the position of general manager awaits its occupant, the next steps are yours to decide. Everyone knows that the Marriott Group is currently on a strong upward trajectory, expanding rapidly. Should we manage to collaborate with them through this opportunity, the Jiang family's future will be immensely promising. However, Jiang Tianjing's impassioned speech failed to ignite enthusiasm among the attendees. They were all too aware of the Marriott Group's formidable capabilities and wished to associate with such a powerful entity, yet they knew that the Marriott Group would likely disregard them. It was understandable, a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions would hardly consider a small family like the Jiangs. The room fell into a contemplative silence, with everyone exchanging cautious glances, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Noticing the lack of response, Jiang Tianjiang grew increasingly frustrated. He had offered the position of general manager as a reward, what more could he do? The glances directed at him ignited a sense of indignation. The assembled members were all astute, while the general manager's position was appealing. Securing the contract was no easy feat. They understood that not even the venerable Jiang patriarch would likely succeed in this endeavor. There was a chance that others might not even entertain a meeting with him. Seeing the lack of initiative, Jiang Tianjing's anger flared as he questioned, are you all part of the Jiang family or not? Is there truly no one willing to shoulder the family's burdens? With that, he turned to Jiang Yuliang, saying, Yuliang, I entrust this matter to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuliang chuckled awkwardly, Dad, you know I have numerous responsibilities on my plate. Just look at my current workload. Jiang Yuliang was reluctant to take on this task, fully aware that his standing would not carry much weight in this situation. Moreover, he had learned that several powerful companies from the provincial capital were also competing in the bidding, rendering his chances even slimmer. Avoiding the task meant he would not err, but should he accept and fail, the repercussions would fall squarely on him. Jiang Tianjing's frustration boiled over, and he reprimanded, nonsense, stop making excuses. With such cowardice, how could I possibly entrust the family's business to you? Jiang Yuliang lowered his head, chastened into silence. In truth, Jiang Tianjing himself felt uncertain. If he were confident, he wouldn't have dangled the prospect of the general manager position as a reward. He was inherently a person with a strong desire for power and, unless absolutely necessary, would not make such a significant concession. Dad, I'll go, Jiang Jindong finally spoke up. You? Jiang Tianjing instinctively frowned. Jiang Yuliang, witnessing this, sneered, Jindong, don't force it, merely placating Grandpa 1T changed the outcome. What are you trying to prove? Indeed, uncle, don't jeopardize this opportunity, it could adversely impact future collaborations with the Marriott Group. Jiang Xiaofei chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Jiang Jindong's face flushed, and his expression darkened. Jiang Yuqing felt a pang of discomfort. If she chose not to act, others would still ridicule her. How could such people exist? She interjected, Grandpa, since uncle is unwilling to take this on, why not let my father give it a try? Yuqing, how dare you speak out? Who said I was unwilling? I'm simply overwhelmed with work. Watch your tone, Jiang Yuliang snapped in anger. Enough, do you not find this embarrassing enough? Jiang Tianjing slammed the table, his rage palpable. He was feeling increasingly vexed. In truth, he had higher hopes for Jiang Yuliang and wished he would undertake this responsibility. His eldest son's retreat was disheartening, leaving him disappointed, yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat. This was an extraordinary opportunity for the Jiang family, and missing it would make finding a similar chance even more difficult. In fact, he had little faith in Jiang Jindong, for while he was his own son, Jiang Jindong had a daughter and was thus clearly unfit to inherit the family business. The idea of passing the family legacy to an outsider was one he could not countenance. Although he was not particularly optimistic about Jiang Jindong, he had to acknowledge his willingness to step up at this critical juncture. Sometimes he pondered how much better it would be if Jiang Yuqing were a boy. Jiang Jindong was no less capable than Jiang Yuliang, and in many respects, he demonstrated greater responsibility and could alleviate some of his burdens. Furrowing his brow, he sighed, let us treat this dead horse as a live one. Jindong, prepare yourself, tomorrow we will all head to the bidding site together. Chapter 35. Attending the bidding conference at the break of dawn the following day, Jiang Tianjiang, clad in his finest attire, brought Jiang Yuliang and his son to the newly renamed Marriott Hotel. It was evident that he harbored an intense eagerness for the forthcoming bidding. Jiang Jindong and his daughter were already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing his father, Jiang Jindong approached with respect, greeting him with, Father, you have arrived. Jiang Tianjiang grunted lightly before adding, this time, it's all on you. You must secure this contract. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. I submitted the tender documents to the Marriott Group a few days ago, Jiang Jindong replied. Humph, just don't bring shame to the Jiang family, Zhang Yuliang interjected disdainfully from the side. Enough of that, let us proceed inside, Zhang Tianjing said, casting an impatient glance at Zhang Yuliang as he led the way into the hotel. The Zhang Yuliang family followed closely behind, with Zhang Jindong turning back momentarily to call out, Yuqing, hurry up and catch up. Zhang Jindong's words caught the attention of Zhang Tianjing and the others, prompting them to halt and look back. Father, I am waiting for a classmate, Zhang Yuqing replied, her voice tinged with hesitation. She recalled how Su Ming had assured her yesterday, yet he had not appeared thus far aware of the significance this bidding held for the Jiang family. She felt a pang of anxiety. However, she also remembered Su Ming's suggestion to seek out Jiang Wensheng directly, leaving her in a state of indecision. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jindong let out a disdainful humph, his expression clearly one of displeasure. Zhang Xiaofei, standing nearby, mockingly remarked, a girl in her fleeting affections, at a time like this, still thinking of her little admirer, how can grandfather possibly feel at ease? Zhang Tianjing stiffened, as if struck by a hidden truth, then shot Zhang Yuqing a fierce glare before turning to march into the hotel. Come on, Zhang Jindong said, disappointment evident in his tone as he added, let's not wait any longer. Zhang Yuqing's face flushed crimson, her heart swelling with indignation. What had she done? Merely waiting for someone who could assist with the bidding. Was that such a grave offense? Throughout her life, she had often been bullied by her uncle's family, and even her grandfather had shown her little favor. What wrong had she committed? In that moment, the pent-up emotions within her erupted, and she cried out, Grandfather, the person I am waiting for can help us secure the contract. A sudden silence enveloped the group. Zhang Tianjing halted, turning back in disbelief to gaze at Zhang Yuqing. Zhang Yuliang and his son were equally taken aback by her proclamation. It was ludicrous. The Marriott Group was a colossal enterprise worth billions, and countless individuals aspired to forge connections with them, let alone the Jiang family, who were hardly worthy of attention in comparison. Though Zhang Tianjing had personally come, it did not guarantee that he could resolve the issue. He might not even gain an audience with the senior executives of the Marriott Group. If even Zhang Tianjing could not accomplish this, how could she? She was merely a student, with only a limited circle of acquaintances. Would anyone truly assist her? Zhang Tianjing's skepticism was evident as he could not restrain himself from asking, who is this person you speak of? All eyes turned toward Zhang Yuqing. Uncertain, she recalled Su Ming's words and, in a moment of emotional fervor, blurted out, it is Su Ming. Su Ming, Zhang Tianjing pondered, trying to place the name. He had never heard of anyone associated with the Marriott Group by that name and could not make the connection. At that moment, Zhang Xiaofei burst into a boisterous laugh, exclaiming, I know who you mean, you're referring to that top-scoring student, another mere pupil like yourself. Yuqing, you cannot deceive grandfather in such a manner. He seemed to have seized upon a weakness, relentlessly attacking Zhang Yuqing. Though she posed no immediate threat to him, the future was uncertain. After all, Zhang Yuqing, like him, was a grandchild of their grandfather, albeit of a different gender. When faced with a potential rival, one could either crush them or tarnish their reputation, leaving no room for resurgence. Only then could one truly secure their position. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianjing's expression darkened. He had felt the name was familiar previously, but now it clicked. Even as a top student, could she truly secure the contract? Did she think this was merely an examination or a game of make-believe? With a cold demeanor, Zhang Tianjing stated, Yuqing, have you had your fun? And stormed off. Zhang Yuqing felt utterly dejected, tears welling up in her eyes. She understood her grandfather's lack of regard for her, but never had she imagined he would hold such disbelief in her capabilities. Sighing deeply, Zhang Jindong glanced at his daughter, feeling a pang of heartache. He was on the verge of nodding in agreement with her, yet, the thought that Su Ming was merely a student clouded his mind. Ultimately, he said nothing and took her hand, leading her away. As Zhang Jindong and his daughter arrived at the 20th floor of the Marriott Hotel for the bidding conference, they found the room bustling with attendees, many of whom were familiar faces from the industry, engaged in lively conversation. Brother Jindong, you've arrived, a voice called out. Zhang Jindong turned to see Lei Wanjun, the owner of Zhongxing Construction Company from Shandong City, approaching, accompanied by a young man. President Lei, it's a pleasure, Zhang Jindong responded warmly, stepping forward to shake Lei Wanjun's hand. This must be your daughter. It has been years since we last met, and she has grown even more beautiful, Lei Wanjun remarked with a smile. Indeed, this is my daughter, Zhang Yuqing, Zhang Jindong replied, then turned to her, saying, Yuqing, greet Uncle Lei. This is your Uncle Lei. Zhang Yuqing, lacking enthusiasm, murmured a subdued, hello, Uncle Lei, and fell silent, appearing rather glum. Lei Wanjun, still smiling, introduced the young man beside him, this is my son, Lei Bo, who has just returned from studying in M country. You two should get acquainted, you're both young and may find common ground. In his 20s, Lei Bo was immaculately dressed in designer attire, exuding an air of superiority. Upon first laying eyes on Zhang Yuqing, he was captivated by her beauty, instantly smitten. She far surpassed the foreign girls he had encountered, who, while exuberant, often lacked the delicate charm that Zhang Yuqing possessed. Her flawless complexion and natural grace rendered her a true goddess in comparison. Chapter 36 Bid opening. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jindong immediately grasped the implication and offered a somewhat awkward smile. Although Lei Wanjun was a towering figure in the construction industry of Shandong City, his prowess far exceeded that of the Zhang family. Zhang Yuqing was still too young and ill-prepared to engage in such discussions. Moreover, he knew his daughter's temperament well. Despite her gentle demeanor, she would not respond to anything she disliked. Casting a glance at his daughter, who appeared preoccupied, he gently nudged her. Zhang Yuqing finally came to her senses and softly greeted, hello. A father knows his child best,
Lei Wanjun quickly discerned his son's intentions and remarked, "Brother Jindong, let us retreat to that side for a drink and allow the younger generation to converse amongst themselves."
Very well. Jiang Jindong acquiesced, realizing that in the realm of business, it was unnecessary to offend anyone. After all, no offense had been made thus far. "Father," before Jiang Yuqing could fully regain her composure, Lei Wanjun had already pulled his father away to another corner. Frustrated, Jiang Yuqing stamped her foot, feeling utterly flustered and mortified. "Yuqing, shall we have a drink?" Lei Bo displayed remarkable poise, confident that winning over Jiang Yuqing would be a mere formality. His overwhelming self-assurance stemmed from the fact that in recent years, many women had fallen into his embrace, and Jiang Yuqing was merely a student. How could she possibly resist his allure? With this thought, a smug smile crept upon his lips. At that moment, Jiang Yuqing's phone rang. She glanced at her device, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Excuse me, I need to take this call." Without a second thought, she dashed away, completely disregarding Lei Bo's feelings. Lei Bo was momentarily taken aback, watching her retreating figure with his face flushed crimson. His pride felt severely wounded, and resentment ignited within him. One day, I shall have you beneath me." Unperturbed by him, Jiang Yuqing felt an immense sense of relief as she ran away. She answered the call, directly asking, "Su Ming, where are you?" "Yuqing, I apologize, I'm caught in traffic but have just arrived." "I'm heading up now," Su Ming's voice came through, clearly rushing as he spoke. Jiang Yuqing chuckled, "Take your time, I'll be waiting for you upstairs." Just as she finished speaking, she spotted Su Ming ascending the stairs. Dressed in casual attire, Su Ming hurried over, saying, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." "No worries." Upon seeing Su Ming, all of Jiang Yuqing's previous discontent vanished. Noticing her seemingly troubled expression, Su Ming inquired, "Did you manage to meet with Jiang Wensheng?" "Not yet. It seems unlikely, however. My father did deliver the bid documents to Wanhao Group," Jiang Yuqing replied, somewhat conflicted. "Oh, that's good," Su Ming said before promptly dialing a number. "Hello, boss," a middle-aged man's voice came through the line, exuding utmost respect. "President Jiang, please assign the main project of this tender to Jiang's group, with Jiang Yuqing as the signatory," Su Ming stated calmly. "Understood, boss," the man replied. Standing beside him, Jiang Yuqing couldn't remain composed. "Yes, this real, just like that, a decision has been made." It felt surreal. Her grandfather and father had been racking their brains over this contract, yet it seemed Su Ming had resolved it with a mere phone call. How astonishing, yet, observing Su Ming's composed demeanor, she found herself believing it to some extent. At that moment, the host took the stage, announcing the commencement of the bidding conference with a voice both magnetic and compelling. "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the Wanhao Investment Group's bidding conference. We have received bids from multiple parties, and after careful consideration, the winning units for each project have been determined. I trust this bidding conference will lead to robust partnerships and mutual benefits. Who will emerge victorious? Let us warmly welcome Mr. Jiang Wensheng, president of Wanhao Investment Group, to reveal the results." A hushed murmur spread among the attendees as they speculated on which entity would win the bid, their eyes reflecting a mixture of eagerness and hope. Wanhao Group was a dark horse in the industry, boasting a valuation in the hundreds of billions. In less than a month since its establishment, it had secured numerous plots, something few could fathom. After all, not every piece of land could be acquired solely with wealth. Certain connections were essential. This underscored that Wanhao Group not only possessed ample funds but also had formidable backing. Forming a partnership with Wanhao Group would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. Jiang Tianzhong, Jiang Yuliang, Jiang Jindong, and Jiang Xiaofei gathered together, nervously observing the stage. This contract was of paramount importance to the Jiang family. Securing it would signify a monumental opportunity for their ascent. Jiang Tianzhong felt increasingly restless, his heart racing as he focused intently on the stage. The Lei father and son joined them, wearing calm smiles as if victory was within their grasp. Observing Jiang Tianzhong's anxious demeanor, Lei Wanjun couldn't help but chuckle. Did the Jiang family truly believe they could compete for this bid? Were they even aware of their own limitations? At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the stage. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Jiang Wensheng walked up, impeccably dressed, and offered a slight nod of acknowledgement as silence enveloped the room. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed guests present at the Wanhao Investment Group's bidding conference. I would like to express my sincerest appreciation on behalf of Wanhao Investment Group." A wave of applause erupted from the audience. The Wanhao Investment Group's bidding is divided into several projects, including foundational engineering, main construction, landscaping, decoration, electromechanical installation, and fire safety installation. "I will now announce the winning units." The venue fell silent, with only Jiang Wensheng's voice resonating. The winning unit for the foundational engineering is Chunan Province 5th Construction Engineering Company, Limited. The winning unit for the landscaping project is Chunan Province Mingcheng Landscaping Company. The winning unit for the decoration project is Shandong City Jiamei Decoration Engineering Company. The winning unit for the electromechanical installation project is Chunan Province Zhongheng Electromechanical Company. With each name Jiang Wensheng announced, cheers and congratulations erupted from below, while the representatives of the winning units bowed in gratitude, drawing envious glances from others. For Jiang Tianzhong, however, each name felt like a weight dragging him down. With only the main construction and electromechanical installation projects remaining, he realized that they lacked the qualifications for the latter two. Only the main construction project remained within the realm of construction, yet it was the most significant project in the bidding. Their capabilities were evidently insufficient, with numerous competitors far stronger than them present.
At that moment, Zhang Tianzhang could no longer suppress his anxiety, casting a questioning glance at Zhang Jindong. Zhang Yuliang and his son exchanged mocking glances with Zhang Jindong, whispering, "Dad, don't fret.
Perhaps Jindong has secured the main construction project."
Zhang Jindong's face flushed crimson, feeling inwardly resentful. This was utterly insulting, as if he were to blame for not securing the contract when no one could guarantee such an outcome. Hearing this, Zhang Tianzhang's expression darkened as he scolded softly, "Incompetent." Chapter 37 Winning the bid. Jiang Wensheng continued to announce the winning bidders. As he witnessed each project being claimed by others, Zhang Tianzhang felt his heart plummet to the depths, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Standing beside him, Lei Wanjun also appeared somewhat anxious. He had believed that securing a project would be a mere formality. To his astonishment, as the list of bidders dwindled, his company's name had yet to be called. In that moment, he sensed that he had let his guard down and lost an opportunity. Zhang Yuqing was also growing impatient, though she did not outwardly express her concern. A flicker of hope lingered within her. She kept casting glances at Su Ming, who, oblivious to the tension, was indulging in a slice of cake he had retrieved from the buffet, commenting, "This has a delightful texture. Would you care to try some?" Zhang Yuqing felt on the verge of losing her sanity. Initially devoid of expectations, Su Ming had sparked a glimmer of hope within her. However, as the announcements continued, her confidence dwindled. Sensing her unease, Su Ming casually remarked, "Just wait a moment, perhaps a miracle will occur." On stage, Zhang Wensheng maintained his composed demeanor as he continued to announce the winning bidders. The winning bidder for the installation of fire safety facilities, Huanhai Fire Engineering Installation Company, Limited from Chunan Province. As he reached the announcement for the main construction project, Zhang Wensheng scanned the audience. In that instant, the tension in the room escalated. This was the centerpiece of the bidding process, the most substantial contract among them. Typically, the main construction project comprises about 50% of the total investment, which translates to an investment of approximately 2.5 billion. To put this into perspective, many companies in Shandong City do not possess total assets amounting to 2.5 billion. Even the Jiang Group, while a recognized enterprise in Shandong City, boasted total assets of nearly around 1 billion. Zhang Tianjing's expression grew increasingly anxious, his pupils dilating. He understood this was their final opportunity. Although it seemed bleak, a sliver of hope flickered within him. Lei Wanjun, equally tense, stared at the stage, holding his breath. Congratulations to the Jiang Group for winning the bid. The moment the words left Zhang Wensheng's lips, the entire audience fell into a state of shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Whispers erupted among those who had traveled from the provincial capital. "Which company is the Jiang Group? I've never heard of them. Indeed, it's utterly unbelievable. There must be some connections at play. This must have been predetermined. Clearly, their ancestors are smiling down upon them. How can one argue with fate?" The peers from the provincial capital murmured amongst themselves, while the local construction industry leaders were equally baffled. The Jiang Group, did they possess such capabilities? It seemed preposterous. There was no way they could have been awarded the contract. Yet, despite their thoughts, reality delivered a resounding slap to their incredulity. Zhang Tianzhang, Zhang Jindong, Zhang Yuliang, and Zhang Xiufei stood in stunned silence, their faces a portrait of astonishment. No matter how they had imagined it, they had never dared to hope for the main construction contract. In their plans, merely securing the ancillary contracts had sufficed. Zhang Tianzhang was so overwhelmed that tears streamed down his face. Lei Wanjun, equally astonished, gaped at Zhang Tianzhang, his mouth agape. How was this possible? Did the Jiang family truly have such strength? He swallowed hard, begrudgingly questioning, "Jiang President Jiang, are you certain it is the Jiang Group?" "Of course, how could there be any doubt?" Zhang Wensheng replied, casting a casual glance at Lei Wanjun before continuing, "Congratulations to the winning bidder. I hope that we can collaborate to transform this project into a hallmark of excellence. Additionally, I ask that the representatives of the winning bidder remain behind to sign the cooperation agreement." With that, Zhang Wensheng exited the venue. Zhang Yuqing was equally astounded, staring at Su Ming as if he were a ghost, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her heart raced. This was real. She gazed blankly at Su Ming, increasingly baffled by him. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Do I have a flower on my face?" Su Ming inquired with a smile. "Oh, no, not at all." Zhang Yuqing snapped back to reality, her face flushing. "What are you still standing there for? Go sign the contract." Su Ming urged. I need to sign the contract." Zhang Yuqing was utterly bewildered. "Of course, you should realize that, aside from you, no one else can sign this contract," Su Ming asserted with unwavering confidence. Zhang Yuqing found herself plunged into a state of sheer shock once more. Ultimately, in a daze, she made her way to find her father. Zhang Tianjing and the others were surrounded by a throng of well-wishers, all wearing congenial smiles. "Congratulations, Old Master Jiang. Please take care of my younger brother this time, Old Master Jiang. I have a few excellent construction teams. I hope you will consider us." "Old Master Jiang, congratulations. Look at my side, Old Master Jiang. My capabilities are quite respectable. Please take that into account." Even Lei Wanjun came to join the celebration. Though some felt a tinge of resentment, no one would turn down an opportunity for profit. Such a substantial project could not be managed by a single entity. It would undoubtedly require subcontracting and financing, making collaboration likely for the Jiang family. "I will certainly consider your offers. For now, let us disperse. We have matters to discuss." Zhang Tianjing replied with a degree of restraint before leaving the crowd, leading his family to the tea room on the second floor. Witnessing this, the onlookers cast envious glares at his retreating figure, muttering, "Who does he think he is, so self-important now that he has achieved success?" Unbeknownst to Zhang Tianzhang, who was unaware of their whispers, he felt invigorated, seemingly returned to his peak state. The pressure of recent financial strains dissipated. Sitting in the tea room, Zhang Tianjing's excitement had yet to subside, but he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, exuding confidence. Even now, he could not comprehend how this had transpired.
He did not attribute the success to Jiang Zhendong. What a joke, why would anyone pay him any mind, nor could he credit Jiang Yuliang and his son, who had initially been reluctant to cooperate. He dismissed such thoughts and looked at his son and grandchildren, stating, "We have successfully secured this contract. It is truly a blessing from above, a sign that the Jiang family is not forsaken, allowing us to rise once more." In that moment, he adopted a rather philosophical stance. "This is also a testament to the protection of our ancestors. By seizing this opportunity, I believe the Jiang family can ascend to new heights. Moving forward, we must all exert effort and ensure the success of our endeavors." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuliang and his son exchanged smiles, with Jiang Yuliang asserting, "Father, rest assured, we will diligently follow through on these responsibilities." "It is your esteemed reputation that has enabled us to secure this contract," Jiang Xiaofei hurriedly added. "It is indeed grandfather's influence that matters. With him at the helm, our Jiang family will undoubtedly prevail in the future." In truth, their comments aimed to downplay Jiang Zhendong's role, a testament to their familial unity and a profound application of the art of manipulation. Chapter 38 Signing a 2.5 billion contract. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Zhendong's face turned ashen. He had been tirelessly engaged in the preparation of bids and the submission of documentation, only to find that the contract had been secured without any acknowledgement of his efforts. Yet, out of respect for his father, he suppressed his indignation. Jiang Tianzhang, visibly pleased, nodded slightly and remarked, "Now that we have secured the contract, we must unite our efforts to ensure the project is completed with both quality and timeliness. Henceforth, Xiaofei will oversee this matter, and we shall sign the agreement shortly." At this proclamation, Jiang Zhendong was momentarily stunned. It seemed excessively biased. After laboring diligently, he felt he was merely sewing garments for another. His expression darkened instantly. Hearing his grandfather's words, Jiang Xiaofei was also taken aback, overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He recognized that this was his grandfather bestowing credit upon him, signifying that he would inherit the position of general manager. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "Grandfather, rest assured, I will attend to it immediately." Jiang Zhendong could no longer contain his frustration and protested, "Father, this seems rather inappropriate." "What is inappropriate about it? You are the elder. You should be magnanimous. Moreover, this contract was not secured by you, was it?" Jiang Tianzhang retorted emphatically. In this matter, Jiang Tianzhang had his own considerations. After all, Jiang Xiaofei was his grandson and the rightful heir to the family business. If Jiang Zhendong were to assume the role of general manager, with only a daughter to inherit, it would essentially hand the family business over to outsiders. Furthermore, this contract was not won by Jiang Zhendong. Jiang Tianzhang understood well that even he might not have been able to secure it, let alone Jiang Zhendong. Did he hold more sway than himself? The apparent favoritism made Jiang Zhendong's face flush with rage, leaving him momentarily speechless. Jiang Yuqing could no longer bear the scene. Although she understood that her father had not secured the contract, he had spent several sleepless nights preparing the bid and now, he received no acknowledgement, effectively erasing all his efforts. This was a grave injustice and deeply disheartening. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she spoke up, "Grandfather, this is utterly unfair." As soon as her words fell, silence enveloped the room, and all eyes turned to Jiang Yuqing in astonishment. Had this girl lost her mind? In the Jiang family, no one dared to challenge Jiang Tianzhang's authority, yet here was a junior questioning him. Jiang Tianzhang was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening to an extreme, as he thundered, "You are being outrageous. Show some respect." Seeing this, Jiang Xiaofei feigned concern, saying, "Grandfather, please do not let this upset you." After a brief pause, he angrily chastised, "Jiang Yuqing, you are too arrogant, look at the state you've put grandfather in." Jiang Yuliang added fuel to the fire, saying, "Yuqing, you are showing a complete lack of respect for grandfather. Hurry and apologize." The unwarranted tirade left Jiang Yuqing feeling utterly disheartened. With tears welling in her eyes, she defiantly replied, "I am not in the wrong. This is inherently unjust. When no one else was willing to take on this responsibility, my father stepped up, yet Uncle's family contributed nothing and is now receiving credit." It was as if she were unleashing years of pent-up grievances, as she passionately argued, "And let me tell you, it was Su Ming who helped me secure this contract. None of you would have succeeded in my stead." "Enough." Jiang Tianzhang's body trembled with rage. Never had anyone dared to challenge his authority in such a manner, especially not his own granddaughter. Infuriated, he bellowed, "Leave, get out." Jiang Yuqing froze for a moment, her eyes filled with profound pain and disappointment, and a single tear fell as she stood and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Jiang Zhendong stared blankly at his daughter, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, his facial muscles twitching as he finally rose to pursue her. "Stop right there!" Jiang Tianzhang roared, but his voice fell on deaf ears, leaving him standing there with a complex expression. Jiang Xiaofei entered the office of Li Jiwei, the director of the investment department at Wanhao Investment Group. With great enthusiasm, several representatives from successful bidding units were already present, signing agreements, and everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. He felt elated, never expecting that the credit for this accomplishment would ultimately fall upon him. Securing this contract would allow him to rightfully assume the position of general manager, bestowing upon him a sense of power, with wealth and beauty at his fingertips. As the earlier representatives finished signing and departed amidst expressions of gratitude, Jiang Xiaofei approached Li Jiwei's desk with a beaming smile. "Hello, Director Li, I am from the Jiang Group here to sign the contract." Upon hearing the name Jiang Group, Li Jiwei's face lit up with enthusiasm. He rose eagerly to shake Jiang Xiaofei's hand, saying, "Director Jiang, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I have been waiting for you. The contract is ready, and we can sign it now." Somewhat taken aback by Li Jiwei's warmth, Jiang Xiaofei nonetheless reveled in the attention. With a composed smile, he replied, "Very well, let us proceed."
Li Jiwei presented the prepared contract for Jiang Xiufei to sign, and after completing the formalities, he personally escorted him to the door before concluding the meeting. This was a directive from President Jiang, emphasizing that matters concerning the Jiang family should be handled with special care and ensure the other party's satisfaction. President Jiang had discreetly informed him that this was a request from the big boss. Upon hearing this, Li Jiwei was astounded, realizing the profound connections between the Jiang family and the big boss. Consequently, he did not dare to delay, preparing the contract meticulously, ensuring all necessary signatures and seals were in order, just awaiting the Jiang family's representative to finalize the agreement. After obtaining the contract, Jiang Xiufei felt himself soaring with delight. The esteemed director of Wanhao Group, Li Jiwei, treated him with utmost respect, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. Wanhao Group was a titan in the business world of Chunan province, a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, and particularly, Li Jiwei, the powerful director of the investment department, was a figure whose mere stamp of a foot could send ripples through the industry. Yet today, he seemed almost subservient in Jiang Xiufei's presence. Humming a tune, he jubilantly made his way to the tea room on the second floor. Inside a private booth, Jiang Tianzheng and his son were enjoying fine tea made from the rare Jin Junmei, yet Jiang Tianzheng could not savor its flavor. He was anxiously awaiting news from Jiang Xiufei. Although they had won the bid, true peace of mind would only come with the contract in hand. There were too many uncertainties, and until the contract was secured, no one could predict the final outcome. Upon seeing Jiang Xiufei enter, he quickly inquired, "Xiufei, have you secured the contract?" "Yes, grandfather, the contract has been signed." Jiang Xiufei proclaimed triumphantly, akin to a victorious general returning from battle, as he handed the contract to his grandfather. Jiang Tianjing trembled as he received the document. It was real, and his excitement overflowed as he stammered, Good. Jiang Yuliang also shared in the exhilaration. With this contract in hand, not only would the Jiang family's financial issues be resolved, but it would also elevate their status significantly. A contract worth 2.5 billion was indeed astonishing. Only Jiang Xiufei maintained a serene smile, exuding composure. What was there to be excited about? If only they had witnessed Li Jiwei's obsequious demeanor in his presence. It would surely have left them in shock. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Tianjing finally shifted his gaze from the contract, his eyes brimming with excitement and elation. He exhaled softly and stated with solemnity, "Xiufei, from this day forth, you are the general manager of the Jiang Group. Make sure to perform well." At this proclamation, Jiang Xiufei was taken aback, his mind buzzing with joy, overcome with exhilaration. He breathlessly replied, Thank you, grandfather. I will ensure the family's legacy flourishes and expands. Author's note: for those who enjoy this story, please give it a thumbs up. I am working hard on my writing. Each piece is akin to a child for an author, and I strive to nurture it to be more exceptional and beloved by all. Chapter 39. Dare to deceive me into signing a contract. Su Ming was savoring desserts in the self-service area at the tendering conference, feeling quite pleased with the event. Jiang Wensheng, true to his roots in the hotel industry, had arranged the venue with meticulous attention to detail, and the proceedings of the conference unfolded with impressive organization. The presence of a self-service area was particularly commendable, reflecting thorough consideration. Moreover, Jiang Wensheng had been vigorously promoting initiatives recently, leading to rapid progress that reshaped Su Ming's perception of his capabilities. Indeed, it seemed appropriate to entrust him with greater responsibilities. Su Ming mused to himself, as he was about to embark on his studies in the capital, it was essential for the Marriott Investment Group to expand its operations there. With the capital as a focal point, the business strategy would resonate nationwide, invigorating the grand commercial chess game. Lost in thought, he was suddenly approached by Jiang Yuqing, who was sobbing as she hurried over. He furrowed his brow, quickly grasping the situation. "What's the matter?" he inquired with concern. "It's nothing," Jiang Yuqing replied, her voice quivering. With a sigh, Su Ming pressed further, "Is it that you weren't allowed to sign the contract?" Upon hearing this, tears of grievance streamed down Jiang Yuqing's face once more. Witnessing her distress ignited a surge of anger within Su Ming. He was on the verge of an outburst, thinking, just when I was about to commend you, you go and mess this up. He picked up his phone and dialed with fervor, launching into a tirade. "Jiang Wensheng, how do you conduct your affairs? What is the situation with the Jiang family's contract? Do you even want to keep your job?" Without waiting for a response, Su Ming abruptly hung up. Jiang Yuqing, taken aback by the tempestuous reprimand, gazed at Su Ming through her tear-filled eyes, wondering if this outburst was indeed for her sake. A wave of sweetness washed over her heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Wensheng was left bewildered by the barrage of questions. He was still trying to comprehend the specifics of the matter, but it seemed to revolve around the Jiang family's contract. Instantly, he recalled Jiang Yuqing, the striking young woman by Su Ming's side. A cold sweat broke out as he realized that Jiang Yuqing was Su Ming's girlfriend, and this contract debacle had clearly gone awry. Fool, he cursed under his breath, immediately calling Li Jiwei, the one responsible for the contract, and firing off 3 questions. Has the Jiang family's contract been signed? Who signed it? Was it Jiang Yuqing? Li Jiwei, caught off guard by Jiang Wensheng's inquiries, replied cautiously, Mr. Jiang, the Jiang family's contract has been signed, but it was a man who came to sign it. Suddenly, he grasped the implications. Wasn't Jiang Yuqing a female name? How could a man have signed the contract? The realization hit him like a thunderclap, and he was filled with dread. Mr. Jiang, he began, but before he could finish, Jiang Wensheng erupted with a fury that seemed to echo with the might of a tempest. Are you an idiot? You can't even distinguish between male and female. Do you want to ruin me? This matter has been mishandled. You're fired. Without allowing Li Jiwei to respond, he ended the call. Li Jiwei's legs felt weak, his face as pale as a ghost, muttering to himself, It's over, it's over. Suddenly, he rushed out, inquiring as he dashed towards the tea room on the second floor.
At that moment, Jiang Wensheng had also come before Su Ming, and upon seeing the tear-streaked face of Jiang Yuqing, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. It was indeed Li Jiwei's incompetence that had led to this predicament. "Miss Jiang, I apologize. My subordinates have failed you," he said, flustered. Upon recognizing Jiang Wensheng, Jiang Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, realizing that everything Su Ming had said was true. There was no longer any doubt in her mind, she understood it all now. "Mr. Jiang, it's all right, this isn't your fault," she reassured him. "Miss Jiang, it is my mistake, please hold me accountable," Jiang Wensheng insisted, his expression still tense, his eyes darting towards Su Ming. Jiang Yuqing understood that he was looking for Su Ming's validation. Noticing Su Ming's silence and stern demeanor, she took his hand and said, "Let it go, this isn't Mr. Zhang's fault." "Humph, if you can't handle such a trivial matter, how will you manage significant affairs in the future?" "There won't be a next time." Su Ming's expression softened slightly, but he still delivered the admonition with weight. In truth, he bore no significant grudge against Jiang Wensheng, as he recognized the effectiveness of his recent efforts. However, seeing Jiang Yuqing distressed compelled him to vent his frustration on her behalf. Yes, don't worry, boss." Jiang Wensheng wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a grateful glance at Jiang Yuqing. "Boss, could it be that Su Ming was the owner of the Marriott Group?" Jiang Yuqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her heart racing with tumultuous emotion. Sensing her disquiet, Su Ming spoke gently, "This is a complex matter that cannot be explained in a moment. I will clarify it for you another day." Jiang Wensheng added, "Shall we head to the office for now? Li Jiwei has gone to resolve this issue, and it shouldn't take long." Su Ming replied, and together with Jiang Yuqing, they followed Jiang Wensheng towards the office. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Zhendong was also in pursuit. After emerging from the tea room, he had chased after Jiang Yuqing, but upon reaching the first floor and finding no trace of her, he inquired with the receptionist, who informed him that no young woman had exited. He then returned and took the elevator back up to the bidding conference on the 20th floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he stood frozen in shock, his face a mask of astonishment, watching as Jiang Yuqing, Jiang Wensheng, and another young man walked down the corridor. Seeing their retreating figures, Jiang Zhendong's pupils widened, his heart racing as he was engulfed by a wave of disbelief. Could what his daughter had said be true? A complex expression crossed his face, his eyes brimming with profound surprise. Li Jiwei rushed into the second-floor tea room, bursting through the door of the private room. Zhang Tianzhang, upon realizing it was Li Jiwei entering, quickly stood up, greeting him warmly, "Mr. Li, welcome, I apologize for not receiving you properly." Zhang Yuliang also rose, wearing a sycophantic expression. Only Zhang Xiaofei remained seated nonchalantly, leisurely stating, "Mr. Li has arrived." He felt a sense of superiority, recalling how Li Jiwei had been so deferential before him just moments ago. This acknowledgement felt like a significant concession. Li Jiwei was on the brink of exploding with rage, seeing the young man who had just signed the contract sitting with such insolence. His anger surged as he glared with fiery red eyes, demanding, "Who are you?" In response, Zhang Xiaofei paused momentarily, slightly irked. "Mr. Li, your memory seems to be failing you. Did we not just sign a contract?" "I am Zhang Xiaofei, the general manager of Zhang Group." "Zhang Xiaofei, who is Zhang Xiaofei? Damn it, I've been deceived." Li Jiwei could no longer contain himself, erupting with fury as he stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Zhang Xiaofei's face, roaring, "You scoundrel, how dare you trick me into signing a contract? I'll make you pay." With that, he kicked out in a fit of rage, sending Zhang Xiaofei rolling across the floor. Howling in agony, Zhang Xiaofei was left dazed and terrified by the storm of punches and kicks, staring at Li Jiwei with wide eyes filled with fear and trepidation. Chapter 40. A stunning turn of events. Zhang Tianzheng and Zhang Yuliang stood in shock, their eyes wide as they witnessed Li Jiwei, consumed by rage, unleash his fury. For a moment, they were at a loss, their faces etched with disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Before anyone could react, Li Jiwei seized the contract from the table, tearing it to shreds in a fit of anger, exclaiming, "What the hell is this? How dare you deceive me? Do you all wish to perish?" At that moment, Zhang Tianzheng could no longer remain passive. He stepped forward and inquired, "Li, why would you tear up the contract? Surely you could show me some respect." "Respect?" Li Jiwei spat in Zhang Tianzheng's face, his expression twisted with rage as he glared menacingly at him, taunting, "What respect do you have? Do you think you're worthy of discussing respect in my presence?" With that, he shoved Zhang Tianzheng roughly, storming out. Zhang Tianzheng's complexion turned ashen, he felt a surge of anger that threatened to overwhelm him, his blood pressure spiking as he fainted, his eyes rolling back. Zhang Yuliang stood frozen in place, a look of sheer terror and confusion plastered on her face. Li Jiwei, visibly anxious, entered the CEO's office, where a young man occupied the main seat at the desk. A sense of dread washed over him, realizing this was the mastermind behind the scenes. Noticing Li Jiwei lurking at the door, Jiang Wensheng erupted in anger, bellowing, "What are you sneaking around for? Get in here at once." Upon hearing this, Li Jiwei hurried over to Jiang Yuqing. With a sheepish grin, he said, "Miss Jiang, I apologize for the inconvenience, it's my failure at work that warrants punishment." Saying this, he slapped himself hard across the face. He knew he had to be harsh on himself, or else he wouldn't make it through. Jiang Yuqing was taken aback, thinking it was unnecessary. Panic-stricken, she quickly rose and said, No, please don't do that. It's all right." Being inherently kind-hearted and gentle in nature, she wouldn't have questioned her grandfather had she not been pushed to the edge. This was a private family matter, unrelated to anyone else, and seeing Li Jiwei like this made her heart ache a little. She understood that the final decision rested with Su Ming, so she glanced at him imploringly as she spoke. At this moment, Su Ming's anger had subsided. He looked at Li Jiwei and said, "Let it go. What matters is resolving the issue." Li Jiwei breathed a sigh of relief, only then realizing his back was drenched with sweat. He produced the contract and handed it to Jiang Yuqing, stating, "Miss Jiang, the contract is ready. All that remains is your signature." Jiang Yuqing gasped, her expression turning urgent, her pupils dilating. This was a contract worth 2.5 billion, an opportunity many would dream of. She knew her grandfather had racked his brain over this contract, and it was the source of the conflict between him and her father. In disbelief, she struggled to accept what lay before her, but upon seeing Su Ming's reassuring smile, she understood it was all real. Shaking her head, she replied, "Thank you, but I do not wish to sign this contract." Suddenly, it all felt meaningless to her. What would signing the contract achieve? It would only incite her grandfather and uncle's greed, and she could only imagine the troubles they would create. Jiang Wansheng and Li Jiwei stared at Jiang Yuqing in astonishment, at a loss for words. Su Ming comprehended Jiang Yuqing's intent and spoke up, "Go ahead and sign, the decision is yours. If it can improve your father's standing within your family, you can grant this contract to him." Upon hearing Su Ming mention her father, tears filled Jiang Yuqing's eyes. How could she not grasp his meaning? She gazed at Su Ming, sobbing, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Fang Guoqing, following Qin Xianbang's directives, executed a series of actions. At 10:30 a.m. that day, the provincial government held a press conference to address the nation's heightened concern regarding the murder allegations against the National College Entrance Examination top scorer, Su Ming. This was currently the most scrutinized event, with netizens expressing considerable skepticism and demanding the Safety Bureau reveal the truth. Major media outlets, alerted to the announcement, arrived early at the press conference venue, securing advantageous positions. Some began live streaming, and even before the conference commenced, attention surged, with viewership skyrocketing. The press conference began promptly at 10:30 a.m., with the provincial government spokesperson issuing a statement regarding the nationwide concerns surrounding the murder allegations against the college entrance examination top scorer, Su Ming. It has been established that this was a conspiracy by Wang Xuanfu and his son, colluding with underworld members to ambush and frame Su Ming, in conjunction with Lu Junchang from the Safety Bureau. The involvement of Wang Xuanfu and his son in organized crime has been confirmed and has been referred to the Safety Bureau for further action. They will face the full force of the law. Upon hearing this, the attending journalists gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom the truth behind the events. A dramatic twist indeed. The atmosphere shifted, with those live streaming experiencing a flurry of activity as comments flooded in, breaking previous viewership records. The spokesperson continued, his demeanor serious. Investigations revealed that the former head of Shandong City and the former head of the Safety Bureau, Lu Junchang, played disgraceful roles in this incident. Both have been dismissed from their positions and are under investigation. Throughout this ordeal, Su Ming, disregarding his personal safety, actively assisted the authorities in dismantling the underworld forces in Shandong City, exposing the traitors among them. In recognition of his exceptional contributions, the provincial government has decided to award Su Ming the honor of Outstanding Youth in Chunan Province. As news after news was released, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. The media reporters left utterly shocked. The entire incident unfolded like a thrilling spy drama, with a stunning reversal. In the age of the internet, the announcements made at the press conference detonated like a bombshell, creating a wave of upheaval. Various sectors were shaken, and some perceptive individuals even sensed that a reckoning had begun. The events in Shandong City were not an end but rather a beginning. Viewers in the live stream chat erupted in fervor, with comments flooding the screen. "What a twist, more exciting than a movie plot. Wow, the Wang family is utterly despicable. I'll never shop at their supermarket again." Support, let us boycott all businesses under the Wang family. They must be condemned. This is utterly mind-blowing. The Wang father and son are devoid of humanity. Collusion between officials and businessmen harms the common people. Kudos to the wise provincial government. I knew Su Ming was wronged. I support him. Su Ming is incredible, an outstanding youth of the province. Love you, Su Ming. You've suffered. My heart aches for you. Heartbroken for Su Ming. Sending hugs. Chapter 41 of the contract must be executed by you. As the clamor among netizens nationwide intensified, urging the Security Bureau to unveil the truth, the provincial government of Chunan timely disclosed the facts of the case. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples of the internet erupted once more, and public sentiment surged, rapidly igniting fervent discussions across the web. Users expressed their vehement disdain for the despicable actions of the Wang family, their contempt for those who flouted the law, and their deep sympathy for Su Ming, with calls for justice growing louder by the moment. Amidst the relentless barrage of criticism, the shopping malls and supermarkets under the Wang name stood forlorn, teetering on the brink of collapse. Many netizens flocked to these establishments, filming videos at their entrances with blunt captions, "Firmly boycott unscrupulous businesses." In this wave of collective outrage, the incident continued to escalate. In the ensuing period, as the case deepened, all enterprises under Wang Xuanfu's name were seized and auctioned off. All personnel from the Shandong Municipal Government and the Security Bureau involved in the case were apprehended, resulting in a significant overhaul of the local power structure. The underworld influence in Chunan Province suffered a devastating blow, becoming pariahs that everyone reviled, with only a select few managing to escape. In an instant, the province's public security rapidly improved. As the incident further unfolded, the previously concealed forces were uprooted, and a climate of clarity descended upon Chunan from top to bottom. In this upheaval, the Wanhao Investment Group emerged as the principal victor. At the auction, the Wanhao Investment Group secured the Wang family's assets with a staggering bid of 20 billion, initiating a comprehensive restructuring of the retail sector. Wanhao Group's bold maneuver sent shockwaves through the business community.
20 billion, just how wealthy is Wanhao Group? Everyone was left bewildered, stunned by the sudden emergence of this dark horse in the commercial arena. By this point, Wanhao Investment Group had diversified its operations to encompass hotels, real estate, and retail, expanding its business into the neighboring province of Qian. While netizens across the country were lauding the Chunan provincial government, Jiang Yuqing returned home clutching the contract and presented it to her father. Although Jiang Zhendong had mentally prepared himself, the moment he laid eyes on the contract, he was still utterly astonished.
This contract was indeed obtained by your classmate? Jiang Zhendong inquired.
Yes, I told you, but you simply did not believe it, Jiang Yuqing replied with a hint of exasperation, before her eyes sparkled mischievously as she added, actually, you know this classmate of mine.
I know? Who is it? Jiang Zhendong questioned, somewhat perplexed.
It's Su Ming, the national top scholar, Jiang Yuqing said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she intentionally broached this topic to catch her father's attention and enhance his impression of Su Ming.
Upon seeing the expression on Jiang Yuqing's face, Jiang Zhendong was momentarily taken aback, hesitantly asking, have you two developed feelings for each other? Perhaps it is a sentiment shared by most fathers. As their daughters mature, they instinctively become vigilant against the boys in their vicinity. Ah, no!
Jiang Yuqing exclaimed, a fleeting look of panic crossing her face as she averted her father's gaze.
Hey, what are you two discussing?
Come over and have some fruit. Jiang Yuqing's mother, Xia Beilan, entered the living room with a platter of freshly cut fruit.
Coming.
Jiang Yuqing cheerfully replied, making a hasty retreat. Observing his daughter's reaction, Jiang Zhendong grasped the situation and suddenly felt a pang of disappointment, a hollow sensation within him. However, considering that Su Ming was indeed commendable, being the top scorer in the national college entrance examination, he felt somewhat reassured. He ambled over, sitting beside his daughter. At that moment, Jiang Yuqing remarked, Dad, this contract can only be executed by you.
Don't let grandpa and uncle trick you again.
Upon hearing this, Xia Beilan immediately began to barrage her husband with questions. What contract? Yuqing is right, you can't always let your brother bully you. She had long harbored grievances against her brother's family, feeling that they were overly domineering, yet she had endured in silence due to Jiang Tianjing's formidable presence.
Oh, it's the 2.5 billion principal contract signed with Wanhao Group, Jiang Yuqing explained.
Ah, Xia Beilan's eyes widened in disbelief at the staggering figure, her expression shifting to one of joy and excitement. You're amazing, dear. She exclaimed, hugging Jiang Zhendong's arm with fervor, nearly kissing him out of sheer delight. Jiang Yuqing looked at her mother with disdain, thinking that at her age, she should refrain from flaunting such affection in front of her.
Ahem.
Jiang Zhendong coughed a couple of times, prompting Xia Beilan to realize that their daughter was also present, her face flushing with embarrassment.
However, Yuqing is right.
This time, we absolutely cannot let your brother take advantage of us, she concluded, her expression tinged with resentment. Jiang Zhendong paused, forcing a smile as he remarked, this contract was signed by our precious daughter.
I don't have that much influence. Really? Xia Beilan's face registered surprise.
Indeed, it was her young boyfriend who helped secure the contract, Jiang Zhendong teased playfully. Who is he? I do tell, Xia Beilan's gaze sharpened with scrutiny. Her daughter was on the verge of university, and while it was early to discuss such matters, it would become quite normal once she enrolled. Nonetheless, with whom she chose to associate was of utmost importance. She certainly did not wish to see her daughter suffer alongside someone unsuitable. Dad, what are you saying? I already mentioned he is just a classmate, Jiang Yuqing blushed and playfully retorted, though her eyes sparkled with undeniable excitement. Xia Beilan was not one to let the matter rest, pressing further, who is this classmate of yours with such impressive connections? It's Su Ming, Jiang Yuqing whispered, discreetly gauging her mother's reaction.
Su Ming?
Xia Beilan felt the name was familiar but could not quite place it. He is this year's national top scorer, Jiang Zhendong interjected. Oh. Xia Beilan's previously serious demeanor softened, the realization dawning on her. No wonder the name seemed familiar, he was indeed quite the sensation lately. In that moment, she felt reassured that he was worthy of her daughter, her heart easing considerably. Seeing that her mother had dropped the subject, Jiang Yuqing, still feeling uneasy, reiterated, Dad, I'm not joking. You must handle this contract. It was entrusted to me by President Jiang of Wanhao Group. If not, it will become void. She refrained from mentioning Su Ming's background, fearing it would be too shocking. After all, how could a student possibly be the owner of Wanhao Group, who would believe that? Not only would they doubt it, but she herself found it hard to accept. All right, I understand, Jiang Zhendong replied, trusting his daughter's words, inexplicably relieved. He realized that if his father learned the contract was in his possession, he would undoubtedly come demanding it, potentially employing the same old tricks. With Wanhao Group backing him this time, he felt more secure. He was acutely aware of his father's past disregard for him. This time was no different, as he completely undermined the work Jiang Zhendong had accomplished, insisting that Jiang Xiufei sign the contract instead, which was emotionally difficult for him to accept. After all, weren't they his own children? Why treat him this way? Chapter 42 Jiang Tianjing's apology. In the Shandong City People's Hospital, Jiang Tianjing gradually regained consciousness. He stared blankly at the expanse of white surrounding him, the pungent scent of disinfectant filling the air, and it was then that he recalled the preceding events. Could it truly be as Jiang Yuqing had said, that the contract was secured by her classmate, and that only she had the authority to sign it, rendering any attempts by others futile? A tempest of emotion surged within him, refusing to subside. No, he must seize this opportunity to invite Jiang Yuqing and her father back. The 2.5
5 billion contract was not merely a lifeline to extricate the Zhang family from its current financial predicament. It represented a chance for the family to soar to new heights. With this thought, he summoned Jiang Yuliang and his son to his bedside, commanding, "Go and invite Yuqing's family back. Tell them I wish to apologize." Both Jiang Yuliang and his son were left in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. In their recollections, Jiang Tianjing had never once bowed his head, let alone to his own granddaughter. Such an act was utterly inconceivable. Jiang Yuliang's expression was one of bitter resignation as he hesitantly remarked, "Father, do you truly believe Jiang Yuqing's words? What do you think? Are you unaware of the circumstances?" Jiang Tianjing retorted with a heavy huff. Jiang Yuliang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Xiufei, still haunted by memories of the incident, felt as though he had been on a roller coaster. Initially, he had assumed that Li Jiwei's respectful demeanor was due to his grandfather's influence, only to realize that in Li Jiwei's eyes, that influence held little weight. What truly mattered to Li Jiwei was the backing of Jiang Yuqing. This thought ignited a flicker of resentment within him. He could not fathom how Jiang Yuqing, this little enchantress, had bewitched Jiang Wensheng and garnered his support. Jiang Xiufei speculated that Jiang Wensheng's assistance was the reason for the earlier events, stammering, "Grandfather, Jiang Yuqing must have entangled herself with Jiang Wensheng. It's utterly disgraceful." "Fool!" Jiang Tianjing erupted in fury, his voice echoing with anger as he glared at Jiang Xiufei, fire blazing in his eyes. How could this grandson be so unlike him? This foolishness was astounding. Did he not consider that if the matter were merely of romantic interest, Jiang Wensheng would dare to openly defend Jiang Yuqing? This was a contract worth 5 billion, given Jiang Wensheng's status, what sort of woman could he not attract without resorting to such an exchange? Jiang Tianjing was deeply disappointed in Jiang Xiufei, who had displayed a remarkable lack of insight. Jiang Xiufei, startled by his grandfather's outburst, had never witnessed such a reprimand directed at himself. He felt akin to a wounded lamb, gazing at his grandfather in fear, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, Jiang Tianjing let out a heavy sigh, his tone grave as he instructed, "Go, maintain a respectful demeanor, and ensure you bring them back. Furthermore, be mindful not to cause them any distress." With reluctance, Jiang Yuliang and his son departed, while Jiang Tianjing completed the discharge formalities and returned home. He was acutely aware that he had deeply wounded the feelings of Jiang Zhendong and his daughter. It was imperative that he demonstrate a change of heart. What was pride compared to a 5 billion contract? Jiang Yuliang and his son, steeling themselves, arrived at Jiang Zhendong's residence. "What brings you here?" Upon seeing his elder brother and nephew, Jiang Zhendong was reminded of the previous day's events, which he still struggled to accept. Such a stark emotional distance within the family. He blocked the doorway, showing no inclination to invite them in. Jiang Yuliang found himself in a predicament, awkwardly stating, "Father wishes for you to come home for dinner." At that moment, Xia Beilan approached, having learned the details of the previous day's incident from her daughter, her anger boiling beneath the surface. This was an appalling affront, and upon seeing her elder brother, she offered no pleasantries, directly stating, "We cannot accept such a request. Please convey to the elder that we are unable to comply." Jiang Yuliang's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "Sister-in-law, father is waiting at home." "Oh, then do hurry back." "You wouldn't want to keep him waiting," Xia Beilan retorted, emboldened by the prospect of the 5 billion contract. In truth, she had recognized the intent behind Jiang Zhendong's visit the moment they arrived. It was clearly about the contract. At this point, Jiang Xiufei grew anxious, realizing that failing to bring his uncle's family back would result in another reprimand from his grandfather. Securing this contract was not only beneficial for the Jiang family but also advantageous for them personally. Without further ado, he blurted out, "Second uncle, you should return, grandfather wishes to apologize to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhendong and his wife were taken aback. They understood their father's character all too well. Having been domineering all his life, he was a man of his word and rarely bowed to anyone, let alone to apologize. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the veracity of their ears. Jiang Yuliang swallowed hard, managing to say, "Yes, father wishes to apologize to you in person." With that, further discussion seemed unnecessary. Jiang Zhendong and his wife exchanged resigned looks before conceding, "Very well, you may return home first. We will come by later." Relieved, Jiang Yuliang and his son hastily departed. Around 6 o'clock that evening, the Jiang family arrived at the ancestral home. To their surprise, Jiang Tianjing rose to greet them, an unprecedented gesture that left Jiang Zhendong and his family feeling quite taken aback. "Father, you need not go to such lengths," Jiang Zhendong stammered, unsure of how to respond. "What's important is that you have returned. Let us enjoy a meal together as a family. When your mother was alive, we often gathered around the same table, but as you established your own family, such opportunities have become scarce," Jiang Tianjing said, his voice thick with emotion as he reminisced. These words struck a chord with Jiang Zhendong, evoking a sense of sadness that caused his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. He sighed deeply, the weight of nostalgia settling heavily upon him. Xia Beilan cast a glance at him, internally remarking on the elder's emotional manipulation. He had resorted to playing the sentimentality card. The grievances she had endured over the years left her feeling unsettled. Jiang Yuqing, however, remained composed, dutifully addressing him as grandfather. As the family gathered around the table, Jiang Tianjing began, "Regarding the contract, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Zhendong and Yuqing. It is your efforts that have made this possible." Silence enveloped the room as everyone attentively regarded him. After a pause, he continued, "Now that we have secured this contract, our family stands on the brink of resurgence. I propose that Zhendong present the contract so we can divide the responsibilities among ourselves and commence the necessary preparations without delay." Jiang Zhendong furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Jiang Yuliang quickly interjected, "Father speaks wisely.
Jindong, please present the contract so we can allocate tasks and determine our roles. Upon hearing this, Xia Beilan scoffed silently, realizing that the elder's intentions were still firmly rooted in the contract rather than a genuine reconciliation. Jiang Yuqing's expression grew increasingly frosty. Was familial connection truly so secondary to material gain? If they had not secured the contract, would her grandfather have invited them to dinner? A profound sense of disappointment welled up within her. Grandfather, please cease. This matter is beyond my father's authority, Jiang Yuqing asserted. At her words, the room fell into stunned silence. Chapter 43. Tianqi Jiayuan Zhang Tianzheng and his son Jiang Yuliang stood in stunned silence, perplexedly gazing at Jiang Yuqing. During the contract signing, General Jiang of the Marriott Group explicitly stated that only my father would be responsible for this contract, as he trusts no one else. If anyone else were to handle it, the contract would be rendered void, Jiang Yuqing continued, opting for direct communication rather than allowing her grandfather to beat around the bush. Jiang Tianzheng stared at Jiang Yuqing, utterly astonished. Jiang Yuliang and his son wore equally bewildered expressions, their gazes fixed on Jiang Yuqing. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a chilling silence, each person lost in their own thoughts. After a prolonged pause, Jiang Tianzheng forced a laugh. Yuqing, this time the fault lies with your grandfather. Let's consider this. It was previously stated that whoever secures the contract would assume the role of general manager. Yuqing, you still have your studies to attend to. Since General Jiang of the Marriott Group has indicated this, let Jindong take on the position of general manager of the Jiang Group. What do you think? With that, Jiang Tianzheng smiled warmly at Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Tianzheng understood full well that this contract was, in essence, a gift from the Marriott Group to Jiang Yuqing. If she were not satisfied, the contract could very well become void, a lesson learned from past experiences that still lingered in his mind. Jiang Yuqing remained silent, merely observing her father. Xia Beilan also looked at her husband, exchanging a knowing glance, and discreetly pinched Jiang Jindong's thigh beneath the table. When he did not respond, she sighed in resignation. Ultimately, Jiang Jindong accepted the old man's proposal and became the general manager of the Jiang Group. Jiang Tianzheng's actions were questionable, yet he was, after all, the father, and the bond of blood is thicker than water. Xia Beilan appeared speechless but understood her husband. After all, who could truly overcome the ties of familial affection? If the roles were reversed, she too would find it impossible to harbor resentment towards her own parents. Jiang Yuqing, however, had nothing to say. Her father's decision stemmed from his own reasoning. She was preoccupied with thoughts of the upcoming school year, filled with youthful hopes for the future. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the lingering summer heat persisted despite the arrival of autumn. Folklore spoke of 24 autumn tigers, alluding to this very season. During this time, Su Ming met with Jiang Wenshang, who had outlined plans for expansion into the capital. This strategy held immense significance for the development of the Marriott Investment Group, as the capital could serve as a hub radiating throughout the nation and even impacting overseas markets. Jiang Wenshang, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement. Though in his 40s, he felt as invigorated as a young man in his 20s, brimming with boundless energy. Yet he immediately stated his intention to set off for the capital, establishing a foothold there and arranging accommodations for Su Ming. Su Ming was quite pleased with Jiang Wenshang's decisiveness and inquired about the local management arrangements. Jiang Wenshang recommended Li Ji Wei for the position of general manager, citing his robust business and management capabilities, which instilled confidence. After expressing his thoughts, he glanced at Su Ming for a reaction, mindful of the negative impression left from the previous contract signing. To his surprise, Su Ming agreed, nodding, no problem, proceed as you see fit. He was not one to dwell on past grievances. Everyone makes mistakes, and as long as they are not fundamental errors, he saw no issue. He understood that the process of corporate development is inherently a trial and error journey, provided the costs of such errors remain within the company's capacity to absorb. Su Ming's unwavering trust deeply moved Jiang Wenshang, who admired the young man before him profoundly. When the time comes for your trip to the capital, please arrange for a private jet to pick me up, Su Ming casually remarked. A private jet? Jiang Wenshang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Su Ming in confusion. Observing Jiang Wenshang's bewildered expression, Su Ming chuckled, oh, I neglected to mention, I booked a plane, with you listed as the recipient. Please sign for it upon your arrival in the capital. At this, Jiang Wenshang's expression froze, his lips twitching involuntarily. The world of the affluent was beyond our imagination. After parting ways with Jiang Wenshang, Su Ming headed directly to Tianqi Jiayuan in the western part of the city. He contemplated purchasing a home for his parents, wishing to enhance their quality of life before embarking on his studies in the capital. Money was not an issue, rather, he found himself troubled by how to explain the source of these funds to his parents. If all else failed, he could simply claim that he had invested his substantial bonus in the stock market. Regardless of whether they believed him, he would convince himself that it was the truth. Tianqi Jiayuan, the most upscale residential development in Shandong City, boasted an average price starting at 30,000. Nestled in the governmental center of the western city, it was built by the riverside, offering stunning views and a picturesque environment. It was indeed the preferred choice for the true elite and affluent of Shandong City. Upon arriving at the sales office of Tianqi Jiayuan, Su Ming was struck by the opulent atmosphere of the lobby, which, despite its grandeur, felt rather empty, with only 4 or 5 sales agents engaged in casual conversation. Tianqi Jiayuan had been on the market for over a year. Due to its higher pricing compared to other developments, many units remained unsold. In contrast, the average price of other properties in Shandong City hovered around 10,000, making Tianqi Jiayuan's prices more than triple that. Purchasing a unit here would require an investment of 3 to 4 million, a sum not within everyone's reach, and nonetheless, despite the steep prices, the quality of the properties justified the cost. The prime location, pleasant environment, and excellent property management were unparalleled by other developments. When the sales agents noticed a student-like figure enter, they were disinclined to engage with him. Having encountered countless individuals in their line of work, they could easily discern potential clients based on appearance. Su Ming stood for 5 or 6 minutes without receiving any attention, feeling increasingly awkward. Was it truly so superficial? At that moment, a young woman in her 20s entered, Lin Sijia, who had just begun working at Tianqi Jiayuan. She had recently finished showing a model apartment to a client, who decided to think it over and left, leaving her no choice but to return to the sales office. Recently graduated from university, she found herself in a challenging job market and had heard that working as a sales agent could yield a good income, prompting her to apply for the position. Understanding that Tianqi Jiayuan was a high-end development in Xiangdong City, she knew that selling even one unit could result in substantial commissions, far surpassing the benefits of a typical 996 job. However, despite being there for over a month, she had yet to sell a single unit, and if this continued, she might face unemployment. Nevertheless, she remained optimistic, believing that hard work would eventually lead to good fortune. Thus, whenever she noticed a potential client entering, she would eagerly approach them. Yet, not every customer afforded her the opportunity to engage. More seasoned employees were quick to seize the attention of those who appeared affluent, leaving her with little chance. Aware of her status as a newcomer, she hesitated to compete with her colleagues. Only when they were overwhelmed or no one was available to assist would she take the initiative. Today, having just returned from showing a client around, she noticed a high school student standing in the lobby, evidently unattended, and approached him. Little did she realize that her simple act of kindness would bring her unexpected joy. Author's note. Tomorrow marks the debut of my 100,000 word work. For those who enjoy it, please feel free to like, bookmark, or offer support. I promise to deliver even more captivating content and delightful moments. Writing is no easy task, and I am grateful for everyone's support in my journey. Chapter 44 of the Penthouse. Lin Sijia noticed a solitary figure resembling a high school student standing forlornly in the lobby and took the initiative to approach him. Sir, may I inquire if you are here to view the property? She asked as she reached Su Ming. Yes, Su Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Sijia's spirits lifted. The slight disappointment she felt moments ago vanished, replaced by renewed enthusiasm. Sir, what kind of layout are you interested in? She inquired. What is the best layout you have? Su Ming responded. Ah. Lin Sijia was momentarily taken aback. Did he not wish to explore other options before asking for the best? Could he possibly be a wealthy heir? Yet, he did not appear to fit that mold. Though such thoughts crossed her mind, she maintained a warm smile and patiently explained, we offer spacious apartments as well as villas. Which type do you prefer, sir? The mention of villas piqued Su Ming's interest. He considered his parents' advanced age, living in a high-rise might not suit them. A villa, with its own garden for flowers and plants, seemed far more appealing. Thus, he replied, let's go with the villa. At his words, Lin Sijia's heart raced, her astonishment barely concealed. A villa would cost at least 20 to 30 million, the thought of such a price made her pulse quicken. However, she quickly regained her composure and said, Sir, allow me to accompany you to view the villas. With that, Lin Sijia retrieved the keys from the front desk, and the two set off to view the properties. As they departed, several saleswomen began to gossip amongst themselves. Do you think Lin Sijia is foolish, accompanying a student to view villas in this sweltering heat? What could she be thinking? Indeed, he looks like a mere student, dressed quite modestly. Likely the son of a worker. This is a prime location, with an average price of over 30,000 per square meter for apartments, and villas even higher, averaging over 50,000. Does he truly believe he could afford one? It's a pipe dream. Really, he'll never be able to buy here, wasting everyone's time. Exactly. He probably just came out of boredom, and only Lin Sijia would take him seriously. You see, Lin Sijia has been here for over a month without selling a single property. If she doesn't sell soon, she might be dismissed. I believe she's merely trying to gain sympathy. Ah, now that you mention it, she does seem to be a scheming woman. As the saleswomen chattered, Lin Sijia and Su Ming arrived at the villa district. The villas, 3 stories tall and built against the mountainside, offered a sweeping view of the Xiang River. Each floor presented its own unique scenery, and the entire villa exuded freshness and originality. The entrance and foyer extended south and north, while the living room and bedrooms featured low windows and hexagonal bay windows, blending indoor and outdoor landscapes seamlessly. After their tour, the two returned to the sales hall. Once seated, Lin Sijia poured Su Ming a cup of tea. Mr.Su, are you satisfied? She asked. The villa is quite nice, though the location is a bit lacking. Are there any available villas closer to the river? Su Ming remarked, believing that those would offer a more expansive view. After all, if he were to buy, he might as well invest in the best. Please hold on, I will check for you, Lin Sijia replied, picking up her tablet to search for information. Mr. Su, there is indeed one villa available by the river, known as the King of the Villa District. It spans 500 square meters, with a total area of 1,400 square meters, but it is rather expensive. Oh, may I go see it? Su Ming did not inquire about the price, instead expressing his desire to view the property. Certainly, however, then let's go, I want to see it now, Su Ming interrupted. All right, Mr. Su, please wait a moment while I fetch the keys, Lin Sijia replied after a brief pause. Just as Lin Sijia returned with the keys and they prepared to view the property, a young man approached, accompanied by a heavily made-up young woman. What is going on at Tianqi Jiayuan? Even the riffraff are showing up. The newcomer, Lei Bo, sneered disdainfully. He was infuriated to find that the girl of his dreams, Jiang Yuqing, had previously ignored him for this impoverished student.
Bo, why waste your breath on him? He is just a poor student. Let us not lower ourselves. We're here to view properties. The woman beside Lei Bo chimed in with a flirtatious tone. As Ming was taken aback. He had never encountered this person before, yet he was met with such rudeness. Choosing not to engage, he brushed it off, well aware that many people judged others by appearances. At that moment, a saleswoman accompanying Lei Bo spoke up. Xiaolin, are you heading to view the king of the villa district?
Yes, Sister Zhang, Lin Sijia replied.
Xiaolin, I must warn you, the king of the villa district is quite expensive. Be careful not to dirty anything inside. If you accidentally break something, I doubt you could afford the repairs, Zhang said pointedly.
I will be cautious, Lin Sijia assured her.
Why waste words on him?
Look at him, he is dressed in clothes that probably cost less than 200. Does he seem like someone who could afford a villa? Lei Bo mocked, relishing the discomfort he imagined Su Ming felt. Sir, please refrain from such remarks. Every visitor is a guest, and it is our duty to provide excellent service to all, Lin Sijia responded, maintaining her composure.
Xiaolin, how dare you speak to Mr. Lei like that?
Don't you understand basic decorum? Enough, I'm tired of talking to you, you're beyond reason. Lin Sijia flushed crimson from the unwarranted rebuke by the saleswoman known as Sister Zhang. She opened her mouth to retort but ultimately refrained. Turning on her heel, she led Su Ming towards the riverfront villa district. As they reached the entrance, Su Ming turned to Lei Bo and casually remarked, I don't know who you are, but to me, you come off as a fool. With that, he ignored him and continued on his way. What kind of attitude is that? The shrill voice exclaimed. Lei Bo stood rooted to the spot, his face flushing with rage, his eyes burning with a fierce hatred. The villa is a neoclassical palace-style residence, its faade constructed entirely from natural granite. The indoor hall boasts an impressive height of 16.5 meters, creating a grandiose atmosphere. Upon entering, Su Ming was utterly astonished. Truly, it is the crowning jewel of the villa district, epitomizing opulence to the fullest. Within the hall, 10 classical stone columns soar to a height of 12 meters, exuding an extraordinary presence. Standing before the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, Su Ming felt a sense of gazing far and wide. Who could rival me?
Mr.
Su, this is indeed the king of villas. The floor-to-ceiling windows before you are triple-layered bulletproof glass, measuring 10 centimeters in thickness, and they possess an exceptionally high level of transparency. Additionally, the crystal chandeliers at both ends overhead feature a staggering 3,000 light tubes, all imported from France. The entire villa integrates various functionalities, including a home theater, wine cellar, coffee bar, tea room, and gym. Furthermore, it is equipped with a swimming pool measuring an impressive 20 meters in length, which can be regularly refreshed every morning.
As Lin Sijia provided her tour, she accompanied Su Ming through each floor of the residence.
Su Ming was exceedingly satisfied with the villa and remarked to Lin Sijia, indeed, it is quite remarkable, I shall take this villa.
The author has a word. The grand debut is tomorrow.
Friends who appreciate this, please like and bookmark to support. The author promises to deliver more captivating chapters, with excitement in abundance. Chapter 45 of the 100 Million Mansion. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Lin Sijia trembled, her heart racing. Really? She asked incredulously, her mouth agape. The joy came so suddenly that she could scarcely believe it. Of course, let us finalize the paperwork, Su Ming replied with conviction. Thank you, Mr. Su, Lin Sijia exclaimed, feeling a wave of dizziness from her excitement. As they made their way back to the sales office, Lin Sijia felt as if she were caught in a dream. It seemed that hard work indeed bore fruit, a truth she could not deny. She calculated in her mind that the total price of the villa was nearly 100 million, being the pinnacle of the development, which meant her commission would be higher, approximately 5. This translated to a commission of around 5 million. In Shandong City, earning an annual salary of 100,000 was considered elite, and 5 million was undoubtedly a fortune for her. She had never seen so much money in her life. This success was attributed to her proactive approach as a newcomer, seizing every opportunity. Unlike other saleswomen who judged by appearances, believing that a student-like individual could never afford a villa, she had not dismissed Su Ming. In their eyes, associating with such a person was merely a waste of time and effort. Upon returning to the sales office and ensuring Su Ming was seated, Lin Sijia busied herself with the contract and called her manager to report the development. Just then, Lei Bo and his companions were still present, and upon seeing Su Ming return, they could not resist throwing a few jabs. So, did you buy the villa? Stop pretending and making a fool of yourself here. Exactly, a poor student like you has no business here, a woman beside Lei Bo chimed in derisively. I must say, Tianqi Jiayuan is a high-end property, so why is anyone allowed in? Associating with such pretentious individuals only tarnishes our experience, Lei Bo continued to berate. The saleswoman named Sister Zhang, who had been accompanying Lei Bo, turned pale at these words. Lei Bo had just signed a contract for a 200 square meter apartment with her, and she couldn't afford to offend him, lest the deal fall through. Calmly, she addressed Su Ming, Sir, do you have any business here? If not, please leave. Su Ming glanced at her coolly and replied, Are you sure about what you just said? Absolutely, that's what I said. What's the matter? This isn't a free market. Please leave if you have no business here, Sister Zhang retorted, her irritation evident. At that moment, Lin Sijia, along with the manager and finance personnel, rushed over, alarmed by the confrontation. Sister Zhang, how can you chase away a customer? Lin Sijia exclaimed, hurriedly apologizing to Su Ming. Sister Zhang scoffed, Are you blind? What kind of customer is he? Can he even afford this?
Leibo looked at Su Ming with undisguised mockery, feeling a sense of glee. The manager, caught in the middle, approached Su Ming cautiously, asking, "Sir, are you indeed certain you wish to purchase the top villa?" Without further ado, Su Ming produced a black card and handed it to the manager. "Swipe it." This card had been given to him during a previous meeting with Jiang Wensheng, who had helped him apply for it. After evaluations from various banks, it was astonishingly revealed that Wanhao Investment Group's assets had surpassed 100 billion, even reaching trillions. Undoubtedly, Su Ming was among the select few who possessed such a card, reputed to be universally accepted across major banks, offering unlimited payment capabilities with the highest privileges. Jiang Wensheng had remarked that relying solely on facial recognition could be awkward if there were places without that capability, hence the card was more convenient. Su Ming found this reasonable and accepted it. Unfamiliar with the card, Leibo and the woman beside him exchanged smirks, thinking it merely a membership card. "Stop pretending, that card looks like a random one from nowhere," they sneered as Sister Zhang added, "Manager, don't be fooled by this kid. Does such a card even exist?" The manager, having seen a bit of the world, focused intently on the black card in Su Ming's hand. Upon noticing the word Supreme Card emblazoned on it, a tremor ran through him. He recognized it as the Supreme Black Diamond Card, a universal card among major banks in Huagua, offering unlimited payments to it. Was said that only individuals with assets exceeding trillions could possess such a card, and there were no more than 10 of them in the entire country. Even billionaires were often ineligible for this card, as it was directly linked to major banks, allowing for unrestricted access to funds whenever required. What kind of identity must one possess to hold such a card? The manager found himself trembling, pondering if this seemingly student-like individual was, in fact, a hidden magnate. With shaking hands, he accepted the card from Su Ming and presented it to the finance department. Still skeptical, he felt the gravity of the situation was overwhelming. The finance personnel placed the Supreme Black Diamond Card on the card reader, and Su Ming entered the password. With a ding, the payment was confirmed successfully. Instantly, the room fell into a stunned silence, all gazing at Su Ming in disbelief. 100 million had been successfully paid. At that moment, they could no longer doubt it. 5 million in commission was at stake. Sister Zhang and the other saleswomen felt a wave of despair, realizing that had they been more proactive, that commission could have been theirs. Sister Zhang stood dumbfounded, wishing she could slap herself. 5 million. Last year, she had spent an entire week drinking with a client in his 60s to close a deal for 2 properties valued at 4 million. She felt disgusted with herself for allowing that lecher to take advantage of her. Yet today, a newcomer who had just arrived managed to sell the Pinnacle villa, securing a commission of 5 million in an instant, leaving her feeling as if she might vomit blood. Leibo and the young woman beside him were equally flabbergasted, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The manager, though he suspected the card's significance, was even more astonished when the transaction went through. He realized that this seemingly harmless student was not someone they could afford to offend. He took the Supreme Black Diamond Card from the finance personnel, feeling cold sweat trickle down his back, and reverently handed it back to Su Ming. Lin Sijia remained in shock, her heart racing, her face flushed with excitement. 5 million, that was enough to buy several houses in her small hometown. Many spent their entire lives struggling to afford a home, yet she suddenly found herself with the means to do so, her heart trembling with disbelief. Su Ming took the card, glanced at the crowd, and said calmly, "Is that acceptable?" "Yes, it is," the manager replied, his demeanor submissive and respectful. "However, I must say that the quality of service from this saleswoman is severely lacking." "I have serious doubts about your service standards," Su Ming stated, pointing at Sister Zhang. Upon hearing this, the manager flinched and, in a fit of rage, slapped Sister Zhang hard across the face, shouting, "You're fired. Get out." Sister Zhang clutched her instantly swollen cheek, her face a mask of terror as she pleaded, "Manager, I was wrong, please give me another chance." She understood that losing this job would make it nearly impossible to find another opportunity as good. Disregarding the commotion behind him, Su Ming walked away, leaving behind a sea of shocked expressions. Chapter 46. The one who borrows money is the elder. When Su Ming returned home, he found that guests had already arrived. Wang Guifan and Su Cheng sat on the sofa with troubled expressions, while at the opposite end sat Su Ming's uncle and aunt, both wearing glum faces. Su Ming felt a twinge of confusion about the situation but still greeted them, saying, "Uncle, aunt." The families of Su Ming and his uncle had little interaction, as the latter resided in a neighboring city. Su Ming's uncle held a leadership position at his workplace and had often looked down upon his younger sister, blaming Wang Guifan for marrying a worker and consequently living in poverty, which he felt brought embarrassment to their family. His aunt was no less formidable. Su Ming recalled that during childhood visits for New Year's greetings, she had never offered a warm smile. Over time, their interactions dwindled, and in the last 2 years, they had ceased altogether. He wondered what had prompted his uncle and aunt's visit today. At that moment, his uncle spoke up, "Su Ming, you're back just in time. There's a matter I need to discuss with your parents, and since you're here, we can finalize it together." "What matter is it?" Su Ming asked, turning to his parents. Wang Guifan, her face tinged with discomfort, replied, "Your uncle and aunt have come to borrow money today. I told them the money is with you, but they don't believe me." Su Cheng sat quietly beside them, smoking silently, without uttering a word. "How much do you need?" Su Ming inquired. His uncle responded, "It's not much, just 1 million. At this point, Su Ming understood completely. They were after his prize money from the college entrance examination. However, considering the infrequent contact over the past 2 years, he was puzzled about how they had learned about it and turned to his parents for clarification. His mother merely shook her head slightly. His uncle's family had always looked down upon them, criticizing their poverty and treating them with disdain. In Su Ming's recollections, he had never even tasted a single candy from his uncle's household. Now, having heard rumors of his supposed 1 million, they had come to ask for a loan. Though borrowing money was not out of the question, the audacity of their request was striking. To come right out and demand such a hefty sum was outrageous, and Su Ming felt a sense of calculation brewing within him. I might not have that much, Su Ming replied. Su Ming, that's not right. We all know the news, it's been circulating widely online that you've received over 1 million in rewards. What's the harm in lending us 1 million? You wouldn't deny your own uncle after achieving such success, would you? His uncle's irritation was palpable upon hearing Su Ming's response. Indeed, Su Ming, you mustn't forget your relatives just because you've become successful. Your cousin is getting married and requires 20 to 30,000 for the betrothal, plus expenses for a house and a car. Does that not necessitate funds? You are still young and have no immediate use for the money. Wouldn't it be better to lend it to us? His aunt interjected, her tone implying that it was only natural. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng's face turned a shade of green. So, it was now their family's responsibility to finance his cousin's wedding? He felt a surge of discomfort but held his tongue for the sake of his wife. Wang Guifen's expression shifted as well, her face reflecting the strain of the situation. Brother, sister-in-law, it's not that we don't want to lend, but to ask for 1 million right off the bat is too much. Su Ming is about to enter university, and the expenses will be considerable. Upon hearing this, his uncle's expression darkened. Sister, that's not how it should be. You have several nephews. Can you turn a blind eye to one of them not getting married? Yes, Su Ming is going to university, but isn't there also a scholarship? I just don't understand how, once someone has money, they forget their family ties. Su Ming was rendered speechless by this remark. They had come to ask for money, demanding 1 million right from the start, and yet they spoke as if they had every right to do so. Be why their logic, if their son couldn't get married, it would somehow be someone else's fault. Furthermore, who was truly neglecting family ties? They had attempted to reach out over the years, but even the family members had been elusive. Whenever they heard that the Su family planned to visit, it was either for a trip or to attend a funeral. With these thoughts in mind, Su Ming decided to be forthright. Uncle, I do have 1 million, but I've already spent it. His uncle and aunt stared at him in disbelief, their eyes filled with indignation. Wang Guifen and Su Cheng, too, looked at their son with confusion, well aware that Su Ming was not one to squander money recklessly. Su Ming, if you refuse to acknowledge me as your uncle, that's one thing, but if you don't wish to lend money, just say so outright. There is no need to fabricate such excuses, his uncle said angrily, yet he couldn't believe that in just a few days, Su Ming had managed to spend 1 million as if he were a rich heir living extravagantly. Uncle, I'm not lying to you. I used the money to buy a house, Su Ming replied with a wry smile. His uncle, taken aback, asked, you bought a house? Where? Wang Guifen and Su Cheng looked at their son with curiosity. Su Ming maintained his composure and replied, I bought it at Tianqi Jiayuan. His uncle's agitation grew, how could you possibly buy a house? What about your cousin's wedding? Su Ming's family was taken aback by his uncle's shamelessness. No wonder people said that those who borrow money act as if they own the world. Why was it unacceptable for Su Ming to purchase a house? How did his buying a home interfere with his cousin's wedding? Wait a minute, Su Ming, are you trying to deceive me? I know the reality. Tianqi Jiayuan is the most upscale development in Shandong City, costing 30,000 per square meter. Can you afford that with just 1 million? Who are you trying to fool? His uncle scoffed, sarcasm dripping from his words. Su Ming chuckled, Uncle, I truly did buy a house at Tianqi Jiayuan, and it's a villa. I took that 1 million to invest in stocks and made several tens of millions. I thought about how hard my parents have worked all their lives, and since I will be studying in Beijing, I wanted them to have a better place to live while I'm away. As Su Ming contemplated how to explain the source of his wealth for the villa, he seized the opportunity to weave a tale, leaving it to others to believe or not. Indeed, not only his uncle and aunt wore expressions of shock, but even Wang Guifen and Su Cheng appeared incredulous. Do you all not believe me? Su Ming asked with an air of indifference, resolved to maintain his ruse. Such is the nature of lies, when repeated often enough, even the liar can begin to believe them. Seeing everyone gaze at him in disbelief, Su Ming grew more assertive in his defense. If that's the case, I would like to see what a several million villa at Tianqi Jiayuan looks like. Why don't you accompany me to witness it for yourselves? His uncle and aunt wore expressions of derision. Enough, Su Ming is merely joking, don't take it seriously, brother and sister-in-law, Wang Guifen quickly interjected, not daring to believe it herself. I think Su Ming doesn't seem like the type to joke around. He is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, how could he be lying? Let's go take a look, his aunt remarked dismissively. She was determined not to believe him, thinking that if Su Ming were exposed for not having bought a house, it would make it awkward for him to refuse their request for money later. Su Cheng could no longer contain himself and was about to speak, but Su Ming, with a calm demeanor, declared, since no one believes me, I'll take you all to see it. Su Ming was resolute in his decision to convince them, both to spare himself future explanations to his parents and to dispel his uncle's intentions of borrowing money. At this proclamation, everyone fell silent. Could it be that Su Ming truly had purchased a villa? Chapter 47. A breakthrough once more in everyone's minds. A singular thought flashed. How could Su Ming's words seem so far-fetched? 1 million invested in stock trading, and in less than a month, he amassed tens of millions. If stock trading were truly this lucrative, why were there still so many people suffering losses? What they did not realize was that Su Ming had withheld the true price of the property. If they knew he had spent 100 million, it would surely frighten them. Yet, how could he speak with such conviction? Could it truly be the case? It seemed impossible. Perhaps he was merely employing a tactic of deception. Why not just state his reluctance to borrow money plainly?
Contemplating this, Uncle spoke up, since Su Ming has said as much, let us go and see for ourselves. Reluctantly, Wang Guifan and her husband were dragged out by Uncle, climbing into his car en route to Tianqi Jiayuan. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the villa district. Everyone disembarked. The security guard at the entrance, a lean young man, was currently engrossed in his phone. Upon glancing up and noticing the out-of-town license plate, he inquired, do you have an appointment?
No appointment, no entry.
Uncle and aunt cast sidelong glances at Su Ming, a hint of schadenfreude in their expressions. Uncle mockingly remarked, didn't you buy a villa here? How come the guard doesn't recognize you?
Su Ming, stop pretending. Let us just head back. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble for a simple loan?
Aunt chimed in with her own sarcasm. Wang Guifan and Su Cheng stood to the side, their faces flushed, unsure of what to say. In their minds, Su Ming was not a boastful child. Unfazed, Su Ming produced a set of keys and handed them to the guard, stating, this is the key to Villa 68.
May I enter now?
The guard took a look and, momentarily taken aback, replied, this is indeed the key to Villa 68.
Upon hearing this, everyone froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Was this truly happening?
Uncle, still skeptical, pressed, take another look. Are you certain this key belongs to your villa? The guard, casting a sidelong glance at Uncle, responded, of course it is. Could such a key be forged?
Impossible. Uncle's expression soured considerably. At that moment, an individual emerged from the villa. The guard immediately brightened. Greeting, manager, you're just getting off work now? The newcomer was indeed the sales manager, the guard's superior, and he was keen to avoid any conflict. With a smile, the manager's gaze fell upon Su Ming, and in a moment of surprise, he hurried to Su Ming's side, respectfully exclaiming, Mr. Su, good evening, you've returned late. May I offer you a ride home? Su Ming nodded slightly, no need for the trouble. You may head back.
Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Su Ming's words were indeed true. He had purchased a villa here. Uncle and aunt suddenly felt overwhelmed, realizing that villas here cost tens of millions, and Su Ming had truly made such a purchase. Wang Guifan and Su Cheng stood in stunned silence, struggling to find their voices. Of the guard, noticing their astonishment, approached with a broad smile, bowing slightly, welcome home, sir. Please, come inside. Should you require anything, feel free to let me know.
Su Ming glanced at Uncle and aunt, suggesting, shall we go in together to take a look?
Uncle, his face flushed with embarrassment, awkwardly shook his head, it's too late.
We must return.
Aunt felt the heat of humiliation wash over her, as if slapped in the face. They had not anticipated Su Ming's genuine purchase of a villa, let alone one worth tens of millions, which left them feeling estranged. No longer interested in broaching the subject of borrowing money, they merely wished to leave swiftly, avoiding any further encounter with the seemingly nouveau riche Su Ming family. Uncle and aunt departed in a huff, not uttering a single word, eager to dissociate themselves from him. It is peculiar how human emotions work. When a stranger acquires wealth, one may feel indifferent or even a tinge of admiration. However, when a relative or acquaintance strikes it rich, feelings of discomfort, jealousy, and even annoyance often ensue. Uncle and aunt left with such a complex mix of emotions. Noticing his parents still standing in a daze, Su Ming scratched his head. Mom, Dad, since we're here, let us go inside and take a look.
I was hoping to surprise you.
Since we're here, let us have a look, Wang Guifan said with a beaming smile to Su Cheng. Although they had a vague understanding of the exorbitant property prices, upon entering the villa, they were utterly astounded by the opulence within. This was no mere residence, but akin to a palace. Tears of joy streamed down Wang Guifan's face. She never imagined she would live in such a splendid home in her lifetime. Su Cheng felt as if he were dreaming, reflecting on how he had toiled for decades yet could not afford even a bathroom in such a place. That evening, Su Ming's family settled into the villa. Wang Guifan and her husband chose a room on the second floor, while Su Ming took the third. Lying on the plush bed, gazing out at the scenery, Su Ming reveled in the luxurious life of the affluent. This, perhaps, encapsulated the essence of why everyone strives so diligently, not solely for the betterment of their parents and loved ones but also to adorn themselves with the label of success. Indeed, in this society, success equates to wealth, a universal understanding. Su Ming recalled signing several contracts recently and wondered about the rewards from the system. Thus, he attempted to communicate with it. With a chime, the long-absent mechanical voice resonated. Host Su Ming has signed 9 projects, earning a reward of 90 billion and 9,000 points. Points can be expended to enhance skills.
The skill options are as follows.
Culture, art, martial arts, firearms, medicine, for the host Su Ming to choose. Without hesitation, Su Ming mentally selected the martial arts option.
Does the host Su Ming confirm the selection of mid-stage dark energy, which will consume 5,000 points? Declining will allow for a reselection. Confirm.
Just as Su Ming completed his choice, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooding into his body, coursing freely through his meridians. Having already opened his Ren and Du meridians, this influx of energy flowed unimpeded. He felt a warm sensation enveloping him, unaware that his skin was gradually shedding a layer of dead cells, rapidly scabbing and falling away, transforming him as if he were reborn. The energy converged in his dantian, akin to a torrent merging into an ocean, surging forth and melding into the vast stillness. The surface appeared tranquil, yet it was poised for action, ready to be invoked at will, ceaselessly alive. As Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed within, akin to a bolt of lightning, dazzling and fierce, instilling awe. He then noticed the scattered remnants of shed skin around him, momentarily taken aback, realizing his body had undergone a profound refinement through spiritual energy.
Overjoyed, he leaped up, only to collide with the ceiling in a moment of unpreparedness. With a startled exclamation, he fell back down, staring in disbelief at the ceiling. Curiously, he pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and stepped onto the balcony, where silence reigned, save for the soft chirping of autumn insects. Channeling energy into his right arm, he struck out with a powerful punch, the force solidifying into a tangible wave of white energy, surging forth like a thunderous storm towards the grove on the small hill to his right. The trees in the distance swayed as if caught in a tempest, their dense foliage stripped away layer by layer, revealing stark, bare branches, a sight of desolation. Mid-stage dark energy he had broken through. A smile graced his lips. Chapter 48. Do I really appear so old? In contrast to the silent and formless early stages of the dark energy, the mid-stage manifests itself with a more tangible essence, the energy becoming solidified. Master Qing Yuan Weixin of the Song dynasty divided cultivation into three profound realms. The first realm is seeing the mountain as a mountain, seeing the water as water. This signifies a perception that is limited to mere appearances, forming the most straightforward and simplistic impressions. This is the stage of bright energy, which strengthens the bones, endowing the body with formidable resilience, capable of shattering stone with sheer force, a fundamental realm of martial artists. The second realm is seeing the mountain as not a mountain, seeing the water as not water. In this stage, the myriad phenomena of the world are perceived as illusions. An enlightened individual understands that the appearances we observe are not as simple as they seem, harboring deeper meanings. This corresponds to the stage of dark energy, where the sinews are trained, the energy moves with intention, and the force becomes imperceptible yet lethal, a mid-level realm for martial practitioners. The third realm is seeing the mountain is still a mountain, seeing the water is still water. This represents the clarity of mind and realization of true nature, a state of awakening, akin to returning to one's original essence. It implies the refinement of energy and spirit, enabling one to shatter the void and achieve unity with the cosmos. This is a legendary realm, the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, Su Ming's ability to break through to the mid-stage of dark energy at the tender age of 18 is indeed a rarity in the world. Upon returning to his room, Su Ming tidied himself up, wishing to conceal the layer of dead skin that had shed. Too shocking for his parents to witness, he proceeded to the bathroom, where he indulged in a refreshing shower, feeling as though he had been reborn. The excess flesh vanished, revealing a faint golden sheen upon his skin. A closer inspection would unveil subtle changes in his countenance. The youthful innocence had faded, replaced by a striking handsomeness exuding a regal aura, an intangible pressure emanating softly from him. Even Su Ming was astonished by this transformation. Reclining on his bed in comfort, he recalled the words of old Master Qin, who had mentioned that one could enlist in the military without hindering their studies, stirring a sense of longing within him. At that moment, the phone rang urgently. He glanced at the unfamiliar number, feeling puzzled, yet answered it. A young woman's voice came through. Su Ming, do you remember me? The abrupt question left Su Ming bewildered. He furrowed his brow and inquired, who are you? The voice on the other end, now slightly sweet and syrupy, responded, it's Chen Jia. Have you forgotten me? How hurtful. Oh, Su Ming recollected, recognizing her as the streamer. Perhaps taken aback by Su Ming's cold tone, Chen Jia paused before her voice regained its normalcy. I wanted to ask you for a favor. We're having a gathering for the streamers tomorrow, and I would like to invite you. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to attend your gathering, Su Ming declined without hesitation. I would like to invite you to be my boyfriend. Chen Jia's voice dropped to a whisper, almost inaudible. What? Su Ming was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Stop overreacting. Am I really that undesirable? It's just that everyone else is bringing their boyfriends, and it would be awkward for me to come alone. You think I want to ask you? There are plenty of others who want to be my boyfriend, but I haven't agreed to them. You should feel honored. Chen Jia seemed to unleash a torrent of words, her tone agitated. Su Ming was left in a daze, contemplating her remark about feeling honored. He hadn't even considered being her boyfriend. It was all her one-sided dialogue. After a moment of thought, he replied, that doesn't seem appropriate. What's inappropriate? I don't mind you, so why do you mind me? Chen Jia responded indignantly. Why not find someone else? Su Ming suggested, genuinely not wanting to participate. They hardly had any connection. Absolutely not. After a brief pause, Chen Jia added, how about I go chat with Aunt Wang instead? Hearing this, Su Ming's expression soured. This little vixen was far too adept at charming his mother. If she conversed with her a few times, his happiness would be utterly jeopardized. Resigned, he said, fine then. On the other end of the line, Chen Jia erupted into a fit of laughter reminiscent of a goose, akin to a crafty fox that had just stolen a chicken. With a triumphant tone, she declared, don't worry, sister won't eat you up. At her words, Su Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. The following morning, Su Ming arrived at the agreed-upon entrance of the shopping mall. There stood Chen Jia, clad in a blue dress, her sweet and fresh face radiating a proud smile. Having not seen her in days, her allure seemed to have intensified. Upon spotting Su Ming, Chen Jia froze momentarily. This meeting revealed a transformation in Su Ming's aura. His chiseled features appeared even more striking, exuding a regal presence. Hey, what are you staring at? Su Ming greeted with a smile. As if caught in the act, a blush crept onto Chen Jia's face. She shyly stammered, and nothing. At that moment, she bore no semblance of a seasoned streamer, rather, she resembled a bashful bride. Observing her demeanor, Su Ming found it curious but chose not to dwell on it. Let us go, he suggested. Chen Jia eagerly grasped his arm, saying, actually, today everyone is wearing formal attire for the gathering. Your casual outfit might not be suitable. How about I get you a suit? You helped me with the live streams last time, and I earned some money. Let me show my gratitude.
From the moment she laid eyes on Su Ming, she had been enchanted by his handsomeness, eagerly anticipating how he would look in formal wear.
Alright then, Su Ming acquiesced, recognizing the importance of social etiquette regarding attire.
Since he had agreed, he would follow through. Without further ado, Chenjia pulled Su Ming toward the men's fashion section on the third floor of this mall, funded by Japanese investors, was high-end, primarily selling luxury goods, with prices for a single suit being quite steep. Upon reaching the third floor, Chenjia led Su Ming to the Armani menswear counter. "Welcome," greeted a sales associate, who approached with a polished demeanor, her subtle makeup enhancing her elegance. Dressed in a simple yet professional outfit, she exuded a sense of comfort that was hard to ignore. One cannot help but admire the high standards that luxury brands maintain for their staff, reflective of the brand's culture. Regardless of whether customers would make a purchase, the service attitude was already on full display. While Chen Jie appeared ecstatic, Su Ming maintained a calm and composed demeanor. "Please, this way," the sales associate guided them to the lounge area, inquiring, "Miss, would you prefer your brother to try on formal or casual attire?"
Chen Jia was taken aback. "Brother? Do I really appear that old? I'm only 20, what kind of eyesight is that? I'm still a youthful beauty, for goodness sake."
Her face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment and frustration. In that instant, she regretted stepping into this boutique. Chapter 49 of the young heartthrob. Upon noticing the peculiar expression on Chen Jie's face, the sales associate swiftly altered her tone, exclaiming, my apologies, my apologies." Chen Jia merely pursed her lips and rolled her eyes in response. Su Ming, suppressing a chuckle, stepped in to diffuse the tension, suggesting, "Let us take a look at the formal attire first." The sales associate, feeling the awkwardness, bowed slightly and said, "Certainly, this way please." As Su Ming perused the garments, Chen Jia sat languidly on the sofa in the waiting area, her demeanor reflecting a sense of boredom tinged with slight discontent, deterring the sales associate from approaching her. Meanwhile, in the fitting room, Su Ming gazed at his reflection in a sleek black suit, momentarily lost in thought. With his tall and upright stature, paired with strikingly handsome features, he couldn't help but be taken aback by his own appearance. It became evident that formal wear truly accentuates a man's charisma, and he was rather dashing in it. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, a smile crept across his lips as he pulled open the fitting room door. The sales associate, who had been waiting outside, hurried over upon hearing the sound. "Hello," her voice trailed off, and she instantly transformed into a starstruck admirer. He was simply too handsome. The sales associate stood frozen, her exquisitely made-up face betraying her astonishment. Su Ming offered a slight smile, declaring, "I'll take this one." He then proceeded towards the waiting area. Only then did the sales associate regain her composure, hastily trailing behind him. In the waiting area, Chen Jia was engrossed in her phone, eagerly anticipating Su Ming's transformation. Every now and then, she would glance up. At that moment, when she lifted her gaze again, she was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. There he was, Su Ming, clad in a black suit, striding towards her with an aura of undeniable charm. He no longer resembled a mere student, but rather a figure of nobility, exuding charisma in every gesture. Chen Jia gasped, her eyes sparkling like stars. She sprang to her feet and approached him, circling around to admire his appearance, her face radiating delight. One might mistake them for a couple deeply in love.
"What do you think?" Su Ming inquired.
Chen Jia nodded fervently, her excitement palpable. "You look absolutely stunning."
"Well, then let us settle the bill," he said, readying to pay. Seeing this, Chen Jia became anxious, insisting, "I promised to treat you, how could I allow you to pay?"
She rushed ahead to the cashier, determined to swipe her card. Her fervent enthusiasm caught Su Ming off guard. This host was exceedingly enthusiastic, even to the extent of snatching the bill away. After the transaction, Chen Jia naturally linked her arm with Su Ming's. He felt a bit uncomfortable and was about to protest when her enchanting eyes met his, playfully admonishing, "We must practice first." Su Ming inwardly lamented, feeling as though he was being used for practice before even officially dating. To his surprise, the venue for Chen Jia's gathering turned out to be the Marriott Hotel. The Royal Hotel had undergone a grand renovation after its acquisition, boasting state-of-the-art facilities that exceeded 5-star standards, and it had been designated as the premier hotel for receptions by the Shandong city government. Upon their arrival at the private room, they found quite a number of guests already present, with the women adorned in heavy makeup and the men sporting rotund figures, some of whom were nearly old enough to be the fathers of the female hosts. Su Ming was taken aback by Chen Jia's claim that everyone had brought their boyfriends. He maintained a composed exterior while feeling a surge of bewilderment within. It was no wonder that love was often described in such vivid terms. Having watched If You Are the One, Age Was No Barrier, Brokeback Mountain taught that gender was irrelevant, Ghost illustrated that life and death were trivial, and Tarzan showed that species posed no hindrance. This cursed love, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As Su Ming and Chen Jia entered the private room, nearly every gaze within fixated on him. Wow, he was undeniably striking. Several hosts even had stars in their eyes. Soon, the room erupted into envious glances directed at Chen Jia, who seemed to be a source of ire. Would they even be able to enjoy themselves in such an openly scrutinizing environment? Under the weight of their stares, Su Ming felt awkward, his expression akin to that of a bashful youth, utterly at a loss. The one most delighted in the situation was undoubtedly Chen Jia, who beamed with pride and greeted everyone joyfully. The others, despite their irritation, forced smiles in response, internally cursing Chen Jia countless times. Where on earth did this little vixen find such a pretty boy? Is she trying to infuriate me? I thought she was pure and innocent, yet here she is, nurturing a pretty boy. This little flirt didn't expect to find a pretty boy. It's evident she's the one pursuing him. Oh, this pretty boy is indeed handsome, I must get his contact information later. Chen Jie and Su Ming settled next to her close friend, Feng Mingjie. Feng Mingjie was a recently popular host, with a delicate face radiating youthful exuberance. A dance major, she showcased her talent primarily through dance in her streams, boasting 3 million followers. She nudged Chen Jie playfully and whispered, "Everyone else has brought their top sponsors or benefactors, why did you bring a pretty boy? Aren't you just asking for trouble?" She then turned to Su Ming with a nod and a smile, her gaze flirtatious.
"Is that so?"
"I had no idea," Chen Jie replied, genuinely astonished. This was seemingly her first experience at such a gathering. Su Ming, overhearing her words, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, internally berating the situation.
At that moment, one of the hosts exclaimed, "Hey, aren't you the top scorer from the college entrance exams?"
Her words captured everyone's attention. It was no wonder he seemed familiar. Several hosts immediately retrieved their phones to confirm, and when the images on their screens aligned with the real-life Su Ming, they were utterly taken aback. Such a striking visage, he was undeniably a quintessential young heartthrob. The intensity of their gazes towards Su Ming intensified. Had it not been for the influential sponsors by their sides, several would have rushed over in excitement. The male companions also recognized Su Ming, momentarily dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a scene, unsure of how to respond, feeling a sense of inadequacy wash over them. Seeing this, Chen Jie seized Su Ming's hand, making her claim to him clear. Su Ming felt his cheeks flush. After all, he was the top scorer of the national exams, yet here he was, perceived as a mere pretty boy, almost akin to a kept man, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. Did he still have any dignity left? Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a newcomer caught sight of Su Ming, momentarily taken aback before mockingly remarking, "I thought I recognized you, the top scorer Su Ming. And who is this young lady? Have you taken on 2 partners?" Chapter 50. My father is Lei Wanjun. As Lei Bo stepped into the private room, he immediately spotted Su Ming, a wave of humiliation igniting his anger. He could not fathom how it was possible to encounter Su Ming wherever he went. It felt almost supernatural. Today, he had been invited to this gathering by a streamer. After all, he was the top supporter, and he had long coveted the streamer known as Sweet Bunny. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to win her over. However, upon his arrival, encountering Su Ming extinguished his good mood, prompting him to lash out with scornful remarks. The room fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on Su Ming, their expressions reflecting astonishment, as if the words philanderer were inscribed upon their faces. Their gazes toward Su Ming dripped with disdain. Indeed, any woman would be repulsed by the notion of someone straddling 2 boats. Su Ming glanced at Lei Bo, feeling quite vexed. Who was this person, constantly opposing him? However, even a clay figurine has its temper, and his demeanor swiftly turned icy. Chen Jie could no longer contain herself. Su Ming was her guest, and being insulted in front of him was intolerable. She indignantly retorted, "Who do you think you are? Mind your words. Has he wronged you? Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation." Chen Jie was not the type to back down. Despite her delicate beauty, her bold personality shone through, and she was unafraid to speak her mind. Sweet Bunny, the streamer beside Lei Bo, felt uneasy upon hearing Chen Jie's disrespectful comments. Lei Bo was her benefactor, and she had invited him to deepen their relationship. Fearing she might provoke Lei Bo's ire, she interjected nervously, "Chen Jie, do you know who he is?" "He is the son of Lei Xiao, the owner of Zhongxing Construction Company in Shandong City. Watch your words, you might regret it." Chen Jie faltered momentarily. She was merely a small streamer, and offending a powerful businessman could have dire consequences. However, she quickly reassured herself that she could not allow anyone to trample over her unjustly, and her temper flared. The onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why these two were clashing, yet remained silent, merely spectators to the spectacle. At that moment, another businessman stood up. His name was Wu Tianming, the owner of my Jijian Material Company in Shandong City, who had business dealings with Lei Wanjun and was acquainted with Lei Bo. My Jijian was among the leading construction material companies in Shandong City, boasting a market share of approximately 40, and was known for its financial clout. Witnessing Lei Bo being insulted, he immediately rose and exclaimed vehemently, "You little brat! How dare you be so disrespectful? You think you can just have your eyes on everything? Do you even know what you are?" Upon hearing this, Su Ming could no longer restrain himself. A powerful aura emanated from him, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The crowd shuddered, sensing an eerie chill deep within their bones. Before anyone could react, Su Ming swiftly approached Wu Tianming, seizing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground. In astonishment, everyone watched as Wu Tianming dangled in the air, his face turning crimson as he struggled futilely. Su Ming's grip was like a vice, rendering him immobile. "Whom are you insulting?" Su Ming's voice was cold and resonated like a sound from the depths of the underworld, sending a chill through the onlookers. Wu Tianming's complexion paled, his eyes bulging with terror. He tried to speak but found himself utterly voiceless, sensing his vitality ebbing away amidst a profound dread. The atmosphere in the private room became unbearably tense. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Su Ming. Was this still the young man they remembered? The once delicate figure now exuded a terrifying ferocity. Chen Jie was also taken aback, staring at Su Ming in disbelief. She had never anticipated such a violent turn of events, yet there was something undeniably captivating about his raw power. Eventually, Wu Tianming could no longer withstand the pressure, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Observing this, Su Ming nonchalantly released his grip, sending Wu Tianming crashing against the door, which splintered upon impact, and he fell alongside the shattered pieces. The onlookers felt as though they had been struck by a heavy blow, their hearts racing in response. Su Ming cast a glance around the room, and those who met his gaze could not help but shiver. He slowly approached Lei Bo, who was paralyzed with fear. Under Su Ming's piercing stare, he felt an existential tremor. Trembling, he stammered, "What do you want? My father is Lei Wanjun." The streamer Sweet Bunny, standing beside him, turned pale with fright, her body shaking as she gazed at Su Ming in terror.
Su Ming chuckled, bemused by the absurdity of it all. What is this nonsense? Are you relying on your father's name? Today, I will strip you of everything you hold dear. At this declaration, the room collectively gasped, their astonishment palpable. Who was this person? His bravado was almost unbelievable, and incredulous glances were exchanged among the guests. Some recognized the name Lei Wanjun, the titan of the construction industry in Shandong City, reputed to be worth billions. Could one mere statement truly bring an empire to its knees? Lei Bo, initially fearful, now wore an expression of disdain. Su Ming, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected instantly. I want Zhongxing Construction Company to vanish within half an hour. Yes, boss. The voice on the other end belonged to Jiang Wensheng. The crowd was left in stunned disbelief, contemplating the audacity of Su Ming's proclamation. At that moment, Wu Tianming, jolted awake from his violent fall, glared at Su Ming with venomous hatred, as though he wished to kill him. The atmosphere in the room became intensely oppressive and bizarre. No one spoke or moved, remaining frozen in their seats as if time itself had come to a standstill. The resounding crash of the shattered door caught the attention of the waitstaff outside. Two servers, upon witnessing the chaos, were left speechless at the sight of the middle-aged man sprawled on the floor. Having worked there for several years, they had never seen anyone dare to cause such a ruckus. They quickly reported the incident to the floor manager, who, realizing the severity of the situation, escalated it to the general manager, Pang Yunli. Upon hearing the news, Pang Yunli frowned. She had been promoted to the general manager position under Su Ming's guidance and had worked diligently over the past month, ensuring the business thrived. She could not believe that trouble had arisen at such a critical moment. The timing was disastrous. If word of this reached the owner, her managerial abilities would surely be questioned. Even if it reached President Jiang's ears, she would find herself in dire straits. Acting swiftly, she gathered a team of security personnel and headed to the private room. Upon arrival, she was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Chapter 51. Ruin. With a look of astonishment etched on her face, Pang Yunli hurried forward, inclined her body, and respectfully called out, "Boss." The crowd, upon hearing Pang Yunli address Su Ming as boss, couldn't help but shudder, their expressions filled with disbelief. Most of them recognized Pang Yunli as the general manager of the Marriott Hotel, previously owned by Jiang Wensheng, who had now transformed into the president of the Marriott Group. The moment Pang Yunli referred to this young man as her boss, his identity became glaringly evident. Some among them had already deduced Su Ming's status, and a cold sweat broke out on their brows. Their gazes towards Lei Bo were now rife with sympathy. Meanwhile, Chen Jie appeared dazed, her beautiful eyes wide open, her mouth agape in astonishment. The other streamers were equally shaken, their hearts racing at the sight of such a young, strikingly handsome boss. It felt almost unfairly perfect, causing their breaths to quicken. Upon glancing at the people beside them, they felt a wave of nausea wash over them, as if struck by lightning. Lei Bo, utterly stunned, found himself in a haze. Just then, a melodious ringtone shattered the tense atmosphere. Brother, the phone is ringing, bump bump bump. Everyone turned in shock towards the source of the ringtone, incredulous that someone would use such an adorable tone. All eyes converged on Lei Bo. In a daze, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, and upon seeing the incoming call, his expression shifted dramatically. In his moment of panic, he accidentally activated the speakerphone. A furious voice roared through the air like a tempest. You little beast, what have you been doing out there? Who have you offended? You've brought ruin upon the entire family. Now all the partners are canceling their collaborations, orders are being rescinded, suppliers are demanding payment, and the bank is pressing for the loan repayment. If the loan isn't cleared by today, the family's assets will be seized. On the other end, Lei Wanjun continued his furious tirade, but at that moment, Lei Bo could hear nothing. His face drained of color, his body trembling uncontrollably. Wu Tianming also overheard the conversation, his expression one of sheer terror, as though he had seen a ghost. Everyone stood frozen, unable to fathom that this seemingly harmless young man wielded such terrifying power. With a thud, Lei Bo fell to his knees, fear gripping his heart as he pleaded, "I was wrong, please spare me." Su Ming ignored him, pointing at Lei Bo and addressing Pang Yunli, "He will compensate for all the damages here, and he will cover all the expenses incurred in the private room." After a pause, his gaze swept to Wu Tianming, who lay on the ground. "Throw him out." "Yes, boss," Pang Yunli responded respectfully, gesturing for the security personnel behind her to lift Wu Tianming and drag him out, the faint sounds of his screams echoing from outside. Without lingering, Su Ming departed, leaving behind a crowd in a state of shock. Chen Jie finally snapped back to reality, calling out, "Wait for me," as she rushed after him. Finally catching up with Su Ming at the entrance, Chen Jie gasped, "Why are you walking so fast?" Su Ming looked at her with curiosity, perplexed as to why she had followed him. "Why did you come out too?" Chen Jie paused, asking, "What about you?" Observing her casual demeanor, Su Ming chuckled helplessly. "Don't you think if I stayed seated, everyone else would be on edge?" "True, that was terrifying," Chen Jie admitted, then, with a gleeful smile reminiscent of a starry-eyed fan, added, "But I loved it. So raw, so wild, absolutely cool." Su Ming regarded her, exasperated. "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Please, what is there to be afraid of? Are you going to eat me?" "I'm not scared," she replied, flashing a mischievous smile. Seeing this, Su Ming placed a hand to his forehead. "Enough, let us not digress." "Boring, come on, I'll treat you to dinner," Chen Jie pouted. "Dinner again?" Su Ming thought to himself that every encounter with her seemed to invite trouble. Their first meeting had ended in a car accident, the second nearly cost his mother her safety, turning her into a prop for Chen Jie's streaming, and now this chaotic scene unfolded. "How can I possibly keep company with you? It's like inviting disaster." "I haven't eaten since this morning," Chen Jie said, her eyes glimmering with a hint of pleading.
Fine, let us go, Su Ming sighed in frustration, feeling as though he couldn't shake her off. The two took a taxi to a modest home-style restaurant in Shandong City. Numerous such eateries abound, small in size yet exceptional in flavor, utilizing authentic ingredients and culinary techniques that leave patrons savoring the taste long after. True food enthusiasts often flock to these establishments, where opulent decor and ostentatious signage are absent, replaced solely by mouth-watering dishes. Chen Jie was in high spirits, her eyes sparkling as she ordered a pot of crayfish, a pot of jumping frogs, 2 varieties of cold dishes, and a case of beer.
Is this a self-indulgent spree? Su Ming observed her with a complex expression. Chen Jie adeptly opened 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Su Ming and clinking her bottle against his before downing it eagerly. Drink up.
Why are you just staring at me? She asked, noticing Su Ming's dazed demeanor.
Isn't it better to drink from a glass? He replied. Drinking beer from a glass, that's not refreshing at all.
Just drink it, don't be so fussy, she chided playfully. Alright, you're the boss, Su Ming acquiesced, resuming his previously harmless demeanor as he tilted the bottle back to drink.
Aren't you about to go to school soon? Chen Jie inquired.
Yes, Su Ming replied, confused by her question.
Last time, your mom mentioned you got accepted to Huqing University in the capital?
Chen Jie continued.
Yes, Su Ming responded, increasingly perplexed. Chen Jie shot him an annoyed glance. Can you not just answer with yes? Can't you say something more?
Su Ming was baffled as to what had caused her irritation, looking at her in confusion. Sensing his bewilderment, Chen Jie sighed internally, realizing she was dealing with a direct man. She reluctantly continued, I'm also heading to the capital.
Su Ming's eyes widened in surprise, and he blurted out, why aren't you focusing on being a streamer? Why are you going to the capital?
Feeling slighted, Chen Jie shot him a look. A talent agent from an entertainment company has taken notice of me and wants to sign me. Oh, that is good news, Su Ming exhaled in relief, grateful that he wouldn't have to endure being her makeshift boyfriend any longer.
It wasn't that Chen Jie lacked beauty, she was undeniably enchanting. However, Su Ming's heart was already taken by Jiang Yuqing, leading him to instinctively feel averse to Chen Jie. Naturally, such sentiments would be lost on someone experienced in relationships, who would likely think that the more, the merrier. Really?
Chen Jie's eyes sparkled with fervor, her gaze fixed intently on Su Ming. Feeling the intensity of her stare, he found himself slightly unnerved, clearing his throat as he said, of course, when presented with better opportunities, one must seize them.
Chen Jie's eyes glimmered even more intensely.
If her gaze were aflame, it would surely melt any man. Chapter 52. A brutal strike. At this moment, Su Ming felt as though he were being melted by a searing blaze, his heart and mind awash with tumultuous emotions. Unbeknownst to him, a table nearby was occupied by 6 or 7 individuals, their gazes filled with malice as they scrutinized him and Chen Jie. Suddenly, an unwelcome voice shattered the intimate atmosphere, declaring, beautiful lady, come, have a drink with your brother. Indeed, Chen Jie was a beauty of catastrophic proportions, garnering attention wherever she went. With a resigned smile, Su Ming raised his eyes to assess the approaching figure. A burly young man, bare-chested and adorned with tattoos, strode towards them, his gaze fixated lecherously on Chen Jie's bosom. Behind him sat 5 or 6 similarly clad individuals, all exposing their inked skin, their expressions lewd as they ogled Chen Jie. Su Ming paused momentarily, bewildered by the sight of such ostentatious tattoos. Was this some kind of trend? With dragons inked on one side and rainbows on the other, faced with the imposing figure, Chen Jie cast a nervous glance at Su Ming, who, with a faint smile tinged with sarcasm in his eyes, reassured her. Chen Jie lifted her chin, her gaze betraying an indescribable disdain as she regarded the man approaching them. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Ming chose to disregard him, grabbing a bottle of alcohol and turning to Chen Jie, saying, drink. With Su Ming by her side, Chen Jie felt emboldened, her eyes sparkling as she clinked glasses with him. The man, feeling utterly ignored, scowled darkly and sneered, kid, wise up and get lost now, or I'll make you regret it. Brother Leopard, take him down, Brother Leopard, you're magnificent. The crowd behind the man erupted in raucous cheers. Su Ming, bemused, thought to himself, is this a cheerleading squad? What are you still doing here, waiting for me to treat you to a drink? Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at him. Kid, don't get too cocky. Do you even know who I am? Brother Leopard replied with a cold laugh. Here we go again. Are you famous? I couldn't care less who you are, Su Ming retorted dismissively, waving his hand as if swatting away AFLY. In that moment, Chen Jie's admiration for Su Ming surfaced, her eyes gleaming with adoration as she gazed at him. Meanwhile, some patrons, sensing the tension, quickly vacated the premises, opting to observe the unfolding drama from outside. It must be said, onlookers have an insatiable appetite for chaos, with some even pulling out their phones to capture the spectacle. Seemingly incensed, Brother Leopard seized a bottle and hurled it at Su Ming with alarming speed, catching everyone off guard. Chen Jie gasped in horror, her face pale. Just as the bottle was about to connect with Su Ming's head, he deftly snatched it from the air and, in a swift motion, brought it crashing down upon Brother Leopard's skull. With a resounding thud, the liquor mixed with blood cascaded down Brother Leopard's face, creating a ghastly sight. He cried out in pain, his countenance twisted in fury. You're seeking death. The men seated behind him, witnessing this, surged forward brandishing their bottles, believing that they could easily overpower Su Ming. Rising to his feet, Su Ming darted into their midst with lightning speed. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, he had sent the ruffian sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. Cold sweat trickled down Brother Leopard's brow as he stared incredulously at Su Ming, only to be met with a fist that seemed to grow larger by the second. With a deafening crash, he was sent hurtling backward. Chen Jie was left dumbstruck by Su Ming's ruthless display, her expression one of sheer astonishment as she covered her mouth with her small hand. The onlookers were equally bewildered, having witnessed the rapid succession of events that left the thugs on the ground in a dazed brother leopard, now pale with fear, opened his mouth only to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Unfazed, Su Ming casually sat down to peel some shrimp, nonchalantly stating, "Eat, why are you just staring?" The crowd collectively sighed, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and admiration at the young man's audacity. Could he not recognize that he was dealing with individuals from the underworld? How could he remain so composed while indulging in shrimp? Chen Jie, equally perplexed, looked at Su Ming with a mix of fear and admiration, timidly suggesting, "Let us go. The heavens bestow upon all things, yet man possesses nothing in return." Su Ming replied coolly. Chen Jie stared at him, bewildered. "What does that mean? Don't waste it," he retorted, casting a contemptuous glance at her. "Goodness, is the cultural literacy of streamers really this poor? What, still not leaving?" Su Ming shot a disdainful look at the men on the ground. Those who felt the weight of his gaze trembled, scrambling to their feet and assisting Brother Leopard up. "You just wait." Brother Leopard seethed, his face contorted in pain, yet he managed to utter a threat. Su Ming's gaze zeroed in on him, causing Brother Leopard to feel an inexplicable chill run down his spine. "Fine, I'll be right here waiting. If you don't come back, you're a coward," Su Ming retorted before resuming his shrimp peeling. The blatant disdain he displayed was a profound humiliation for Brother Leopard, who trembled as he struggled to speak. But before he could finish, he coughed up more blood. He truly realized it wasn't the thugs that were to be feared, but rather those with culture among them. This was a lethal combination. He had never before experienced such disregard. Glaring one last time at Su Ming, he was hastily dragged away by his companions, who were equally dumbfounded at how they had been taken down so easily. Chen Jie gazed at Su Ming as if he were a monster, her palms slick with sweat. She couldn't fathom how a person could possess such a stark contrast between appearance and action. He seemed so refined, yet his brutality was astonishing. Noticing Chen Jie's expression, Su Ming felt a pang of despair. Could she not behave a little more like a lady? Yet, under the weight of Su Ming's overwhelming confidence, Chen Jie began to eat with carefree abandon. Observing this scene, even the restaurant owner was impressed, personally grilling 24 oysters and bringing them over as a complimentary gift, all the while giving Su Ming a thumbs up. The owner had endured considerable harassment from Brother Leopard and his crew and felt a sense of relief witnessing Su Ming's retaliation. These scoundrels are utterly detestable, always bullying us small business owners. "Today, you've truly avenged us," the owner remarked indignantly. "Oh, if they come back, I'll gladly take care of them for you," Su Ming replied, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 53. A fish that slipped through the net. The restaurant owner, taken aback by Su Ming's words, wore a look of astonishment. At that moment, a sudden screeching of brakes echoed from outside, as 20 or so individuals leapt from two vans, brandishing iron rods and machetes. Brother Leopard stood beside a bald man, gesturing towards this direction as he spoke. Upon seeing this, the restaurant owner's face turned ashen, and he muttered a cautious warning before retreating to the kitchen. Following the commotion, Chen Jie glanced outside, her expression shifting dramatically among all present. Su Ming remained the most composed, casually relishing his oysters. The bald man cast a glance in their direction, waved his hand, and charged forward with his entourage. Instantly, the restaurant became packed to the brim, and the bald man's dark gaze fell upon Su Ming, causing him to stagger and change color in shock. To the astonishment of everyone gathered, the bald man trembled and knelt before Su Ming. A heavy silence enveloped the private room, as all stared in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. At that moment, Su Ming's cold gaze swept over, and he inquired, "Do you know me?" "I've seen you once at the Marriott Hotel," the bald man stuttered, recalling his harrowing encounter that day. Still haunted by the memory, the young man before him was not someone he could provoke. He had single-handedly taken down Erhuzi and reduced Leibo to ruin with a mere phone call, even obliterating the underground world of Shandong City in a fit of rage. At that moment, he loathed Brother Leopard intensely, cursing him as a jinx for provoking someone like Su Ming. "Oh, you were with Erhuzi?" Su Ming remarked with a sudden realization, then donned an expression of bewilderment, muttering, "How is there still a fish that slipped through the net?" Hearing Su Ming's words, the bald man's face drained of color, and cold sweat broke out as he trembled. "And no. I have turned over a new leaf." The onlookers regarded him with disdain, their expressions incredulous. "Oh?" Su Ming replied skeptically, glancing at the weapons in their hands. "Then what are you doing here?" As if struck by lightning, the bald man's face contorted in terror, and he began to slap himself, exclaiming, "I'm a fool. I was wrong, please spare me." Everyone present was frozen in shock, their faces marked by astonishment. The bald man, on the verge of tears, suddenly stood up, seizing Brother Leopard by the collar and delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, shouting in rage, "It's this bastard who set me up. I'll kill you." In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, Brother Leopard was left rolling on the ground, wailing in agony. Su Ming watched with a cold indifference, and once Brother Leopard had received his due punishment, he finally spoke, "Enough." The bald man paused, bewildered, and looked at Su Ming in confusion. "Do not let me see you again. If I catch you engaging in wrongdoing, it will be the end for you, and do not bully these business people again, understood?" Su Ming said flatly. The bald man nodded vigorously, muttering, "I won't dare again." "Now leave," Su Ming commanded, not wishing to dwell on the matter further, having only intended to teach him a lesson. He was no brute, though Chen Jie might not entirely share this sentiment. Relieved, the bald man hastily expressed his gratitude, thank you," before hurriedly departing with his subordinates, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with embarrassment. In the vehicle, the bald man's followers looked at him with eager curiosity. "Are you wondering why I was so cowardly just now?" he said with an air of calm. They nodded vigorously, eager for answers. "Do you know how Erhuzi's gang fell? Do you know how the underground world of Shandong City was eradicated? It was all because of him." When he spoke of Su Ming, a look of fear crossed his face. Ah, the others gasped, stunned into silence. Meanwhile, Chenjia, having consumed enough to be tipsy, gazed dreamily at Su Ming, a smile gracing her lips. Do you have feelings for me? She asked, her eyes glazed and fixed on him. Seeing her inebriated state, exuding charm, Su Ming felt a jolt of surprise. He hadn't anticipated that 2 bottles of beer would have such an effect. Embarrassed, he found the encounter with the thugs far less exhausting than navigating this situation, and he waved his hands dismissively. No, no. Don't deny it. I know, she murmured, her speech slightly slurred. With a bitter smile, Su Ming opted to change the subject. Some people, when intoxicated, enjoyed conversing, while others would sing or dance, and some would simply fall into a deep slumber. Clearly, Chenjia belonged to the former category. Engage with her, and she could talk the night away. He quickly called the restaurant owner for the bill. The owner smiled warmly, saying, Brother, you helped me earlier, so this meal is on me. With a knowing glance and a meaningful smile, he added, you should head back now. Understanding the implication, Su Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was he really that type of person? He said his thanks and helped Chenjia out of the restaurant. Chenjia leaned heavily against him, her soft body pressing against him, causing him to sweat. Spotting a taxi, he quickly hailed it, helping Chenjia into the car before taking a seat himself. Where do you live? He began to ask, but her weight shifted onto him once more. You said. Huaiwei Jiayuan, Chenjia giggled, resting her head on his shoulder. You must have feelings for me. You definitely do. Hearing her incessant murmurs, the taxi driver glanced at the rearview mirror, revealing an understanding smile. Su Ming felt utterly mortified, and amidst her repetitive inquiries, they finally arrived at Huaiwei Jiayuan. With gentle persuasion, Chenjia finally divulged her room number. Struggling, he helped her to the door, retrieved the key from her bag, unlocked it, and guided her inside. The apartment was modest, around 30 square meters, simply furnished and impeccably clean, infused with a subtle fragrance. Carefully, he laid Chenjia on the bed and removed her shoes, finally exhaling in relief. The room was filled with a scent unique to women, and as Chenjia lay there, her allure was undeniable, with a glistening droplet of saliva at the corner of her mouth, exuding temptation. Su Ming swallowed hard, feeling his heart race. Just as he considered leaving, a pair of delicate arms encircled his neck, and a warm breath brushed against his ear, causing him to freeze in shock. Chapter 54, I have arrived in the capital. As a gentle, warm breeze caressed his ear, Su Ming's body seemed to respond in an unprecedented manner, an unfamiliar tingling sensation coursing through him, causing his cheeks to flush with warmth. Do not leave, came Chenjia's alluring voice, whispering temptingly in his ear. Turning his head, Su Ming was met with the sight of a delicate face and her enticing crimson lips, which curled into a subtle yet enchanting smile, making her appear even more captivating. At that moment, Chenjia resembled a sleeping beauty, her eyes closed, exhaling softly like an orchid, murmuring sweet nothings as she remained lost in her dreams. He gently lowered her arm and adjusted her position to lie flat, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Daring not to gaze any longer, confronted with such a stunning figure before him, he feared he would lose control. Rising to his feet, he quietly approached the door, opened it, and slipped outside, closing it softly behind him with a subtle force, only then realizing he was drenched in sweat. Inside the room, Chenjia, hearing the faint sound of the door closing, slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the closed door, her expression revealing a profound sense of loss. With the school term fast approaching, Su Ming felt a flicker of anticipation. He looked forward to the new life that awaited him at university, as well as the development of the Marriott Investment Group in the capital. Jiang Wensheng had arrived in the capital 2 weeks in advance, reportedly having secured an office location and brought along a team of key personnel. They had already acquired 2 plots of land, and everything was progressing in an orderly fashion. His parents had officially moved into Tianqi Jiayuan, and to celebrate, Wang Guifen held a housewarming ceremony that attracted many relatives. However, Su Ming's uncle and aunt did not attend, which Wang Guifen dismissed without concern. The relatives who attended were left astounded by the opulence of the villa, showering praise upon Wang Guifen for having a fortunate fate and a wonderful son. Such compliments, though flattering, no longer caused Su Ming to feel elated. Instead, he remained composed. The age-old adage of wealth attracts distant relatives while poverty goes unnoticed continued to resonate through the ages. Since that ambiguous night when Chenjia had been intoxicated, Su Ming had been avoiding her, yet she frequently sent voice messages and WeChat texts. Faced with such unabashed flirtation, he felt a wave of frustration. Of course, it was not that he disliked her. After all, she was undoubtedly a beauty, and men, without exception, are often quite forgiving towards attractive women. In truth, Su Ming understood Chenjia's intentions well enough. However, he could not shake the feeling that Jiang Yuqing was the one who truly mattered, possessing both the bond of camaraderie and a hint of romantic affection. In contrast, his interactions with Chenjia often felt somewhat superficial, leading him to respond to her messages with mere oh, and He vaguely sensed that it was vital to prevent an encounter between Chenjia and Jiang Yuqing, fearing it would lead to nothing but trouble. Jiang Yuqing, without a doubt, was a significant presence in his life. Although they had never explicitly labeled their relationship as romantic, both had already come to perceive one another as such in their hearts, a silent understanding known only to couples. When Jiang Yuqing filled out her college applications, she had already harbored feelings for him, hoping to attend university together. Although they would not be in the same school, her intentions were unmistakable. The only source of comfort for Su Ming was Zhang Rolan, whom he regarded fondly as a younger sister. Without the complications of romance, after pondering for quite a while, he decided to put it out of his mind. It was a tangled web of emotions that only caused him heartache. During this time, Wang Guifen prepared an abundance of delicious meals for him. After 18 years of raising this cherished child, the thought of him leaving was bittersweet for the couple. Parents, in their essence, wish to keep their children close, yet they understand that it is not realistic. Children grow up, pursuing their own careers and lives. Parents aspire for their children to soar high and venture far, while the sentiment of longing becomes the thread connecting them. Indeed, the relationship between parents and children is, to a significant extent, a tale of love and conflict. Children are the heart of their parents. They would rather sacrifice their own comfort to provide the best for their offspring. Conversely, the journey of raising children often brings parents to the brink of exhaustion and heartbreak. An adage aptly illustrates this dynamic. When homework is not assigned, the mother is kind, and life is tranquil. The moment homework is assigned, chaos ensues. This, in truth, reflects a deeper love that parents harbor for their children. Time passes swiftly, and before long, September 5th arrived.
I have arrived in the capital.
Early that morning, Li Jiwei and Pang Yunli drove a Cullinan to Su Ming's doorstep, ready to take him to the airport. Wang Guifan and her husband were not particularly surprised. While they were still uncertain of the exact circumstances, they recognized their son as exceptional talents and wealth. With heartfelt reluctance, Wang Guifan and her husband bid farewell as Su Ming climbed into the vehicle. At that moment, she could no longer contain her tears. The scene was poignant, as Su Ming's eyes glistened while he said goodbye to his parents one by one. The Cullinan, with its powerful engine, sped towards the airport, laden with thoughts of longing and anticipation.
Boss, shall we pick up Roland first? Pang Yunli inquired from the passenger seat. Sure, Su Ming replied. They soon arrived at Jiang Wenqing's residence, where Jiang Roland waited at the door, accompanied by her mother. Upon seeing the car, Jiang Roland joyfully hopped in, exclaiming, "Brother Su Ming, it's been so long." With a sweet smile, she turned to her mother outside the car and said, "Mom, you can go back now. I'll call you later." Jiang Roland's mother, Su Hui, gazed lovingly at her daughter and nodded slightly, saying, "Be careful out there." "Don't worry, Mom," Jiang Roland assured, nodding obediently. Su Ming nodded at Su Hui, smiling as he said, "Don't worry. With me and her father in the capital, everything will be just fine." Su Hui returned a gentle smile, expressing her gratitude, "Thank you." Having heard her husband speak of Su Ming, she knew that the young man before her was the mastermind behind the Marriott Group. Despite knowing he was young from her husband's accounts, she was still taken aback by how extraordinarily youthful he appeared. Hardly having reached 20 yet, her second impression was that Su Ming was incredibly handsome, exuding a charm that could easily captivate anyone. No wonder her daughter's eyes sparkled with admiration whenever Su Ming was mentioned. She practically idolized him. Su Hui understood that her daughter's infatuation resembled the way many young girls idolize celebrities, merging their dreams of a Prince Charming with the allure of stardom. It was simple yet somewhat wild. After all, in this society, good looks hold considerable appeal. Author's note: the grand drama of entering the capital has commenced. For those who enjoy this tale, please feel free to leave a 5-star rating, collect, and follow for updates. Additionally, a reader pointed out a name error in Chapter 15. I apologize for the oversight due to the Russian writing. I will strive to ensure strict proofreading to avoid any textual errors while guaranteeing at least 2 updates daily. I extend my heartfelt apologies and gratitude to all readers. Chapter 55. A private jet. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Ming instructed the driver to fetch Jiang Yuqing. "Please go pick up Jiang Yuqing," Su Ming said. Upon hearing this, Li Jiwei immediately recalled the girl from the Jiang family, rumored to be Su Ming's young girlfriend, and nodded in agreement. "Yes, boss." Jiang Roland, however, looked at Su Ming with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Is someone else joining us?" "Indeed, there is an older sister, a classmate of mine, who is also heading to Beijing for studies," Su Ming replied with a smile, unconsciously ruffling Jiang Roland's hair. Jiang Roland said nothing further, her expression contemplative. The fact that they were traveling to Beijing together and that he had made a special effort to pick her up clearly indicated that she must be Su Ming's girlfriend. At 15, the young girl was already quite perceptive. Upon arriving at Jiang Yuqing's residence, her parents saw her off. Particularly, Jiang Yuqing's mother, Xia Beilan, was taken aback upon seeing Su Ming. Her face lit up with a radiant smile as she warmly invited, "Su Ming, do come by to visit when you return home." "Certainly, Auntie, I will show you around when I have time in Beijing," Su Ming politely responded. Since hearing that it was Su Ming who assisted Yuqing in securing the contract, she had grown increasingly curious about him. So young yet so accomplished. Despite her daughter's persistent denials, Xia Beilan could discern her daughter's feelings from the excitement in her tone and the slight shyness that accompanied her mentions of Su Ming. Now, seeing Su Ming in person, handsome, polite, and exuding charm, she couldn't help but feel pleased. Thinking to herself how discerning her daughter was, Xia Beilan's smile broadened, reminiscent of a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law, her fondness for him growing with each glance. Meanwhile, Jiang Roland surveyed Jiang Yuqing with her bright, sparkling eyes. Noticing her grace and beauty, she felt a sense of admiration. She mused to herself, no wonder Su Ming cared for her. Indeed, she was a goddess-like beauty. Upon entering the car, Jiang Yuqing immediately recognized Jiang Roland and exclaimed, "You must be Roland, right? You're so beautiful." Having learned during her conversation with Su Ming the day prior that Jiang Wenqing's daughter would be accompanying them to Beijing, she was instantly taken with Jiang Roland's sweet and delicate appearance. Jiang Roland responded with a cheerful smile, "Are you Su Ming's classmate?" "Yes, you're studying in Beijing too, aren't you? I'll take you out to have fun often," Jiang Yuqing said, pulling out her phone to add Jiang Roland on WeChat. Before long, the two young women were engrossed in lively conversation, as if they were long-lost sisters. With the presence of two beautiful girls, the atmosphere in the car became significantly more vibrant, and time seemed to fly by until they reached the airport. Without delay, Li Jiwei drove into a special side lane. The security personnel, upon noticing the pass from Huagua Airlines placed on the windshield of the Cullinan, became respectful and immediately saluted to grant them passage.
Such a pass is not something just anyone can acquire. It is typically reserved for the elite of Huagua. Holding this special pass allowed them to bypass the usual security checks, granting direct access to major airports. It was more exclusive than VIP status. This was arranged with the help of Elder Qin when Su Ming purchased his private jet. Although he was taken aback by the purchase, Elder Qin still managed to secure a pass for him. Both Zhang Yuqing and Zhang Ruolin were bewildered by this extraordinary arrangement. Is it really possible to do this? Even though both young ladies came from affluent families and frequently traveled by plane, they had never experienced such direct access to an airport before. The Cullinan came to a gentle halt beside a sleek silver aircraft. As Su Ming and the others exited the vehicle, they beheld the magnificent silver jet, which stood before them like a colossal divine bird, emanating a formidable presence. Its streamlined body reflected a stark, mechanical elegance. This premier private jet was the Gulfstream G650, a flagship model from the American Gulfstream Aerospace Corporation, renowned worldwide for its exceptional performance and valued at nearly 400 million yuan. The Gulfstream G650 aircraft boasts a maximum cruise speed of 0.925 Mach, with a remarkable range of 13,000 kilometers at a speed of 0.85 Mach. This aircraft offers a more spacious cabin compared to its contemporaries, accommodating up to 18 passengers, and is equipped with a kitchen, a bar, and a restroom with independent ventilation, alongside a variety of entertainment features, including satellite phones and wireless internet. Li Jiwei, Peng Yunli, Zhang Yuqing, and Zhang Ruolin stood before the Gulfstream G650, their faces awash with astonishment, scarcely able to believe their eyes. Su Ming, seeing the aircraft for the first time today, felt a mix of excitement and profound emotion. Ever since he had acquired the system, he had transformed from a destitute student into a wealthy magnate, a change that came so abruptly yet brought immense joy. Although Li Jiwei and Peng Yunli had received a call from Jiang Wenqing informing them of Su Ming's purchase of a private jet, and that all the necessary arrangements had been made in advance, they were nonetheless taken aback when standing before this top-tier private plane. The annual operational cost of such a private jet exceeds 10 million, encompassing expenses for towing, parking, takeoff, landing, and flight at the airport. This does not include the salaries of the 2 pilots and 2 flight attendants. According to Jiang Wenshang, the pilots employed for the Gulfstream G650 command an annual salary of 1 million, while the flight attendants earn 500,000. The world of the affluent is beyond imagination. Welcome, sir, greeted 2 elegantly attired flight attendants, standing gracefully at the cabin door with warm smiles, bowing slightly as they spoke. Everyone snapped back to reality, still in awe as they gazed at Su Ming. You're at airplane, stammered Zhang Yuqing, her lips quivering slightly, still struggling to comprehend. Su Ming shrugged and replied, it seems so. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruolin leapt into the air with delight, her face beaming with admiration, exclaiming, Brother Su Ming, you are amazing. After I graduate, I'll come work for you. Su Ming, amused, gently patted her head and said, what are you thinking? Your main task now is to study. If you don't do well, be careful or I might spank you. Zhang Ruolin skipped away, pouting and casting a discontented glance at Su Ming. She approached Zhang Yuqing, linking arms with her playfully, and said, I won't pay attention to you anymore, Sister Yuqing, let us board the plane. Zhang Yuqing shot a glance at Su Ming before laughing and chatting with Zhang Ruolin as they boarded the aircraft. Meanwhile, Li Jiwei and Peng Yunli also bowed respectfully, saying, Sir, we wish you a pleasant journey. Thank you, Su Ming nodded, I appreciate your assistance with matters at home. With that, he stepped onto the plane. It's no trouble at all, Li Jiwei and Peng Yunli replied, watching as Su Ming entered. Moments later, the aircraft taxied swiftly down the runway, roaring as it took off, ascending into the azure sky. Author's note, the story is approaching a climactic chapter. If you enjoy it, please offer your 5-star support. Originality is guaranteed, along with ample thrilling moments. Chapter 56, the enemy aircraft approaches in the capital city. At the highest military operations department of Hua Nation, the Joint Operations Command Center was currently filled with senior generals, each one with a serious expression, fixated on the surveillance screen before them. 2 red dots were moving from the sea towards the coastal shores of Hua Nation. How audacious, this marks the 7th time in 2 months that the Japanese have dispatched reconnaissance aircraft to intrude near our coast. This is a grave provocation against our nation. If we do not teach them a lesson, their arrogance will only escalate, one officer remarked. I propose that Commander Zheng Haiba of the Eastern Theater take full command to annihilate the intruding reconnaissance aircraft, spoke Air Force Major General Wu Pengfei, a man in his 40s, embodying the youthful vigor of a rising hawk, and a favored prodigy of Qin Xianbang. The command center fell into a deep silence. As everyone pondered the implications, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Let us hear everyone's opinions. Should we engage or simply expel them? Speak freely, do not hold back, urged Air Force Lieutenant General Guan Haotian, who presided over the meeting. To act rashly at this juncture could provoke unnecessary complications. A single thread pulled may unravel the entire fabric. We must proceed with caution, cautioned Air Force Major General Lu Zhiyong, his countenance grave. In truth, he harbored unspoken concerns. A recent rumor suggested that the venerable General Su Jiangwo had secluded himself, facing imminent peril, emboldening hostile forces to test our defenses. If the rumors held any truth, the adversaries would have no reservations. In such precarious times, an impulsive action could expose our strategic vulnerabilities. It was evident that the hostile powers were executing a meticulously orchestrated strategy, provocations from the north, territorial disputes in the south, and reconnaissance missions along our coastline. This was clearly not an isolated endeavor but part of a larger scheme. If the delicate balance were to be disrupted without a well-considered response, the repercussions could be dire. Should General Su Jiangwo return to the fray, he would undoubtedly wield his sword with authority, confident in repelling the intruders. However, the frequency of incursions by the Japanese 7 or 8 times without a peep from General Su was cause for concern. The adage holds true: one misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Stability remained the most prudent course of action. Wu Pengfei's face flushed crimson, evidently realizing the implications of the discussion. With his pronounced brows and large eyes, he resembled a stern warrior, exclaiming, "But that cannot be the solution, nor can that be the answer."
What, then, shall we do?
This predicament presented a conundrum. The might of a nation lies not solely in its military strength or advanced weaponry, but equally in its prestige. In the past, the founding emperor had decisively struck against invading foes, instilling fear and securing nearly 70 years of peace for Hua Nation. Subsequently, General Su Jiangwo rose within the military, commanding respect and ensuring almost 30 years of tranquility, such as the essence of national power, defending the homeland and commanding respect. A century has passed, and while the enemies remain the same, the geopolitical landscape has shifted. After further deliberation, consensus remained elusive, as all recognized the gravity of the situation, particularly with General Su Jiangwo in peril. Confrontation loomed ominously. As opinions were shared, some advocated for engagement, arguing that without decisive action, the enemy's arrogance would remain unchecked. Others suggested expulsion, cautioning that ambiguity in the current situation could trap us in the enemy's snares. There were also calls to consult General Su Jiangwo and Qin Xianbang, acknowledging their wisdom and experience in guiding national strategy.
Once discussions reached a near conclusion, Lieutenant General Guan Haotian rose and solemnly declared, "In order."
Upon hearing this, all attending generals immediately stood at attention, their demeanor grave. Commander Zhang Haiba of the Eastern Theater is to deploy fighter jets to expel the hostile aircraft, ensuring they remain beyond our red line.
Simultaneously, the Navy will closely monitor the southern waters, act neither aggressively nor passively.
Ensure that the minutes of this operational meeting are forwarded to Leader Number 1, General Su, and General Qin. Guan Haotian issued his commands one by one.
Understood, the generals replied in unison, their discipline unwavering and their military might palpable.
On board a Gulfstream G650, Zhang Yuqing and Zhang Roland sat together, engaged in lively conversation, exuding an aura of intimacy. Opposite them, Su Ming sat with his eyes closed, meditating. The interplay of two women and one man could easily lead to an awkward situation. As the aircraft ascended steadily, the view from the window revealed diminishing houses, roads, rivers, and forests below. The Gulfstream G650, renowned for its cutting-edge technology, glided smoothly through the sky like an eagle soaring with outstretched wings. Upon breaking through the cloud cover, billowing white clouds drifted past the window, creating an ethereal ambience. To their surprise, Zhang Yuqing and Zhang Roland discovered that internet connectivity was available on board. Unlike commercial flights, which require electronic devices to be turned off to avoid interference, the Gulfstream G650 was equipped with satellite phones and wireless internet capabilities. With a gleeful expression, Zhang Roland pulled out her phone and began scrolling. However, 2 minutes later, her smile faded as she exclaimed, "What is happening? All I see are videos of Japanese reconnaissance aircraft approaching our coast, and the shares are skyrocketing." Startled by Zhang Roland's words, Zhang Yuqing quickly retrieved her phone, opening the short video to find numerous netizens sharing the footage. The video depicted 4 of Hua Nation's fighter jets soaring into the sky to confront 2 reconnaissance aircraft, issuing warnings and driving them away. The 2 Japanese planes, seemingly intent on provocation, darted up and down, skirting the red line like persistent flies. The Japanese reconnaissance aircraft, the RC-2 Elent, was equipped with state-of-the-art electronic reconnaissance systems, including electromagnetic wave measurement devices, signal analyzers, and jamming equipment. The 4 Hua Nation fighter jets maintained a restrained pursuit, guarding the coastal skies and steadfastly holding their ground. The video's narration stated, "The military of Hua Nation expresses its utmost protest against the deliberate reconnaissance by Japan, urging the Japanese aircraft to return, and issuing a strong condemnation."
The footage ignited the fury of Hua Nation's netizens, rallying in solidarity with fervent comments flooding in. "Strike Japan down, let them bow before us. Hua Nation's air force is formidable, driving the reconnaissance aircraft away. The invading enemy must be annihilated. I am willing to donate my annual salary to support the expulsion of the enemy from our borders. I pledge this as proof. A nationwide boycott of Japanese products, let us uphold our national dignity. They are overstepping, those who offend Hua Nation shall be punished. I will never travel to Japan again. They have disappointed me greatly." The myriad of comments quickly stoked the flames of patriotism across the nation, drawing widespread attention from all sectors of society. State media promptly initiated live broadcasts, showcasing the 4 Hua Nation fighter jets valiantly defending the coastline against the backdrop of the azure sky. This marked the first time state media had live-streamed on this topic, revealing the truth of the matter to the world with an objective and fair report. Millions flocked to the livestream, which was inundated with explosive comments. "Cheers to the Hua Nation Air Force. The Hua Nation fighter jets are incredible. Awesome, love you, brave warriors. I want to have your children. I'm moved, I want to donate to support the Hua Nation Air Force, I will do my part. One word: impressive. Hua Nation's dignity cannot be trampled upon by the petty." Silence, donated a Super Rocket 10, with dreams in heart, donated a Streamer Yacht 10, Brother We, donated a Blue Rose 50, Genji, donated a Super Rocket 20, Footprints in the Snow, donated a Plane 10, Heaven is Vast, donated Flowers 10, Forget Me Not, donated a Lucky Star 10. Chapter 57. Frantic thoughts. Capital City, the Sioux residence. The area was heavily guarded, with sentries stationed every 3 steps and watchmen every 5. Su Jiangwo sat in a rattan chair, his eyes slightly closed, attentively listening to the report from his personal security chief, Tang Gang.
At that moment, the door swung open, and a figure rushed in, promptly taking a seat beside Su Jiangwo. He poured himself a cup from the teapot on the table. Su Jiangwo slowly opened his eyes and smiled at the person before him, saying, "What is the matter, old Qin? Are you so restless?" The newcomer was none other than Qin Xianbang, who anxiously glanced at Su Jiangwo and remarked, "How can I not be anxious? They've already reached our doorstep, old commander. It's time for you to step up and oversee the situation." After a pause, he turned to Tang Gang and added, "Xiao Tang, fetch a larger teapot."
How can one quench their thirst with such a small cup? Qin Xianbang's reference to Su Jiangwo as old commander held historical significance. During the war years, Su Jiangwo indeed served as Qin Xianbang's commanding officer. Despite their subsequent promotions, Su Jiangwo remained Qin Xianbang's superior, making the title both appropriate and indicative of their close relationship. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ah, you are still the same as ever." Tang Gang also wore a smile in his eyes, though he dared not express it audibly, keeping his face taut. "Yes, old commander. Patience is key. Currently, various nations are stirring restlessly. I truly wish to take this opportunity to announce my precarious health and observe their reactions.
A mere trivial nation poses no significant threat. My greater concern lies with domestic infiltration. You must understand, fortresses are often breached from within, and that is what truly alarms me," Su Jiangwo said with a grave expression. Su Jiangwo's concerns were not without merit. The cultural and economic infiltration by hostile forces had become increasingly severe, and even prominent families and reclusive martial arts clans were beginning to show signs of unrest. If merely winning a war could resolve this, it would be relatively simple. The issue is that winning a single battle only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Currently, many voices are decrying the economy and advocating for anarchy, which is a clear signal. The notion of securing the home front before addressing external threats is not without justification. Only by excising the malignant tumors within can one effectively confront all disputes. If one's health is compromised, what grounds are there to compete with others? It is but idle talk. Qin Xianbang stared at Su Jiangwo, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes, and hesitantly said, "Are you suggesting a strategy to lure the enemy?"
Indeed.
Isn't there widespread rumor of my imminent demise? Then let us announce it to the world, Su Jiangwo replied with calm composure. "I understand now, this could work, luring the enemy out for a complete capture," Qin Xianbang said, somewhat excited. Indeed, the infiltration by hostile forces had created a complex web of relationships. Any rash action could make it difficult to unearth those hidden deep within. Rather than merely inflicting harm, it is wiser to strike at the heart of the issue. However, your health, Qin Xianbang expressed his concern. "Ah," Su Jiangwo laughed heartily, "look at me, I eat well and sleep well. Living a few more years is hardly a problem. And you, my old comrade, must take care of yourself. The burdens we bear are heavy indeed," Su Jiangwo said, patting Qin Xianbang on the shoulder with genuine concern.
"Alas, I wish I could set it down, but I cannot.
The talent pool is dwindling, and there are no successors to carry the torch. That is what truly worries me," Qin Xianbang lamented. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo fell silent. Indeed, after so long in peace, many had grown complacent and lost their fighting spirit, becoming more enamored with power and profit. "Nevertheless, I have discovered a promising talent, an 18-year-old lad who has already reached the intermediate stage of concealed energy," Qin Xianbang said excitedly, his eyes gleaming.
"What? 18 years old? Intermediate concealed energy?"
Even at his advanced age, Su Jiangwo was moved. He had only achieved the advanced stage of concealed energy in his 50s and had not progressed since. The notion of someone reaching the intermediate stage at such a young age was utterly astonishing. Tang Gang, standing behind him, also felt a jolt of surprise, his heart racing. There were no more than 10 martial artists in the entire nation who could reach the intermediate stage of concealed energy, and an 18-year-old achieving this was virtually unheard of.
"Who is it?" Su Jiangwo inquired with curiosity. "A student, Su Ming.
If I calculate correctly, he should be arriving in the capital in a couple of days," Qin Xianbang replied, a hint of pride in his voice.
Su Ming. Su Jiangwo murmured the name, suddenly jolting in realization, his expression shifting dramatically.
Qin Xianbang, witnessing Su Jiangwo's sudden emotional upheaval, was taken aback and anxiously asked, "Old commander, what is it?" Su Ming slowly opened his eyes and pulled out his phone to check a video, his brow furrowing. The nation of Japan was a historical adversary of China. 500 years ago, China established a provincial government in Japan, named Fusang. The poetic depictions of Fusang by Wei Zhuang during the late Tang dynasty stand as the best testament to this history. Fusang has faded into obscurity. Home lies further east of Fusang. With whom does one share the journey? A boat carrying the bright moon and a sail of wind. A century later, the fourth governor of Fusang took advantage of China's internal strife and established an independent regime, naming it the Great Japan. At that time, China was too preoccupied with its own troubles to intervene, allowing the Great Japan to grow unrestrained, becoming a historical nemesis. Reflecting on this, he felt a tumult of emotions rising within him, and a wild idea suddenly sprang forth, startling even himself. He cast a quiet glance at Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Roland, his eyes softening with tenderness and reluctance.
"How far along are we?"
Su Ming asked calmly. A flight attendant approached, bowing slightly. "Sir, we have completed 1/3 of the journey.
We will arrive in the capital in 1 hour.
Su Ming nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The flight attendant observed the young boss curiously. Although his inquiry seemed ordinary, it left her with an unsettling feeling. After a moment's contemplation, a resolute expression crossed her face as she dialed a number, the ringing echoing. The call was quickly answered. "Old Master Qin, it's me, Su Ming." Su Ming spoke in a flat tone.
On the other end, Qin Xianbang's cheerful voice rang out, "Little Su, have you arrived in the capital?" "Not yet, I'm on the plane, just a third of the way in," Su Ming replied. "Oh, well, give me a call when you land. I'll send a car to pick you up. Didn't I mention before, we can expedite your enlistment, but it requires some assessment first. Since you're here, we can arrange that." Qin Xianbang remained oblivious to Su Ming's calm demeanor and unusual behavior, still focused on the enlistment matter. "Old Master Qin, regarding the Japanese reconnaissance aircraft, what actions will you take? Will it be a warning or an expulsion?" Su Ming asked in a steady voice. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Time seemed to pause in that instant, and Su Ming remained quiet, listening to the stillness of the phone. After a moment, he exhaled slowly and said, "What if a private jet were to collide with a Japanese reconnaissance aircraft? Would it merely be considered an aviation accident?" As soon as Su Ming's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the plane. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, exchanging glances and recognizing the shock in each other's eyes. Author's note: the first major climax during the journey to the capital is approaching. I request a wave of 5-star ratings, collections, and subscriptions to ensure more than 2 updates daily. Chapter 58. The honor of the nation. Qin Xianbang stood there, phone in hand, his expression a portrait of astonishment. He discerned the implications of Su Ming's words, a revelation he had never anticipated. Su Ming, lacking specialized training, was about to engage in an act as reckless as a moth drawn to flame. Noticing the unusual pallor on Qin Xianbang's face, Su Jiangwo could not help but inquire, "What troubles you, old friend?" After a momentary pause, Qin Xianbang, his face contorted with difficulty, replied, "Su Ming intends to use the private jet we are currently on to ram into a Japanese reconnaissance aircraft." A profound silence enveloped the room. The gravity of his statement left everyone in a state of shock. Even Tangang's lips twitched involuntarily. What folly was this? A private jet colliding with a reconnaissance plane? How could that possibly be feasible? Su Jiangwo's expression grew complex, his breathing hastening. After a brief interval, he spoke in a grave tone, "Very well, if this young man possesses such valorous intentions, let him proceed." Taken aback, Qin Xianbang gazed at Su Jiangwo in bewilderment, struggling to grasp the latter's meaning. An aviation accident is merely a fluke. Japan will be left to suffer in silence. The sky will not collapse upon us. Are we not here to bear the weight? Yet, he acknowledged the challenge posed by Su Ming's lack of professional training. Su Jiangwo's voice lowered as he continued, "The risks are considerable, and the odds of survival are slim. A mid-air collision leaves no room for error. The only chance that Su Ming has is if what you say is true," Su Jiangwo asserted. Qin Xianbang, astonished, looked towards Su Jiangwo, still unable to comprehend. If Su Ming has indeed reached the mid-stage of the hidden strength realm, at the moment of impact, he could open the cabin door and escape. This is his sole opportunity, and it lasts only 3 seconds. Su Jiangwo gradually closed his eyes, his countenance serene, though turmoil roiled within him. On board the Gulfstream G650, everyone sat in a daze, enveloped in silence. Su Ming could even hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heart as he maintained his posture of receiving the call. During this fleeting interval, he communicated with the system, expending 3,000 points to acquire piloting and parachuting skills. If a collision were to occur, he would need to escape in that fleeting moment, a process that would be exceedingly brief. In theory, the method for escaping from a commercial aircraft at high altitude would involve opening the cabin door. However, this was practically impossible. The atmospheric density is greater at sea level, decreasing with altitude, causing a drop in air pressure. When an aircraft is traveling at high speed, the pressure differential between the interior and exterior becomes substantial. Consequently, passenger cabins on commercial flights are pressurized to prevent passengers from suffering respiratory distress due to lower oxygen levels at high altitudes. If, during flight, the cabin door were to suddenly open, the rapid loss of pressure would create a catastrophic imbalance, potentially resulting in lung rupture, eardrum damage, and other perils known as explosive decompression, accompanied by the dangers of hypoxia and extreme cold. Thus, the greatest threat of opening the cabin door during high-altitude flight is the loss of pressure. The aircraft could experience a rapid depressurization, or worse, a catastrophic crash. Furthermore, the pressure differential would generate powerful airflow, potentially sucking individuals out of the aircraft in an instant. To escape, one must address these challenges, or survival becomes improbable. The cabin remained hushed. Zhang Yuqing and Zhang Ruolin stared at Su Ming in shock, their faces etched with anxiety. The flight attendants, equally stunned, appeared dazed. "Su Ming, are you there?" Qin Xianbang's voice came through the phone. Su Ming jolted, hastily responding, "I'm here. What is your current location?" Qin Xianbang inquired. Su Ming glanced at the flight attendants. The atmosphere was so quiet that everyone could hear the conversation over the phone. The flight attendants, regaining their composure, nervously replied, "We are currently above Hanchang, approximately 200 kilometers from Beijing." On the other end, Qin Xianbang had overheard the flight attendants and calmly stated, "There is a military airport nearby where you can land. I will send you the coordinates shortly. You can only go alone, and you have merely 3 seconds to escape. Have you thought this through?" "Understood," Su Ming replied before hanging up the call. Moments later, Qin Xianbang sent the coordinates to Su Ming's phone, which he promptly relayed to the pilots, saying, "Land here." Though the pilots had not heard the preceding conversation, they executed the command without hesitation and established contact with the airport ground control. 10 minutes later, a military airfield appeared on the horizon. Returning to the cabin, Su Ming looked at the worried faces of Zhang Yuqing and Zhang Ruolin, burdened with an overwhelming sense of remorse, and said, "I'm sorry." While everyone had surmised Su Ming's intentions, hearing him articulate them left them in shock, their expressions a blend of disbelief and concern. Tears streamed down Jiang Yuqing's face as she choked out, "Why, you are just an ordinary citizen, why?" Zhang Wolin's eyes also glistened with tears as she implored, "Su Ming, please don't leave us, the honor of our nation must not be tarnished," Su Ming declared, his face resolute. As his words hung in the air, even the flight attendants could not contain their tears. In that moment, they seemed to grasp the profound significance of his statement. People live in a realm of tranquility, daily basking in the air of freedom, relishing the joys of family, and savoring the satisfaction that material comforts bring. All appears idyllic, yet, many remain oblivious to the fact that at the borders of our nation, a cadre of individuals stands vigil, dedicated to preserving this peace, having sacrificed their youth and, in some cases, their very lives. The notion of a peaceful existence is but an illusion, it is born of the burdens carried by others. "No, I will go with you," Jiang Yuqing suddenly erupted, her emotions spiraling out of control as she rushed to embrace Su Ming, sobbing heart-wrenchingly, her tears falling like rain, breaking hearts all around. Everyone was moved. Zhang Wolin's tears fell freely. Su Ming felt a pang in his heart as he gently stroked Jiang Yuqing's hair, soothing her, "It will be all right, just listen to me." "Prepare for landing, please take your seats," the flight attendants said, their voices thick with emotion. With their assistance, they guided Jiang Yuqing to her seat and secured her seatbelt. The Gulfstream G650 descended against the wind, gradually touching down, and as the rear wheels made contact with the ground, a plume of white smoke erupted. The aircraft glided for a distance before coming to a steady halt. As the cabin door opened, everyone disembarked with heavy hearts, including the pilots, who now understood Su Ming's intentions. They had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful proprietor would exhibit such selflessness. Moreover, this young entrepreneur, who possessed considerable wealth, was willing to relinquish all personal gain in the face of national duty. To many, such actions might seem mad, yet, it is often such madmen who sacrifice their lives to forge the stability and prosperity we enjoy today. Throughout the tumultuous epochs of war, countless such individuals have faced certain death, charging into the fray and even using their bodies as shields against gunfire. In that moment, they were profoundly moved. Author's note, a tribute to the soldiers who guard the peace of the people. Chapter 59. The pride of the ace pilot. Rows of soldiers stood in immaculate formation beside the aircraft, their darkened visages and resolute gazes exuding an air of unwavering discipline, as still as mountains. "Salute!" The commanding voice rang out with authority. In an instant, all the soldiers executed a synchronized salute, their eyes brimming with respect. The atmosphere was imposing, akin to a range of mountains standing sentinel, reminiscent of a stampede of horses. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuqing and her companions wore expressions of deep sorrow, yet they were profoundly moved. They understood the significance of this military salute. It was a tribute to true men and it was in homage to valiant warriors. At that moment, a colonel strode forward, approaching Su Ming, saluting with a degree of formality as he declared, "I am Colonel Chao Bin from a certain division of the Air Force, here to report for duty. Please provide your instructions." Su Ming, momentarily taken aback, returned a somewhat unrefined salute and replied, "There's no need for formality, just provide me with a parachute." Jiang Yuqing stood beside him, gazing at Su Ming with a wistful expression, aware that he had made a decision that would be difficult to alter. She felt powerless to sway his resolve, for it was a choice made in pursuit of his own beliefs. Tears stained her cheeks as she looked at him with a heart-wrenching gaze. Unable to contain her emotions, she sobbed, "You must return. I will wait for you." Upon hearing this, Su Ming turned his head, his eyes reddened as he replied, "Rest assured, I will definitely come back. Brother Su Ming, I will be waiting for you. Remember, we made a promise." At this moment, Zhang Wolin was already in tears. Su Ming affectionately ruffled Zhang Wolin's hair, assuring her, "Do not worry, we have made a promise. Take care now," Su Ming said as he embraced each of them in turn, and all could no longer contain their tears. They all understood that this embrace could signify either a century apart or a final farewell. Even the soldiers, standing in rigid formation like sentinels, could not suppress the moisture gathering in their eyes. They were soldiers who understood the weight of such convictions. For the peace of this land, some must forsake their homes and plunge headlong into the trials of blood and fire. Ultimately, Jiang Yuqing and her companions were escorted away by a contingent of soldiers. Chao Bin and Su Ming boarded the aircraft, where he taught Su Ming some basic operations in the cockpit. Su Ming felt confident, for the skills bestowed by the Super Boss system were formidable. He had already mastered the control of aircraft and high-altitude parachuting. 5 minutes later, Su Ming escorted Chao Bin off the plane. Chao Bin regarded Su Ming with deep respect, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes as he slowly raised his right arm to salute. The soldiers behind him, too, were stirred, their resolute faces betraying a flicker of excitement. Without a command, they instinctively raised their right hands in salute. This military salute was reserved for the man they deemed the bravest. As he observed the darkened faces and steadfast gazes, Su Ming comprehended the true essence of being a soldier. To die for one's country, wrapped in a shroud of honor. He returned the salute without hesitation and stepped back into the cabin. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, the Gulfstream G650 accelerated down the runway, taking to the skies with a roar, soaring into the azure expanse. Sato Hiroshi was a colonel in the Imperial Japanese Air Force and an ace pilot, having executed numerous missions several years prior. During Japan's invasion of Silla, Sato led a squadron of 12 fighter jets into Silla's airspace, where he shot down 30 aircraft in a battle that shocked the world. He even ventured into the skies above the capital to rain down destruction, earning him a reputation as a national treasure among the Japanese military. On this occasion, Sato piloted the RC-2 Elant electronic reconnaissance aircraft, equipped with state-of-the-art electronic surveillance systems, including electromagnetic wave measurement devices, electromagnetic wave analyzers, and jamming devices.
The RC-2 element boasted high sensitivity, enabling it to collect diverse electromagnetic signals from a distance, with an expansive frequency coverage capability. Moreover, it could gather, analyze, and classify a greater variety of digital modulation signals, significantly enhancing its electronic intelligence responsiveness,
with rumors suggesting it could even eavesdrop on conversations within office buildings.
Reconnaissance missions over Huagua were routine for Sato, who felt like the king of the skies at an altitude of 8,000 meters. On that day, he led another reconnaissance aircraft in operations against Huagua. The RC-2 element was manned by a 16-member reconnaissance team composed of personnel from the Navy, Marine Corps, and Air Force, along with 4 crew members. Sato regarded the J-10 fighter jets dispatched by Huagua with a disdainful smile. In his eyes, Huagua's Air Force was akin to a toddler learning to speak, utterly inconsequential. Even if Huagua deployed fighter jets, they would dare not open fire, resorting only to warnings and attempts at expulsion, a lesson learned from previous reconnaissance activities. As he piloted the RC-2 element, he crossed the red line multiple times, reveling in the thrill of evading the fatigued fighter jets trailing behind him. Undoubtedly, in his view, Huagua's Air Force was insignificant. Were it not for the apprehensions of key military figures back home regarding Huagua's formidable guardian, he would have eagerly volunteered to lead his squadron to bomb Huagua. Meanwhile, netizens from Huagua were incensed.
This was blatant provocation, an outright act of aggression.
Why aren't they being shot down? The barrage of comments exploded in the livestream. They are too arrogant. Bring them down.
This is infuriating. Why not shoot them down? Huagua cannot be insulted. Every enemy must be annihilated.
Japan is a petty clown. They shall be punished for their arrogance.
We cherish peace, but that does not mean we will be bullied.
Revitalize the Air Force. We will donate money and resources to fight Japan to the bitter end. Agreed. I will donate a year's salary to support the Air Force.
Agreed 2. Agreed 3.
At that moment, in the capital, at the Su residence, Su Jiangwo and Qin Xianbang sat in the study, watching the live broadcast on the large screen. This is infuriating. I truly wish we could shoot them down, Qin Xianbang exclaimed, seething with anger. Patience is crucial for a greater strategy, Su Jiangwo stated, his gaze fixed on the screen, speaking with a calm demeanor.
Do you think a miracle will occur? Qin Xianbang inquired, panting heavily.
Even this seasoned general, accustomed to the trials of battle, felt an unprecedented tension. Su Jiangwo's expression faltered, and he fell silent. The atmosphere in the study grew stifling, making it difficult to breathe. No one could guarantee survival after a mid-air collision thousands of meters up. Quietly, Su Jiangwo extracted 2 cigarettes from a pack, offering one to Qin Xianbang while lighting one for himself, inhaling deeply. The flickering flames of the cigarettes resembled warning signals, conveying an unspoken caution. The second hand of the wall clock ticked steadily, the tick-tock resonating with an unusual clarity. Look quickly, Qin Xianbang suddenly exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency.
Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo jolted, raising his gaze to the screen.
Author's note, I humbly request your 5-star ratings, collections, and follows for updates. The climax is approaching. Crafting this narrative is no easy feat, and your support is my motivation to continue writing. Chapter 60. The arrival of the Grim Reaper. The viewers in the live streaming room fell into a profound silence, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they gazed at the unfolding scene. Wasn't this area supposed to be a no-fly zone? How could a commercial aircraft possibly appear? A multitude of questions surged in the minds of the audience. I in the footage, a plane materialized behind the Japanese RC-2 element reconnaissance aircraft. Although it was at a considerable distance, it was unmistakably identified as a commercial flight. The barrage of comments in the livestream erupted in chaos. Holy moly, it really is a commercial aircraft. How is this possible? What commercial aircraft? That SA Gulfstream G650, a private jet. I can't comprehend this. It's true, I just checked online, it's indeed a Gulfstream G650, a top-tier private jet. Isn't this a no-fly zone? How did a private jet get here? Quick, fly away. What are you doing here? Accidentally entering a no-fly zone. I feel sympathy. At that moment, Squadron Leader Wang Mingquan of a certain Air Force unit was equally taken aback as he beheld the Gulfstream G650 aircraft trailing behind the Japanese RC-2 element reconnaissance plane. Half an hour prior, he and 3 fellow pilots had received vague orders from their superiors to coordinate operations. Coordinate operations? The simplicity of the command left them utterly bewildered. This was the first time they had encountered such ambiguous instructions. Coordinate with whom? How were they to cooperate? Their minds were overwhelmed, yet as soldiers, they understood the necessity of unconditionally executing orders from above. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the Gulfstream G650, his astonishment escalated. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he could hardly process the scene before him. Could it be? A thought suddenly emerged in his mind, causing his heart to race as if struck by a heavy blow, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Meanwhile, in a certain unit of the Chinese Air Force, Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Wolin, along with their companions, were temporarily settled in a conference room for rest. Their eyes were red and swollen, yet they remained fixated on the livestream on their phones. They, too, had spotted the silver private jet, fully aware of its purpose for appearing. A profound terror flickered in Jiang Yuqing's gaze, while Jiang Wolin's tears flowed uncontrollably, her lips pressed tightly together to stifle any sound. In that moment, their hearts ached as if pierced by needles. It was not merely an aircraft, it carried someone dear to them. Jiang Yuqing's tears silently streamed down her cheeks. She refrained from wiping them away, fearing that in the blink of an eye, the plane would vanish. The 2 pilots and 2 flight attendants had transformed into statues, their eyes glistening with unshed tears as they fixated on the screen. At this juncture, in a magnificent office building within the bustling commercial district of the Second Ring Road in the capital, Jiang Wenqing sat in his executive chair, his pupils constricting in shock as he stared at his phone screen. The day's livestream had captivated the entire nation, and he too was drawn into the whirlwind of breaking news. His heart sank to the depths of despair as he clearly recognized that the private jet in question was the Gulfstream G650 ordered by Su Ming. Not only was his boss aboard, but also his daughter. Trembling, he fished out another phone and dialed a number. The sound of ringing echoed in his ears as he anxiously waited for the call to connect. Finally, the line clicked through. A hello, Wolin. His heart raced, his mouth dry and breath shallow. Dad. Jiang Wolin's voice trembled with suppressed sobs from the other end of the line. Jiang Wensheng's heart tightened, and he hurriedly inquired, "What is happening?" "It's brother Su Ming. He is going to crash into the Japanese plane." Jiang Wolin's voice broke into incoherent sobs. Jiang Wensheng felt as though all strength was siphoned from his body, slumping back into his chair. His gaze became vacant, staring blankly ahead, while tears began to trickle from the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, in the coastal waters of China, the Eastern Sea Fleet's warships patrolled the vast sea, brimming with formidable weaponry that inspired a sense of exhilaration. Commander Zhang Haiba of the Eastern Theater Command stood on the deck of one of the vessels, his 40s gracing him with a dignified countenance, yet a hint of anxiety clouded his brow. He frequently tilted his head to gaze at the azure sky, where several aircraft circled overhead. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he clearly spotted a commercial aircraft appearing abruptly within the no-fly zone. His heart surged with shock, akin to tumultuous waves. An hour earlier, he had received a call from Qin Xianbang, who had succinctly briefed him on the situation, urging him to take command and prepare for a maritime rescue operation, emphasizing that even the slightest chance must not be overlooked. He understood Su Ming's significance in Qin Xianbang's eyes and was astounded by the courage of a student on the brink of university. In that moment, as a veteran soldier with decades of service, he felt deeply moved. He silently vowed, no matter how vast the sea, he would safeguard you. "I hope to see you, not for any other reason, but simply to express my gratitude." At that moment, Su Ming was piloting the aircraft, ascending to an altitude of 6,000 meters when he suddenly spotted the massive RC-2L reconnaissance plane ahead. His expression sharpened, pupils dilating, and his breath seemed to halt in that instant. Finally, he had found it, releasing a sigh of relief as his gaze locked onto the aircraft before him like a radar. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, his face set in resolute determination as he maneuvered the plane closer to the RC-2L reconnaissance aircraft. 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters. He could almost hear the thunderous roar of the RC-2L's engines. At that moment, the pilot of the RC-2L, Sato Hiroshi, also noticed the commercial plane trailing behind him, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at the signals captured on the display, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. How could a commercial aircraft appear here? The adversary was tailing them with an intimidating demeanor. What were they planning? A torrent of questions surged within him. He was preparing to return to base and had set the autopilot for the journey. In that instant, a fire ignited within him. As an ace pilot, he would not tolerate provocation. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. The commercial aircraft was closing in with precision. At this juncture, switching to manual control was no longer an option. The RC-2L could only fly according to its programmed settings. With a thunderous crash echoing in his mind, a terrifying thought struck him. Was he intending to collide? His expression turned ghostly, frozen in shock. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him, and Sato Hiroshi felt his body stiffen in an instant, his complexion as pale as paper, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. It was as if, in that moment, the Grim Reaper had arrived. Author's note: I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Fong Ji for the gift of stir-fried asparagus with cured sausage. Your present is the greatest affirmation of my work and the motivation behind my writing. I will strive to deliver daily updates and present even more captivating chapters. Chapter 61, Collision. On board the Gulfstream G650, Su Ming was taut with tension, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the RC-2L reconnaissance aircraft directly ahead. He had successfully locked onto the target and engaged the autopilot mode. 200 meters, in mere seconds, they would collide. The hearts of nearly all those watching the live broadcast raced, their pulses quickening in their throats. The footage depicted the Gulfstream G650 rapidly closing in on Japan's RC-2L aircraft. What was the intention behind this? Was it a deliberate attempt to ram the Japanese plane? In that moment, comprehension dawned upon everyone, their hearts pricked with an inexplicable pain akin to a needle's sting. All eyes remained glued to the live feed, some young women already brimming with tears at the corners of their eyes. This was a reckless gambit, a brutal exchange of lives in its most primal form, all in the name of preserving the dignity of the Huagui nation. Jiang Yuqing, Jiang Wolin, Jiang Wensheng, and others who cared for Su Ming were engulfed in profound despair. Their emotions were a tumultuous blend, and tears flowed uncontrollably down their cheeks. No, Jiang Yuqing let out a heart-wrenching wail, eliciting tears from those who heard it. Even the most steely of soldiers were moved. Colonel Chow Bin and his fellow officers sat solemnly in the multimedia conference room, their expressions grave as they watched the unfolding scene. Just moments ago, they had personally seen this young man off onto the aircraft, and now, they were witnessing a confrontation between life and death. Their eyes were red, lips pressed tightly together, yet their gazes were filled with profound respect. At that instant, Su Ming let out a primal roar, unleashing all the strength within him. A terrifying aura burst forth like a hurricane, a violent energy coalescing with the power to obliterate everything in its path. He struck the cockpit's windshield with a punch. With a resounding boom, cracks appeared instantaneously on the windshield, rapidly expanding until it shattered. A powerful rush of air surged into the cockpit, and Su Ming felt as if he were being torn apart, instantly sucked out of the window. The Gulfstream G650, adhering to its predetermined trajectory, collided forcefully with the tail of the RC-2L reconnaissance aircraft, akin to a tempestuous wave crashing down. The aircraft maintained its high speed, piercing through directly. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted at the moment of impact, illuminating the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar. The heavens transformed in that instant. Following the collision, the Gulfstream G650 erupted into a violent explosion, plummeting from the sky as if dismembered, debris scattering across the firmament in a horrific spectacle. The RC-2L reconnaissance aircraft tilted sharply to the right upon impact, descending rapidly within mere seconds. It experienced a secondary explosion, the fuselage fracturing into myriad pieces, shards radiating outward like fireworks across the sky. The explosion painted the heavens in dazzling flames, consuming the sky in a breathtaking yet tragic display. The world fell silent at that moment. Everyone held their breath, staring blankly at the live broadcast, and many tears streamed silently down faces. Some individuals began to sob quietly, as if infected by the grief. Increasingly, the subdued weeping grew louder, culminating in unabashed cries. Zhang Yuqing completely shattered at that moment, watching helplessly as the planes collided with a cataclysmic explosion. She let out a piercing scream before losing consciousness. The two pilots and two flight attendants were stunned by her anguished cry, frozen momentarily as tears streamed uncontrollably down their faces. Zhang Roland, in that instant, was consumed by madness, screaming, "Are you foolish? Are you foolish? You promised me, you made a pact with me, that you said you would come find me." Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the capital, Su's residence. Su Jiangwo stared blankly at the screen, the cigarette in his hand nearly burnt to his fingers, yet he remained oblivious. At the moment of the collision, his body jolted violently, his face drained of color, and large tears cascaded down his cheeks. Old squad leader, what is wrong? Qin Xianbang, his eyes bloodshot, witnessed the shocking scene. In his mind, Su Jiangwo was an indomitable figure, unyielding even after decades of warfare, yet, he was horrified to see tears streaming from Su Jiangwo's eyes. His own eyes reddened as panic surged within him. Su Jiangwo could not falter. Huagua could not afford to lose him. At that moment, the long silent live stream as comments erupted with four simple words: salute to the heroes. An increasing wave of comments flooded the screen, reverberating, salute to the heroes. 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 These four words represented not merely respect for the heroes, but also a profound sense of unity among the people. They encapsulated not only mourning for the fallen but also contained an overwhelming force. This collective spirit had the power to uplift a nation, and it also bore the potential for devastation. Captain Wang Mingquan of the fighter squadron, along with 3 comrades, witnessed the entire collision unfold before their eyes. In that instant of impact, their hearts twisted painfully, shock rendering them speechless. The two aircraft collided midair, disintegrating into fragments. Meanwhile, the Japanese reconnaissance aircraft, like a startled bird, fled in a frenzy. The blinding flames erupting from the explosion illuminated the sky. Their faces drained of color, tears streamed down their resolute visages. Salute to the heroes. They slowly raised their right hands in salute, their eyes glistening with tears and anguish. Simultaneously, the violent explosion reverberated through the East Sea Fleet, stunning countless officers and soldiers. Rows of Navy personnel, standing under the blazing sun, squinted at the sky, their eyes reddened, and the fierce rise and fall of their chests betrayed the turmoil within. Commander Zhang Haiba of the Eastern Theater stood at the forefront, binoculars in hand, surveying the aerial chaos. Silence enveloped the warship, broken only by the sound of the waves, which crashed against the deck like weeping. After a long pause, he lowered the binoculars, weighed down by a heavy heart, and turned to face the soldiers standing at attention like javelins. Salute. He bellowed with a voice that shattered the stillness. With a swift motion, the military salute was executed in perfect unison, firm and resolute. The salute embodied a soldier's respect for the heroes. Chapter 62. A narrow escape. A powerful gust of wind surged into the cockpit, and before Su Ming could fully comprehend the situation, he was violently expelled out of the window. He experienced an intense sensation of weightlessness, accompanied by a suffocating feeling that enveloped him. As he plummeted freely, the turbulent air whipped around him like a relentless assault, imparting a clarity of mind akin to being struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving his thoughts in a blank void that nearly caused him to faint. Accompanying this was an unbearable chill, as if he had been thrust from the sweltering summer of the south directly into the frigid embrace of the northern winter. Scientific data indicates that at an altitude of 6,000 meters, the temperature hovers around -25 degrees Celsius. At this moment, he was descending at nearly 300 kilometers per hour, the surge of adrenaline quickening his breath, heart rate, and blood flow. The howling wind rushed past his ears, and due to the low pressure, he felt a piercing pain in his eyes, nose, and ears, which jolted him back to full awareness. He hastily summoned the energy within him, and a torrent of vital essence coursed through his body, reaching the meridians. After circulating for 3 cycles, a warm sensation enveloped him. Wisps of white vapor, reminiscent of steam, emanated from his body, wrapping him in a cocoon of warmth. His mind cleared, and he felt astonishingly alert, his breathing becoming significantly more even. 90 seconds into his free fall, Su Ming deployed his parachute. He felt as though someone had yanked him upward with great force. The parachute opened, and his descent speed was instantly reduced to 10 meters per second. At that moment, the breathtaking scenery below became vividly visible. Of fluffy white clouds floated beside him, the azure sea stretched out before him, battleships glided through the waters, and towering skyscrapers formed a majestic skyline. In that instant, Su Ming felt an overwhelming appreciation for the beauty of the earth and the world at large. "Look over there," a voice filled with excitement drew the attention of everyone aboard the warship. Following the soldier's pointing finger, they gazed skyward, where a dark figure was gracefully descending. All eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily petrified as they gazed up at the figure in the sky. Zhang Haiba's eyes grew wide with disbelief. He quickly grabbed a pair of binoculars and focused on the figure descending from an altitude of 2,000 meters, clad in casual attire. It was him, it had to be him. Zheng Haibao was overwhelmed with emotion, his face flushed with exhilaration. Moments later, the warship erupted into a cacophony of cheers, reminiscent of a fervent tidal wave, as they recognized that the descending figure was not clad in the military uniform of their adversary, but instead was a young man in casual wear. This person was none other than their hero, Su Ming. The crowd erupted in joyous celebration, bouncing with glee, some even shedding tears of joy. At that moment, Zheng Haibao wore a childlike grin, pulling out his phone and quickly dialing a number. The call connected immediately. Hello, hello, a desolate voice echoed from the other end, that of Qin Xianbang. Upon hearing Qin's voice, Zheng Haibao felt a lump in his throat, as if he had encountered a long-lost relative. His emotion surged, and after taking a deep breath, he choked out, "Old Qin, Su Ming. Su Ming is alive, what? Say that again." A noise on the other end suggested Qin had jumped to his feet in excitement, knocking something over. "Su Ming is alive," Zheng Haibao steadied his voice, raising it to convey the gravity of the situation. The line fell silent, save for heavy breathing. After a long pause, Qin's voice crackled with exhilaration. Good, send him to the capital immediately." "Understood," Zheng Haibao replied emphatically. This poignant moment was caught by the live broadcast's cameraman, who, momentarily stunned, swallowed hard and gestured towards the beautiful host. "Sister Yuan, look at that," he said, pointing skyward. Yuan Wenjia, the esteemed news anchor of the state media, known for her elegance and poise, had traces of tears on her face. Intrigued, she turned her gaze skyward and was taken aback, her body trembling with overwhelming emotion, tears of joy spilling forth. The director swiftly switched cameras to focus on Yuan Wenjia. At that moment, she was devoid of her usual composure, her face flushed with excitement as she struggled to articulate a statement that would resonate deeply with the people of Huagua. "Our hero is alive." In this instant, she shed her typical demeanor, revealing a genuine expression of heartfelt emotion. The world momentarily fell silent. The viewers and netizens of Huagua stared, transfixed, at Yuan Wenjia on their screens, before the camera shifted back to the brilliant blue sky, where a young figure was descending gracefully, albeit his face remained obscured. A moment later, a wave of cheers erupted from the online audience, echoing from city to city, from urban centers to rural landscapes, as everyone basked in the radiant joy of the moment. The true treasure lay not in what they possessed at present, but in the miraculous return from the brink of despair. The collective sentiment of the netizens mirrored this realization. Having dwelled in profound sorrow and despair, hope suddenly materialized before them, akin to a window opening in a dark room, allowing warm sunlight to flood in. This unexpected joy enveloped them, sweeping them away in a tide of exhilaration. The barrage of comments in the livestream erupted after a brief pause. "Welcome back, hero. Welcome home, hero. May heaven bless the hero. Huagua's resurgence is within reach. Salute to the hero. I must admit, at this moment, I feel compelled to enlist. Hero, I love you. Hero, you are so cool, I adore you." With a resounding splash, Su Ming fell into the sea, quickly retrieving his knife to sever the parachute's lines. As he lightened his load, he floated to the surface. The warm, salty water felt incredibly real against his skin. It was only at this moment that he truly comprehended the gravity of his escape from death. How wonderful it is to be alive. He floated on his back, conserving energy, aware that the 90 seconds of free fall had drained much of his vital essence, akin to a brush with death. Thankfully, his protective energy had shielded him from the destructive effects of low pressure and extreme cold. He recalled the violent explosion that had occurred at the moment of the collision and the disintegration of the Japanese RC-2 Elant reconnaissance aircraft, prompting a triumphant smile. He was certain that none aboard the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft had survived, which brought him a sense of vindication. Those who dare to offend Huagua shall face retribution, regardless of distance. A chime echoed in his mind. Su Ming paused, his awareness sharpening as anticipation filled him. "Congratulations, host Su Ming, for safeguarding Huagua's sovereignty. The system rewards you with an additional 5,000 points." The cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. At that moment, the voice felt like a celestial melody, igniting a joy within Su Ming that was nearly overwhelming. Were he not floating on the ocean's surface, he might have prostrated himself in gratitude to his system. This system was incredibly perceptive. The last time he had acted to right wrongs, the system had granted him an extra 1,000 points. This time, it had bestowed a remarkable 5,000 points. "Who says it is cold? I shall not be dismayed." Suddenly, he experienced a moment of clarity. The essence of the two rewards was fundamentally the same: upholding justice and safeguarding Huagua's sovereignty. Did that not imply that performing good deeds, combating evil, and championing righteousness were all within the realm of the system's rewards? No act of kindness is too small to be disregarded. Yes, I understand now. As Su Ming pondered these revelations, several warships appeared on the horizon, racing towards him at full speed. Author's note. Heartfelt thanks to dear readers Ai Daijin, Julong Zhongsheng Xianyu, Tiadong, Shiyu Batu, Achi Paisa de Xiaodan, Muran, Achi Yihua de Luliwei, Nanchang, and others for their generous gifts. Your support fuels my writing. Tonight, I shall add an extra chapter, and I will strive to maintain a normal update of over 2 chapters daily, with special releases on weekends. Thank you. Chapter 63, Reunion. After the catastrophe, Su Ming quickly rinsed himself off. The fatigue he had been burdened with washed away by the cascading water from the showerhead. He felt his spiritual energy gradually recovering, and his skin began to regain its luster. Before him lay a neatly folded naval uniform, resembling blocks of tofu. The pristine white of the uniform was simple, crisp, and clear. With a surge of excitement, he lifted the uniform to his face, caressing it tenderly as one would a beloved partner, cherishing it with care. At last, he donned the military attire and stepped outside. Upon reaching the deck, a thunderous applause erupted, the officers and soldiers expressing their enthusiasm through fervent clapping, their eyes shining with respect. When Su Ming was first rescued, he had been drenched and his clothes tattered. Now, clad in a dashing and well-fitted military uniform, his demeanor had transformed, exuding a radiant charm and striking presence. Caught off guard by the sudden applause, Su Ming momentarily stood in a daze, his blood surging with exhilaration. "Salute to the hero," a resonant and solemn command rang out. In unison, all the officers and soldiers on the deck rendered a military salute to Su Ming, their demeanor grave and respectful. At that moment, Su Ming's heart was anything but calm, his pulse quickened, waves of emotion surged within him. He slowly raised his right hand, returning the salute to the formidable and orderly naval personnel before him. Though his gesture lacked precision, it elicited an even more enthusiastic round of applause from the assembly. It was then that the soldiers realized how remarkably young Su Ming was, barely 20, an age when many were still immersed in their studies. At the same age, their paths diverged. While others were engrossed in academia, Su Ming had unflinchingly taken up the mantle of safeguarding the dignity of Huagua, even at the risk of his own life. Through his actions, he had captivated the entire assembly and earned their utmost respect. This epitomized the spirit of a soldier, resolute and unyielding. Ever forward, Zheng Haibao looked at Su Ming with a smile brimming with warmth and sentiment. Truly, he was a young man valued by Elder Qin, one who dared to shoulder responsibility. "Su Ming, well done," Zheng Haibao said, patting Su Ming's shoulder with a grin.
"It's nothing extraordinary.
I merely did what a Huagua citizen ought to do," Su Ming replied, feeling a sense of modesty at the grand reception afforded to him by the naval personnel aboard the warship. Hearing this, Zheng Haibao regarded Su Ming with unexpected admiration, noting the clarity and brightness in his eyes, reminiscent of a pristine mountain spring, unadulterated and pure, neither humble nor arrogant. He embodied a composed demeanor. Indeed, Elder Qin's judgment was impeccable. Zheng Haibao's previously stern features softened, replaced with a look of approval as he remarked, "Let us go. I will escort you to the capital. Elder Qin is waiting for you." "Elder Qin," Su Ming echoed, momentarily taken aback as the image of a lean yet imposing elder surfaced in his mind, instantly bringing a smile to his face. The two boarded the armed helicopter stationed on the deck, and as the engine roared to life, the helicopter ascended gracefully, propelled by the rapidly spinning blades. "Commander, I need to stop by the military airport to pick up two friends," Su Ming called out, raising his voice to be heard over the deafening noise of the helicopter.
"Understood, I'm aware," Zheng Haibao replied, equally loud.
Prior to this, he had maintained close contact with the military airport, knowing that Su Ming had taken off from there and was aware of the concerns surrounding the two young women accompanying him. However, upon receiving news that a girl named Jiang Yuqing had fainted, his mood had soured. He regarded her as a girl of deep affection and loyalty, yet, he refrained from sharing this with Su Ming, fearing it might dampen his spirits. Such matters were best faced alone. Having brushed with death, Su Ming was particularly eager to reunite with Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Rolan, wondering how they were faring and whether they, too, longed for one another as he did. An hour later, the armed helicopter arrived at the military airport. A squad of soldiers stood in formation to greet them, their eyes filled with reverence as they rendered standard military salutes to the hero they admired.
Once the formalities concluded, Colonel Chaobin approached, his expression a mix of urgency and concern. "Follow me, we need to check on your friends."
Hearing this, Su Ming's heart sank as he followed Colonel Chaobin to the medical room. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Jiang Yuqing lying on a hospital bed and Jiang Rolan seated beside her, looking haggard and tear-streaked. "Lin Lin," Su Ming whispered, his heart aching at the sight. He gently called out, feeling a lump in his throat. Jiang Rolan, lost in a daze, looked at Su Ming with hollow, unlit eyes, her expression void of recognition. The emptiness in her gaze tightened Su Ming's heart, causing a sharp pang of pain. He rushed to her side and enveloped her in his arms. As she sensed his familiar presence, Jiang Rolan's tears flowed silently. Moments later, she regained her composure, looking up at Su Ming and bursting into tears.
"Brother Su Ming, is it really you?"
Yuvi finally returned. All her fears and worries found release in that moment, as she clung to him tightly, as if afraid that loosening her grip would mean losing him again. Unable to contain his own emotions, Su Ming's tears fell freely as he gently patted Jiang Rolan's back, murmuring, "It's all right, I'm here now, and we made a promise." In the room, a doctor and a nurse bore witness to this poignant scene, their hearts heavy with emotion. They were well aware of Su Ming's story, and seeing him in tears stirred a profound sense of empathy within them. The heart of a hero is often tender, entwined with deep affections. A man does not weep without cause, it is simply that the moment has not yet arrived. After a while, Jiang Rolan, her eyes brimming with tears, said, "Yuqing, sister has fainted." Gently, Su Ming crouched beside the bed, gazing upon the still figure of Jiang Yuqing, who remained a vision of beauty even in slumber. Her long eyelashes and delicate features bore traces of tears. At that moment, she lay on the bed like a sleeping beauty, her complexion pale and devoid of color. Su Ming tenderly took Jiang Yuqing's hand and pressed it against his face, his heart heavy with pain. "How is she?" he inquired softly. "She is not in serious condition. It is just that she became overly anxious, stressed, and frightened, leading to a loss of vitality. We provided her with glucose, and after some rest, she should be fine," the doctor replied. "Thank you," Su Ming said, a wave of relief washing over him. He expressed his gratitude to the doctor. "It's our duty, stay with her for a while, and call us if you need anything," the doctor said before departing with the nurse.
"Yuqing, I'm back," Su Ming whispered, as if confiding in Jiang Yuqing. "We'll soon be off to university, remember? I promised to visit you often. You might not know, but my mother speaks so highly of you, urging me to invite you over during the holidays." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, landing softly on Jiang Yuqing's hand. 1 drop, 2 drops, author's note. Writing at a slower pace, I strive to keep the narrative fresh and original, steering clear of cliches to prevent a sense of monotony for readers.
I aim to enhance the plot, scenes, and character portrayals, making them more engaging. Expect at least 2 updates daily, with more on weekends. And if you enjoy this story, please consider giving it a 5-star rating, bookmarking, and following for updates.
Thank you once again. Chapter 64 of the hero's shortness of breath and the longing of children. Jiang Yuqing's fingers twitched slightly. This subtle movement did not escape Su Ming's notice, and he looked at Jiang Yuqing with surprise, calling out urgently, Yuqing, Yuqing. Even Jiang Ruolin detected this delicate motion, exclaiming with joy, Brother Su Ming, look.
Whom? Su Ming's face was alight with excitement. It felt as though he had endured a prolonged nightmare. Jiang Yuqing found herself running through an endless darkness, aware of the presence around her, yet unable to discern anything clearly. She sensed she was pursuing someone, catching fleeting glimpses of his silhouette, and an inexplicable sadness welled up within her, tears welling in her eyes. She could not comprehend the source of her sorrow, only that a voice urged her to chase after him. The figure ahead raced away, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not catch up. She watched helplessly as the figure plunged into the roaring flames. An unbearable heartache gripped her. That figure, like a moth to a flame, rushed in without hesitation. She shouted with all her might, yet no sound escaped her lips. Come back, wait for me. She fell despondently to the ground, tears streaming silently. Her heart felt as if it were being sliced, and through tear-filled eyes, she gazed at the silhouette engulfed in flames, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Yuqing, Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing heard someone calling her, and she lifted her tear-streaked gaze in confusion. Before her, a beam of light pierced the darkness. She rose and moved toward the source of illumination. The light was blinding, and she shut her eyes, slowly reopening them. What met her gaze was a young, handsome face. She felt instinctively that this person was the one she had been chasing. She sighed in relief and murmured dreamily, I finally caught up to you. Upon hearing Jiang Yuqing's words, Su Ming could no longer contain his tears, which cascaded down his cheeks. Jiang Ruolin rushed forward, embracing Jiang Yuqing, exclaiming, Sister Yuqing, you've awakened, you scared me to death. Before she could finish, tears threatened to spill from her eyes once more. Jiang Yuqing was momentarily stunned but soon regained her composure, looking at Su Ming's tear-streaked face as memories flooded back like a tide. Su Ming, you've returned, yes. Su Ming nodded vigorously, his face brimming with emotion. Next time, don't be so foolish. I was so worried about you. Jiang Yuqing gently withdrew her hand from Su Ming's, tenderly caressing his cheek, tears silently flowing from her eyes. I won tea, I promise. Su Ming choked out. Outside the door, Zheng Haiba and Xiao Bin, 2 men of iron will, were deeply moved by the scene before them, their eyes glistening with moisture. Hey, why are you crying? Zheng Haiba glanced at Xiao Bin, his voice carrying an unusual tone. Commander, you're crying too, Xiao Bin remarked, tears unbidden spilling forth. Oh. Zheng Haiba was taken aback, feeling the dampness at the corners of his eyes slowly trickle down. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, tears mingling with their mirth. Old squad leader, Su Ming is alive, Qin Xianbang exclaimed with excitement. Good, good, it's wonderful that he is alive. Su Jiangwo's stoic face broke into a knowing smile. I told you, with such a promising talent, how could anything happen? Surviving great adversity surely brings blessings, Qin Xianbang laughed heartily. Indeed, China requires a robust reserve force. Su Ming has already reached the mid-stage of the dark strength realm. In another 2 years, he should be able to step into the transformation realm. This would be a blessing for our nation, Su Jiangwo stated earnestly. Yes, with proper honing, Su Ming will become a sharp blade for the country, likely to emerge as a national-level military king, Qin Xianbang said with evident pride, pausing before adding, I foresee that in a few years, we can retire with peace of mind. Qin Xianbang felt an overwhelming sense of joy, even excitement. When he first encountered Su Ming, he was merely astonished that someone so young had achieved a level of dark strength that many could not attain. He had high hopes for this young man, wishing to recruit him into the Sharp Blade organization to prepare elite forces for China. Although he believed in Su Ming's potential, he had not dared to think too deeply, nor connect Su Ming with the notion of succession. Historically, a successor represents the fate of a nation, particularly in the military, where the successor to a leader bears the heavy responsibility of national security. The safety of millions of soldiers and countless citizens rests in the hands of one individual. Thus, the significance of a successor's position is immense. Selecting the right person ensures prosperity, while a wrong choice could lead to devastation. It was only through this recent incident that Su Ming's extraordinary performance caught Qin Xianbang's attention. He exhibited broad vision, responsibility, and capability, unwavering in his commitment to national matters. Was he not the very candidate Qin Xianbang had envisioned? Only then did he begin to associate Su Ming with the idea of succession. Today, his seemingly casual remark about retiring peacefully in front of Su Jiangwo was also intended to gauge Su Jiangwo's opinion. After all, Su Jiangwo was the steadfast pillar of the nation, whose words could influence the course of the country. Su Jiangwo glanced at Qin Xianbang and, with a hint of profundity, said, The road ahead is long, so let us take it slow. As long as you can still manage, focus on nurturing the young ones and accompany them on their journey. Qin Xianbang's eyes lit up with surprise. Although Su Jiangwo had not made a clear statement, he had subtly expressed his views. What you say is true, old squad leader. We can still contribute our talents, Qin Xianbang chuckled. Jade must be polished to become a gem, Su Jiangwo said, looking intently into Qin Xianbang's eyes with a serious demeanor. Qin Xianbang felt a jolt of realization, nodding thoughtfully. He comprehended Su Jiangwo's meaning. From the perspective of a national leader, the issues at hand extended beyond mere martial prowess. It was also about gaining the trust of the people, balancing various interests, and uniting more individuals around oneself. So, you hold him in high regard, Su Jiangwo inquired casually.
Upon hearing Su Jiangwo's question, Qin Xianbang's heart skipped a beat, and he regarded Su Jiangwo warily, replying cautiously, "Old squad leader, what are you planning? Other matters are negotiable, but this one is non-negotiable. Don't even think about poaching him from me." Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo was taken aback but then erupted into hearty laughter, pointing at Qin Xianbang with amusement. "Oh, you, old Qin, at your age, why are you still so petty?" Qin Xianbang sighed in relief upon hearing Su Jiangwo's words, chuckling, "As long as you don't try to steal him away, everything else is negotiable." "However, I do have high hopes for him," Su Jiangwo replied, his tone shifting to a more serious note, yet his eyes sparkled with mirth as he regarded Qin Xianbang. Qin Xianbang's smile faltered, and with a pained expression, he said, "Old squad leader, you can't do this to me. I have matters to attend to, I must take my leave." With that, he hurriedly rose and strode towards the door, fearing that lingering any longer might result in him losing something precious. Ha ha ha, behind Qin Xianbang, a burst of hearty laughter erupted. Chapter 65 Journey to the capital. A heavily armed helicopter soared towards the capital, carrying Su Ming, Jiang Yuqing, Jiang Wolin, and Zhang Haiba among others. As they made their way to meet Qin Xianbang, Su Ming took the opportunity to call Jiang Wensheng, requesting him to come and escort Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Wolin back to the Beijing branch of the Wanhao Investment Group, ensuring they were well settled. Although he had learned about Su Ming's survival during a live broadcast, the moment Jiang Wensheng received Su Ming's call, he could not suppress his excitement, his voice slightly off-key as he exclaimed, "All right, boss, are you all right?" Listening to Jiang Wensheng's concern over the phone, a wave of warmth surged within Su Ming, who replied with a smile, "It's nothing serious. This time in Beijing, we are going to make significant strides." Good, Jiang Wensheng responded, unable to contain his joy at the reunion after the ordeal brought the young individuals closer together. Inside the helicopter, Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Wolin reverted to their youthful exuberance, chattering incessantly, mostly asking questions. Su Ming found himself sandwiched between the two, frantically responding to their inquiries. "Are you scared?" Jiang Yuqing asked. "To say I'm not afraid would be a lie, but considering the arrogance of the Japanese, we must retaliate and uphold our nation's dignity," Su Ming replied earnestly. "What does it feel like up in the sky? Is parachuting fun?" Jiang Wolin inquired with curiosity. Su Ming was taken aback, pondering for a moment before responding. "It's quite cold, breathing is challenging. To describe it, the sensation of weightlessness is intense, far more terrifying than jumping from a building." "Ah. I was thinking of asking you to take me parachuting in the future," Jiang Wolin exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth with her hand, recalling the 90 seconds of free fall. Su Ming still felt a lingering dread and coughed lightly. Perhaps it's best not to indulge in such activities. "Is the view from the sky beautiful?" Jiang Yuqing's curiosity piqued once more. "Indeed, it is breathtaking. The landscape resembles a painting, as if cradled in my embrace," Su Ming boasted with a hint of pretentiousness. "Really, then you must take me to experience it next time," Jiang Yuqing said excitedly, gripping Su Ming's arm earnestly. "We can jump from a lower altitude." Her statement indicated a commendable sense of safety awareness. "Ah." Su Ming was taken aback, feeling as though he may have overshared. All right, Jiang Wolin chimed in, eager to join in the adventure. Su Ming was at a loss, contemplating how to tactfully decline. "Is it fun on the warship? Are the soldiers handsome?" Jiang Wolin continued, her eagerness for knowledge evident. "One cannot simply roam freely on a warship, even visits are restricted," Su Ming stated with a sense of authority, wary of suggesting it was enjoyable, fearing it might lead to complications. In the front, Zhang Haiba overheard their conversation, his face contorting in amusement, his body shaking with silent laughter. Su Ming glanced at Zhang Haiba, then turned to Jiang Wolin and said, "However, your uncle Zhang is the commander of the Eastern Theater. If he is willing, he could take you to the East Sea Fleet, where you could explore various warships." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhang Haiba stiffened, quickly adopting a formal posture, pretending he had not heard. At that moment, he felt a presence leaning in, a crisp voice ringing in his ear. "Uncle Zhang, can you take me to the East Sea Fleet next time? I adore the ocean and warships," Jiang Wolin asked eagerly. Zhang Haiba's mouth twitched slightly as he swallowed hard, replying, Sure, we can discuss it later." Jiang Wolin returned to her seat, and just as Zhang Haiba breathed a sigh of relief, Jiang Yuqing's voice chimed in again, "Uncle Zhang, are your soldiers handsome?" Zhang Haiba paused, opening his mouth to respond, "Handsome. Then I'll come to find you next time." "Will you show me? I've admired soldiers since I was little," Jiang Yuqing said earnestly. Zhang Haiba, at a loss for words, turned to the adorably naive Jiang Yuqing and said to Su Ming, "Next time, have Su Ming bring you along." Jiang Wolin perked up, grabbing Su Ming's arm, "Great. Su Ming, remember to take me too, we can go fishing on the warship together." Su Ming, astonished, looked at Zhang Haiba, bemused as he replied, "All right, we'll find time to go." As they chatted and laughed, time flew by, and an hour later, the armed helicopter landed at a military airport on the outskirts of the capital. A black military flight car was parked at the airport. This vehicle, developed by Huagua, had become the official car for high-ranking leaders. Upon its debut, it attracted numerous gazes, weighing in at 930 kilograms, capable of reaching a top speed of 180 kilometers per hour, featuring 4 to 6 mm bulletproof armor, 65 mm bulletproof glass, and tires that could continue to function for 120 kilometers even after being shot. The car was equipped with an 8-liter engine, boasting 300 horsepower, and was hailed as the car with the highest safety coefficient in the world. Standing beside the vehicle was a soldier in military attire.
As Su Ming focused, he immediately recognized him as one of the guards who accompanied Qin Xianbang during his visit home. This was Zhao Xinwen, Qin Xianbang's personal guard, holding the rank of major. Upon spotting Su Ming, his previously icy demeanor softened, replaced by a glimmer of excitement and respect. He now regarded Su Ming not as a mere student, but as a hero deserving of admiration, having completely altered his perception after witnessing Su Ming's bravery in confronting the Japanese reconnaissance aircraft in Shandong City. Heroes are cherished and revered, and soldiers naturally idolize heroes. As Su Ming and Zhang Haibao disembarked from the helicopter, Zhao Xinwen hurriedly approached, executing a crisp military salute, his voice resonating with authority. Commander Zhang, Su Ming, I am here on the orders of General Qin to welcome you.
Please give your instructions.
Both Zhang Haibao and Su Ming returned the salute. Having encountered soldiers frequently that day, they were now accustomed to the formalities, and Su Ming's military salute had improved significantly. He glanced at Zhao Xinwen with a smile, saying, Thank you for coming to greet us. I will settle them first before heading to see the elder Qin.
With that, Su Ming dialed Jiang Wensheng, asking, Jiang, where are you? Boss, I'm at the airport entrance.
They won't let me in, Jiang Wensheng replied helplessly on the other end of the line. Su Ming chuckled, understanding that this was a military-controlled area and ordinary individuals were not permitted entry. He conveyed this to Zhao Xinwen, who waved to a nearby soldier. After a brief exchange, the soldier dashed off. Before long, Jiang Wensheng arrived in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Stepping out of the car, he hurried to Su Ming, his eyes reddening before he could utter a word. Jiang, I'm sorry for causing you worry, Su Ming said with a smile. Standing beside Su Ming, Jiang Wolin gleefully embraced her father, exclaiming in surprise, Dad, you're here. Jiang Wensheng looked at his daughter with a fond smile, chuckling, Look at you, all grown up.
You requite the young lady now.
His tone carried a hint of reproach, yet his eyes sparkled with affection. After exchanging a few words, Jiang Wensheng reluctantly took his leave with Jiang Yuqing and Jiang Wolin. Su Ming and Zhang Haibao climbed into the military flight car, heading directly towards Yuyuan Mountain.
Author's note, I will make an effort to update tonight, thanks to the gifts from the Imperial Realm, user 975711053, Yuro from South Island, user 158291119, Nan Shengya, Juwan from Nanling City, the universe's most handsome, and those who love chicken cubes, user 586278844. Your gifts are the motivation for my updates. I will accelerate my writing and present you with exciting chapters tomorrow, so please stay tuned. Chapter 66, The blockade. Yuqing Mountain is situated in the western suburbs of the capital, revered as one of the most enigmatic locations in the nation. It is the residence of the core leadership of the country, with guards stationed every 5 paces and sentries every 10, creating a formidable security presence. Moreover, numerous concealed watchpoints are strategically placed within the dense, shadowy woods, rendering it nearly impenetrable without a special pass. Nevertheless, some retired dignitaries prefer not to reside here, feeling it lacks the warmth of everyday life. For instance, Su Jiangwo has chosen to live in a hutong, where, despite also being heavily guarded, stepping out into the alley allows him to immerse himself in the bustling atmosphere of the marketplace. Each morning, the lively calls of vendors selling fried dough sticks and tofu pudding create a vibrant scene. Upon exiting the hutong, Su Jiangwo finds solace in the sight of industrious citizens. The hurried office workers, homemakers navigating the vegetable market, and elderly individuals engaged in morning exercises collectively paint a picture of a flourishing, harmonious society. Every morning, while taking a stroll and witnessing these familiar sights, a knowing smile inevitably graces his face. The sacrifices made on the battlefield, the relentless march forward, were all for the day when the citizens of the nation could live in peace and prosperity. That day has finally arrived. Although many precious lives were lost, it has ultimately yielded a tranquil existence for the populace. It is now precisely 6 p.m., the peak hour for students returning home and workers finishing their day. As Zhao Xinwen heads towards Yuqing Mountain, he opts for an alternative route, as the main road is currently congested. He navigates through a less traveled path, yet encounters a minor blockage due to Inkai Primary School, where parents are gathering to pick up their children. Within 10 minutes, traffic ahead comes to a standstill. Zhao Xinwen, accustomed to rush hour gridlock, halts the vehicle and offers an awkward smile, saying, It's rush hour for both work and school. There's no avoiding the traffic.
However, Su Ming does not respond, his brow furrowed as he gazes intently ahead. Having advanced to the mid-stage of the dark energy realm, his senses are significantly sharper than Zhao Xinwen's. He observes a multitude of vehicles stranded in the road, many parents on electric bikes caught in the same predicament, accompanied by the sounds of screams and shouts echoing amidst the chaos. I'll go take a look. Something must have happened, Su Ming declares, preparing to exit the car. Zhao Xinwen, taken aback, furrows his brow and replies, Let us go see what's going on. He turns to Zhang Haibao, saying, Commander Zhang, let us investigate the situation. With that, he and Su Ming step out of the vehicle.
As they approach the front, they soon discover that makeshift water barricades have been erected on the road.
It's dismissal time. Who gave you the authority to block the road? An irate parent exclaims.
Exactly, this is absurd.
You reclosing the road for filming. Do you expect us not to pick up our children? Is your filming more important than our kids? Another middle-aged woman vociferously questions. The 8-lane road is completely obstructed by the water barricades, behind which stands a row of crew members clad in vests, bracing themselves as if facing a formidable adversary.
How can you be so uncouth? Do you not realize that teacher Zhang Mohan is filming inside, who is accountable for delaying his shoot? A young man arrogantly interjects. Moreover, the Safety Bureau has granted approval. Did you not see the notice? No passage is allowed during filming. Stop wasting your breath, no one is allowed through. Another man, appearing to be in his 30s, snarls menacingly at the crew's remarks quickly ignite the ire of the gathered citizens. What is so special about Zhang Mohan? Does he possess some kind of privilege? Is he allowed to block the road? Stop trying to intimidate us. The notice states that the road is temporarily occupied for filming. You've blocked the road for 2 days now. Who granted you this authority? Do you realize that your blockade forces us to detour 5 kilometers just to pick up our children? Is Zhang Mohan more important than our kids? Just because he is a star, he thinks he can act so oppressively. The crowd erupts in a cacophony of outrage. Su Ming and Zhao Xinwen exchange glances, an unspoken wave of indignation evident on their faces. Zhang Mohan is a film star in the country, having risen to fame years ago from a period drama that crafted a persona of a relatable, unyielding figure who stands for the people, garnering a large fan base. With media support, he has been lauded as an artist. He has since appeared in numerous productions, consistently portraying positive characters, leading to immense popularity and establishing himself as a top-tier celebrity. However, 2 years prior, shocking allegations surfaced regarding his son, Zhang Junfei, involving drug use and intentional harm, leaving the internet in disbelief. Following the emergence of evidence and testimonies from victims detailing the violence inflicted by Zhang Junfei, the public outrage was palpable. Subsequently, the Safety Bureau intervened, and Zhang Junfei was detained on charges of drug use and intentional harm. At that time, Zhang Mohan, with remarkable public relations skills, managed not only to sustain his public image but even to gain forgiveness and understanding from a greater number of fans. After his son's scandal, he proactively issued a statement expressing profound sorrow for his son's transgressions, unequivocally condemning illegal actions, while acknowledging his own failure in parenting that led to such grave mistakes, ultimately offering a heartfelt apology to the citizens and fans of the nation. His apology quickly ascended to trending status. Who among us is without fault? As a busy star, he admittedly lacked the capacity to oversee his child's upbringing. Most people forgave him and expressed understanding. The consensus among the public was, as an actor, Teacher Mohan is successful. As a father, he has faltered. The hearts of parents everywhere ache for Teacher Mohan. Following this incident, Zhang Mohan's career flourished, propelling him to superstardom. However, during this recent filming, an unexpected uproar has arisen. Little did he anticipate that this turmoil would lead to the complete unraveling of his carefully cultivated persona. As tensions escalate at the scene, hostile exchanges escalate into vehement insults and accusations. One frustrated parent, unable to contain themselves, exclaims, "What nonsense is this? It's absolutely ridiculous. Why should we be denied passage?" With that, they charge their electric bike directly into the water barricade. Observing this, other citizens rally together, shouting, "Push through, this road isn't theirs to claim, they're being excessively unreasonable." The crowd surges forward, their emotions running high as they begin to dismantle the barricades. "Quick, stop him. Don't let him through." As the barricade teeters on the brink of collapse, a crew member shouts vehemently. The escalating conflict draws the attention of the crew's security personnel, who rush to the scene clad in black shirts. Without hesitation, they aggressively shove the parent on the electric bike to the ground. The fallen parent groans in pain, pinned beneath the toppled bike. Clearly, the security's forcefulness has inflicted serious injury, and witnessing this, the crowd's emotions reach a boiling point, igniting a wave of collective fury. Chapter 67. Stars must not lose the hearts of the people. As the situation at the scene spiraled further out of control, Su Ming could no longer restrain himself and squeezed into the crowd, positioning himself in front of the security personnel. Despite the chaos surrounding them, actors like Zhang Mohan did not emerge to quell the turmoil. This left Su Ming utterly disheartened. How could an artist acclaimed for both virtue and talent exhibit such behavior? Little did Zhang Mohan anticipate that numerous netizens had already recorded the incident and uploaded it across various platforms. In an instant, a public outcry against the stars for obstructing traffic during filming began to quietly brew, rapidly igniting discussions across the internet. As a result, state media in Huadua felt compelled to intervene, issuing a commentary on the matter. "Why did you push him?" Su Ming's expression darkened. Coming from a humble background, he understood the struggles of ordinary citizens. "Who are you to dictate?" the security guard retorted arrogantly. "I am merely an ordinary citizen. The act of blocking the road is inherently wrong. The Safety Bureau only granted you temporary permission, not a 2-day blockade that disrupts the public's normal commute." Su Ming had overheard much of the crowd's discussions and grasped the situation clearly. It was evident that they were exploiting the celebrity's fame to assert a superior stance while severely disturbing the public. "Stop with your nonsense and step aside, otherwise, you will be held responsible for delaying Teacher Zhang Mohan's filming." With that, the security guard attempted to push Su Ming away once more. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Su Ming, who remained motionless, his expression stoic as he fixated on the security guard. The guard felt the overwhelming presence, a chill coursing through him as he gazed at Su Ming in confusion, his hand halting just before making contact with Su Ming's chest. The surrounding citizens also sensed the formidable energy, their astonishment directed at Su Ming, and the scene fell into silence. "Step aside, I must pass through now," Su Ming declared coldly, devoid of any emotional inflection. The security guard felt an intense pressure weighing down on him, cold sweat trickling down his back, his hand slowly dropping, albeit still stubbornly held aloft. "Isn't that the top scorer from the National College entrance examination? He has come to the capital to study," a citizen exclaimed, recognizing Su Ming with surprise. Su Ming had gained immense popularity online recently, his fame rivaling that of top-tier celebrities, and his handsome appearance made it easy for him to be identified. "Indeed, it is Su Ming. This is the idol we admire, not some actor flaunting their power," another citizen remarked. "This young man is the first in Huagua's history of college entrance examinations. Let me through, we cannot allow this lad to be wronged. This fellow possesses a strong sense of justice."
It's no wonder he achieved such high marks. Conducting oneself with integrity is truly paramount. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Su Ming felt a mixture of amusement and disbelief. He had not anticipated being recognized on the streets of the capital. At that moment, 3 or 4 tall and robust young men pushed their way through to stand beside him, declaring, "Brother, fear not, with us around, no one dares to bully you.
Brother, I know you.
It is fantastic that you're in the capital. Let us exchange contact information later. My sister is in her final year of high school. Perhaps you could tutor her when you have time," one of them chuckled.
Hey, that's a bit unfair.
We should take turns, Su Ming. Let me treat you to dinner later. We can explore the capital together. My sister is free today. Another chimed in. Su Ming was at a loss for words but gratefully replied, "Thank you all.
It's my first visit here."
Zhao Xinwen stood behind Su Ming, vigilant and ready to protect him. Observing Su Ming's soaring popularity, he couldn't help but feel a deep respect for him. The security guard, witnessing the unfolding scene, was left dumbfounded. He too recognized Su Ming, the internet sensation. He had not anticipated such admiration for Su Ming among the citizens. If the crowd rallied behind Su Ming, they would surely face dire consequences. Moreover, the sudden surge of energy Su Ming had exhibited sent shivers down his spine, leading him to consider a terrifying possibility. Su Ming was a martial artist, otherwise, such an imposing presence could not be explained. Although the guard was skilled, his abilities were limited to encounters with ordinary individuals. The gap between him and a martial artist was insurmountable, leaving only the prospect of being outmatched. Realizing this, his expression shifted as he found himself at a loss for words, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. "I must pass through now. You would do well to step aside," Su Ming reiterated, preparing to push aside the barricade. The young men beside him, seeing the situation, took the initiative to roughly shove the barricade aside, causing the security guard standing behind it to stumble. Su Ming was astonished. Were the people of the capital truly this forthright? It was said that northerners were straightforward and generous, preferring action over idle chatter, and it appeared to be true. Once a gap opened, the barriers set by the barricade were soon dismantled, leaving a bewildered crew and security personnel amidst the chaos. The power of the people is boundless, a sentiment that was vividly validated in this moment. Concurrently, another adage echoed: the hearts of the people must not be lost. Those who defy this principle will be scorned. Neither Zhang Mohan nor Su Ming, nor the citizens present, anticipated that the video of the roadblock during filming would be fervently shared and commented on, quickly trending online.
Stars blocking roads for filming. Who grants you such privileges? Zhang Mohan's roadblock ignites public outrage.
Hearts of the people must not be lost. Filming should not disturb the public.
I refuse to watch Zhang Mohan's new drama.
Stars must not lose the hearts of the people. Various soul-searching short videos and posts proliferated across the internet, igniting widespread debate.
Zhang Mohan, come forward and explain, who gave you the authority to block the road? This is not just a roadblock.
It is a blockade against the people's hearts.
Stars must not rise above the masses. Temporary roadblocks for filming can be understood, but they cannot be all-encompassing, leaving not a single opening. That is indeed disruptive.
Indeed, the citizens of Huagua only recognize the official safety bureau. You cannot wield authority over us with mere pretense. The internet erupted with scorn, subjecting the situation to collective ridicule. However, this was merely the beginning. A sweeping storm of public discontent regarding the entertainment industry was brewing, its significance and impact even drawing the attention of the authorities in Huagua. Seeing the road clear, Su Ming and Zhao Xinwen returned to their vehicle. Just before getting in, the young man from earlier rushed over, seriousness etched on his face, saying, "Brother, think it over. My sister might be your classmate next year. Also, I forgot to mention, she is quite beautiful." At that remark, Su Ming nearly stumbled, nearly losing his balance, utterly baffled by the turn of events.
Author's note.
Heartfelt gratitude to Mu Chen, Do Bin, Bei Zhongjiu, Ganzheng Shanyan, Bei Zhishui, and Di Xinling for their generous rewards. Your gifts are the greatest recognition for me.
Thank you. I will strive to deliver even more captivating chapters. Chapter 68. I
can't believe you. Zhao Xinwen stood to the side, unable to suppress a chuckle. This young man was quite adept at maneuvering social situations. Was he perhaps trying to curry favor with his sister's husband? Nevertheless, he couldn't help but admire Su Ming. His popularity was undeniable. Once they were in the car, Zheng Haibao remained silent, appearing to rest his eyes, yet he was keenly observing everything that had transpired earlier. He felt a measure of respect for Su Ming. Indeed, he was full of fervor and possessed a strong sense of justice. After a smooth half-hour drive, they arrived at Yushuan Mountain. Following several checkpoints, they parked directly in front of a villa. Qin Xianbang was tending to the flowers in his garden when he heard the sound of a car horn. He quickly set down his watering can and looked towards the gate. Upon seeing Zheng Haibao and Su Ming arrive, he joyfully took a couple of steps forward, vigorously patting Su Ming on both shoulders, and laughed heartily. "Good lad, you finally made it.
Come in and sit."
Zheng Haibao, observing Qin Xianbang's enthusiastic demeanor towards Su Ming, felt a flicker of astonishment. Who was Qin Xianbang, a figure of great renown, a leader in the military realm. Even in retirement, his influence was formidable. Half of the current power players in the military had been nurtured under his guidance, and having endured decades of warfare, his fiery temperament was renowned. He was someone even the military bigwigs dared not cross. Thus, everyone treated him with utmost respect. Even though he was the commander of the Eastern Theater, he dared not overstep in Qin Xianbang's presence, always showing deference. Today, witnessing Qin Xianbang behave like a kindly elder around Su Ming, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy.
He saluted Qin Xianbang, saying loudly, "Good day, commander." Qin Xianbang glanced at him and casually replied, "Ah, Xiao Zhang, you've worked hard." Serving the commander, Zhang Haiba stood upright, responding earnestly. "Get out of here, it's for the people," Qin Xianbang retorted, playfully kicking Zhang Haiba on the leg. Unfazed by the kick, Zhang Haiba grinned and said, "Am I not just trying to make you happy, old sir?" Qin Xianbang chuckled and scolded, "Stop trying to fool me, come, sit down and have some tea." After taking a seat, Zhang Haiba cleaned the teacup and began brewing tea with great ceremony. Su Ming, feeling a bit awkward, remarked, "Old Qin, the cured meat is gone, it must have fallen into the sea." This statement left Qin Xianbang momentarily stunned before he quickly understood the last time they were in Shandong, Su Ming had promised to bring him cured meat when he visited the capital, knowing well that it was one of his favorite hometown dishes. He erupted into hearty laughter. "You, indeed, are quite trustworthy, impressive." Zhang Haiba joined in the laughter, though he was unaware of the inside joke regarding the cured meat. Nonetheless, it was clear that Su Ming had a unique ability to amuse Qin Xianbang, a feat few could achieve. "You've done remarkably well this time." On behalf of Huagua, thank you," Qin Xianbang said with a warm smile. Feeling a bit bashful, Su Ming replied, "It's really nothing, perhaps I was just acting in a moment of bravado. To act with purpose and restraint is crucial. Merely burying one's head in the sand is not an option. At times, righteous anger is also a form of integrity. It's all about the motivation. Serving the country and the people is truly commendable," Qin Xianbang stated earnestly. "You speak wisely, Commander. After spending most of our lives as soldiers, integrity is paramount, it embodies the spirit of a soldier," Zhang Haiba chimed in, seeking to make his presence felt. Indeed, Qin Xianbang nodded slightly. Qin Xianbang regarded Su Ming thoughtfully, as there were still 2 points he needed clarity on. These questions lingered in his mind, and he felt compelled to uncover the truth. Over the past period, he had arranged for a thorough background investigation on Su Ming. Before the college entrance examination, Su Ming was merely an ordinary student with a simple background, hailing from a working-class family. Like many others, he was as unremarkable as one could be. However, after the examination, Su Ming underwent a jaw-dropping transformation, suddenly possessing mid-level dark energy prowess and a mysterious fortune of staggering proportions. Logically, such a metamorphosis seemed implausible. While it's conceivable for a person to suddenly become wealthy, the scale of Su Ming's wealth was beyond comprehension. According to the investigation, Su Ming's assets had reached a monumental trillion, rivaling that of a nation. What was even more perplexing was how an ordinary person could ascend to a level of martial prowess that many warriors struggled to attain. This conundrum was difficult to fathom. The investigation team speculated that Su Ming must have had a mentor secretly training him from a young age, and he had skillfully concealed his abilities until now. However, they could not provide any analysis regarding the source of his vast wealth. With these thoughts in mind, he resolved to pose a question, as it was essential to understand the background of someone being considered for membership in the elite unit. "I've been meaning to ask you something," Qin Xianbang inquired gravely. "Go ahead, old Qin," Su Ming replied. "How do you possess such wealth?" "You even bought a private jet," Qin Xianbang said, fixing his gaze on Su Ming's eyes. It is said that while a person may lie, their eyes cannot deceive. The last time Su Ming had asked for his assistance in procuring a special pass for the private jet, he had been taken aback. How could a mere student possess such financial resources? He had immediately arranged for an investigation into Su Ming's background, which yielded legal results, yet the circumstances remained illogical. The reason it was deemed illogical was that the source of his wealth could not be traced, yet he undeniably possessed such wealth. Zhang Haiba, while sipping tea, was so startled by the question that he spewed his drink, staring at Su Ming in shock. "No way, that private jet belongs to Su Ming? Is he some high-flying rich guy?" Qin Xianbang shot an exasperated glance at Zhang Haiba, internally chiding him for his lack of composure. He had completely forgotten his own astonishment upon hearing the news, which had been no less than Zhang Haiba's current reaction. Taken aback, Su Ming faltered, pondering how to explain the secret, which he could not disclose. He smiled and said, "What if I told you I used the scholarship money from the college entrance examination to invest in stocks and made a fortune from that? Would you believe me?" Upon hearing this, both Qin Xianbang and Zhang Haiba were left speechless, their expressions a mix of incredulity. "I can't believe you, is this a joke? Are you trying to deceive me?" Yet Su Ming's gaze remained steady, exuding calmness, with a hint of mirth in his eyes. Qin Xianbang felt a headache coming on and decided to let it go. In legal terms, there is a principle of innocent until proven guilty. Since the investigation had shown no illegalities, it was deemed acceptable. Observing Su Ming's untroubled demeanor, Qin Xianbang suddenly felt a sense of relief. Additionally, after careful observation, he found Su Ming's character and temperament commendable. His values aligned well with the principles desired in a leader. For such a principled individual with remarkable abilities, Huag was certainly welcomed and needed him. As long as it benefited the nation and the people, why overthink it? After all, who doesn't have their own secrets? Author's note. Heartfelt thanks to Hongye, Universe's Most Handsome, user 38787120, user 47900582, user 20754760, Jingdeng Yuyu, Fangping, the Sugar Pickled Cucumber Lover Dayugwan, user 40766267, North of the Snow, user 248010078, Mukin, Dobin, Bais Hongjiu, and Ganja Xiaoyan for their generous support. Tonight, I will add one more chapter. Your contributions motivate me to provide more. Tomorrow, look forward to 3 more exciting chapters. Thank you for reading. Chapter 69 The Sharp Blade. Regarding the 2 uncertainties surrounding Su Ming, Qin Xianbang decided against probing further. Of course, even if he were to inquire, the outcome would likely yield no results, and any investigation would ultimately lead to ambiguity. Hence, it was perhaps wiser not to ask, sparing himself the turmoil of overthinking.
Sometimes, learning to let go can be equally valuable. A lack of curiosity might even lead to greater contentment. He summoned Su Ming to the study on the second floor, leaving Zheng Haiba behind. At Qin Xianbang's level of status, one could only hear what he permitted, anything beyond that was strictly off limits, as his words could very well pertain to state secrets. I called you here today primarily to discuss your enlistment, he began after taking a leisurely drag from a cigarette. If Su Ming were to join the Blade organization, he might indeed evolve into a national asset, potentially even becoming a successor to both himself and Su Jiangwo. However, even within the Blade organization, someone of his caliber would still be regarded as a first-class expert. Should he come to realize that many others fall short of his abilities, his youth at merely 18 might lead to arrogance and disdain, fostering an attitude of complacency that would hinder his growth. It was essential to place him under the command of someone even more formidable, instilling the understanding that there are always individuals superior to oneself, thus igniting his drive to advance. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's interest was piqued, and he exclaimed with delight, "Old Master Qin, you truly can recruit me into the military?" "Certainly, if you are willing, you would be joining the Blade organization," Qin Xianbang replied, his demeanor unfaltering. "Blade?" Su Ming's expression was one of bewilderment. He was clearly unfamiliar with the term. The Blade is the most clandestine organization in Huagua, comprising elites from various fields across the nation. It has produced numerous extraordinary warriors, each capable of astonishing the world, Qin Xianbang patiently elucidated. "Oh," Su Ming responded, as if beginning to grasp the concept. "This organization is home to the most enigmatic individuals of Huagua warriors," Qin Xianbang continued. "Warriors? Do they truly exist?" Su Ming blurted out. Qin Xianbang regarded him with a knowing smile. "Are you not a warrior yourself?" Suddenly, it was as if a veil had been lifted from Su Ming's mind. He experienced an epiphany that he had only been aware of the martial options within the system, not realizing the existence of a collective known as warriors. It was only after Qin Xianbang's words that he comprehended the reality of warriors in this world. The absence of knowledge does not equate to non-existence. Su Ming felt his heart race. The portrayal of martial artists in various films and dramas was not merely fabrication, such individuals truly existed. The feats of scaling walls and leaping great heights were not figments of imagination, but rather tangible realities. However, the art of combat had waned, receding into obscurity, making it challenging for the average person to encounter. Historically, both official records and folklore have documented the existence of the martial world, encompassing heroes, outlaws, and warriors. The concept of the martial world, once steeped in mystery, is captured in the words of Fan Zhongyan from the Song dynasty. When one dwells at a distance from the martial world, one worries for their sovereign. Yet, contemporary society often misconstrues the martial world as mere social dynamics. The warrior class has always existed, but to ordinary people, they are considered legends, as they lack direct exposure and thus remain oblivious to this group's existence, Qin Xianbang continued. Su Ming listened intently, his heart tumultuous yet unable to settle. Qin Xianbang's words seemed to open a window, revealing an expansive world beyond. The lethality of warriors is formidable. Advanced warriors are impervious to the threats posed by conventional firearms. Your survival after the plane crash was, in part, due to your cultivation at the mid-stage of dark energy. This is precisely why I consented to your involvement in the collision. No one else would have had the chance to escape. Due to the potential for abuse among such individuals, the establishment of the Blade organization was initiated by Emperor Long at the founding of the nation. Its purposes are twofold: to combat external aggressors and to regulate the warriors internally. After all, a group of individuals skilled in martial arts, if left unchecked, could wreak untold havoc on society. I was once a member of the Blade organization, but I have since retired. However, for the organization to continue, it requires fresh blood, and you perfectly meet our criteria. As if narrating an ancient tale, Qin Xianbang unveiled the enigma surrounding the Blade organization. At this revelation, Su Ming was profoundly astonished. The strength of a nation was evidently more complex than it appeared on the surface. Joining this organization signifies a lifelong commitment to the nation, and rest assured, you and your family will forever be under the protection of the Blade, for it stands as a bulwark of the state, representing its interests. Su Ming comprehended fully. The Blade was indeed the nation's covert weapon, comparable to nuclear arms in significance, yet, the Blade possessed greater practicality. Why? Nuclear weapons serve primarily as symbolic manifestations of a nation's might, indicating possession of the most advanced armaments, yet they lack operational feasibility. Conventional warfare rarely employs nuclear capabilities. Given their catastrophic potential, even nations armed with nuclear weapons hesitate to engage recklessly, as the consequences of such confrontations lead to utter annihilation. Nuclear arms are akin to divine instruments enshrined in the halls of power, serving as proof of a nation's military prowess, immensely destructive, yet primarily a deterrent. In contrast, the Blade organization is a versatile instrument capable of executing a myriad of high-stakes missions, often without any awareness from the outside world. Tasks such as assassinating military and political leaders, gathering intelligence, or conducting rescue operations can be carried out with stealth. Even a formidable nation like the United States, in the wake of certain crises, may find its intelligence operatives entirely in the dark regarding the perpetrators. It resembles a sniper on the battlefield, instilling terror yet remaining elusive. One may not discern the sniper's position, yet that sniper can deliver a fatal blow with utmost precision. Mystery and lethality are the two defining attributes of the Blade organization. Now, do you wish to join the Blade organization? Qin Xianbang inquired earnestly, his gaze imbued with hope. Enlisting had always been Su Ming's dream, and the prospect of joining an elite formation while ensuring his family's protection was an opportunity he could hardly decline. Who could say he was unwilling?
He was merely curious, yet, having just arrived in the capital, he had not yet begun his university journey. Would he truly be deprived of that opportunity? Su Ming voiced his concern, prompting a noticeable sigh of relief from Qin Xianbang, who chuckled, "Your studies will not be hindered. Even if you join now, you will merely be a reserve member, not part of the formal roster." To put it simply, it's a contract position. You need to report daily, but you must fulfill any assigned tasks. Ah. Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, and he muttered, "So all this time, I've been led to believe I'm just a temporary worker." Author's note. Heartfelt thanks to Anan Shengya, user 10991189, Su Yuan, Sima Jinming from the Hellfire Volcanic Island, Zheng Qian from the Zhatian Gang, Wang Shufan who loves French pastries, and the generous patrons of Hongyi. Your gifts are my motivation to continue striving. Today, I present 3 chapters for your enjoyment. Chapter 70 Inheritance. Qin Xianbang was amused by Su Ming's words and inquired, "Do you think joining the Blade organization is an easy feat?" "It should be quite difficult," Su Ming instinctively replied. "A nation's most enigmatic organization, gaining entry must surely be no simple matter. It is not merely difficult, it is akin to scaling the heavens." You have met Zheng Haiba, who is now the commander of the Eastern Theater. Yet, even with his qualifications, he is unable to join the Blade organization. This should clarify things for you. Moreover, entry into the Blade organization is not something one can simply wish for. They do not conduct open recruitment nor select from within the military. Even within the military, only those of a certain rank are privy to the existence of this organization, as it is a state secret. The Blade organization comprises many martial artists and elite military personnel, primarily based on recommendations, emphasizing the notion of inheritance. At this point, Su Ming fully comprehended the situation. No wonder so many remained unaware of the Blade organization. It neither openly recruited nor selected internally, but rather focused on the concept of inheritance. What does inheritance entail? Is it not the passing down from father to son, or from master to disciple? With this thought, Su Ming asked, "What you refer to as inheritance is indeed the master-disciple relationship, correct?" Indeed, Qin Xianbang nodded, revealing a satisfied expression reminiscent of a learned scholar, as if he might have declared, "This child can be taught." Are you suggesting that I should become your disciple?" Su Ming asked cautiously. "I never said such a thing," Qin Xianbang quickly denied, incredulous at the suggestion. Oh, Su Ming felt a bit baffled. Had he misinterpreted the concept of inheritance? Seeing Su Ming's bewildered expression, Qin Xianbang felt a surge of frustration. This young man appeared quite intelligent. How could he be so dense? What does it mean to say I want you to become my disciple? Is not the desire to learn typically expressed earnestly and proactively by the aspiring student? There are countless individuals eager to join my tutelage, a line stretching to the alleyway. Must I explicitly state, you should become my disciple? Would that not be a blow to my dignity? Qin Xianbang inwardly questioned himself, filled with bitterness. Observing Su Ming still lost in thought, he coughed lightly and cryptically proclaimed, "It depends on your comprehension." What? Su Ming was utterly bewildered by this enigmatic statement, but after a moment, he grasped the implication. "Good heavens, if you want me to be your disciple, then just say so, I ask you." Yet you remain silent. Suddenly, Su Ming felt as though Qin Xianbang resembled a cunning old fox. Nonetheless, upon reflection, it would be a tremendous fortune to be his disciple. He was merely a student from the fringes of society, while Qin Xianbang was a prominent figure in the halls of power. To be sheltered beneath a great tree is to enjoy the cool shade. If he had previously only received system rewards for martial skills, then becoming a disciple would signify his true entry into this realm, a circle of martial artists, and indeed, a circle of the strong. In truth, Qin Xianbang harbored personal motives. While the Blade organization primarily relied on recommendations, the organization was filled with martial artists, a group teeming with talent, allowing it to thrive for millennia. However, the Blade organization need not be solely based on master-disciple relationships, as such a structure could become insular over time, leading to a monopoly of knowledge that the authorities wished to avoid. Of course, Qin Xianbang's personal motives were justified. A talented youth, a martial arts master, such individuals are rare, a stroke of fortune that he naturally hoped Su Ming would carry on his legacy. What is the core strength behind the development of a family, an organization, or even a nation? It is talent, the pinnacle of talent from various fields. This is the essence of his appreciation for gifted individuals. Otherwise, the average person would hardly catch his eye. Do you understand now? Qin Xianbang asked with a warm smile. Understood, master, Su Ming replied, then knelt down and bowed 3 times with a resounding thud. Now it was Qin Xianbang's turn to be taken aback. But is it truly this straightforward? Has he become my disciple without any formal ceremony? Is it also casual? He had planned to hold a formal initiation ceremony witnessed by Su Jiangwo, as having such an exceptional talent become his disciple without a significant figure to bear witness would be akin to a peacock strutting in the dark. He hadn't anticipated this child to be so eager. He suddenly found himself questioning whether such comprehension could lead to top scores in the college entrance examination. Yet, despite his bewilderment, he felt elated, for Su Ming's capabilities were evident. With a smile, he raised his hand, lifting Su Ming's legs effortlessly. Su Ming felt a gentle energy envelop him, lifting him to his feet, and he stared at Qin Xianbang in shock. Qin Xianbang smiled nonchalantly and added with an air of superiority, "By the way, I have practiced as well." Upon hearing this, Su Ming's admiration grew, and he felt an increasing sense of awe for the martial artist community.
If a septuagenarian possesses such prowess, how formidable must the others be? Indeed, one mountain cannot stand without another, he must strive to grow even stronger. Subsequently, Qin Xianbang instructed Su Ming on various matters regarding the Blade Organization's rights and obligations, concluding with a generous statement, of course, even as a reserve member, your salary will be duly issued, and all necessary insurance will be arranged, so you need not worry about that.
Understood, Su Ming nodded.
The issue of money was inconsequential, he did not lack for it, what mattered most was that he would now be affiliated with an organization, and one should never refuse what is offered by the organization. Naturally, receiving it also signified the state's recognition of him, a testament to his value, otherwise, why would they pay him? Furthermore, your team leader will be Yuan Guoqiang, he will reach out to you, Qin Xianbang added.
Understood, Master, Su Ming replied respectfully. Very well, Qin Xianbang nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the wall clock. With a wave of his hand, he declared, let us go eat. By this time, it was past 9 in the evening, they had not dined since arriving around 6 o'clock, and their conversation had stretched for over 2 hours. The meal was prepared, not overly elaborate, with a focus on seasonal vegetables and 2 exquisite meat dishes. Zheng Haibo sat at the dining table, waiting for them with a sense of boredom. Upon their arrival, his eyes fixated on Su Ming, filled with immense envy. Today, he had witnessed a revelation. Qin Xianbang's unusual warmth toward Su Ming had left him astounded time and again. The legendary figure he revered had engaged in conversation with a mere youth for over 2 hours. Who would believe such a tale? The notion that he had even invited Su Ming to join him for dinner made it seem as though he was merely riding on Su Ming's coattails, mooching off a meal. Young Zhang, still here? Come, join us for dinner. Qin Xianbang's words nearly caused Zheng Haibo to spit out a mouthful of blood. Am I so easily dismissed? Chapter 71 The Scions of the Aristocracy. Zheng Haibo looked at Qin Xianbang with a face full of grievance. Am I truly so detestable to you? He felt a flush creeping onto his cheeks. After all, was this not merely a case of mooching for a meal?
I, being of advanced years, typically subsist on seasonal vegetables. This meat dish has been specially prepared for you, so do indulge, Qin Xianbang remarked. Observing Su Ming and Zheng Haibo relishing their meal, he could not help but comment, nothing compares to the cuisine of our homeland. Here, I am subjected to stringent dietary restrictions, I can neither eat this nor that, it is quite vexing. Commander, the doctors and nutrition experts are only concerned for your health, Zheng Haibo mumbled, his mouth full of rib.
Master, should I request some cured meats be sent over from Shandong?
Su Ming inquired with a smile. Master, Zheng Haibo's heart jolted, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at Su Ming. At that moment, his feelings towards Su Ming transcended mere envy, evolving into a profound admiration. He had never heard of Qin Xianbang taking on disciples, and now that Su Ming had become one, it signified a passing down of legacy. This was a meteoric rise to prominence.
Qin Xianbang cast a casual glance at Zheng Haibo and said with a hint of gravity, Young Zheng, this matter must remain confidential, do you understand?
Currently, countless eyes, both domestic and international, were scrutinizing every move he and Su Jiangwo made. Should the outside world learn that Su Ming was his disciple, it would pose a catastrophic threat to Su Ming. Adversarial forces would undoubtedly seek to extinguish Su Ming in the cradle of his development, preventing him from becoming a potential threat. Rest assured, Commander, Zheng Haibo nodded earnestly, grasping the implication. The bond of master and disciple implied that Su Ming was now in a position of succession, a role that also entailed facing peril at every turn. Su Ming too understood the weight of Qin Xianbang's words. Ever since he became aware of the existence of martial practitioners, he realized he was not as formidable as he once believed. Only by truly strengthening himself could he confront all adversarial forces with composure and shoulder the heavy responsibilities of a sharp blade. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the capital, Ajahn Mohan was scrolling through his phone, increasingly alarmed as his expression darkened. What troubles you, Mohan? A young man sitting across from him inquired curiously upon noticing his distress. Young Master Wu, you cannot fathom how infuriating these individuals are. They have stirred up a storm over merely 2 days of filming, launching a campaign to vilify me. Their intent is to tarnish my reputation. Moreover, I've heard from the security on site that a certain Su Ming led a disturbance today, claiming to be some absurd college entrance examination champion. He is nothing but a rogue, Zhang Mohan said, his chest heaving with agitation. The individual referred to as young Master Wu was Wu Juanhao, the scion of one of the 4 great families of the capital. His grandfather, Wu Wanen, was a prominent figure in the military, and many of his uncles and aunts held significant positions in both political and military spheres. Although his father did not serve in politics or the military, he had ventured into business early on, leveraging the family's substantial resources to build a nationwide enterprise, establishing himself as a renowned magnate in the commercial realm. The Wu family had produced a plethora of elites, wielding considerable influence across political, military, and business sectors. Wu Juanhao had come to arrange a role for himself in Zhang Mohan's new production, accompanied by his newly acquired girlfriend, Xian Xian. Naturally, given his status, he would never easily enter the abode of a mere celebrity. These stars may appear glamorous from the outside, but in the eyes of the aristocracy, they are nothing of consequence. No matter how prominent a star may be, they are merely seen as performers. The term performer carries a pejorative connotation, historically referring to those who acted in plays, perceived as cunning and self-serving. As such, in ancient times, performers were looked down upon, considered part of the lower echelons of society. This is not mere fabrication. Historical records indicate that performers were categorized among the lower classes. Among the lower classes were performers, gamblers, thieves, barbers, and prostitutes, to name a few. However, their status has risen considerably today due to fervent public adoration, creating a vast market and significant economic impact. This has transformed actors, singers, and hosts into revered figures, often referred to as teachers or stars, becoming mainstream in society. During the founding of the nation, they were termed as cultural figures, denoting those engaged in literature and the arts, contributing to society's cultural tapestry. They served the nation and its people, generating spiritual wealth and earning respect. Thus, when one mentions the cultural sphere, it evokes memories of esteemed artists from yesteryears, renowned for their integrity and artistry. Yet, the term cultural sphere can no longer be applied, as the cultural and artistic literacy, along with professional integrity, of many in this circle has diminished. Most individuals lack substantial artistic merit, rendering it more appropriate to label it the entertainment industry. The moniker entertainment industry stems from its primary function, to amuse the masses, often to the point of distraction. This is why recent years have witnessed a plethora of scandals erupting within the entertainment sector: infidelity, divorce, surrogacy, substance abuse, and exploitative practices, each more shocking than the last. Such grotesque phenomena have drawn widespread condemnation, as they undermine societal values and tarnish the public ethos. The aristocracy, with its emphasis on lineage and propriety, holds the entertainment industry in disdain, viewing it as entirely beneath their station. This is why we often see sensational gossip about beloved figures, such as national goddesses or cherished starlets. Even if they proactively seek to ingratiate themselves, it remains exceedingly difficult for them to gain entry into the upper echelons of society. One might wonder, is the aristocracy truly as formidable as it seems? After all, there are indeed individuals who have recently amassed wealth, such as coal tycoons and mining magnates, and there are entertainment stories about such individuals marrying starlets. However, the concept differs vastly. These newly wealthy individuals are often labeled as mere nouveau riche, lacking the depth of status associated with true aristocracy. To be classified as aristocratic entails possessing wealth, power, and status. Only then can one be deemed part of the aristocracy, also referred to as the power elite. As a descendant of such a lineage, Wu Juanhao naturally carried a sense of pride. Although reluctant to attend, he could not resist the persistent pleas of his girlfriend. Given his status, he could have any woman he desired with ease. Yet, the girl named Xianxian was genuinely unique. Her sweet, charming appearance exuded an aura of innocence, yet she possessed an intrinsic strength that captivated him, winning his favor. He had also come across the video of the road being blocked for filming, feeling a twinge of disdain. Why such ostentation for a mere film shoot? Was it merely a bid for attention? However, out of concern for Xianxian, he casually inquired about it. That moment, Xianxian chimed in, her voice dripping with sweetness as she playfully pleaded, "Gaoge, please help teacher Mo." Wu Juanhao was stirred by her dulcet tones, longing to return home. After a moment's contemplation, he replied earnestly, "Such matters cannot be suppressed. Public sentiment is fervent. Mohan, you would do well to issue an apology tomorrow to seek understanding. As for the one named Su Ming, I shall make time to meet him." Author's note. As the month draws to a close, I kindly request your support through collections, rewards, and 5-star reviews. Writing is no easy task, and life is even more challenging. Tomorrow is the weekend. Expect a significant update, and please enjoy the reading. Chapter 72, Subtle Luxury with Depth. The incident of blocking the road for filming rapidly ignited outrage across the internet, with a unanimous tide of public sentiment declaring Zhang Mohan to be a pariah, universally condemned. He was acutely aware that he must adopt a contrite stance to seek forgiveness from the online community. Otherwise, if left to fester, it could attract the attention of the authorities, potentially leading to a ban. Upon hearing Wu Juanhao's words, Zhang Mohan could only nod in resignation. Nevertheless, he felt deeply grateful to Wu Juanhao for intervening on his behalf, expressing his appreciation with sincerity. "Thank you, young Master Wu, for your unwavering support." Support? Hardly, Wu Juanhao thought to himself. If it weren't for Xianxian, I wouldn't have bothered with your trivial matters. In truth, the truly affluent tend to maintain a low profile, exercising stringent discipline over their progeny. Those who incessantly flaunt their wealth and engage in trivial chatter are often the offspring of nouveau riche. Genuine aristocrats never feel the need to showcase their riches. They carry themselves with quiet dignity, their worth evident through their capabilities. As for Xianxian, I have a thought. I am currently seeking a second female lead. She could come for an audition tomorrow, Zhang Mohan suggested. Very well, it shall be so, Wu Juanhao replied, rising to his feet and muttering to himself, after a long day, I am quite fatigued. Upon hearing this, Xianxian grasped the implication and, entwining her arm with Wu Juanhao's, sweetly proposed, "Brother Hao, shall we return to rest early?" Zhang Mohan hastily stood, escorting Wu Juanhao to the door before reluctantly returning. He sensed that the repercussions of this incident were far more severe than the last. He pondered what awaited him. Numerous individuals in the entertainment industry had faced ostracism and been ultimately banned due to scandals being exposed. Frustrated, he lit a cigarette, drawing deeply, his expression a tempest of emotions. When Su Ming emerged from the residence of Qin Xianbang, it was already past 10 in the evening. He contacted Jiang Wensheng by phone and proceeded to the location he provided, arriving at the office of the Wanhao Investment Group's Beijing branch. This establishment was housed within a 60-story skyscraper situated in the commercial district of the Second Ring Road. Jiang Wensheng had leased the entire 50th floor, accommodating the management team transferred from Shandong City, supplemented by a number of locally hired staff, comfortably filling the office space. When Zhao Xinwen escorted Su Ming to the building, Jiang Wensheng was already waiting at the entrance with the management team from the Beijing branch. He had not disturbed Zhang Yuqing and Zhang Roland, who had exhausted themselves and were sound asleep after a day of turmoil. The management team, being expatriates, had their meals and accommodations arranged by Wanhao Investment Group, effectively making the company their home. Upon hearing that the big boss was arriving, they all became invigorated, with some female employees even reapplying their makeup. Their curiosity piqued. Many of them had yet to meet the illustrious owner since they joined the company. These individuals were the elite Jiang Wensheng had lured from various industries with substantial remuneration when Wanhao Investment Group was first established. Initially, many were reluctant to join, given the fledgling company's lack of reputation in tangible projects. However, when Jiang Wensheng offered salaries triple that of their previous employers, the majority capitulated. After all, who could resist such an enticing offer? Their relentless efforts were all for the sake of a modest livelihood. Upon joining the company, they were astonished to discover that within a mere month, the firm had successfully acquired 4 or 5 plots of land, even purchasing the commercial complexes previously owned by the Wang family. In less than a month, Wanhao Investment Group's investment had surpassed a staggering 100 billion. This series of investments left them dumbfounded. Even those seasoned in the industry were taken aback. It solidified their belief in Wanhao Investment Group's formidable strength, which not only surpassed that of many listed companies but was exceptionally robust. It is noteworthy that even numerous listed companies often resort to financing or loans for substantial projects due to insufficient cash flow, which accounts for the multitude of issues faced by major corporations. In contrast, Wanhao Group operated differently. All investment projects were solely owned by one individual, which was rather alarming. When the announcement of establishing a Beijing branch was made, many eagerly volunteered, enticed not only by the prospect of double salaries and comprehensive benefits but also by the opportunity to grow alongside the company as professional managers. From both a geographical investment perspective and personal development standpoint, the significance of investing in a third-tier city pales in comparison to the opportunities in Beijing. Jiang Wensheng meticulously selected 20 management personnel, primarily focusing on unmarried employees. After all, for those who were married, balancing family life while being dispatched to Beijing would prove challenging. As the president, Jiang Wensheng had to take this factor into account. For sustained development, a people-centric approach was imperative. Talent was the core competitive advantage. Currently, the Wanhao Investment Group's Beijing branch comprised 5 main departments: Strategic Investment Department, responsible for the strategic investment planning of the group, evaluation and decision-making for major projects.
Business Management Department,
tasked with the business expansion and operational management of the group's commercial properties. Legal Affairs Department, focused on drafting contracts and handling legal matters.
Finance Department, responsible for the operation, evaluation, and auditing of investment funds as well as daily financial management.
Security Department, ensuring the safety of personnel and property, along with project safety management and fire safety. The head of the security department was Lu Jun, Jiang Wensheng's former bodyguard, a retired special forces soldier with commendable skills, having clinched the title of champion in free fighting within the Southern Theater Command. They stood neatly at the entrance of the office building, awaiting the arrival of the enigmatic big boss. However, when they saw Jiang Wensheng and Lu Jun escorting a young man from a military vehicle, they were all left utterly astonished. Their initial reaction was one of disbelief at his youth and striking appearance, causing several female employees to gaze in awe. Their second thought was how astonishingly understated their big boss was. One would expect such a high-profile figure to arrive in a luxury convoy with bodyguards, yet here he was, arriving with such simplicity. To them, Wanhao Investment Group's investments in Shandong City had already reached a staggering 100 billion, and now that they had arrived in Beijing, they were witnessing even more dazzling operations, with investments soaring to 300 billion and continuously increasing. It was evident that their big boss's net worth was likely nearing the trillion mark, if not exceeding it. The emergence of such a young proprietor was unprecedented and astonishing. Su Ming's entrance completely overturned their perceptions of the affluent. The wealthier one is, the more understated they tend to be. Subtle luxury with depth. Nevertheless, they couldn't shake the feeling that the young boss resembled someone they had seen before, a striking familiarity.
At that moment, a female employee recognized him and gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief.
Author's note: heartfelt thanks to user 255936160, Bujin, Look Sweet from Shenhua Pavilion, user 123456, Lu Dun who loves Indian milk tea, Beiji Shui, and Baimingsha who loves homemade tofu, for your generous rewards. Your gifts are the greatest affirmation of my work this weekend. I present you with 4 updates. I hope you enjoy reading. A special thanks to all readers. I shall endeavor to write even more captivating chapters. Chapter 73, The Capital Division. When it comes to handsome men, it is evident that girls possess a stronger memory. Their big boss is none other than the internet sensation and top scorer of the college entrance examination, Su Ming. She felt her heart race, her breath quickened, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, everyone recognized that the top scorer was indeed their big boss, which was utterly astonishing, prompting spontaneous applause from all. Boss, Jiang Wensheng and Lu Jun exclaimed with palpable excitement, knowing that the individual who had engaged the Japanese reconnaissance aircraft was Su Ming. Their enthusiasm was uncontrollable upon meeting him. Especially Lu Jun, who now regarded Su Ming as his idol. Thank you for your hard work, Su Ming said, patting their shoulders with a smile. Hello, boss, welcome to the Capital Division. Hello, boss, thank you for inspecting our work. Hello, boss, we are honored by your presence. All the employees echoed in unison. You have worked hard, leaving your hometown to come to the capital. The company recognizes and appreciates your dedication. We will remember every individual who has contributed to the company's growth. Due to the urgency of this trip, I did not bring any gifts for you, so let us do this. Your bonuses for the half-year will be doubled. As he gazed at the vibrant faces before him, Su Ming felt a surge of happiness. These individuals would be the backbone of his future endeavors in the business world. There might even be a foundation for martial arts, or perhaps one in the military. The future is promising. The news left everyone in shock. Such generosity was unprecedented, leading to waves of cheers. Boss is brilliant, long live the boss, boss, I adore you. No one had anticipated such magnanimity from their big boss. Arriving with the announcement of double bonuses to IT was simply unheard of. Their resolve to work diligently for the Wanhao Investment Group strengthened. With a leader like this, success seemed inevitable. Amidst the crowd, Su Ming made his way to the 50th floor of the Capital Division, satisfied by the orderly environment, nodding approvingly. Jiang Wensheng invited Su Ming to the conference room to deliver a motivational speech. Is this the only office space? Su Ming inquired, puzzled. Yes, for now, it suffices and is quite spacious, Jiang Wensheng replied, momentarily taken aback. Everyone exchanged confused glances. Was there a problem? It is too small, Su Ming stated succinctly. The room fell silent, stunned. Too small. The current rented office space spanned 3,000 square meters, with a rental cost of 400 yuan per square meter per month, totaling an annual rent of 14.4 million. The company must develop rapidly. The current pace is too slow. We will need to recruit more elite talents in the future. Furthermore, we must establish employee cafeterias, gyms, entertainment rooms, dormitories, and other necessary facilities. For the employee dormitories, let us standardize them as one-bedroom apartments, with each person having their own unit, Su Ming continued thoughtfully. Everyone was left speechless, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. Where could one find such an extraordinary boss, providing not only accommodation but also high-standard living arrangements, while genuinely caring for their cultural and recreational lives? Many employers today are solely focused on exploitation and squeezing their employees. The notion of a 996 work schedule is hailed as a tremendous privilege, yet many seek such opportunities but find none. Some audaciously proclaim that if you do not desire a 996 work schedule in your youth, you will lose the chance as you age. To work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week, blatantly contravenes the labor laws of Huaguo. Is this a significant blessing? Such absurdity. The even harsher 007 work schedule requires working from midnight to midnight, 7 days a week, an egregious exploitation. Even more disgraceful are certain internet giants that brazenly declare that their million-strong fleet of couriers are outsourced and not their employees, thus absolving themselves of any responsibility. Is there anything more unscrupulous than this? Hence, the phenomenon of young people opting to lie flat has emerged, sparking widespread discussions and critiques of heartless corporations and their greedy bosses. In stark contrast, the big boss of Wanhao Investment Group is a paragon of consideration for employees, a world apart from the rest. Is it too good to be true? It is truly moving. In that moment, I made a decision to live as a member of Wanhao and to die as a ghost of Wanhao. Su Ming continued to speak passionately. What if we simply build our own building? What do you think? Jiang Wensheng, still in a daze, snapped back to reality at Su Ming's inquiry and replied with a pained expression, Boss, this is within the second ring road. Land here is incredibly valuable. Even if we wanted to build a building, there is no land available. To buy land and construct a building would likely push us out to the 7th ring road. You make a valid point, Su Ming murmured, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Everyone gazed at their big boss in unison, momentarily lost in thought. To build a building, they were aware that the headquarters of Wanhao Investment Group was self-constructed, but that was in Shandong City, entirely incomparable. This was the capital, and the cost of constructing a building here would be at least 5 to 10 times greater than in Shandong City. To illustrate, property prices within the second ring road range between 100,000 to 200,000 yuan per square meter. If one were to purchase, it would not be calculated by square meters. A residence of just over 100 square meters would cost several million. This is still a case of having a price but no market. How about we buy this building? Su Ming suggested casually. Everyone's hearts raced violently, overwhelmed by shock. To purchase an office building, how much would that cost? Prime office buildings within the second ring road are quoted at over 80,000 yuan per square meter. Is he serious about this? Noticing their silence, Su Ming curiously inquired, what is wrong? Do you all think it's a bad idea? No, there is nothing better than this, they replied mechanically, still in a state of bewilderment. Since the arrival of this young boss, he had brought them an overwhelming amount of astonishment in a short time. They felt as if they had been numbed by the impact. The world of the wealthy is incomprehensible to them. They, too, are leaders in their respective fields and have encountered numerous tycoons and big bosses, yet in comparison to Su Ming, those wealthy individuals seem utterly insignificant, as if they exist on a different plane altogether. To use the analogy of a great sorcerer meeting a minor one is almost an insult to the term. Of course, if the purchase were to materialize, given the current trend of development, it would surely appreciate. However, the prerequisite is having the financial means to do so. After a moment's reflection, Su Ming continued, let us do this, arrange for the landlord to come over tomorrow, and negotiate to purchase it. Understood, boss, Jiang Wensheng replied, well aware of Su Ming's decisive character. Despite his youth, he acted resolutely and would not easily change his mind. Once said, glancing at the time, Su Ming added, let us conclude for today. I have nothing further to say. My only expectation from all of you is that we let results speak for themselves. It's getting late, so please rest early. Upon hearing this, the employees reluctantly departed, deeply impressed by their big boss, who embodied the essence of an exemplary leader in Huaguo. Young, handsome, approachable, and genuinely concerned for his employees, their brief time together felt like a roller coaster ride, full of surprises, thrills, and excitement. Chapter 74 Ascension of Boundaries. Jiang Wensheng and Lu Jun escorted Su Ming to a nearby 5-star hotel, where Jiang Wensheng had already reserved the presidential suite. Upon entering the room, Su Ming suddenly inquired, what is the current state of security? Jiang Wensheng exchanged a glance with Lu Jun, who replied, the security personnel are generally adequate, they are mostly retired soldiers. Before Lu Jun could finish his sentence, Su Ming interjected, are there any martial artists among them? No, Lu Jun replied awkwardly, inwardly questioning the heightened expectations regarding security. This won't do.
The strength is too feeble. Do you know anyone with connections?
Su Ming was eager to establish a foundation of martial artists. The company's rapid growth necessitated robust security forces to genuinely safeguard its development and to better protect his family and those around him. Although the Blade organization would offer protection to his family, it was ultimately preferable to possess such strength himself. Having recently pledged allegiance to Qin Xianbang and joined the Blade organization, Su Ming was acutely aware that he would inevitably face more enigmatic and unpredictable situations in the future. Only with a secure rearguard could he confidently unleash his potential. After some contemplation, Lu Jun hesitantly suggested, "I have a comrade, my squad leader, who taught me my combat skills. He is said to hail from a family of martial artists, although he can be rather headstrong. He tends to dismiss those he looks down upon, regardless of who they are. Yet, if one earns his respect, he will stand by you unwaveringly." The mention of a martial arts lineage piqued Su Ming's interest. He paid little heed to Lu Jun's description of his squad leader's obstinacy. A descendant of a martial arts family naturally harbors pride. If one cannot measure up, they will be disregarded. Only those who surpass him will earn his respect. Su Ming declared, "Let us arrange to meet your squad leader tomorrow. You both should rest early." "Understood, boss. You should also get some rest," Lu Jun responded, and both Jiang Wenxing and Lu Jun exited the room. As Su Ming settled into a chair, he meticulously reflected on the events of the day, his mind replaying each moment as if watching a film. The scene of the mid-air collision particularly struck him. In the heat of the moment, he had acted on impulse, and now, upon reflection, he felt a chill of trepidation. It was fortunate that he had managed to shatter the cockpit's windshield and escape at that critical juncture. Had he failed to do so, the consequences would have been dire. Of course, this was also a testament to his attainment of the mid-stage dark energy realm, otherwise, he might have become a revered martyr. He resolved to strengthen himself further. With this thought, he instinctively sought to establish a connection with the superboss system in his mind. With a mechanical chime, the long-awaited cold voice echoed, "Host Su Ming has signed 10 projects, receiving a reward of 100,000,000,000 points, along with an additional 5,000 points from the system, totaling 15,000 points. Points can be consumed to enhance skills." A wave of elation washed over Su Ming. Having previously expended 3,000 points to acquire piloting and parachuting skills, his points had dwindled significantly. He had felt a twinge of disappointment at the time, but to his surprise, Jiang Wensheng and the others had been making swift progress in their work, successfully launching 10 projects in the capital, thus boosting his points. The additional 5,000 points were a reward for safeguarding the sovereignty of Huagua. He was also curious about how the upgrades in medical and artistic skills would manifest. However, he recognized that his immediate priority was to become more powerful. Thus, he decided to forego other skills for the moment and focus on enhancing his martial arts. The skill options are as follows: culture, art, martial arts, firearms, medicine, for the host Su Ming to choose. Without hesitation, Su Ming mentally selected the martial arts option. Does the host Su Ming confirm the selection of late-stage dark energy? Confirmation will consume 10,000 points. Refusal allows for a reselection. Confirm. No sooner had Su Ming made his choice than he felt a terrifying pressure of energy enveloping the space around him, causing the very room to seem to warp and distort. Torrential waves of spiritual energy surged into him, coursing chaotically within his body, as if they were uncontrollable and frenzied. A warm current surged in his dantian, where pure spiritual energy converged with the influx, intertwining and clashing as if engaged in a fierce battle, each striving for dominance over the other. At that moment, the room resembled a colossal pressure cooker, enveloping Su Ming, with the pressure mounting incessantly, teetering on the brink of explosion, his face flushed crimson, veins throbbing on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he trembled violently, clearly enduring immense torment. With a soft pop, all the buttons on his clothing burst open, and in an instant, his garments were shredded as if torn apart by some unseen force, swirling into tatters in the air before disintegrating into fragments. The two streams of spiritual energy within him clashed with unparalleled ferocity, intertwining in a tumultuous struggle. Meanwhile, the external energy continued to flood in, growing ever more violent, saturating his entire being, repeatedly cleansing his meridians and internal organs. Feeling as if his body were disassembling, Su Ming sensed his strength rapidly dissipating, leaving him numb from the excruciating pain. He could scarcely feel his own body, only his mind remained lucid. The relentless influx of energy grew increasingly tempestuous, seemingly intent on consuming the spiritual energy he originally possessed. He felt he could not endure any longer. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his dantian, releasing a wave of warmth that brought an indescribable sense of comfort. The energy that surged forth from his dantian coursed through the 8 extraordinary meridians, circulating thrice around his body before gradually merging with the incoming energy, ultimately returning to his dantian. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his vision darkened as he lost consciousness. At that moment, the room's space returned to normal, yet everything within cups, air conditioner, television, glass doors and windows lay shattered, leaving only a sea of debris. The surroundings were engulfed in chaos, and as Su Ming lay sprawled on the ground, he opened his eyes to a bewildering sight. Before him, groups of people were engaged in a brutal melee, blood splattering everywhere, with even the elderly and children falling victim to the carnage. Blood flowed in torrents, staining the earth. A deep red tear streamed down his face, and he cried out, "Stop, do not kill them!" Yet, no one paid him any heed, as if he were invisible. A gleaming blade was raised high, glinting ominously as it descended with lethal intent, and in a flash, the world turned crimson. "Ah!" he roared in anguish, struggling to rise. He found himself immobilized. His gaze filled with a blood-red hue, his expression twisted in despair. He gritted his teeth and uttered a few words: to cease war with war, to end conflict with conflict. Like a thunderclap, a blinding white light flashed, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him as darkness enveloped his vision once more. Chapter 75. Terrifying, uncertain how much time had elapsed, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, pierced only by an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, amidst this tranquil obscurity, a series of rhythmic thumps echoed through the air. Su Ming, perplexed, strained to discern the source of the sound, but the encompassing darkness rendered him incapable of pinpointing its origin. The thump, thump, thump reverberated once more, prompting him to snap his eyes wide open. Before him loomed a stark white ceiling, and after a moment of bewilderment, he began to survey his surroundings.
Su Ming, are you awake?
The voice drifted in from outside the door. At that moment, clarity washed over him, and he rose to approach the entrance. Pulling the door open, a striking figure stood before him. Jiang Yuqing. Just as he was about to greet her, a sharp scream erupted, akin to someone stepping on a tail. Su Ming stared at Jiang Yuqing, utterly bewildered. What had happened? What was going on? She covered her eyes with her hands, her breath quickening as she implored, You need to get dressed quickly. Puzzled, Su Ming lowered his gaze to his own attire and emitted an even louder scream, Ah. He hastily scrambled back into bed, yanking the sheets over himself. It was then that he noticed the room was in utter disarray. In his frantic search for clothing, he realized that his garments had been reduced to tatters. Embarrassment washed over him, compounded by the fact that Jiang Yuqing still stood at the doorway, her eyes shielded. Was this how all girls reacted? Did they merely scream and freeze in place when faced with a situation? No wonder some female drivers shriek in panic during emergencies, merely watching as collisions unfold. Could you step outside for a moment? Su Ming said, exasperation lacing his tone. Ah. Oh, Jiang Yuqing responded, dazed, turning to leave while inadvertently shutting the door behind her. Leaning against the doorframe, her heart raced in a tumultuous rhythm, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. What had she just witnessed? It was too shocking for her eyes. I saw nothing. I absolutely saw nothing, she reiterated in her mind. Yet another voice chimed in, suggesting that he had quite a decent physique. Oh dear, what am I thinking? As Jiang Yuqing wrestled with her thoughts, Zhang Wensheng and Lu Jun rushed into view. They had come for breakfast with Su Ming that morning, and upon exiting the elevator, they had heard the scream, prompting them to hurry over. What happened? Zhang Wensheng inquired, noticing Jiang Yuqing's flushed face and labored breathing. Nothing at all, Jiang Yuqing stammered, unable to meet Jiang Wensheng's gaze.
Is the boss inside?
Jiang Wensheng asked, casting a puzzled glance at Jiang Yuqing. Yes, Jiang Yuqing felt her embarrassment intensify.
Noticing the door ajar, Jiang Wensheng prepared to step inside.
Don't! Jiang Yuqing suddenly exclaimed upon hearing her. Jiang Wensheng halted, confusion etched on his face as he looked at her. Lu Jun stood nearby, equally bewildered. What was wrong with this girl? Just as he was about to inquire, Jiang Yuqing bashfully suggested, you guys, you can go in.
Jiang Wensheng and Lu Jun exchanged glances, both mystified.
Nevertheless, they pushed the door open and entered the room. Upon stepping inside, they were left speechless, staring at the remnants scattered across the floor, their minds momentarily blank. What had transpired? Had a demolition crew been at work overnight? The scene was one of utter chaos. Meanwhile, Su Ming sat on the bed, clutching the blanket with an expression of innocence. Observing Su Ming's demeanor, Jiang Wensheng and Lu Jun fell silent again, their minds racing as they recalled Jiang Yuqing's rapid breathing and flushed cheeks. The imagery was too scandalous to contemplate. Seeing the two men with lewd expressions, Su Ming hurriedly clarified, It's not what you think.
Oh, yes. Jiang Wensheng and Lu Jun nodded vigorously.
What was going on? As Su Ming felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Noticing their unwavering gaze upon him, he sighed, Could you please fetch me some clothes? There is nothing to see here. All right, we'll be right back, Jiang Wensheng and Lu Jun replied, finally coming to their senses before hastily exiting, ensuring to close the door behind them. Once they departed, Su Ming stared in astonishment at the chaos around him, realizing that the destruction stemmed from the power unleashed during his upgrade last night. The magnitude of that force was truly terrifying.
Had he managed to break through?
He wondered aloud. Seated in a meditative posture, he gently closed his eyes, feeling the energy within him swell and purify. With a shift of his will, the energy surged forth, coursing through his body in a harmonious cycle, nourishing every sinew, bone, and cell. He sensed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength surging within him, a profound depth of vitality, while his senses, sight, hearing, touch, became acutely heightened. At that moment, a faint golden aura shimmered around him, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding an imperious presence. Half an hour later, Jiang Wensheng and Lu Jun returned with the purchased clothes. Su Ming abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of light shooting forth like bolts of lightning, imbued with a dazzling and fierce energy. With a resounding boom, Jiang Wensheng and Lu Jun felt an overwhelming wave of pressure wash over them, evoking a sensation of suffocation and stirring a deep-seated reverence within them. Their eyes widened in shock as they exchanged incredulous glances. In that moment, Su Ming was nothing short of terrifying. Realizing the source of the scattered debris, they understood it was the result of Su Ming's recent breakthrough. Su Ming, noticing their astonished expressions, smiled and relaxed his aura, gently stating, I've got the clothes. In that instant, as Su Ming smiled, the oppressive weight dissipated, leaving Jiang Wensheng and Lu Jun feeling unburdened. Jiang Wensheng swallowed hard, still shaken, and suggested, You've got the clothes, boss, perhaps you should freshen up next door. Having booked another room upon his arrival, it was evident that this one was no longer suitable for habitation. All right, Su Ming replied, taking the clothes and, after they left, proceeded to change before heading to the adjacent room. Jiang Yuqing had already departed, mentioning she would call for him when it was time for breakfast. Reflecting on the earlier incident, Su Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sighing, he stepped under the showerhead, relishing the refreshing cascade of water. 15 minutes later, Su Ming, along with Jiang Wenqing and Lu Jun, made their way to the third-floor buffet. The lavish breakfast spread at the five-star hotel was impressive, featuring an array of pastries, buns, noodles, fruits, milk, and beverages to satisfy diverse palates. Not long after they settled in, Zhang Yuqing and Zhang Ruolin arrived, hand in hand. "Brother Su Ming, you're trending again," Zhang Ruolin exclaimed, holding her phone and speaking with exaggerated enthusiasm. Chapter 76, reporting in a single remark from Zhang Ruolin left Su Ming utterly bewildered. Jiang Wenqing and Lu Jun exchanged glances with Zhang Ruolin, then turned their curious gazes towards Su Ming. When Zhang Yuqing spotted Su Ming, her cheeks flushed red, and she shyly lowered her head. Noticing Su Ming's look of confusion, Zhang Ruolin let out a charming laugh and said, "You're not aware? The news has gone viral online, just take a look for yourself." Upon hearing this, Su Ming, along with Jiang Wenqing and Lu Jun, retrieved their phones and opened the short video titled, "Zhang Mohan's filming blocks the road, inciting public outrage. College entrance exam top scorer comes to Beijing, stands up for justice. College entrance exam top scorer questions Zhang Mohan, who granted you this privilege?" Zhang Mohan's road blockade further alienates the public. The video of the roadblock due to filming had been wildly shared overnight, and today it erupted into an unprecedented storm of public opinion online. The foremost state media outlet in Huaguo published a scathing article, vehemently criticizing Zhang Mohan with unprecedented sharpness, stating that no justification could excuse the infringement upon the public's interests. It bluntly asserted that blocking roads during peak travel times not only obstructed passage but also alienated the hearts of the people, emphasizing that the citizens of Huaguo were the true protagonists. Netizens were incensed, and a whirlwind of criticism, blame, and vitriol swept across the nation, all directed at Zhang Mohan. Zhang Mohan's roadblock for filming had disastrous consequences, provoking immense public anger. "Who bestowed upon you the power to place yourself above the populace? You are not merely blocking roads, you are alienating the hearts of the people." Calls for a nationwide boycott of Zhang Mohan's new drama are rampant. Are today's celebrities so arrogant? A collective rejection of this dreadful drama, a call to blacklist Zhang Mohan. Blocking roads for filming encroaches upon citizens' rights, accountability must be pursued. As the roadblock incident continued to escalate, Zhang Mohan's new drama, set to premiere 2 months later, floundered at the box office, earning less than 1/10 of its production costs. Consequently, Zhang Mohan's career plummeted, and he gradually faded from the entertainment industry. He subsequently transitioned to the streaming industry, selling alcohol, yet faced derision from netizens, ultimately leading to a dismal conclusion. Of course, that is a tale for another time. When Su Ming viewed the video, his brow furrowed in frustration as he let out a resigned sigh. He had become somewhat averse to drawing attention, especially after joining the Blade organization, becoming increasingly disinclined to act ostentatiously. A tall tree attracts the wind, and excessive publicity was hardly advantageous. Yet, whether by design or happenstance, he found himself thrust into the spotlight. After breakfast, Su Ming parted ways with Zhang Yuqing and Zhang Ruolin, requesting Lu Jun to drive him to Huaqing University. Zhang Yuqing and Zhang Ruolin headed off to report to their respective schools. Upon alighting from the car, Su Ming immediately attracted the attention of several female students. "Wow, he's so handsome," exclaimed a girl wearing glasses. "Infatuated much?" "Good-looking guys are often unfaithful, don't get your hopes up," scoffed her friend, who sported a ponytail. "Humph, how do you know he's unfaithful?" the bespectacled girl retorted. "Isn't that the top scorer of the college entrance exam?" Another girl suddenly recognized Su Ming, exclaiming in surprise. Her shout drew the attention of everyone around. "It really is him, no doubt about it. Not only a top scholar, but also a heartthrob, simply perfect. Super handsome, wow, I feel butterflies. Oh no, I think I'm falling for him. He fits my ideal type. He is truly my dream man." A group of students at the school gate whispered and pointed in commentary. Su Ming felt as though he had entered a zoo, with himself as the spectacle on display. He lowered his head and hurried towards the new student reception area. Meanwhile, a long queue had formed at the reception, and Su Ming's presence inevitably drew everyone's notice. "No way, is that the National College Entrance Exam top scorer?" a girl with short hair gasped. "What are the odds? He is even more handsome in person than in the video," her companion said, her eyes sparkling. Nearby parents also took note of Su Ming, their gazes tinged with admiration. "What a remarkable child. A national top scorer." As the murmurs of the crowd enveloped him, Su Ming stood awkwardly in line, feeling his cheeks grow warm with embarrassment. Just as he was grappling with the awkwardness, a young, attractive female instructor approached him. She was Cheng Sihui, a university counselor at Huaqing University who had remained on faculty after completing her graduate studies there. This morning, Cheng Sihui had been managing paperwork in her office when the principal, Zhang Xinghuai, assigned her an impromptu task. To meet the National College Entrance Exam top scorer, Su Ming. Zhang Xinghuai, with a serious tone, stated, "Su Ming is not only the national top scorer but also a viral sensation. Every move he makes is under scrutiny from all sectors. Securing him for our university took considerable effort, so please don't treat this lightly." For Huaqing University, having Su Ming enroll was undoubtedly a prime opportunity for publicity. After hearing the principal's words, Cheng Sihui understood the significance of the matter. Without hesitation, she left her office to greet Su Ming, fortuitously also serving as his counselor. Upon her arrival, Cheng Sihui quickly spotted Su Ming standing in line. His distinctiveness was undeniable, having frequently appeared in online content. Anyone who had seen the video would likely recognize him. Moreover, with him standing in the queue, it was impossible not to notice him, whether due to the surprised glances or the whispers of onlookers. He stood out like a crane among chickens. "You must be Su Ming," Cheng Sihui smiled warmly. Seeing that the newcomer was a beautiful young woman, yet exuding a maturity and competence beyond that of a student, Su Ming felt a mixture of admiration and shyness. She wore delicate black-rimmed glasses that complemented her elegant demeanor. "Hello, I am Su Ming," he replied. "Greetings, I am Chang Sihui, and I will also be your university counselor," she said, her gaze curiously appraising Su Ming, betraying a hint of admiration. With his striking looks and academic prowess, he embodied an enviable combination of qualities. Su Ming politely nodded. "Hello, Teacher Chang." "Indeed," Chang Sihui responded with a gentle smile, "I will be your guide during this orientation.
Let us proceed with your enrollment and accommodation arrangements."
"Thank you, that would be wonderful," Su Ming replied, grateful for her assistance. Thus, Chang Sihui led Su Ming toward the Social Sciences College, creating a rather extraordinary scene at Huaqing University. Along the way, they attracted the attention of numerous younger female students, some of whom boldly approached to strike up conversations, causing Su Ming to blush furiously. Although he had a girlfriend, well, nominally speaking, he was still quite inexperienced and found it challenging to withstand such overt displays of enthusiasm.
Author's note.
Heartfelt thanks to Wishingchen, Yusen Chan, the chubby owl-loving reader, the cautious Shitong, Chai Ru Rinshang, the carefree maple leaf, Chai Ru Rinshang, Xiao Liang 520, the universe's most handsome boy, user 418655507, the fan of fried squid, supreme death, user 11086519, only loving the past you, and the 5 muggles among other generous readers. Your gifts are my motivation to keep writing. Today's explosive update awaits your reading. Also, a big thank you to all readers for your support. Chapter 77 Urban Village. With the assistance of Cheng Sihui, Su Ming swiftly completed his enrollment procedures and fled, as if escaping. Such unabashed enthusiasm and those fiery gazes left him somewhat overwhelmed. He had no choice but to retreat, for he too was a passionate youth. If he did not flee, he would surely succumb. Originally, Chang Sihui intended to accompany him to settle his dormitory arrangements, but Su Ming politely declined, claiming he had rented a place nearby. After joining the Blade organization, Su Ming realized he could not reside on campus, fearing it would impede his activities, so he had Jiang Wensheng rent a flat close to the school. This arrangement ensured proximity to the university and ease of access. Chang Sihui watched as Su Ming entered a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, momentarily taken aback, pondering whether he was a second-generation wealthy heir. To Su Ming's surprise, upon his arrival at the university, he was photographed and the image was promptly posted on the school forum. The thread quickly rose to the top, titled, "The most handsome Gokao top scorer has arrived.
My male god Appa Su Ming."
Within mere minutes, comments beneath this pinned post surged dramatically. During the summer, nearly all students had seen news and videos about Su Ming. Everyone was deeply curious and filled with anticipation regarding this internet sensation. Today, coincidentally the first day of school, the appearance of this viral classmate created an instant sensation. Naturally, many admiring glances from female students were included. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, he had already attracted the attention of numerous girls, whether in the dormitory or strolling around campus. Students fervently clicked on the pin thread. At that moment, every girl watching the video found her breath taken away.
Is this the new junior? Absolutely stunning. I've decided, I need to lose weight and pursue my male god. Sisters, let us go for it together. So eye-catching, I'm losing my composure. How can someone be so exceptional, handsome, and fit?
Undoubtedly, Su Ming's arrival caused an unprecedented stir at Huqing University. If Su Ming were merely an ordinary top scorer, that would suffice. However, he was the record-breaking top scorer in the history of the National College Entrance Examination. Furthermore, his appearance, temperament, and physique were all exceptional. In an instant, girls felt that even the prettified young stars of the entertainment industry paled in comparison to him. This left many girls in a state of profound admiration. Clearly, he could rely on his looks, yet Su Ming chose to depend on his outstanding talents instead. What girl could resist such a young man? Without a doubt, Su Ming's presence created an unparalleled sensation at Huqing University. "Take me to your comrade," Su Ming instructed Lu Jun once they were in the car. "Understood, boss," Lu Jun replied, his eyes revealing a hint of excitement. An hour later, they arrived at an urban village on the outskirts of the capital. Many individuals striving in the capital resided in this urban village, known for its affordable rents. Even so, a single room here cost over 1,000 yuan per month. Essentially, everyone knew that urban villages were a mixed bag, with over 90 of tenants being outsiders, representing a wide array of professions and backgrounds. Due to the complex demographics of the residents, incidents of theft and robbery were common, making these areas a focus for safety inspections by law enforcement. Moreover, urban villages were notoriously dirty and chaotic, often crammed with numerous food stalls along narrow alleys. After closing, the vendors would carelessly discard their waste onto the ground, leading to a perpetually unsightly environment. Residents returning home would have to navigate through piles of garbage, and in such weather, the stench was unbearable. After alighting from the vehicle, Su Ming and Lu Jun made their way to an iron gate along the street, which had been ajar for countless years, its surface marred by rust. Lu Jun pushed the gate open first, stepping aside to let Su Ming enter. What lay before them was an ordinary courtyard house, divided into several rooms, presumably home to multiple families. In the courtyard, a little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, with her hair casually tied in a ponytail, wore slightly faded clothes yet possessed striking features and an endearing demeanor. Su Ming was somewhat astonished. Why wasn't this little girl attending school? At that moment, the girl heard the commotion, turned around, and joyfully ran towards Lu Jun, exclaiming, "Brother Lu Jun, you're here." Lu Jun, delighted, squatted down and embraced her, saying, "Tong Tong, it's been a while. You've grown taller." He then introduced her to Su Ming. "This is my old class leader's sister, Chu Tong."
Su Ming also knelt down, smiling at Chu Tong, and asked, "Tong Tong, what were you playing just now, squatting on the ground all alone?"
Upon hearing this, Chu Tong blinked her large eyes and replied, I was watching ants move their home.
Oh, what is so interesting about ants moving their home?
Su Ming inquired, intrigued.
It's fascinating.
A whole bunch of ants are moving their home, they have so many little friends, I envy them for having such a large group, Chu Tong said innocently. Suddenly, Su Ming felt a pang in his heart, an uncomfortable sensation.
Big brother, come inside and sit.
I'll get you some water, Chu Tong said, displaying her thoughtfulness, and led Su Ming and Lu Jun into the house. It was a small room of about 10 square meters, furnished with 2 wooden beds, a table made of wooden planks, and 2 small stools. On the table sat a thermos and some bowls and chopsticks. With nothing else to be seen, Chu Tong picked up the thermos to pour water, and seeing this, Lu Jun quickly said, Tong Tong, don't, let me do it. Chu Tong skillfully filled 2 cups of water and handed them to Su Ming and Lu Jun. She felt a fondness for Su Ming, thinking he looked handsome and kind, much like her brother. Su Ming also took a liking to this little girl, finding her to be well-behaved and considerate. He smiled and said, Tong Tong, you must be 7 years old now.
I'm 7.5, Chu Tong replied. Why aren't you going to school?
Su Ming casually asked. Upon hearing his question, Chu Tong's face flushed red, her eyes blinking rapidly as if she were on the verge of tears. Seeing her pitiful expression, Lu Jun hurriedly retrieved an apple from the bag he carried and offered it to her, saying, Tong Tong, have an apple. Chu Tong's attention was successfully diverted. Upon seeing the apple, her eyes lit up with joy. She eagerly took the apple, sniffed it, swallowed her saliva, and then placed it back on the table. Watching her, Su Ming was momentarily stunned and curiously asked, Tong Tong, don't you like apples?
I like them. Then why don't you eat it?
I want to wait for my brother to come back so we can eat together. He went to work on the construction site, it's very hard for him, Chu Tong replied, her youthful face reflecting a maturity beyond her years. Hearing this, Su Ming felt a lump in his throat, his heart heavy with emotion.
Lu Jun, upon hearing Chu Tong's words, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Author's note: after Su Ming enters the capital, an epic and tumultuous tale is about to unfold.
If you enjoy this story, please give it a 5-star rating, bookmark it, and support the updates. Thank you to all readers for recognizing and enjoying my humble work. Today's updates are explosive. Please enjoy reading. Chapter 78. You are merely a coward. Lu Jun lowered his head, methodically placing the items he had brought onto the table: apples, snacks, and some prepared dishes. Chu Tong gazed eagerly at the snacks arrayed before her, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yet, she merely looked on, suppressing the urge to swallow. Tong Tong, please help yourself, your brother will be back soon, Su Ming gently urged, unable to bear the sight any longer.
Tong Tong, want to eat.
I am waiting for my brother to return so we can eat together. He has worked hard all day and deserves this, Chu Tong asserted firmly, her gaze still fixed on the food. Su Ming felt a warmth welling up in his eyes and casually remarked, have you never considered extending a helping hand to your former class leader? Lu Jun trembled slightly at this, lifting his head only to find his own eyes brimming with unshed tears.
Tong Tong, why don't you go check if your brother has returned? Lu Jun suggested, diverting Chu Tong's attention. Okay. Chu Tong, with the innocence of youth, bounced out the door. At that moment, Su Ming's expression grew cold as he silently scrutinized Lu Jun. He held a deep disdain for those who lacked loyalty. Were they not comrades? Why did they not lend a hand in times of need? Lu Jun met Su Ming's gaze and, after a long pause, bowed his head, his voice choked with emotion as he replied, it's not that I don't wish to help them, but my former class leader has a strong personality and refuses to accept assistance from others. I saw him just this past spring when he came to Shandong City with his sister in search of work. I met with him and, seeing their dire straits, offered him the savings I had accumulated over the years, but he turned it down. I told him he had a sister who needed to go to school, that he must think of her. Yet, he still refused, insisting that if I recognized him as a class leader, I should refrain from such talk. He vowed to work hard to support her and that he needed no one's pity. I became quite agitated and argued with him a bit, but in the end, he still wouldn't take the money. I ended up treating him to a meal, and he mentioned that he would come to the capital, where opportunities abound. After arriving in the capital, he sent me a message with his address. I visited him twice, but he remained obstinately resistant to accepting help. Su Ming was rendered speechless upon hearing Lu Jun's account. Was there still someone so unyielding? While steadfastness is admirable, it does not imply one should remain inflexible.
Look at his current state: ragged clothes and an empty stomach. He carries the burden of a sister who cannot even afford schooling. That is not strength, but rather a form of stubbornness. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by Chu Tong's youthful voice calling out, my brother is back. A young man then entered, standing about 6 feet tall, clad in a faded white tank top, yet his eyes shone with vigor. Upon seeing him, Lu Jun quickly rose, exclaiming, class leader, you've returned. The class leader's expression brightened at the sight of Lu Jun, but upon noticing the presence of another young man in the room, his brow furrowed, and his demeanor turned cold. Sensing the tension, Lu Jun awkwardly chuckled and quickly intervened, boss, this is my former class leader, Chu Feng. He then turned to Chu Feng, introducing, class leader, this is my boss. I am currently working with him, and he wishes to invite you to join our company. Chu Feng regarded Su Ming with a frosty glare, his lips curling in disdain. To him, Su Ming appeared to be nothing more than a privileged scion relying on his wealthy parents, prompting a dismissive retort, we have differing paths and purposes.
I will not join your company.
Lu Jun was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing crimson. Su Ming, however, remained unperturbed, slowly rising to meet Chu Feng's gaze. The air grew thick with tension as both men locked eyes, a palpable heaviness settling between them. After a prolonged silence, Su Ming's lips curved into a slight smirk as he remarked, "You are nothing but a coward." Lu Jun was momentarily stunned, his expression one of disbelief as he stared at Su Ming. Chu Feng's face turned an angry red, his chest heaving with fury as he growled, "You repeat that." "I could say it 10 times, you are indeed a coward," Su Ming replied nonchalantly. Chu Feng's fists clenched tightly, fury blazing in his eyes. After a moment, he uttered, "Step outside." With that, he turned and stormed out. Su Ming chuckled lightly and followed him outside. Lu Jun, caught off guard, hurriedly trailed behind. In the courtyard, Chu Feng stood like a mountain, glaring coldly at Su Ming as he seethed. "On what grounds do you call me a coward?" A chilling aura emanated from him, seemingly dropping the temperature several degrees. Chu Tong, standing nearby, sensed this menacing energy and froze in fear, her eyes wide with terror. Lu Jun too felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, quickly pulling Chu Tong into his embrace to shield her from potential harm. Su Ming's pupils constricted. Indeed, he was a martial artist, emanating an aura that suggested he had reached the initial stage of hidden strength. He met Chu Feng's gaze fearlessly and slowly articulated, "As an elder brother, you lack the ability to properly care for your sister, subjecting her to hardship alongside you. She is already 7.5 years old, yet you have not even provided for her education. This is a neglect of sibling duty, a lack of compassion. As a comrade, you spurn Lu Jun's offer of aid. While you appear to possess integrity, in truth, you cling to your pathetic pride. If one day Lu Jun finds himself in dire straits, will you not extend a hand? This is a betrayal of brotherhood." Su Ming's anger escalated as he spoke, his indignation reaching a boiling point. He relentlessly berated, "You possess neither the capability to alter your fate nor the courage to seize opportunities that could improve your sister's life. Instead, you obstinately refuse help, preferring to endure hardship with her. Tell me, if you are not a coward, then what are you?" Su Ming concluded, pointing an accusing finger at Chu Feng's chest. Lu Jun stood in stunned silence, utterly shocked. Chu Tong, trembling with fear, shrank into Lu Jun's embrace. At that moment, Chu Feng's body quivered, his eyes blazing with fury, his expression rigid, teetering on the brink of explosion. "Ah!" Chu Feng roared, stepping forward rapidly, unleashing a punch that cut through the air with a whoosh, creating a sound akin to an explosion. Even Lu Jun believed Su Ming would be unable to evade this lightning-fast blow, his face stricken with horror. Chu Tong, sensing the danger, shut her eyes in terror. To Su Ming, however, Chu Feng's strike appeared painfully slow. Since his breakthrough, his senses had sharpened considerably. What seemed swift to others was merely sluggish to him. He sidestepped slightly, deftly grasping Chu Feng's incoming right fist, executing a shoulder throw that sent Chu Feng hurtling through the air. Chu Feng crashed into the courtyard wall 3 meters away before collapsing to the ground. A profound silence engulfed the scene. Lu Jun stared at Su Ming in disbelief, utterly astonished. Chapter 79. "I will follow you." Chu Feng could only feel the emptiness of his right fist as he swung it, and before he could react, a pair of iron-like hands seized his right arm tightly, lifting him off the ground and sending him hurtling backward in a 360-degree arc. He struggled a few times before rising, his heart racing uncontrollably as he gazed at Su Ming with a face full of astonishment. Su Ming looked at him with an air of nonchalance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if taunting him. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he slightly bent his legs, channeling explosive power into his feet. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, executing a swift kick that was almost too quick to comprehend. Unsurprisingly, Su Ming was faster. He caught Chu Feng's ankle with one hand and forcefully threw him aside. With a resounding bang, Chu Feng crashed heavily to the ground, disoriented and dazed. He felt his blood surge, and as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Although Su Ming had yet to learn any specific techniques, his breakthrough to the late stage of dark energy had significantly enhanced his speed. The disparity in their realms directly resulted in a difference in speed, a gap that could compensate for any shortcomings in strength and skill. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are futile. The scene fell into a profound silence once more. Lu Jun was deeply shaken, unable to extract himself from the shock that he was well aware of Chu Feng's prowess. Not only had he been the squad leader years ago, but he was also a master of combat, having triumphed over 38 formidable opponents in the Southern Theater's free fighting tournament without a single defeat. Chu Feng's unprecedented achievements had reverberated throughout the Southern Theater. Had it not been for a fallout with his company commander, resulting in a scuffle that led to his early discharge, his future in the military would undoubtedly have been bright. Brother Chu Tong broke free from Lu Jun's embrace, crying out as she rushed to her brother's side, frantically trying to wipe away the blood that spilled from his mouth. Chu Feng looked at his sister, whose face was streaked with tears, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. Unable to contain his own tears, he choked out, "I'm fine, it's just that I'm incapable." "I am sorry for you." "No, you are my best brother. I don't want to go to school. I don't want nice clothes or food." As she spoke, Chu Tong turned to Su Ming and cried out, "Big brother, please don't hurt my brother anymore. He is not a bad person." Witnessing this scene, Lu Jun's eyes turned red, tears welling in his gaze. Su Ming approached Chu Tong, crouching down to her level, and said, "Tong Tong, be good, don't be afraid. I won't harm your brother any longer." After a moment, he glanced at the still form of Chu Feng beside him and asked, "Do you deserve your sister?" As if struck by lightning, Chu Feng trembled violently, tears streaming down his face. "Stand up like a man and take care of your sister," Su Ming said, extending his hand towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng hesitated for a moment before slowly grasping Su Ming's hand. Su Ming helped him up, taking hold of Chu Tong's hand, stating, "Tong Tong, your brother has returned, shall we go get some apples?" Seeing her brother's hand clasped with Su Ming's, Chu Tong felt less afraid, breaking into a smile as she replied, "Okay, I'll go wash the apples." The group entered the house, with Su Ming and Chu Feng sitting on the bed while Lu Jun settled onto a small stool. At that moment, Chu Tong returned with a few washed apples, first offering one to her brother.
Brother, eat an apple.
With tears still staining his face, Chu Feng looked at his sister with affection and said, Tong Tong, you eat first.
I am not hungry.
No, brother, you eat first. You've worked hard outside, Chu Tong insisted, her small face set with determination. Chu Feng accepted the apple, tears flowing once again.
Brother, why are you crying? Did I do something wrong?
Chu Tong asked cautiously, noticing her brother weeping again.
No.
No, Tong Tong hasn't done anything wrong, it's me who is at fault. Chu Feng struggled to stifle his sobs, his shoulders shaking. Su Ming, sitting nearby, sighed softly. Chu Tong then presented 2 more apples, offering one each to Su Ming and Lu Jun. Su Ming did not refuse, fearing it might hurt the little girl's pride. Once everyone had taken an apple, Chu Tong finally bit into hers. After some time, Chu Feng composed himself and said to Su Ming, I will follow you.
Hearing this, Lu Jun was overjoyed and quickly opened a bag of prepared food.
Chu Feng pulled out a bottle of erguatu from under the bed, drinking straight from the bottle without a cup before handing it to Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at him, took the bottle, and gulped down a generous swig, seriously stating, Good, take care of your sister. He then passed the bottle to Lu Jun. Seeing that Su Ming did not disdain him, Chu Feng took a sip directly from the bottle, a hint of approval gleaming in his eyes. Witnessing the reconciliation between her brother and Su Ming, Chu Tong's face blossomed into a pure smile.
Tong Tong, do you want to go to school? Su Ming asked with a smile.
Chu Tong looked at her brother and quietly replied, I do. Tong Tong, we will go to school tomorrow, Su Ming assured her. Chu Tong's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Ming. Chu Feng, feeling somewhat awkward, interjected, This might trouble you. Su Ming shot him an exasperated glance, causing Chu Feng to falter, staring blankly at Su Ming with eyes full of gratitude. Subsequently, Chu Feng and Chu Tong followed Su Ming and Lu Jun away from that place. Su Ming led the siblings to a mall, where they each purchased a few sets of clothing before returning to the Beijing division. Upon receiving a call, Jiang Wensheng prepared rooms for them, placing them in the same neighborhood as the management staff, providing them with a 2-bedroom apartment right next to where he and his daughter lived. The siblings gazed in awe at the lavishly decorated rooms, as if in a dream. Chu Tong joyously ran around the room, and seeing his sister so happy, Chu Feng felt a wave of emotion, his gratitude towards Su Ming intensifying. After the siblings had freshened up, Su Ming organized a small welcoming dinner, attended only by Su Ming, Jiang Wensheng and his daughter, and Lu Jun. At that moment, Jiang Wolin returned home from school, while Jiang Yuqing was still at National University handling her enrollment procedures. Jiang Wolin, charmed by the sight of the delicate little girl, took an instant liking to Chu Tong. Having lived with her brother all her life, Chu Tong was well behaved and considerate, calling everyone uncle, brother, and sister, winning their affection. Seeing his sister radiate joy, a hint of softness appeared on Chu Feng's resolute face. During dinner, Su Ming inquired, Has everything been arranged for Tong Tong's schooling?
Yes, everything is set up at a nearby private school.
I'll personally take her to school tomorrow, Jiang Wensheng responded. Upon hearing this, Chu Tong's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Su Ming and exclaimed, Big brother, can I really go to school tomorrow? Yes, Uncle Jiang has arranged everything for you, Su Ming affirmed with a smile. Hearing Su Ming's confirmation, Chu Tong leaped for joy, hugging her brother and exclaiming, Brother, this is wonderful, I can go to school. At this moment, Chu Feng's heart trembled, emotion surging within him as he looked at Su Ming with immense gratitude and said, Boss, from today onward, my life is in your hands.
Chapter 80.
The little gangster with a smile gracing his lips, Su Ming looked at Chu Feng earnestly and said, I do not seek your life, we are akin to brothers, our gathering serves a purpose far more significant. Much like my relationship with General Jiang and the others, or I may be their superior in title, in truth, we share bonds akin to that of uncle and nephew, as well as brotherhood. At the Marriott Investment Group, we can unearth the essence of our dreams and the significance of our endeavors, Su Ming declared passionately. His words drew nods of agreement from Jiang Wensheng and Lu Jun, while Chu Feng felt an exhilarating rush of fervor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Ming continued, How about this, for the time being, you shall join Lu Jun's department, with an annual salary of 1 million.
Upon hearing the proposed salary, Chu Feng was taken aback.
Previously, he toiled on a construction site, earning merely 3,000 to 4,000 a month. The sudden offer of 1 million left him utterly bewildered, and he hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, Ah! That is too much, far too much. This is inappropriate. Old squad leader, our boss has always been exceedingly generous. Your salary will match mine. The boss holds you in high regard, so do not decline. From now on, let us focus on accomplishing our tasks together, Lu Jun interjected. He felt a profound joy witnessing his former squad leader's current success. After a brief pause, he added, Currently, our security department is still quite lacking in strength. If you could recommend suitable candidates, preferably martial artists, it would be ideal. Upon hearing Lu Jun's suggestion, Chu Feng ceased to refuse, understanding that continuing to do so would merely seem pretentious. After a moment's thought, he replied, I have several senior brothers and comrades, all of whom are martial artists. Point one is at the initial stage of the dark strength, while the others are at the bright strength stage.
I will reach out to them.
Su Ming's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, Excellent, I appreciate your efforts. You may arrange the specifics.
At that moment, Su Ming's phone rang, prompting him to answer.
After only a few seconds of conversation, his expression abruptly shifted, and a formidable aura surged forth from him, resonating with an intense energy. Everyone present felt an unparalleled sense of pressure, their gazes towards Su Ming filled with astonishment. After finishing breakfast with Jiang Yuqing and the others, she took a taxi alone to report to the National University. The awkward incident from the morning continued to cause her heart to race. It was utterly embarrassing. Recalling the morning's events caused her cheeks to flush, occasionally lifting the corners of her mouth in a barely perceptible smile. A single smile could captivate a city, and another could enthrall a nation. Jiang Yuqing undoubtedly belonged to the realm of goddess-like beauty. As she walked through the university campus, she attracted an extraordinary amount of attention. With a delicate oval face and a figure boasting golden proportions, she donned a white dress that made her appear as an ethereal fairy, exuding an otherworldly grace. Her presence drew the gaze of many young men, their eyes gleaming as if they were radar, fixating intently on her along her path. She inevitably declined various advances disguised as offers of assistance. Her heart was already reserved for one, leaving no room for others. After completing her enrollment procedures, she was led by a fellow female student to arrange her dormitory check-in. However, she had not gone far before being encircled by several young men. "Beautiful lady, you must be a new student. Allow me to help you with your things," one of the young men said with a beaming smile. Possessing strikingly handsome features but exuding a somewhat effeminate charm, Jiang Yuqing cast a glance at the group, recognizing their designer attire as indicative of wealthy scions, which instilled in her a sense of distaste. With an impassive expression, she replied, "No, thank you." Turning to leave, she was met with a dismissive response. "Hey, don't go, let's be friends," the young man said flippantly, his gaze unabashedly lingering on Jiang Yuqing's ample bosom. At this moment, the girl beside Jiang Yuqing recognized the young man, her expression shifting with alarm as she tugged at Jiang Yuqing and whispered, "Hurry, let's go, we'll ignore him." Though the girl's voice was low, it was still overheard by the young man, whose expression darkened as he retorted, "What did you say, you little brat? Scram, or you'll regret it." The girl paled at his words but did not leave, instead standing aside, anxiously watching Jiang Yuqing. Meanwhile, the other three young men approached, mocking, "Beautiful lady, this is Chen Wei, the eldest grandson of the Chen family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. If he has taken a liking to you, consider it a stroke of luck, no need to be so pretentious." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqing's face flushed with anger, and she coldly said, "Please step aside." "Ah, quite feisty, are we? What if I refuse?" The young man smirked and reached out toward Jiang Yuqing's face, overwhelmed with both shame and fury. Jiang Yuqing forcefully swatted his hand away, her expression icy as she stated, "You'd do well to show some respect." Clearly caught off guard by her defiance, Chen Wei's face turned ashen, and he was about to explode with rage when a sharp female voice interrupted, "Chen Wei, what are you doing?" Upon turning, Chen Wei saw a girl of similar age approaching, causing his face to stiffen. He managed to force a smile, saying, "Yan Yan, what brings you here?" The newcomer was Qi Yanyan, a third-generation member of one of the 4 great families of the capital and Chen Wei's fiancée, with their families having united through a recent marriage. Dressed in jeans paired with a black t-shirt and sporting dyed red hair adorned with a series of tattoos on her arms, she presented the image of a little gangster. Chen Wei felt an overwhelming reluctance regarding this union. In his eyes, Qi Yanyan embodied a violent persona, rendering him submissive in her presence, and he felt a tinge of guilt. What man does not wish to marry a gentle, gracious, and refined woman? Yet, he had no choice. His grandfather had made the decision, leaving him with no authority to oppose. This predicament exemplifies the lament of those born into prominent families, where the heads of such families often arrange unions based on familial interests, forging alliances to maximize resource advantages. Thus, in reality, tales of princes marrying Cinderellas or princesses falling for impoverished suitors are rare, relegated to the realm of fairy tales. Such dynamics are deeply rooted in class perceptions that have persisted through the ages. Societal barriers remain formidable, even in Huagua, representing a harsh reality. Consequently, one frequently observes unions among the affluent, where prominent families marry into other prominent families, while commoners are left to wed within their own ranks. This societal structure functions as a circle. If you cannot integrate, acceptance from others is unlikely. Such circles are pervasive, evident in workplaces where leadership forms a clique, making it challenging for employees to break in. The same applies across various industries, where those of equal status form their own insular groups. Thus, those in public service would never wed a shop assistant or a laborer, nor would a security guard marry a doctor or teacher, as one's social circle dictates the entirety of one's life circumstances. It is a painful, cruel reality, yet undeniably true. Authors note, high energy ahead, sincere gratitude to the readers who have generously supported me, Lu Yun, who loves mixed meat, Xiao Chu, who enjoys squid, Li Qiu, and others. Your support fuels my motivation to write more. Tonight, there will be an update that unveils a thrilling tale from the capital. Stay tuned for high energy to come. Chapter 81. The assault. Although Chen Wei was reluctant to become engaged to Qi Yanyan, he found himself unable to persuade his grandfather, for the head of a family wields absolute authority. Moreover, what is this compared to the arranged marriages of princesses in ancient China, which were also for the sake of national interest and political necessity? At that moment, Qi Yanyan approached, accompanied by 2 girls dressed similarly to her. She scrutinized Jiang Yuqing and immediately rebuked Chen Wei. "Are you trying to seduce her again?" No, she approached me first. You can ask them if you don't believe me." Chen Wei's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily defended himself. The boys around him nodded vigorously, asserting, yes, she approached young Master Chen on her own, we can all testify to that. They were familiar with Qi Yanyan and understood her character well, thus rushing to support Chen Wei's claims. Jiang Yuqing's face turned crimson with indignation. She had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Qi Yanyan turned to glare at Jiang Yuqing, her face twisted with jealousy. In terms of appearance, figure, and grace, Jiang Yuqing far surpassed her, which fueled Qi Yanyan's discontent. Her countenance grew icy, and without warning, she slapped Jiang Yuqing across the face. Stunned by the blow, Jiang Yuqing stared blankly at Qi Yanyan, overwhelmed by a profound sense of grievance. Qi Yanyan was notorious in the capital as a local bully, known for her violent tendencies, often accompanied by a group of loyal followers who, bolstered by their family's influence, had grown accustomed to acting with impunity. Upon seeing Jiang Yuqing's beautiful visage, her rage boiled over, and she shouted, "You little slut, how dare you seduce my man, I'll make you pay." "No, I didn't. Jiang Yuqing quickly shook her head in protest.
Still not admitting it?
"Just wait until I tear that filthy mouth of yours apart." A sinister expression crossed Qi Yanyan's face as she regarded Jiang Yuqing with a mocking smirk. The commotion attracted a crowd, many of whom watched with curiosity, while some girls looked on with disdain, whispering and pointing. "Wow, I thought she was a goddess, but turns out she's just a scheming girl.
How shameless. Trying to seduce someone else's boyfriend. She looks quite pretty, yet she's so lowly.
Just look at that provocative demeanor, it's clear she is up to no good, trying to hook another's man. Ugh, how disgraceful." Upon hearing the gossip, Jiang Yuqing felt as if she were losing her mind. How could the truth be so utterly distorted? As a daughter of a wealthy family, though not from a top-tier lineage, she had always been pampered. Having never endured such humiliation, she felt a surge of anger and despair, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, "I didn't." Qi Yanyan, noticing the chatter, wore a cruel smile and lunged forward, delivering a swift kick to Jiang Yuqing's abdomen. Jiang Yuqing let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground. "Seize her!" Qi Yanyan commanded coldly. The two girls beside her rushed toward Jiang Yuqing, and one of them seized her silky hair, delivering a resounding slap across her face. The long nails left a vivid red mark on Jiang Yuqing's smooth cheek. "Ah!" Jiang Yuqing cried out in agony. The two girls took turns slapping Jiang Yuqing's face mercilessly. Qi Yanyan, unsatisfied, pulled a pair of scissors from her bag and approached Jiang Yuqing. Fear flickered in Jiang Yuqing's eyes as she realized Qi Yanyan intended to cut her hair. In a panic, she pushed Qi Yanyan away, causing her to stagger back several steps. "You filthy bitch, how dare you fight back!" Qi Yanyan roared, charging forward and delivering a crazed kick to Jiang Yuqing's stomach. "Ah!" Jiang Yuqing screamed in pain, her body curling up as she trembled violently. The two girls accompanying Qi Yanyan were left dumbfounded by the ferocity of the attack. They realized this was a life-threatening situation and exchanged terrified glances with Qi Yanyan, releasing their grip on Jiang Yuqing. The onlookers could no longer stand by in silence, urging, "Stop, if this continues, someone might die." Even the girls who had previously insulted Jiang Yuqing felt a pang of sympathy, chiming in, "This has gone too far. You really can't continue." As the crowd grew larger, a few security guards, drawn by the commotion, approached to investigate. Upon seeing the chaos, they exchanged glances and, shaking their heads, discreetly backed away. They recognized Qi Yanyan, a member of one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, and knew that crossing her could result in dire consequences. Therefore, they turned a blind eye to any of her misdeeds, fearing the repercussions. The onlookers were desensitized, watching Qi Yanyan's assault with blank expressions, some even pointing and whispering. Jiang Yuqing felt numb, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, staining the ground as she curled up in pain, discreetly pulling out her phone to dial Su Ming's number. At that moment, Qi Yanyan, her face twisted in a maniacal grin, lunged at Jiang Yuqing again, grabbing her hair and delivering slap after slap. Blood poured from Jiang Yuqing's mouth as she felt herself becoming numb, the scene around her drenched in crimson, horrifying to behold.
"What are you all standing there for? Get involved!"
Qi Yanyan barked at the two girls she had brought along, who stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. They exchanged terrified glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was no longer just a fight, but a brutal assault occurring in broad daylight. Seeing Qi Yanyan's unhinged behavior, Chen Wei and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. Was this truly his fiancée? She seemed more like a deranged abuser. His mind raced with a singular thought. "I must call off the engagement." As Jiang Yuqing gazed at the frenzied Qi Yanyan, despair engulfed her. She had once envisioned a life in the capital filled with hope and sweetness, but instead, she was met with such suffering and humiliation. In that moment, she thought of Su Ming, envisioning his handsome face and gentle smile, which ignited a flicker of warmth in her heart. The next instant, a heavy blow struck her head, and darkness engulfed her vision as she lost consciousness. Chapter 82, Target National University. All eyes were fixed on Su Ming, filled with fear. As his expression grew increasingly grim, emanating an icy aura, they sensed an overwhelming sense of oppression, their gazes towards him brimming with shock. "Quick, take me to National University," Su Ming exclaimed, rising abruptly, his face ashen, teetering on the brink of an eruption. "Why yes," Lu Jun stammered, dumbfounded, hastily following Su Ming out the door, while Chu Feng hurried after them. Jiang Wensheng and his daughter, along with Chu Tong, were equally taken aback. They had never witnessed such a loss of composure from Su Ming. "National University. This cannot be good. Something must have happened to Jiang Yuqing." As this thought crossed Jiang Wensheng's mind, a chill ran down his spine. He could sense that this situation might not resolve favorably. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan sped through the streets of the capital at a velocity of 80 kilometers per hour. "Faster!" Su Ming's voice was as frigid as the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. Gritting his teeth, Lu Jun pressed the accelerator, and the car roared to life like a wild beast, suddenly surging to 120 kilometers per hour, careening past over a dozen red lights, provoking gasps from pedestrians and causing other vehicles to swerve out of the way. The reckless driving through the urban streets elicited a chorus of complaints from other drivers.
"What the hell? This isn't driving, it's flying. Damn, it zipped by in an instant. Do you think you're in a racing car? Good grief, are you trying to get us all killed? Is this a death race?"
Completely indifferent to the cacophony of remarks surrounding him, Su Ming's sole focus was on reaching National University as swiftly as possible. Upon answering the call, he heard not Jiang Yuqing's voice, but a torrent of vile curses and her agonizing screams. In that instant, his blood ran cold, an inexplicable dread gripping him. He feared that if he arrived too late, something catastrophic might have occurred, but he dared not contemplate further, beads of cold sweat forming relentlessly. The atmosphere within the car was suffocating, Lu Jun and Chu Feng silent, their breaths audible in the tense silence. Upon hearing Su Ming mention National University, Lu Jun's heart sank. He too surmised that something must have happened to Jiang Yuqing, that graceful, understanding young woman. How could anything befall her? His fury ignited within him. Anyone who dared to bully her would have to contend with him. Suddenly, the phone rang sharply in the confined space, the piercing tone startling both Lu Jun and Chu Feng. Su Ming furrowed his brow, glancing at the caller ID, which displayed an unfamiliar number. He answered. Who is this? His voice was icy, akin to the chill of winter's frost, leaving the caller evidently stunned. This is Yuan Guo. The voice on the other end hesitated. Before finishing, the call was abruptly disconnected. Amidst the towering mountains, at the headquarters of the Huagua Sharp Blade organization, within a clandestine base, Yuan Guoqian stared blankly at his phone, the line now dead, met with a series of busy tones. He had heard the bone-chilling voice on the line, its penetrating quality causing even him, a seasoned martial artist at the late stage of the dark strength realm, to shudder. In that moment, he sensed the formidable strength of the caller, rivaling his own. Yesterday, he had received a call from Qin Xianbang, who mentioned he had found a remarkably strong candidate for him, claiming the individual had reached the mid-stage of dark strength. The news had filled him with elation. As the leader of the domestic affairs action team of the Sharp Blade organization, he was eager for the addition of a powerful ally, especially one of such caliber. Qin Xianbang had elaborated on Su Ming's background, detailing his family and social connections in meticulous detail. Ultimately, Qin Xianbang had clearly instructed him to nurture Su Ming with no limits on his development. Yuan Guoqian was profoundly shaken. He grasped the implications of Qin Xianbang's words and understood Su Ming's significance in his eyes. When he learned that Su Ming was only 18 years old, he was utterly taken aback. What a farce, an 18-year-old at the mid-stage of dark strength, unheard of. Yet, he knew that Qin Xianbang would not jest about such matters, nor could he afford to. The disparity in their statuses was monumental. If this were not a jest, it could only mean one thing. It was true. Gazing at the stack of documents regarding Su Ming on the table, he realized he had stumbled upon a prodigious talent, a remarkable genius. Today, he had intended to contact Su Ming to arrange for his formalities and discuss the tasks pertaining to their team, providing him with a clearer understanding of the domestic affairs action team of the Sharp Blade organization. However, he had not even completed his introduction before the call was severed. Recalling that chilling voice, his expression shifted, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Quick, trace Su Ming's location, he commanded, picking up the phone to make the call. 2 minutes later, a young man entered, standing at attention and saluting before reporting. Chief, we have tracked Su Ming's phone location via military reconnaissance satellites. He is currently on Jingzhong Avenue, heading towards National University. According to the images relayed by the satellite, a female university student is under attack, and the situation is dire. Today, Yuan Guoqian was set to announce a new member joining their team, and it had been quite some time since they had welcomed a newcomer, stirring curiosity and anticipation among the members. The young man who entered was Fang Wenshan, a leading computer scientist in the country. Having just received Yuan Guoqian's assignment, he immediately connected with the military reconnaissance satellite to pinpoint Su Ming's whereabouts. He had even managed to zoom in on National University, gradually magnifying the footage, allowing him to discern the unfolding events there. The military reconnaissance satellite is a domestically developed large-caliber Earth observation satellite by China, boasting an impressive observation accuracy of 0.1 meters. It is capable of accurately identifying ground structures, vehicles, and individuals from a distance of hundreds of thousands of meters in space. In other words, with a resolution of 0.1 meters, every individual on the ground, regardless of age or gender, can be seen with crystal clarity. Upon hearing Fang Wenshan's report, Yuan Guoqian's expression grew grave as a disquieting thought crossed his mind. If Su Ming had ventured forth due to matters concerning this female university student, the ramifications could be dire. From the chilling and piercing tone of Su Ming's voice, it was not difficult to envision the tempestuous fury that awaited. Su Ming, a formidable martial artist with the heart of a youth, could very well unleash a torrent of bloodshed in a fit of rage. His countenance shifted, and he called out urgently, quickly, assemble the team and head to the National University. He hoped to arrive swiftly at the scene to avert the situation from deteriorating further. 5 minutes later, 4 military Humvees sped forth from the secret base, roaring with a ferocious thunder as they raced towards the National University. Author's note. The first grand spectacle of Su Ming's arrival in the capital has commenced. Stay tuned for high-energy developments. The effort of writing is arduous, so I kindly request 5-star ratings, bookmarks, donations, and continued support. Thank you to all esteemed readers. Chapter 83, An Eye for an Eye. In a mere 15 minutes, the journey that should have taken 30 was completed. Without waiting for the vehicle to come to a halt, Su Ming sprang out. Upon arriving at the entrance of the university, he found himself utterly bewildered. The expanse of the National University was so vast. Where could Jiang Yuqing possibly be? Chu Feng and Lu Jun soon joined him, with Lu Jun hurriedly intercepting a student exiting the campus, inquiring about an unfortunate incident that had transpired within. The student, noticing Lu Jun's palpable anxiety, pointed in a direction. He had just witnessed the horrific scene of Jiang Yuqing being brutally assaulted and was aware of Qi Yinyan's identity, opting to distance himself from the unfolding chaos.
The brutality of the assault was too much to bear, and believing the newcomers to be related to Jiang Yuqing, he reluctantly indicated the way. With a quick thank you, Lu Jun dashed toward the indicated path, gesturing, "Boss, over there." Su Ming and Xu Feng, upon hearing this, immediately sprinted in the direction Lu Jun had pointed. A crowd of students had gathered ahead, and as Su Ming drew closer, an ominous feeling settled within him. It was evident that something terrible had occurred. Lu Jun and Xu Feng forcefully parted the throng, and Su Ming stepped inside, just in time to witness Qi Yanyan's foot landing mercilessly on Jiang Yuqing's head. It felt as if a thunderclap resounded in Su Ming's mind, his vision narrowing to a point of unbearable agony. Jiang Yuqing lay crumpled like a rag doll in a pool of her own blood, her face grotesquely swollen, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, her once pristine white dress now stained crimson. She lay motionless, having succumbed to unconsciousness. The scene was drenched in a visceral horror, leaving Su Ming's heart in tatters. He slowly crouched down, cradling Jiang Yuqing in his arms, his eyes betraying a tumult of indescribable pain and wrath. A tempest of fury raged within him. In that moment, he yearned to rend apart the vile woman responsible for this atrocity. Xu Feng and Lu Jun were equally stunned by the sight before them, their hearts convulsing as their gazes bore down on Qi Yanyan. They too had witnessed her foot striking Jiang Yuqing with brutal force. Well, who would have thought that this wretched woman's man would show up, truly a pair of scoundrels, Qi Yanyan taunted, oblivious to the gravity of her words. Su Ming, carefully rising with Jiang Yuqing in his arms, feared causing her further pain, his gaze locked onto Qi Yanyan, a menacing aura emanating from him as he scanned the gathered crowd, his heart brimming with hate. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Those who met his gaze shuddered, as if their very hearts were being constricted. Silence enveloped the scene, the stillness amplifying a palpable terror emanating from the depths of their souls. They looked upon Su Ming in dread. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Qi Yanyan, who felt as if she were prey under the watchful eye of a feral beast, her heart racing, chills running down her spine, her back slick with cold sweat. What do you intend to do?" she stammered, but before she could finish, Su Ming's foot struck out with ferocious precision, leaving the onlookers momentarily blinded. A sharp crack reverberated through the air, crystal clear to all present. "Ah!" Qi Yanyan's shriek pierced the atmosphere. When they turned to look again, she was kneeling on the ground, her legs bent at an unnatural angle, revealing the stark white of her bones, a gruesome sight that sent shivers down their spines. Moments later, Qi Yanyan collapsed face first onto the ground, her pain manifesting as she writhed like a wounded worm. The spectators recoiled in fear at this brutal display, a wave of unease washing over them. Particularly those who had previously mocked Jiang Yuqing, their spirits shattered, trembling uncontrollably. A few attempted to discreetly slip away, but were halted by Xu Feng and Lu Jun. "No one leaves until we understand the situation," came the icy command, their frigid gazes instilling terror in the hearts of those who dared to flee. The onlookers, filled with rage, lamented the fact that not a single soul had intervened, merely spectating as if it were a performance. They were complicit in this heinous act, especially for Xu Feng, who had a sister. The pain and fury within him were magnified, understanding all too well Su Ming's anguish and wrath. Su Ming's attention shifted away from Qi Yanyan to the two girls flanking her, their similar attire rendering them easily recognizable. The girls froze, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. In an instant, their faces turned as pale as paper, stammering, "It's not our fault, it was all her, she did it. Are you mad? Do you know who she is? If you dare to strike her, you're as good as dead," Chen Wei interjected, rushing over and unleashing a barrage of reprimands. Though he held no affection for Qi Yanyan, she was still his fiancée. If their families learned he had stood idly by while she was assaulted, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Despite having witnessed Su Ming in a frenzy akin to a wild beast, he felt compelled to confront him, believing that revealing his identity would compel Su Ming to back down. "Is he here?" Su Ming ignored Chen Wei, fixating instead on the two girls. They trembled violently, their bodies shaking uncontrollably upon hearing the question. The girls raised their terror-stricken gazes, nodding frantically like chicks pecking at grain. Chen Wei's expression shifted dramatically, just as he opened his mouth to speak, an overwhelming force struck his chest, sending him hurtling 5 or 6 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. His ribcage had collapsed, and he coughed violently, blood mingled with clots spilling forth, pain etched across his face, his eyes wide with shock and fear. "Speak, what transpired?" Su Ming's voice was frigid, devoid of any semblance of empathy as he regarded the two girls. They quaked at his presence, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Under such oppressive pressure, they steeled themselves and recounted the events, detailing every aspect from Jiang Yuqing's harassment to Qi Yanyan's subsequent violence. Lu Jun produced his phone, diligently recording their statements. Of their fear reached a crescendo, the fate that awaited Qi Yanyan loomed ominously before them, and they dreaded sharing her grim destiny. The 3 boys who had accompanied Chen Wei, along with the girls who had previously insulted Jiang Yuqing, were rendered speechless by the revelations, collapsing to their knees, their spirits shattered, trembling uncontrollably. "I was wrong. I was wrong, please, spare us, it was all Qi Yanyan and Chen Wei's doing," the two girls pleaded, tears streaming down their faces. With each word, Su Ming's fury intensified, the murderous intent and rage within him surging like wildfire, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. All present felt a chilling dread emanating from him. Chapter 84. The reinforcements have arrived. In his office, the director of the security department, Zhong Mingde, was leisurely sipping tea when the door was abruptly flung open. He furrowed his brow and glared at the security guard who had barged in, reprimanding, "What is the meaning of this chaos?" "Director Zhong, it's bad, very bad, something has happened," the security guard gasped, breathless from his hurried entrance. A chill ran down Zhong Mingde's spine as he quickly inquired, "What has transpired?" "Qi Yanyan and Chen Wei have been assaulted," the guard stammered, swallowing hard before finishing his panic report. "Ah." Zhong Mingde's expression shifted dramatically.
Qi Yanyan and Chen Wei were both scions of the four prominent families, provoking anyone was ill-advised, but to provoke two of them simultaneously was akin to courting disaster. However, he soon realized that only someone formidable would dare to strike Qi Yanyan and Chen Wei, either a fool or someone with significant backing. If that were the case, this was beyond the capabilities of his modest security department to handle. His mind raced. He needed to involve the Public Security Bureau, otherwise, the wrath of the Qi and Chen families could easily spill over and affect many innocents, a burden his department could not bear. With the bureau involved, even if calamity struck, there would be others to share the blame. He retrieved his phone and dialed the number of Han Weiping, the head of the Chengxi branch of the Public Security Bureau. Briefly detailing the situation over the phone, he requested that Han send reinforcements. Upon hearing that members of the Qi and Chen families were involved, Han Weiping was visibly shaken but readily agreed. After hanging up, Zhong Ming exhaled deeply, his demeanor turning serious as he commanded, "Gather a few people and come with me to the scene." "Yes, Director Zhong," the security guard replied before hastily exiting to summon assistance. When Zhong Ming and his team arrived at the scene, they collectively inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. Qi Yanyan lay face down on the ground, groaning in pain, her legs grotesquely contorted, with bone protruding horrifically from her knees. Chen Wei fared no better, sprawled on the ground with a visibly caved-in chest, his complexion as pale as a sheet, his features twisted in agony. Kneeling nearby were several boys and girls, their faces wrought with terror, trembling uncontrollably. Standing amongst them was a young man, seemingly not yet 20, cradling an injured young woman in his arms, blood saturating his white t-shirt, evoking a sense of dread. Two other young men, clearly allies of this individual, formed a triangle around him, their gaze fixed ominously on the crowd. Zhong Ming's pupils dilated, he could palpably sense the menacing aura radiating from this young man. As a seasoned individual accustomed to various encounters, he had the skills befitting his role as the director of the security department. Yet, facing the youth before him felt akin to plunging into an icy abyss, sending a shiver down his spine. His lips twitched as he instinctively took a couple of steps back. However, one of the security guards, oblivious to the peril, charged forward, brandishing authority as he shouted, "What do you think you're doing, to commit such acts in broad daylight?" Before he could finish, Su Ming turned and glared at him. The guard felt a jolt of fear, unable to react before Su Ming delivered a swift side kick to his chest. The guard was sent sprawling backward, flipping midair and spewing blood before crashing heavily to the ground, rendered motionless. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The atmosphere grew stiflingly tense, as if the very air had solidified, suffocating all in its grasp. The ferocity was palpable, the terror suffocating. Everyone, including Zhong Ming, failed to comprehend how Su Ming executed his strike. One moment he was there, and the next, the guard was airborne. Zhong Ming and his accompanying security personnel stood in stunned disbelief, their minds racing. What manner of prowess was this, so swift and beyond their comprehension? No one dared to utter a word or make a move, transfixed by the sight of Su Ming, their faces etched with horror. "I commit violence, and you accuse me. Where were you when my girlfriend was brutally attacked?" Su Ming's voice rang out, filled with indignation. "Now that you've heard about the Qi and Chen families being assaulted, you rush over without inquiry, ready to cast blame. Is this your attitude?" From the accounts of the two girls, Su Ming realized that the assailants were indeed from the Qi and Chen families, igniting a deeper fury within him. How brazen, how utterly lawless could the four prominent families be? A freshman, fresh to your domain, is beaten, and you remain indifferent, yet now you dare to twist the narrative? With a cold chuckle, Su Ming continued, "Let me make this clear. If anything happens to Zhang Yuqing, I will ensure you all pay dearly." His words struck the crowd like bullets, leaving them breathless and gasping for air. Shock swept over them. Even Zhong Ming felt a tightening in his chest, his gaze vacantly fixed on Su Ming, regretting their presence at this moment. Why had they come? No one dared to question Su Ming's threats. They had witnessed his ruthless decisiveness firsthand, a sight that sent shivers down their spines. At that moment, Su Ming stood before them like a feral beast, baring his fangs. "You bunch of useless fools, what are you still doing? Hurry and take him down." Qi Yanyan, regaining consciousness amidst her agony, was still prostrate on the ground. Upon seeing the security personnel, she screamed, her face twisted with vengeance. "Humph," Su Ming scoffed, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he materialized before Qi Yanyan, delivering a swift kick to her jaw. With a sickening crunch, her teeth shattered in her mouth. Qi Yanyan, taken by surprise that Su Ming would dare to act in front of the security personnel, felt excruciating pain radiate through her jaw, a soul-wrenching scream escaping her lips as blood sprayed forth, her head lolling as she lost consciousness. Everyone watched in horror, a chilling sensation washing over them. Chen Wei and the other girls were paralyzed with fear, a sense of despair enveloping them. Those who insult others will inevitably suffer the same fate. Zhong Ming stood aghast, unable to process Su Ming's actions, lacking even the desire to intervene, his expression one of shock, beads of sweat cascading down his face. The security guards beside him were equally stunned, their faces frozen in terror. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, everyone remained rooted in place, afraid to breathe. At that moment, the shrill sound of sirens pierced the air as 5 or 6 police cars sped towards the scene. Zhong Ming secretly sighed with relief, the tension on his face visibly easing. Reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 85. Heroes shall not be offended. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly regarded the approaching security officers, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Chu Feng and Lu Jun had arrived at Su Ming's side, positioning themselves protectively in front of him, their gazes brimming with murderous intent. Han Weiping, personally leading the charge, rushed over in a flurry. In truth, his presence was unnecessary, as the Security Bureau had a dedicated criminal investigation team responsible for maintaining public order and handling criminal matters. However, considering the involvement of the Qi and Shen families, he believed that if this situation could be resolved to their satisfaction, it would mean aligning himself with their powerful interests. The Qi and Shen families were not merely prominent clans, they had members holding significant positions in the political sphere. His eyes immediately fell upon Qi Yinyan and Chen Wei, both lying on the ground, causing his heart to skip a beat and his expression to darken. Adopting a stern demeanor, he declared, "What are you doing? Do you realize this is against the law? Bring them away." Without further ado, Han Weiping issued commands, and 2 officers from the Security Bureau stepped forward, brandishing gleaming handcuffs. Chu Feng and Lu Jun advanced a step, blocking the officers from proceeding, their eyes filled with contempt. The 2 security officers were taken aback. They hadn't anticipated anyone would dare obstruct them, and their tempers flared. "What are you doing? How dare you resist arrest? Step aside, or we will take you in as well." Noticing the scene unfold, Su Ming separated Chu Feng and Lu Jun, stepping forward to confront the officers. He raised his gaze with an air of authority and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "You have neither inquired into the reasons nor understood the circumstances, yet you attempt to detain individuals. Is there no law?" As a member of the Blade organization, Su Ming felt no fear towards these officers, for reason must prevail in all matters. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for these uniformed miscreants, thus he offered them no semblance of respect. The 2 officers sensed an impending danger and instinctively took a couple of steps back, staring wide-eyed at Su Ming, their hearts racing. This was a primal fear that struck at their very souls. They could hardly believe what they were witnessing. "Law, ha, in this realm, I am the law." Han Weiping laughed arrogantly, then abruptly shifted his tone, barking at the 2 officers, "What are you standing there for? Take him down." The 2 security officers disregarded Han Weiping's orders, exchanging glances that revealed their shared trepidation. Seeing them hesitate, Han Weiping charged forward, roughly shoving the officers aside as he reached for Su Ming. Su Ming's eyes sharpened, radiating a fierce intensity as he swiftly grasped Han Weiping by the throat, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. The surrounding security officers gasped in shock, instinctively drawing their weapons, aiming at Su Ming, and frantically imploring, "Put down Director Han." Han Weiping felt the grip tightening around his neck, rendering him breathless. His eyes filled with terror as he struggled futilely against the iron-like hold. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Su Ming, causing the air to thrum with tension, as if a tempest had arisen from the ground, enveloping everyone in an invisible shroud of lethal intent. Chu Feng could also feel the formidable pressure of this murderous aura, his eyes gleaming with excitement and fervor. Having sparred with Su Ming before, he knew that Su Ming was stronger, but the extent of that strength eluded him. The overwhelming killing intent emanating from Su Ming sent a chill down his spine, indicating he was at the pinnacle of hidden strength. It was a suppression of realms that rendered any attempt at resistance futile. At that moment, Zhou Mingde was filled with regret, finally understanding why he had felt such terror in Su Ming's presence. He now comprehended that this young man was a fearsome entity, a warrior of legendary prowess. The security officers were acutely aware of an insurmountable threat bearing down upon them, as if any movement would lead to their utter destruction. Su Ming's inner demons were unleashed, spurred by the continuous disregard for justice and malicious attempts to frame him, pushing his patience to its breaking point. He glanced at the unconscious Jiang Yuqing in his arms and slowly raised his eyes. The fury within him surged violently, his gaze devoid of pain, filled only with hatred. "For you, I would not hesitate to offend the entire world. Kill. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Kill. The truth is inverted, the strong oppressing the weak. Kill. Traitors of Huadua, public enemies. At this moment, a collective sense of suffocation and despair enveloped everyone present, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld Su Ming. The suppression of realms crushed them as easily as one might squash an ant. Suddenly, a cacophony of roaring engines shattered the oppressive atmosphere, as 4 military vehicles sped onto the scene. Yuan Guoqiang had arrived. A dozen young men in black suits and sunglasses rushed forward, positioning themselves like an impenetrable wall between Su Ming and the security officers. "Su Ming, put him down, let's discuss this calmly," Yuan Guoqiang urged, sensing the murderous intent in Su Ming's eyes, making him shiver involuntarily. Simultaneously, he felt the terrifying aura emanating from Su Ming, confirming that he was indeed a master at the pinnacle of hidden strength, contrary to what Qin Xianbang had claimed. Su Ming regarded Yuan Guoqiang with confusion, as he did not recognize this individual. "Who are you to know my name?" "I am Yuan Guoqiang," he replied, finally introducing himself fully. A name flashed through Su Ming's mind like lightning. Yuan Guoqiang, the very person the elder Qin had mentioned. Realization dawned upon him, this man was his superior. "And how do you propose to handle this matter?" Su Ming inquired coolly, not bothering with pleasantries. He wished to ascertain whether the Blade organization truly upheld a stance of fairness and justice, refusing to serve the interests of any particular faction. "Rest assured, I will handle this matter impartially and provide you with a resolution," Yuan Guoqiang replied earnestly. In the vehicle, he had reviewed the complete video footage of the incident, igniting a fire of indignation within him. They fought valiantly for their country, yet their comrades were left unprotected. This was a disgrace they could not tolerate. Though he had never met Su Ming, he was profoundly shocked to learn from Qin Xianbang that the individual responsible for striking the Japanese reconnaissance aircraft was none other than Su Ming. In that instant, he comprehended the weight of Qin Xianbang's esteem and concern for Su Ming. He promptly relayed the footage to Zhao Xinwen, the personal guard of General Qin Xianbang, understanding that matters involving Su Ming were of utmost importance and required escalation. Although he had yet to meet Su Ming, in his heart, Su Ming was undoubtedly a hero of Huadua. Heroes shall not be offended, this includes their families and friends. Heroes must not be allowed to bleed or weep. Author's note. As the story progresses, more forces will become involved, and many significant characters will make their appearances. The subsequent chapters will enter yet another climactic phase, adhering to the principle of not diluting or compromising the narrative. I hope to present even more captivating content for every reader. Thank you for your support. Chapter 86. The mysterious figure Yuan Guoqiang recognized the assailant in the video who had viciously beaten Jiang Yuqing. He was a third-generation scion of the Qi and Chen families. The intricate relationships among the four prominent families of the capital are a subject of covert surveillance by the Blade organization. They possess a comprehensive dossier on the principal members of these families. These scoundrels, relying on their familial influence, brazenly wield power and instigate trouble. Yuan Guoqiang silently cursed to himself. Disarm them, Yuan Guoqiang declared sternly, his expression grave. At this pronouncement, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. All the security bureau officers regarded Yuan Guoqiang with incredulity. Who do you think you are to speak so boldly? Do you even realize what you're doing? Who are you? Everyone, stand down. Otherwise, I shall open fire, the officers of the security bureau clamored, perceiving this as a direct affront to their authority. In that moment, every security bureau officer aimed their weapons at the group clad in black suits. In the next instant, cold, glimmering submachine guns were pressed against their temples. Almost simultaneously, all the security bureau officers found themselves in a state of shock, the dark muzzles chillingly poised against their foreheads, an overwhelming sense of dread surging within them. They are officers of the security bureau, naturally familiar with this weapon, a 5.8mm submachine gun, currently only issued to special forces. In an instant, they realize that this group of individuals belongs to the special forces. However, something feels amiss. Personnel from special forces typically don military uniforms when on a mission, yet they are clad solely in black suits. Who exactly are they? What they do know is that in Huagua, anyone bold enough to draw a firearm must surely be affiliated with the state. They are undoubtedly military personnel, given the unmistakable signs of a military Humvee and the submachine guns, yet, the specific department they belong to remains unclear. The more they struggle to comprehend the identities of these individuals, the more fear grips them. It is a natural instinct. Humanity harbors an innate dread of the unknown. Cold sweat streams down their backs. The group in black suits remains expressionless, one hand holding the submachine gun to their foreheads while the other confiscates their weapons. Xu Feng and Lu Jun are profoundly shaken. This sudden appearance of individuals is evidently to support Su Ming. Moreover, the identities of these individuals are shrouded in mystery. Who are they, and who is Su Ming? The presence of such uniquely prestigious and enigmatic figures suggests that Su Ming's status is anything but ordinary. Everyone present is left dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the sheer dominance exhibited, as submachine guns have been brandished. Who are they? Truly, they stand as if petrified, afraid to make a sound. At this moment, Zhou Mingde is seething with resentment towards the security guard who reported the situation to him. What business is it of mine when they are fighting amongst themselves? Why am I, the head of the security department, caught up in this chaos? Alright, let him down, Yuan Guoqiang says, glancing at the disarmed security bureau officers with a hint of disdain, but he pays them no further mind, directing his attention instead to Su Ming. At this moment, Han Weiping's face has turned a deep shade of purple, his eyes rolling back, his facial muscles twitching in fear, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, his legs trembling in the air. Su Ming casts a glance at Yuan Guoqiang, remaining silent, his heart still troubled. Release him, save your friend first. I will handle matters here. Yuan Guoqiang speaks sincerely. Upon hearing Yuan Guoqiang's words, Su Ming's expression gradually softens, the murderous intent in his eyes retracting, even the fierce aura surrounding him begins to dissipate. In that instant, everyone senses the terrifying aura evaporate into thin air, their bodies relaxing, as if liberated, exhaling in relief. With a decisive motion, Su Ming tosses Han Weiping into the midst of the subdued security bureau officers. Thank you, Su Ming murmurs softly, his gaze towards Yuan Guoqiang imbued with a touch of affirmation and gratitude. At Su Ming's words, a slight smile graces Yuan Guoqiang's usually serious demeanor. Come with me, let's take her to the hospital, Yuan Guoqiang states, turning without a backward glance towards the military Humvee. As he reaches the vehicle, he casts a casual glance at the security bureau officers, remarking, I will keep your weapons safe for you, collect them at the security bureau headquarters. Upon receiving the command, members of the Blade organization stow their submachine guns and swiftly board the military Humvee in a synchronized manner. Su Ming's eyes brim with emotion as he hurriedly follows suit. Xu Feng and Lu Jun, witnessing the scene, quickly join them in the vehicle. Vroom, the military Humvee rumbles to life, its engine roaring like a ferocious beast, speeding away and kicking up a cloud of dust. As if drained of all strength, everyone collapses to the ground. The security bureau officers stare blankly at the receding military Humvee, feeling an unsettling disbelief wash over them, their minds spinning. They are officers of the security bureau, the law enforcement agency of Huagua, yet they have been disarmed without knowing who their assailants are. It is a disgrace of the highest order. Who would believe such a tale? Yet the reality before them leaves no room for doubt. They exchange glances, their eyes filled with shock and helplessness. Cough, cough. At this moment, Han Weiping regains his senses, coughing weakly as he says, quick, call for help, request support from headquarters. One of the officers beside him, as if awakening from a dream, hastily retrieves his phone and dials the emergency number for headquarters. The number you have dialed is not in service. The officer freezes, hangs up, and redials. The number you have dialed is not in service. The officer, bewildered, hangs up again, redials. The number you have dialed is not in service. The officer is on the brink of losing his sanity. What is going on? Someone call, he shouts loudly. The intensity of his outburst startles everyone, and after a moment of hesitation, they scramble to take out their phones and begin dialing. The security bureau officers know which number to call and frantically dial the emergency number for headquarters. However, Zhong Mingda and the others are at a loss for which number to call, and seeing the panicked officers, they can only dial random numbers. Although it feels somewhat like a futile gesture, the officers of the security bureau are all desperately making calls, as not participating would seem unacceptable. Even if they are unsure who to reach, the appearance of urgency is crucial. Even if they are merely putting on a facade, it is better than standing around foolishly. At least it won't draw ire. The number you have dialed is not in service. The number you have dialed is not in service. The number you have dialed is not in service. Almost everyone's calls fail to connect. In fact, on the way here, Yuan Guoqiang had already ordered the entire area of the National University to have its signals jammed. In this age of advanced networks and rapid self-media dissemination, he does not wish for any information about the Blade organization to become public, as the organization itself constitutes a matter of the highest secrecy. They look at each other, a sense of powerlessness rising within them. Chapter 87 of the gag order. In the office of the Deputy Director of the Beijing Municipal Government, Qi Haotian's expression was dark as he gazed at Han Weiping, who stood before him. Han was the father of Qi Yanyan, a pivotal figure of the Qi family's second generation, and the most likely candidate to inherit the position of family head. Han Weiping bowed respectfully, his heart racing with anxiety. "Are you saying that your firearms were confiscated?" Qi Haotian's eyes glimmered with disbelief as he scrutinized Han Weiping. "What nonsense is this? You, the esteemed director of the West City branch of the Security Bureau, were actually disarmed while executing a mission. Do you have no shame?" Upon hearing Qi Haotian's inquiry, Han Weiping broke into a cold sweat. The loss of firearms was an egregious dereliction of duty, especially when an entire team's weapons had been seized by unidentified individuals. The consequences would be dire, far beyond mere dismissal. Imprisonment was a possibility. The thought sent a shiver down Han Weiping's spine, his lips quivering as he managed to stammer. It was a group of unidentified individuals, you fool." Qi Haotian could no longer contain his rage. He slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly to point an accusatory finger at Han Weiping. Han flinched, lowering his head even further. Qi Haotian's mood had plummeted to its nadir. His daughter had suffered a shattered kneecap, and now the perpetrator remained at large, while the one tasked with apprehending them had lost his weapons. What a disgrace and utter humiliation for the Security Bureau. To dare show his face here, what a bunch of imbeciles. One wonders how he attained such a position. The more Qi Haotian looked at Han Weiping, the more irked he became, relentlessly questioning, "What sort of director are you? You've failed to apprehend the culprit and have lost your firearms. Do you comprehend the grave repercussions of losing firearms?" The soul-piercing interrogation felt like a bucket of cold water dousing Han Weiping, chilling him to the core. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead as his face went pale with fright, his legs weak beneath him, but he implored in a subdued tone, "Director Qi, please save me. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden." "Poof." Qi Haotian scoffed disdainfully, then asked, "Have you identified the assailants?" "And no." Han Weiping replied dejectedly, pausing before adding, "They are likely military personnel." "Military?" Qi Haotian murmured to himself, furrowing his brow as his heartbeat quickened, a wave of unease washing over him. "Very well, you may leave." After a brief pause, he began to dismiss Han. At these words, Han Weiping shuddered, raising his head in panic, desperately pleading, "Please save me, Director Qi, I did it for your daughter, get out." Qi Haotian regarded him with palpable disdain. This man dares to seek favor with the Qi family. What a delusion. Qi Haotian had no interest in those lacking utility. The Qi family required strong alliances for its growth. Hearing the commotion from within, Qi Haotian's secretary entered, casting a glance at Qi Haotian's ashen face but saying nothing, instead promptly escorting Han Weiping out. "Director Qi, you can't do this." Han Weiping's voice faded into the distance as he continued to plead outside. Qi Haotian took a seat, massaging his temples, lighting a cigarette, and inhaling deeply, his countenance dark and brooding. His secretary knocked and entered, but Qi Haotian did not look up, merely inquiring, "Have you found anything?" "We have located them. They are at a hospital in the capital." The secretary replied quietly before discreetly exiting. "A hospital in the capital, with military connections, who could it possibly be?" Qi Haotian pondered, then picked up the phone to call his brother, Qi Changyong. The autumn semester commencement meeting of the National University was convened in the third-floor conference room. Today's meeting primarily aimed to review the implementation of the preparations for the autumn semester that had been outlined last month. President Zhang Xinghuai, Vice President Li Changming, and heads of relevant departments attended the meeting. According to reports, a severe act of violence occurred this morning, with far-reaching negative repercussions. I will now yield the floor to Director Zhong for further details, Vice President Li Changming said, glancing at Zhong Mingda with a casual demeanor. Li Changming was a traditional intellectual. Although he held a leadership position within the university, it did not hinder his commitment to integrity and justice. He was acutely aware of the events that transpired that morning and was deeply pained. It was a crime. He held a strong disdain for the behaviors exhibited by the privileged youth, who spent their days flaunting their wealth or indulging in reckless extravagance, often behaving arrogantly and bullying others. In his eyes, they were merely a group of spoiled brats basking in their parents' glory. He felt immense sympathy for the newly enrolled female student and harbored profound contempt for those scoundrels. Simultaneously, he was highly dissatisfied with Zhong Mingda from the security department, who seemed oblivious to his duties and only sought to curry favor with these rich offspring, a stance he found intolerable. Thus, he intended to seize the opportunity presented by today's meeting to voice his grievances. Ahem.
Zhong Ming wore a bitter expression, recalling the events of the morning with lingering dread. He slowly exhaled, beginning to recount the incidents that had transpired that day. Wait a moment. To my knowledge, when you arrived at the scene, you did not ascertain the facts but instead made subjective judgments. Why is that? Li Changming interrogated. Zhong Ming's expression froze, rendered speechless. All eyes turned toward him, causing him to feel the heat rise to his cheeks. Please provide an explanation, Director Zhong. Li Changming pressed further. A heavy silence fell over the room, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Everyone understood Li Changming's reputation as an old-school intellectual, known for his stubbornness. Zhong Ming felt increasingly uneasy, cold sweat trickling down his back. He swallowed hard, wishing to speak but finding himself unable to answer the question. Time seemed to stretch interminably, each moment feeling like an eternity. Just then, the phone rang sharply. President Jiang Xinghua glanced at his phone on the table, momentarily stunned, before springing to his feet with remarkable agility, striding toward the conference room door, entirely uncharacteristic of a man in his 60s. Everyone stared in bewilderment at Jiang Xinghua's retreating figure, exchanging puzzled glances, utterly confused. They had never witnessed their president act so out of character. In their minds, Jiang Xinghua was a man of great rigor and composure. His sudden display of agitation suggested that the call was of utmost importance, and the identity of the caller was likely even more significant. They could not fathom who could provoke such a reaction from him. Outside the conference room, Jiang Xinghua stood rigid, a sheen of fine sweat glistening on his forehead. Yes, rest assured. After hanging up, Jiang Xinghua remained in a state of shock, regaining his composure before re-entering the conference room with an air of authority. Once seated, he spoke in a grave tone. I hereby announce 2 resolutions. Observing Jiang Xinghua's stern expression, coupled with the recent mysterious call, sent a wave of apprehension through the assembly. First, I hereby terminate Zhong Ming's position as Director of Security with immediate effect, Jiang Xinghua stated, his face betraying no emotion. The pronouncement landed like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned. Zhong Ming's face drained of color. He had felt the impending doom since that morning, knowing this moment would inevitably arrive. Second, regarding the events of this morning, a gag order is hereby imposed. No information is to be disclosed. All present staff and students are required to sign a confidentiality agreement. Violators will bear the consequences. Jiang Xinghua's tone brooked no argument. Everyone was left speechless, utterly shocked. Author's note. Heartfelt thanks to the readers who supported me. Hongmeng Lotus from Siam, the stout fellow who loves eagles and owls, the commander of the Second World War, and others such as the repairman from Yuenton, CF High E Milk Tea, and many more. Your support fuels my motivation to accelerate updates. The story is about to reach a thrilling climax. Stay tuned for more. Chapter 88. The vegetative state. Qi Yanyan and Chen Wei were both rendered incapacitated, and the news of their grave injuries swiftly spread among the prominent families in the capital. Just as everyone presumed that the assailants were doomed to face inevitable retribution, they were astounded to learn that the team led by Han Weiping returned empty-handed from their pursuit. To make matters worse, it was reported that their sidearms had been confiscated by an unidentified group. Although this information remained unverified and the Security Bureau had yet to issue an official statement, the revelation was enough to leave them utterly astonished. Soon after, another unsettling piece of news emerged. The National University had issued a gag order regarding the incident. Whispers circulated that the perpetrator was none other than this year's National College Entrance Examination top scorer, Su Ming. The revelation sent shockwaves through the community. What was particularly perplexing was the conspicuous silence from both official and independent media in this digital age, which typically thrives on the dissemination of news. Such an eerie lack of coverage raised questions about the magnitude of influence required to suppress information of this nature. What had transpired within the walls of the National University, the atmosphere among the esteemed families grew increasingly tense, a storm brewing on the horizon. At a hospital in the capital, outside the emergency room, the surgery in progress light glowed ominously. Su Ming, Chu Feng, Lu Jun, Yuan Guoqiang, and others anxiously awaited news, frequently glancing at the light above the surgery room door. Jiang Yuqing had been in surgery for over 2 hours, and still, there was no word. A palpable sense of despair hung over them. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Wensheng rushed to the hospital. How is it? He inquired softly. Lu Jun had already briefed him on the situation en route, leaving him momentarily speechless. His fondness for Jiang Yuqing was not solely due to her being Su Ming's girlfriend, but also because her inherent kindness had deeply moved him. He vividly recalled the incident during the contract signing when Li Jiwei's blunder had provoked Su Ming's ire, only for Jiang Yuqing to mediate and diffuse the tension. Neither he nor Li Jiwei faced repercussions. Rather, they gained favor. He understood that had Jiang Yuqing, feeling wronged, directed her frustration at them, they would not enjoy their current standing. Yet, she had chosen to absolve them, which had profoundly touched their hearts. Such a benevolent soul, yet fate had dealt her a cruel hand. It's been over an hour, and still no news, Lu Jun said, his voice tinged with frustration. This, Jiang Wensheng felt a sharp pang in his heart, and his mood darkened. He turned to look at Su Ming, who sat despondently on a bench in the corridor, his pallor and weariness evident, exuding an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Silently, he approached and sat beside Su Ming, offering him the solace of companionship without uttering a word, for he understood that Su Ming in this moment needed care and empathy. Though Su Ming was his employer and benefactor, at that moment, he was merely an 18-year-old boy. Do you have a cigarette? Su Ming's voice, cold and distant, broke the silence. In Jiang Wensheng's memory, Su Ming was not a smoker, but he said nothing as he produced a cigarette, handed it to Su Ming, and lit it for him. Su Ming inhaled deeply, the potent nicotine searing his lungs and eliciting a violent cough that bent him over. Jiang Wensheng felt a pang of sorrow and gently patted his back, murmuring, "Don't smoke." Cough, cough, I'm fine, Su Ming replied, taking another deep drag. The nicotine stimulation enveloped his mind in a dizzy haze. Gradually, he straightened up, leaning back against the chair, appearing relaxed, though his clear eyes were filled with anguish. Jiang Wunshan watched him with a heart full of concern. The seemingly invincible youth was burdened with insurmountable responsibilities. Yuan Guoqiang regarded this prodigious talent with a mix of admiration and regret. A sense of guilt washed over him. Had he arrived sooner, perhaps he could have averted this tragedy. Yet there were no what-ifs. A young girl, in the prime of her life, deserved to embrace a vibrant existence, yet she had been subjected to such violent devastation. A shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. At that moment, the surgery in progress light extinguished, the surgery room door swung open, and several doctors emerged, followed by nurses pushing Jiang Yuqing, who had just undergone surgery. Su Ming leapt to his feet and rushed forward, anxiety etched on his face. How did it go, Doctor? With Jiang Wenshang, Yuan Guoqiang, and the others gathered around, their expressions fraught with urgency. The lead doctor removed his mask, weariness etched on his face, and glanced at the assembled crowd. Who is the patient's family? I am, Su Ming blurted, immediately following with a tense inquiry. Doctor, what is her condition? The doctor met Su Ming's gaze and spoke gravely. The patient's condition is dire. She has sustained severe trauma to her head, resulting in critical ischemic hypoxic encephalopathy, rendering her without consciousness, sensation, or cognitive function, essentially exhibiting what is medically termed as unresponsive wakefulness syndrome, commonly referred to as a vegetative state. The impact of the doctor's words struck like a thunderclap. Su Ming staggered, his complexion drained of color, as if all life had been siphoned from him. A profound silence enveloped the room, each person frozen in disbelief. A vegetative state, this was an inconceivable reality. Just yesterday, she had radiated joy, and today, she lay as an unresponsive shell. Is there any chance of recovery? Jiang Wensheng stammered, his lips trembling. At present, there are no viable options, the doctor replied, plunging everyone into a chasm of despair. The atmosphere grew stiflingly oppressive. No, there must be a way. You're a doctor, you must have a solution, please tell me. Su Ming suddenly seized the doctor's collar, his voice a frenzied plea. I'm sorry, the doctor said, his eyes reflecting a flicker of compassion as he regarded the distraught Su Ming. Please, you must have a way. I beg you. Su Ming's features contorted in anguish, his eyes reddening, and tears streamed down his face. In that moment, he resembled a child lost in a storm of helplessness. The hearts of those present trembled, deeply moved by Su Ming's plight. This man, so extraordinary and formidable in their eyes, now appeared utterly vulnerable, their hearts ached as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Chu Feng and Lu Jun rushed to support Su Ming, but he forcefully pushed them away. He staggered to Jiang Yuqing's bedside, bending down to gaze at her peaceful visage. She remained as beautiful as ever, her delicate features and long lashes framing a face reminiscent of a sleeping beauty, yet now she lacked any semblance of awareness. Su Ming's heart shattered, and he choked out, Yuqing, please wake up. You promised that after coming to the capital, we would study together. Yuqing, we still have so much to explore in the city, and enjoy hot pot together. Wake up, how can I go on without you? Su Ming's laments pierced the air, stirring the hearts of all present, evoking tears and a sense of suffocating grief. Yuqing, trust me, I will save you. Author's note. I sincerely thank all readers for your engagement. To ensure this story remains original and the plot coherent, updates may be somewhat slow, please bear with me. Expect 2 to 3 updates daily, with more on weekends. The story is about to enter an explosive phase, stay tuned for more. Chapter 89. The movements of various parties. Chi Haotian ended the call, a perplexing thought lingering in his mind. This was the only source of his unease. Who exactly were those unidentified individuals? If, as Han Weiping speculated, they had military connections, then it was beyond his capacity to resolve. He would have to rely on his brother, Chi Changyong. Uncertain if contacting his brother was the right decision, he nonetheless believed that with their influential positions in both political and military circles, apprehending a few individuals would not pose a significant challenge. His brother, Chi Changyong, served as the commander of the 3rd Guard Division in the capital. In the early days of the establishment of the country, 5 major military regions were formed. The Eastern Theater, Southern Theater, Northern Theater, Western Theater, and Central Theater. The Central Theater, safeguarding the capital and several northern provinces, held immense geographical and political significance, boasting a formidable force of over 1 million troops, dubbed the most powerful military region in the realm. Amidst the complex domestic and international landscape of the early nation, the Central Theater was organized into 6 guard divisions, each comprising 3 regiments, stationed at critical military strategic locations surrounding the capital, effectively serving as its imperial guard. The position of commander of the 3rd Guard Division in the capital was prestigious and wielded considerable power. Chi Changyong was the pride of the Qi family, standing alongside his brother Chi Haotian as the backbone of the family, and was even lauded by the public as the Qi family's dual heroes. Contemplating his brother brought a sense of relief, easing the furrow in Chi Haotian's brow. It was imperative to capture the assailants. The authority of the Qi family was not to be challenged. He extinguished his cigarette with a fierce determination and summoned his secretary, commanding in a grave tone, notify the Beijing City Security Bureau to rush to the first hospital and apprehend the perpetrators. The Beijing City Security Bureau received an urgent call. Zhao Lin, upon noticing the call was from the city government office, promptly answered, "Hello, this is Zhao Lin. Greetings, Director Zhao. I am the secretary of Vice General Qi," conveying his directive to mobilize an efficient team immediately to the first hospital to apprehend the assailants. Understood, rest assured, Vice General Qi. After hanging up, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He had already heard whispers regarding the incident at the National University, and he was fully aware of the circumstances surrounding the West City Bureau Chief Han Weiping, who had been disarmed while leading a mission.
The identities of these mysterious individuals eluded him. Drawing from his extensive experience in the Security Bureau, he understood that these enigmatic figures were undoubtedly formidable. A foreboding sense crept in, suggesting that this matter was far from over. It felt as though the situation was akin to a meat grinder, now yawning wide, waiting to ensnare all within its grasp, grinding them to oblivion. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. As the deputy general of the city government, Chi Haotian was not someone to be trifled with. However, Zhao Lin was reluctant to repeat the mistakes of the past. Han Weiping's fate had been sealed the moment he stepped into this affair. He had just received intel from the National University indicating that the director of the security office, Zhong Mingde, had been relieved of his duties. This revelation instilled in him a palpable sense of dread, hanging ominously over everyone. After a moment of deep contemplation, he resolved to act. At Yexiashan, the Qin residence. At present, Jiang Yuqing has become a vegetable. At what? Qin Xianbang exclaimed, evidently taken aback by the news. Such cruelty. He slammed his hand on the table, his fury igniting. He had long harbored resentment towards the four prominent families, who, leveraging their influence, plundered the resources of Huagua and encroached upon the interests of the populace. Were it not for their entrenched power, he would have already initiated a reckoning. However, the intricacies of the four families' relationships, with their offspring scattered throughout military, political, and business sectors, necessitated his cautious approach, compelling him to endure in silence. He was fully aware of the unfolding events. Chen Wei's harassment of Jiang Yuqing was followed by Qi Yanyan's violent actions, constituting clear violations of the law. Even more infuriating was the complicity of both the security office and the bureau personnel, who, upon arrival, resorted to framing the situation an outrageous collusion that reminded him of an incident in Shandong City. His gaze hardened. It was evident that continued restraint would only exacerbate the malignancy, endangering the well-being of Huagua and harming the populace's interests. It seemed the time for decisive action had arrived. Noticing the fluctuations in Qin Xianbang's emotions, Zhao Xinwen paused before continuing his report. Chi Haotian has issued orders for the Beijing City Security Bureau to apprehend Su Ming, and Commander Qi Changyong of the 3rd Guard Division is deploying the security battalion to the 1st Hospital. Qin Xianbang's expression turned grave. After hearing Zhao Xinwen's report, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is there more?" He was utterly stunned. Qi Changyong had mobilized the security battalion. The authority to deploy the military rested solely with the highest operational command. Even a division commander lacked the power to make such decisions. The military represented the last bastion of Huagua. If anyone could mobilize it at will, chaos would ensue. Unauthorized military mobilization carried severe repercussions, tantamount to treason. It appeared that the Qi brothers were relentless, inexorably tightening their grip, even if it meant committing an egregious act to cement Su Ming's guilt. Well, splendid, such malice and utter shamelessness. According to reliable sources, the Chen family has dispatched martial artists, preparing to assassinate Su Ming. Zhao Xinwen continued. Upon hearing this, Qin Xianbang furrowed his brow, two sharp glints flashing in his eyes as he coldly snorted, "Humph, well prepared, utterly reckless. It seems we must take action, remaining passive won't suffice, or others may truly believe we old-timers have lost our relevance." He muttered to himself. Suddenly, Qin Xianbang's gaze sharpened, and he slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Immediately head to the hospital." Meanwhile, Tian Wenlong, director of the National Security Bureau, stared with uncertainty at a document in his hands. It was a purely textual report, devoid of any images, containing only stark, dry text. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. The absence of visual documentation was decidedly abnormal. He had begun to piece together the identities of these individuals, yet he could neither speak nor dare to reveal it. Such knowledge was an absolute secret within Huagua. As the head of the Security Bureau, his intelligence network had infiltrated various sectors, and he was well aware of the developments surrounding the incident at the National University. He understood that this matter required careful handling. That fool, he chastised inwardly. Had it not been for Han Weiping's reckless actions, the Security Bureau would not have been dragged into this mess. With the Bureau already embroiled, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. Frowning with impatience, he said, "Come in." His secretary entered, reporting, "Director, we have just received word that Zhao Lin, the director of the Beijing City Security Bureau, is leading a team to the 1st Hospital." What? In a surge of alarm, he sprang to his feet, his expression darkening. He nearly roared in fury. "Idiot, instruct him to remain on standby and not to act recklessly." "Understood," the secretary replied before hastily exiting. Author's note. These 2 chapters may be a bit cerebral and slow-paced, as I endeavored to consider the various conflicts and highlights. I hope you enjoy them. Heartfelt thanks to Do You Believe in Love? User 1653275, user 89679244, 11. Muchen, Bug, Fushijin, who loves silver rice, the mischievous one since childhood, Carefree Maple Leaf, Luohatu, who loves crystal buns, the Shorty, North Snow, user 276699385, the Fiery and Passionate Hawaii, user 347405660, user 193473335, user 140333397, and other reader friends for their generous support. Your contributions motivate me to increase updates. For the latest chapters, please stay tuned for tomorrow's explosive high-energy content. Chapter 90 of The Arrow is knocked in a hospital located in the capital city, an establishment designated by the municipal government. The medical facilities are of the highest caliber, and the environment is exceedingly serene and picturesque. At present, Jiang Yuqing has been admitted to the intensive care unit, where Su Ming sits by her bedside, gazing intently at the slumbering figure of Jiang Yuqing. He reminisces about her shy kiss, the tender expression of a girl's affections, a kiss imbued with warmth and sweetness, the essence of first love. He recalls the moment he found himself ensnared in a dire predicament, and how Jiang Yuqing, casting aside her youthful reticence, visited his parents, stirring deep emotions within him. He remembers the heart-wrenching gaze she cast upon him when he collided with the Japanese reconnaissance aircraft, a look filled with reluctance and profound sorrow, followed by her despair after the explosion. From that instant, they both understood that they could not exist without one another. In the absence of her presence, he is left with nothing but haunting memories. Scenes from their shared past flicker in his mind like a film reel, evoking both warmth and pain, leaving Su Ming in a state of bittersweet longing. At this moment, tranquility envelopes them, as if the entire world consists solely of the two of them, yet, this serene realm is tinged with an unspeakable bitterness. I will save you, no matter the cost, Su Ming murmurs, as if conversing with Jiang Yuqing. A determined glint shines in his eyes. The superboss system, akin to a miraculous antidote, fills Su Ming with an overwhelming sense of confidence. He believes wholeheartedly in its power, almost to the point of superstition. Unbeknownst to him, the hospital is abuzz with tension, as every shadow seems to harbor unseen threats. Chu Feng, Lu Jun, and Jiang Wensheng stand vigil outside the ward, while Yuan Guoqian leads a small elite team tasked with perimeter security. His contingent is modest, comprising only a 10-member squad. Stationed at the entrance of this floor, Yuan Guoqian has already received an influx of intelligence from various sources, and his anger simmers just beneath the surface. The atmosphere is charged with the intention of total annihilation. To capture Su Ming, one must first step over his dead body. The first to arrive is Qi Haotian, accompanied by his secretary and 4 security personnel from the municipal office. Upon his arrival at the hospital, he discovers that Zhao Lin's men have yet to arrive, prompting him to curse under his breath. Unbeknownst to Qi Haotian, Zhao Lin is already present, having discreetly parked his convoy on the opposite side of the hospital, avoiding any encounter with him. En route, Zhao Lin received a call from the headquarters of the Security Bureau, instructing him to remain on standby and refrain from taking any rash actions. A cold sweat breaks out as he realizes the gravity of the situation, grateful that he had anticipated this outcome and opted for a cautious approach. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. He maneuvers his convoy to a more secluded road at the hospital's rear and shuts off the engine. Gazing out the window, his eyes flicker with uncertainty, his heart tumultuous. Observing this, Qi Haotian, with no other recourse, heads towards the 7th floor of the inpatient department. However, as he steps out of the elevator, he is halted. Halt, Yuan Guoqian commands, flanked by 9 team members, each wielding submachine guns and emanating an aura of steely resolve. Who are you? Qi Haotian's heart skips a beat, as he realizes he is face to face with the enigmatic group. The 4 security personnel accompanying him exchange glances, their expressions paling as they behold the men in black suits before them. These are veterans who have transitioned from military service to work in the municipal office, and they instinctively sense the lethal intent radiating from this group, an essence only born from the brutality of battle. Their hearts race as they ponder the absurdity of encountering such palpable aggression in times of peace. They exchange fearful glances, recognizing the alarm mirrored in each other's eyes. Yuan Guoqian, undeterred, maintains an icy demeanor as he fixes a cold stare upon Qi Haotian, enunciating each word with deliberate severity. This area is now under a level 1 security alert. I implore you to vacate immediately. Who are you? This is the deputy mayor of the capital city. Qi Haotian's secretary steps forward, indignant at the obstruction. However, before he can finish his tirade, one of Yuan Guoqian's team members strides forward and delivers a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, the submachine gun trained directly on him. The atmosphere grows tense, beads of cold sweat forming on Qi Haotian's brow. What manner of individuals are these? Their brutality is shocking, and he dares not provoke them further, instinctively glancing at his 4 security personnel. At this moment, his companions appear flustered. They have realized from the earlier actions that these foes are not to be trifled with. Possessing training far beyond their own capabilities, they harbor no doubts that should they attempt to force their way through, the response would be immediate and deadly. Second warning. Vacate this area at once, or face the consequences. Yuan Guoqian's chilling voice resonates. A shiver runs down Qi Haotian's spine as he senses the precariousness of the situation. Gritting his teeth, he turns and departs, the remnants of his authority as deputy mayor evaporating in the face of such overwhelming force. Meanwhile, a military contingent led by Qi Changyong arrives in full force at the entrance of the hospital's inpatient department, comprised of approximately 120 fully equipped personnel. It is evident that Qi Changyong is resolute in preserving the Qi family's authority, willing to go to great lengths to do so. He leads half of his men into the building while leaving 60 soldiers stationed at the entrance, effectively sealing off any chance of Su Ming's escape. It must be acknowledged that Qi Changyong's strategy is ruthlessly cunning. His intent is to ensnare Su Ming within the confines of the inpatient building. As he strides into the lobby, he unexpectedly encounters Qi Haotian emerging from the elevator. The brothers are momentarily taken aback. Qi Haotian, still seething with indignation, recounts his recent encounter, his voice laced with frustration. Although Qi Haotian serves as the deputy mayor, he has never before encountered military resistance, and today's confrontation has instilled in him a profound sense of the military's unassailable authority. He feels utterly humiliated, never having experienced such disgrace. Upon hearing this, Qi Changyong is equally perplexed. He has never heard of such a unit. Having spent years in the military, he is aware of numerous special and covert operations, yet this particular group is unknown to him. Of course, he is not naive enough to believe that they are merely pretending to be military personnel. Their brazen actions suggest a formidable backing. If such a unit could elude his awareness, it implies a rank so elevated that even he would not be privy to it. The thought sends a chill down his spine. In truth, Qi Changyong is reluctant to involve himself in this affair, for he disapproves of Qi Yanyan's conduct. A young woman of noble heritage, yet eccentric in her style and behavior, is a source of embarrassment to him and affront to the family's reputation. He has broached the subject with Chi Haotian on multiple occasions, only to receive a resigned smile in return. If frustrated, he has chosen to disengage. The parent's lack of urgency renders his concerns moot. When he received his brother's call regarding Qi Yanyan, his instinct was to refuse outright. However, persuasion led him to recognize that, for the sake of the family's authority and interests, he must step forward. The Qi family's dominion cannot be challenged, their interests cannot be infringed upon. His grand display of strength is not merely a pursuit of Su Ming, but also a demonstration of power. Reflecting on this, he cannot help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation, realizing he is frightening himself over mere speculation. Nevertheless, having committed himself to this course of action, retreat is not an option. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely declares, "No turning back, we advance." Author's note: I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the following readers: the Eternal Emperor, the Stout-Hearted Owl Enthusiast, user 123456 La, the Connoisseur of Bone Broth, the Cosmic Lotus of Siam, Unperturbed in Sorrow, a 7 Lele, half-drunk half-awake, Shamishi, do you believe in love? User 165327555, user 89679244, user 11, Muchen, Bug, and the Lover of Silver Rice, Fu Shurian Shurjin, the Mischievous Child, Dashing Maple Leaf, Northern Snow, and the Fiery Huwudyu, for your generous support. Your contributions inspire my continued writing and efforts. Chapter 91 Tension Mount. Su Ming was enveloped in immense astonishment. He had just awakened the system, and a familiar interface appeared before him. The skill options are as follows. Culture, Art, Martial Arts, Firearms, Medicine, for the host Su Ming to choose. Without hesitation, Su Ming selected the medicine option in his mind. A subsequent interface emerged, presenting two sub-options: traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. After careful consideration, Su Ming opted for traditional Chinese medicine, recognizing its thousands of years of heritage, with many treasures bequeathed by his ancestors. To his surprise, upon selecting traditional Chinese medicine, he was confronted with 5 categories: mountain, medicine, fate, divination, and physiognomy. Su Ming was utterly bewildered. He did not comprehend how this diverged from his understanding. Wasn't traditional Chinese medicine merely based on observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking? In truth, these represented the 5 arts of traditional Chinese medicine, rooted in the I Ching, which encompasses all things in time and space, where yin and yang are opposing yet transformable, as in the cycles of seasons in life. He gazed at the medicine option with confusion. Selecting medicine seemed indisputable, as its meaning was clear from the characters. The other options could be addressed later. Does host Su Ming confirm the selection of the medical skill within the 5 arts of traditional Chinese medicine, which will consume 5,000 points? Refusal will allow for a reselection. Confirm. Su Ming made his choice in his mind. The medical aspect of the 5 arts of traditional Chinese medicine employs methods such as prescriptions, acupuncture, and spiritual healing to maintain health and treat ailments. Immediately, a torrent of ancient and arcane medical knowledge surged into Su Ming's brain. The Huangdi Neijing records that the Taiyi Divine Needle is a treasure sought after by every generation of Chinese medicine practitioners, capable of enriching vital energy and warding off diseases, with the power of resurrection. Upon receiving this information, Su Ming could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He knew that the Huangdi Neijing was the earliest medical classic in China, one of the 4 foundational texts of traditional medicine, signifying its tremendous significance. The other 3 medical texts are the Nanjing, Shanghan Zabingluan, and Shinnong Benxia Jing. Ah, this is a point of knowledge, a brief dissemination. Although he had never heard of the Taiyi Divine Needle, its name alone suggested its extraordinary nature. Both Taiyi and Divine Needle are terms frequently encountered in ancient legends. Their combination undoubtedly signifies an extraordinary collaboration. It appears that a compelling name indeed leaves a profound impression. The Taiyi Divine Needle is further divided into 2 major techniques: burning mountain fire and piercing sky coolness, either shallow then deep, or deep then shallow, light stimulation, heavy stimulation, or repeated insertion. As if the knowledge were loading like a program, medical information flooded into Su Ming's mind. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted outside the door. Ignoring it, Su Ming continued to absorb the medical knowledge. 2 minutes passed. The noise grew louder, yet Su Ming remained still, furrowing his brow. 5 minutes. The clamor drew nearer, prompting Su Ming to open his eyes, his gaze shimmering with intensity. 10 minutes. Satisfied, Su Ming rose, glanced at Jiang Yuqing, and turned to stride toward the door. As he pushed the door open, Chu Feng urgently exclaimed, "Boss, Qi Changyong has mobilized the guard platoon and stormed into the hospital. Confronting Yuan Guoqiang, they demand that we surrender the murderer." Upon hearing this, Su Ming's fury ignited instantly, a powerful aura erupting forth. Good, this is excellent, Su Ming sneered. Some individuals would not relent until they were made to feel pain. Since they could not wait any longer, he would repay blood with blood, tooth for tooth. They must pay the price. He slowly advanced toward the corridor entrance, followed closely by Chu Feng, Lu Jun, and Jiang Wensheng. Observing Su Ming's newly regained posture and the formidable aura emanating from him, they exchanged glances filled with astonishment. The king had returned, ready to sweep through all obstacles. At this moment, the most disheartened were the brothers Qi Haotian and Qi Changyong. When Qi Changyong charged up with 60 soldiers, he found the corridor entrance obstructed by 10 individuals clad in black suits. Despite their meager number, the opposing forces' momentum was unwavering, even surpassing their own. The corridor was narrow, forcing some soldiers to stand on the staircase. Upon their arrival, Qi Changyong was confronted by 10 silenced submachine guns, their dark muzzles already aimed at them. The sensation of facing these weapons caused Qi Changyong's heart to tremble. The icy barrels exuded an aura of death, as if bullets would be unleashed in the next moment, piercing their bodies. Qi Haotian was equally vexed. He had thought that Qi Changyong's arrival with the military would alter the situation, yet they were immediately suppressed by the opposition. This left him with a sense of inexplicable sorrow. Was a deputy commander and a garrison division commander truly so inconsequential? How could they be thwarted at this corridor entrance, unable to advance or retreat? In a panic, Chi Changyong and his men quickly gripped their Type 56 submachine guns, assuming combat stances to aim at the adversaries. However, the opposing force remained unfazed, their grip on their weapons was steady, their expressions resolute, and their eyes radiated a chilling murderous intent. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, suffocating in its intensity. Chi Changyong's gaze flickered, uncertainty clouding his voice as he inquired, "Who are you? Step aside and do not obstruct our duties. This is now a level 1 alert zone. We request that you leave immediately," Yuan Guoqiang replied coldly. "Lower your weapons and surrender, Su Ming," Chi Changyong retorted firmly. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. As the commander of the 3rd Garrison Division, he represented the armed forces of the division. He had to stand firm and not allow morale to falter.
This is the second warning.
"Leave here immediately, or you will bear the consequences," Yuan Guoqiang issued a warning. Although the Garrison Division was formidable, it paled in comparison to the force before them, as they were the most enigmatic and elite organization in the country. A series of clicks echoed as gunbolts were drawn back, the atmosphere became extraordinarily strained, an overwhelming intent to kill enveloping Chi Changyong and his soldiers. Tension soared, ready to erupt at any moment. When Qin Xianbang's group arrived, the inpatient department had already been surrounded by the 3rd Garrison Division. 60 armed soldiers had firmly secured the area, clearly intent on eliminating Su Ming, for they would not exert such effort otherwise. Chi Changyong had gone mad, mobilizing the military without authorization. This was a desperate gamble, risking everything. As Qin Xianbang's military convoy approached, it was halted by several armed soldiers. Furious, Qin Xianbang found it unprecedented for anyone to block his vehicle. To his astonishment, on the very ground of the capital, his vehicle was obstructed by members of the military. He immediately pushed open the door, unwilling to witness Su Ming meet his demise. Every second counted. He needed to act decisively. The longer he delayed, the greater the danger to Su Ming. Zhao Xinwen and 3 other guards promptly followed, forming a protective circle around him. Qin Xianbang approached the soldiers who had halted his vehicle and spoke in a low voice, "Step aside." Most of the guards at the entrance were soldiers, led by Zhang Chang, the commander of the guard platoon and a trusted aide of Chi Changyong. Zhang Chang did not recognize Qin Xianbang and, seeing only an elderly man, dismissed him. Had he known that this elder was the illustrious General Qin, a leading figure in the military, he would not have dared to obstruct Qin Xianbang's vehicle even if given 100 chances.
The author has something to say.
"I would like to express my gratitude to all the readers for their support. This book has reached nearly 200,000 words and aims to be between 500,000 to 1,000,000 words. Your support is my motivation to continue updating. I strive to deliver more exciting chapters daily, so please enjoy reading. I also kindly ask friends who appreciate this work to bookmark, reward, rate 5 stars, and follow for updates. I sincerely thank each reader." Chapter 92. The eruption of hidden power. Zhang Chang felt a surge of displeasure as an elder confronted him. Angrily, he retorted, "Who are you to speak here? This area has already been commandeered by our military. It is a restricted zone, you should leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Qin Xianbang, filled with rage, retorted with a mocking smile, "It seems you are completely lawless. The military's unauthorized actions are disturbing the local order. Prepare to face a military tribunal."
Qin Xianbang's expression darkened ominously.
"Withdraw your men at once, or you shall bear the consequences." Zhang Chang felt a tremor of apprehension as he scrutinized the elder before him, a sense of foreboding gnawing at his soul. "Who do you think you are, issuing orders as you please?" he bit out, still unwilling to relent. "Seize them all," Qin Xianbang commanded decisively with a wave of his hand.
"Any resistance will be met with lethal force." With those words, an overwhelming aura emanated from Qin Xianbang.
Zhang Chang's heart plummeted. He sensed that this elder was no ordinary man, for such a powerful presence could not be feigned. It was unmistakably that of a superior. Nevertheless, Zhang Chang's fierce disposition shone through. As a soldier, he was unwaveringly loyal to his superiors, dutifully obeying orders without question, even disregarding right from wrong. He shouted, "All team members, assume a state of high alert." Before he could finish, a throng of soldiers surged forward, their weapons trained upon them without hesitation. The ominous barrels exuded an aura of death, instilling profound terror within their hearts. Despite being fully armed, these soldiers had not seen battle in decades of peace and had never experienced the brutalities of war. Before they could react, they found themselves surrounded, trapped in a tight circle by the advancing troops. The sudden targeting of dozens of guns left them paralyzed with fear, frozen in place. "Drop your weapons, or face immediate execution," one soldier barked. Zhang Chang's face went pale. He understood that the soldiers opposite them were not jesting. They, too, were soldiers, and obeying orders was their duty. If they did not relinquish their weapons, the opposing soldiers would not hesitate to fire. With a resigned sigh, he tossed his gun to the ground. The other soldiers stared in disbelief. Seeing their commander disarm, their resolve crumbled, and they reluctantly followed suit, dropping their weapons.
"Get them onto the truck," Qin Xianbang bellowed.
In an instant, Zhang Chang and the other soldiers were herded onto a military vehicle. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Chi Changyong, the area had fallen under Qin Xianbang's control. On the 7th floor of the hospital, tensions were on the brink of explosion. At that moment, Su Ming arrived at the corridor, parting the crowd of Yuan Guoqiang and others, and appeared before Chi Haotian and Chi Changyong.
"Are you looking for me?" Su Ming asked coldly, disdain evident in his eyes.
At that moment, Su Ming exuded a powerful aura that seemed to solidify the very air around him. Chi Haotian and Chi Changyong, confronted by Su Ming's sudden presence, felt a jolt of fear, exchanging bewildered glances. Qi Changyong regarded Su Ming with an expression of complex emotions, while Su Ming's gaze remained frigid and unyielding. Qi Haotian, suppressing his racing heart, said with a facade of bravado, "You have injured 2 students, violating the laws of Huagua. We are here to apprehend you. If you are wise, you will come with us, otherwise, you shall face the consequences." At this, fury surged within Su Ming. He cast a scornful glance at Qi Haotian, scoffing, "You dare speak of the law?" Chen Wei and Qi Yanyan, emboldened by their family's power, wreak havoc and assault a new female student. Where was your talk of the law then? After the incident, the Security Office and the Safety Bureau acted without inquiry, maliciously framing others. Why did you not discuss the law then? You, a deputy director of the city government office, violated procedural protocols and unlawfully detained individuals. Why was the law not a concern for you then? Su Ming's merciless rebuke struck like arrows at their vulnerabilities, leaving Qi Haotian and his brother crimson with embarrassment. Faced with Su Ming's relentless questioning, they were rendered speechless. The soldiers behind them felt a wave of shame wash over them, their eyes darting uncertainly, and meanwhile, Yuan Guoqiang observed the scene with calm composure, a look of approval glinting in his eyes. "And you," Su Ming pointed at Qi Changyong, his anger surging uncontrollably, "how dare you, a commander of the garrison, recklessly mobilize troops? Who granted you this authority? This is an act of rebellion." His words detonated like a bomb, leaving Qi Changyong visibly shaken, his face paling dramatically. The soldiers behind him felt their hearts race. They understood the gravity of the accusation. If proven true, there would be no escape for them. Over the years, many soldiers had been purged due to internal strife, and though they had not witnessed it directly, they had heard whispers. With a vast military, factionalism was inevitable, and maintaining the purity and stability of the ranks was far more brutal and violent than the political arena. Realizing the severity of the situation, some soldiers instinctively took a step back, their weapons drooping helplessly. "The individuals you have harmed still lie in hospital beds, rendered vegetative, possibly never to awaken, and you come here to discuss the law with me?" As he spoke, Su Ming's fierce aura erupted, a palpable killing intent rising. His eyes burned crimson, his expression fierce and menacing as he enunciated each word, "I demand retribution for your blood debts." In that moment, he resembled a deity, exuding an imperial pressure that overshadowed all. Everyone felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, terror emanating from the depths of their souls. The bravado they had previously displayed dissipated, leaving them akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, their eyes filled with panic. Even the members of the Blade organization behind Yuan Guoqiang were taken aback, sensing an insurmountable wave of killing intent, a fear that resonated with their very souls. They knew that a new recruit was joining the Blade organization, and they were curious about what made this newcomer so exceptional that their leader, Yuan Guoqiang, would mobilize a team to defend him, even confronting the Security Bureau and the 3rd Garrison openly. Such a thing had never occurred before. What right did he have? Now, they finally understood. The seemingly youthful newcomer was incredibly formidable. Despite being members of the Blade organization, at this moment, they felt utterly helpless in the face of Su Ming's unleashed power. Before Su Ming, they were completely overpowered. This was a suppression of realms, akin to a bloodline domination, with no room for doubt. Su Ming effortlessly launched a punch, a resounding explosion echoing as hidden power erupted, a torrent of formidable energy crashing towards Qi Haotian and the others. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to shatter, twisting in chaos. Qi Haotian, Qi Changyong, and others were sent flying amidst the astonished gazes of the Blade members, their bodies colliding violently with the ceiling, the elevator doors, and then crashing heavily to the ground. With a sickening thud, all of them coughed up copious amounts of blood, their faces as pale as sheets, terror vividly reflected in their eyes. The scene was drenched in crimson. Author's note. Heartfelt gratitude to username 4034019, Yinging Bang, Mochen, Guyuan, Du Hongpeng from the Ancient Pyramid Nation, Urban Cultivation for Millennia, Yizhizhou, user 22074113, user 332016333, Beijishuet, Infin, Bushoji, Lopeyong Uai Qing, user 2009, Aizi, Ashes, and all the readers for your generous support. Your contributions are my motivation to write more. Thank you to all my readers. Tomorrow, there will be 3 updates. Chapter 93 in Mastery of Medicine. Yuan Guoqiang's face was etched with shock. It was his first time witnessing Su Ming in action, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he had felt the terrifying aura emanating from Su Ming at the National University, it now seemed that the might of this punch subtly overshadowed his own. He could now ascertain that Su Ming's prowess was at the pinnacle of the late stage of dark energy, on the verge of transcending into the realm of transformation. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, upon selecting the skill of medicine, ancient healing techniques surged into his body, merging with the spiritual energy within him. Martial arts and medicine inherently complement each other. Under their mutual enhancement, his strength had, almost imperceptibly, escalated. The members of the Blade organization stood dumbfounded, having been forced back several steps by the overwhelming force of Su Ming's aura, despite being positioned behind him. Their expressions mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost. Was this still a human, a genius of such terrifying caliber? Chu Feng, Lu Jun, and Jiang Wensheng felt their hearts race. They had believed they had accurately gauged Su Ming's strength, yet it was now evident that they had grossly underestimated him. Chu Feng realized that during their previous encounter, Su Ming had not unleashed his full power. Gazing down at Qi Haotian, Qi Changyong, and the others lying at his feet, Su Ming's face was a mask of disdain, his blood-red gaze flickering with a hint of malice as his imposing aura began to intensify once more. Everyone present felt the chilling pressure of his presence, their expressions frozen in disbelief as Qi Haotian and Qi Changyong's faces morphed from calm to terror, fear palpable in their features. As Su Ming's murderous intent surged, despair crept into their eyes. For the first time, they sensed that death was perilously close. Just as Qi Haotian and Qi Changyong appeared destined for demise, Qin Xianbang made his entrance. "Su Ming, you have suffered," Qin Xianbang declared, leading a charge towards the scene. His gaze fell upon the bloodied soldiers of the 3rd Defense Division sprawled across the ground, and a look of disgust crossed his face. Qi Changyong, having spotted Qin Xianbang, felt his last flicker of hope extinguish, his heart plunging into despair.
With a grim countenance, Qin Xianbang commanded, "Take them all down."
His soldiers surged forward without hesitation, unceremoniously hauling the defeated foes away. Upon hearing Qin Xianbang's voice, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. The concern etched on Qin Xianbang's face caused the malice in his own gaze to diminish. It was as though he had encountered a long-lost relative, and the grievances he had endured erupted forth, causing his nose to tingle and his eyes to redden. Seeing Qin Xianbang's arrival, Yuan Guoqiang breathed a quiet sigh of relief, fearing Su Ming might have slain them in a fit of rage. After all, the laws of Huagua dictated that such matters should be left to the military.
Yuan Guoqiang and his entourage approached to pay their respects, positioning themselves beside Qin Xianbang.
"My child, I am deeply sorry, I failed to protect her," Qin Xianbang expressed with a tinge of guilt, regarding Su Ming as his own. Witnessing the grievous state of his girlfriend weighed heavily on his heart. "Old Master Qin," Su Ming choked out, unable to voice any further words. He refrained from addressing Qin Xianbang as his master in front of the assembled crowd. Until he possessed sufficient strength to command respect, discretion was imperative, as Qin Xianbang had explicitly advised during his apprenticeship. Any revelation of his status as Qin Xianbang's disciple could invite unrelenting peril, potentially jeopardizing those close to him. "I know, I understand everything," Qin Xianbang replied, visibly moved, gently patting Su Ming's shoulder. "Quickly, lead me to her."
"All right," Su Ming acquiesced, guiding Qin Xianbang to Jiang Yuqing's hospital room.
Jiang Yuqing lay silently on the hospital bed, her pallid face devoid of color, her entire being exuding a lifeless aura, with only the faintest breath indicating she was still alive. The sight cast a shadow over the expressions of all present. Observing Jiang Yuqing, who appeared to be in a deep slumber, Qin Xianbang felt an overwhelming ache in his heart. They had fought valiantly, repelling formidable foes and quelling internal strife, sacrificing countless lives for the stability and prosperity of Huagua, so that its citizens could lead peaceful lives. Now that peace had been achieved, some individuals had the audacity to scorn the laws of Huagua, wielding power over the populace, even trampling lives without a second thought. Such transgressions could no longer be tolerated. It was time to eradicate the malignant scourge. Qin Xianbang's heart was tumultuous, his face betraying his righteous indignation. He turned to Su Ming, solemnly stating, "I will handle this matter."
With that, he nodded towards Yuan Guoqiang, who understood and led his team out of the hospital room, even Jiang Wenqing and the others departing.
Only Qin Xianbang, Su Ming, and Jiang Yuqing remained in the room. The founding of the Zhulong dynasty aimed to liberate the people from oppression, to create a stable and prosperous era. After decades of peace, while material wealth has flourished, spiritual fulfillment remains woefully lacking. In this era of rampant materialism, some have lost their essence, becoming increasingly greedy and vicious. Some who wield power have succumbed to the allure of wealth, while those who control resources demand ever more without restraint. When power spirals out of control and resources become imbalanced, catastrophic consequences ensue, resulting in injustice and stirring public outrage.
Yet, this is an inevitable part of any nation's developmental journey.
Our duty is to rectify errors and guide Huagua towards a healthier, more ideal trajectory, with the Blade Organization as its steadfast executor.
Qin Xianbang's words illuminated Su Ming's understanding.
The Blade Organization was not merely a force of violence but embodied a profound conviction, a commitment to the nation and its people. This belief propelled them to selflessly devote themselves to the prosperity of Huagua. "Though I may face countless perils, I shall not waver." This was the essence of righteousness, the greater good of the nation. Su Ming nodded, his gaze reflecting resolute determination. Seeing Su Ming's comprehension, Qin Xianbang smiled with appreciation. He then glanced at Jiang Yuqing, speaking with heartfelt concern, "Do not grieve too deeply, I will arrange for Huagua's top experts to treat her.
I believe she will pull through."
"No need for that, master," Su Ming replied nonchalantly. Qin Xianbang was momentarily taken aback, confusion etched on his face as he regarded Su Ming. "I can save her," Su Ming stated calmly. Qin Xianbang's composure faltered, staring at Su Ming in bewilderment. Internally, he pondered whether the lad had suffered some sort of trauma, thinking it was merely a matter of a cold or fever that could be cured with a few injections and pills. Such a condition had confounded numerous esteemed experts, who dared not assert they could heal it. Could he truly succeed where they had failed, the odds of a vegetative patient recovering were minuscule, nearly non-existent.
Seemingly reading Qin Xianbang's thoughts, Su Ming grinned, "Master, do you still doubt me? You possess knowledge of medicine?" Qin Xianbang retorted.
I know a little," Su Ming replied, feigning profundity. At this, Qin Xianbang rolled his eyes, feeling that the boy had an annoyingly cheeky demeanor.
Author's note.
I sincerely thank I don't want a fairy wand, Snow Spirit who loves Korean seaweed soup, user 39094979, Longy 6666, Yang Tiangan who loves ham and peas, user 42877225 who reads novels daily, Princess Xiao from Heishiniyuan, user 523777024, user 189522046, Chi Lao who loves plain potato cakes, user 64659669, user 38787120, Lei Huamong who loves noodle pancakes, Tang Wenwen who likes dressing up, and all other readers for their generous support. Your contributions are my motivation to continue updating. Chapter 94 Liquidation. Chi Haoyan returned home in a state of utter desolation, the haunting image of his brother Qi Chanyang's piercing glare as he was forcibly loaded onto the truck still vivid in his mind. Qi Chanyang's eyes were filled with resentment and a chilling emptiness, evoking a foreboding sensation within Chi Haoyan's heart. Staring blankly at the soldiers as they were ushered onto the military truck, he could not help but inquire, "What are you planning to do?"
No one acknowledged him. Yuan Guoqiang shot him a cold glance, as if regarding a corpse. In that moment, Chi Haotian had lost all semblance of the vice-commander as authority. His secretary and 4 bodyguards hurriedly escorted him home, panic-stricken. With a heart laden with trepidation, Chi Haotian entered his father's room, where the elder was resting in a recliner. Hearing the commotion, he slowly opened his eyes to gaze upon his son. Upon noticing the pallor of Chi Haotian's face, Chi Laoye's heart sank. What has happened? He found it difficult to meet his father's gaze, and after a moment of silence, he recounted the events in detail. Chi Laoye listened intently, suddenly sitting upright, fury igniting his features as he directed his ire at his son. What, you dare to unilaterally mobilize the army? Have you lost your mind? Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Chi family? His chest heaved violently, breath coming in ragged gasps, and he could no longer suppress his outrage. Once Chi Haotian had finished recounting the events, Chi Laoye could no longer contain himself, erupting in a thunderous roar. Unfilial son, grabbing a teacup from the table, he hurled it violently at Chi Haotian's forehead, the cup shattering upon impact, blood streaming down Chi Haotian's face. Stunned, he lifted his gaze toward his father, only to find tears streaming down the elder's face. Father, father, panic surged within him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. After a long pause, Chi Laoye, with a heart heavy with sorrow, uttered, "You should resign in disgrace." Having once served in the military before transitioning to a governmental role, ascending to the position of provincial governor, he had witnessed the brutal realities of military strife. Chi Haotian's safe return home was a testament to his non-military status, yet it did not exempt him from the impending calamity. The reckoning had begun the moment Chi Changyong was taken away. The collusion between local officials and military personnel and unauthorized troop mobilization was a grave taboo, a red line not to be crossed. Now, retreating to advance, he needed to demonstrate a resolute stance to his superiors, perhaps allowing them to escape this impending doom. Yet the outcome remained uncertain, left to the whims of fate. Chi Laoye's heart ached. No, he could not leave it to chance. He recalled his former superior, perhaps the sole glimmer of hope. With a thunderous crash, Chi Haotian was jolted from his reverie, stammering, "Wh. Why?" Chi Laoye looked at him with a mixture of disappointment and gravity, saying, "You have provoked forces you should not have, and committed acts you ought not to have." Overwhelmed by fear, Chi Haotian collapsed to the ground, terror flooding his senses. Zhao Lin sat in the police car, his eyes closed in contemplation, yet his heart was anything but tranquil. Time slipped away until a resounding bang shattered the stillness. His seasoned instincts recognized it as gunfire. A chill ran down his spine, and he thought, "Here it comes." Other security bureau officers also heard the shots, and a few disembarked to investigate. He snapped, "Everyone, back in the car and stand by. No one is to exit without my command." The suddenness of his bark startled them, and they exchanged confused glances before reluctantly complying. Before long, a rapid series of phone rings pierced the air, causing Zhao Lin to tense immediately. He swiftly answered, "Yes, yes." After hanging up, he inhaled sharply, his face a mask of shock. Weak and defeated, he sank back into his seat, murmuring, "Withdraw." The officer behind the wheel shot him a complex glance but said nothing as he turned the vehicle around. Just as they reached the intersection, a sudden brake jolted Zhao Lin awake, the force propelling him forward, nearly colliding with the windshield. As he prepared to unleash his frustration, he was struck dumb by the scene before him. Military trucks sped past, laden with soldiers. Strangely, they stood facing inward, weapons drawn downward, evidently guarding prisoners within the confines of the vehicle. Zhao Lin's eyes widened in horror as he swallowed hard. Among the soldiers was Yuan Guoqiang, directing the convoy toward the outskirts of the city. Inside the truck, Chi Changyong huddled with the soldiers from the security detail, sensing the increasing desolation of their surroundings. As twilight descended, uncertainty gripped them. Where were they headed? Fear was etched on every face. Chi Changyong's countenance was ashen, his eyes devoid of life, despair flooding his heart as he dimly comprehended their destination. The atmosphere within the vehicle was eerily silent, an unsettling calm enveloping them. Chi Changyong was acutely aware of their fate. The military's internal conflicts were merciless, and he had pondered the consequences of his unauthorized troop mobilization. Such an act was a grave offense, a line not to be crossed, and utterly unforgivable. Yet, Chi Haotian's persuasion had clouded his judgment, compelling him to uphold the Chi family's authority. Under Chi Haotian's influence, a flicker of hope had taken root within him, a delusion that even in failure, the military might show leniency due to their family ties. However, reality proved that hope was futile. The red line, once crossed, led to an irretrievable abyss. Perhaps this was a path from which there was no return, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. It was over. The Chi family was doomed, all was lost. In anguish, Chi Changyong shut his eyes. Over an hour later, they arrived at a desolate mountain valley, where a derelict military camp lay abandoned. The military trucks came to a gradual halt, and the soldiers were forcibly disembarked, some trembling in fear, clinging desperately to the vehicle, unwilling to descend. The soldiers overseeing the operation brutally struck them with rifle butts, forcing them down. Chi Changyong offered no resistance, resembling a marionette as he was led off the vehicle. They were taken to a dilapidated warehouse, dark and damp, the air thick with the scent of mildew. A grim realization dawned upon them. Some soldiers contemplated rebellion, but were met only with ruthless blows from the rifle butts, knocking them to the ground. Yuan Guoqiang's gaze was cold and filled with lethal intent as he emotionlessly declared, "By orders of the commander, you are charged with treason, plotting to betray the nation, and you shall be executed on the spot." Despair washed over everyone, with several collapsing under the weight of their fate. With that, Yuan Guoqiang raised his hand high and brought it down with force. A barrage of gunfire erupted, smoke engulfing the area as bodies fell like broken twigs, collapsing to the ground.
The warehouse descended into an oppressive silence. Chapter 95 of the Divine Needle of Tai. On the following day, two startling pieces of news reverberated throughout the capital. Chi Haotian, due to health concerns, formally tendered his resignation to the municipal office, and astonishingly, the office promptly approved his request. Subsequently, Chi Haotian admitted himself to the hospital for treatment. The second announcement involved Han Weiping, the director of the City West branch of the Security Bureau, who was detained for investigation on charges of negligence and dereliction of duty. Upon the revelation of these events, an uproar ensued. The suddenness and ferocity of the news caught many off guard. Just the day before, these two individuals had exuded an air of authority, yet within a mere night, one found himself in a hospital bed while the other languished in custody. This turn of events instilled a sense of dread among the populace, who seemed to sense an impending storm brewing. The incidents quickly became fodder for public discourse over meals and tea. It must be said that the fall of corrupt officials, celebrity scandals, and the bankruptcies of the wealthy are among the most captivating topics for the onlookers. Interestingly, these occurrences did not ignite significant attention online. After all, in a year, numerous corrupt officials had faced scrutiny. What were these two in comparison? A deputy director of a municipal office hardly qualified as a major player, while a branch director of the Security Bureau was merely a fly. Just as Chi Changyong conjectured, the disappearance of figures of their stature would hardly create ripples. A palpable tension hung between the prominent families in the capital. They did not regard these events as isolated incidents. Instead, they quickly recalled the recent happenings at the National University. This line of thought only deepened their trepidation. A tempest was evidently approaching with overwhelming force. In response, various families convened emergency meetings, urging their younger members to maintain a low profile, and imposed house arrest on those with notable reputations. Wu Juanhao also attended the family meeting, feeling a wave of apprehension as he recalled that the incident had been triggered by a girl who happened to have a boyfriend. Her boyfriend had played a significant role in the roadblocking incident involving Zhang Mohan. Reflecting on his earlier intent to confront that individual, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who exactly was he? How could he wield such terrifying power? Wu Juanhao furrowed his brow tightly. Kanghua Hospital in the capital is a private institution renowned for its assembly of top medical experts from both domestic and international arenas, celebrated for their exceptional skills. The hospital boasts a picturesque environment, resembling a garden. Despite its exorbitant medical fees, it has garnered the approval of affluent families, given its superior medical standards and exceptional service, though it remains out of reach for the average citizen. At this juncture, Qi Yanyan and Shen Wei lay in separate private wards within Kanghua Hospital. Their test results had just been revealed. Qi Yanyan had suffered a comminuted fracture of the knee, necessitating an amputation, condemning her to a life in a wheelchair. Shen Wei, on the other hand, had sustained a fractured sternum and, per the doctor's recommendation, required a reconstructive surgery for the anterior chest wall. Upon hearing this disheartening news, Qi Yanyan was instantly overwhelmed, unable to fathom the reality of her situation. She erupted into a fit of tears and rage, her eyes filled with deep-seated resentment. "You despicable pair, I will tear you apart, and you, incompetent doctors, charlatans, get out of my sight, I will kill you, all of you," Qi Yanyan screamed in a hysterical frenzy, with even the doctors and nurses attending to her being unable to escape her wrath. Her outburst instilled such fear in the medical staff that they avoided her at all costs, discussing her with palpable disdain. Her wild behavior caught the attention of the elder Qi, who arrived at the hospital accompanied by the family steward. "Have you had enough of this chaos? Do you seek to ruin the Qi family? You have been expelled from school, your uncle has risked his life for you, and your father has resigned. How much longer will you continue this madness? Is my life to be sacrificed as well?" The pain of losing a child left the elder Qi in utter despair. Seeing Qi Yanyan continue her irrational antics fueled his anger, causing him to tremble with rage as he glared at her and unleashed a torrent of reproaches. The elder Qi's furious admonitions jolted Qi Yanyan back to her senses. She was momentarily stunned, then turned to face her grandfather, her eyes reflecting sheer panic amidst his tempestuous tirade. She began to comprehend his words, and suddenly, she erupted into a heart-wrenching wail. The elder Qi muttered, trembling, wretched child," tears streamed slowly down his weathered cheeks. Su Ming sat quietly by Jiang Yuqing's hospital bed. Today was unusually calm, allowing him to gather his thoughts and absorb the knowledge of medicine, as fragments of ancient information swiftly resurfaced in his mind. Legend has it that the divine needle of Tai originated from the Huangdi Neijing and had been lost to time for centuries. While many had heard tales of its miraculous powers, none had witnessed it firsthand. Remarkably, this long-lost acupuncture technique now flooded Su Ming's consciousness. During this time, Qin Xianbang paid him a visit, warning him that the Chen family had dispatched an assassin to eliminate him. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, his tone steady as he replied, "Let him come, I will be waiting. I believe we should bolster security here, just in case." Qin Xianbang expressed his concerns. "Master, with both Chu Feng and Lu Jun here, we should manage just fine," Su Ming replied, wary of revealing too much about his relationship with Qin Xianbang.
Excessive protection could raise suspicions. Moreover, one cannot remain perpetually sheltered under the protection of others. Challenges must ultimately be faced head-on, and a proactive approach is the most effective form of defense.
In truth, Su Ming had an ulterior motive. He aimed to lure out his adversary like bait, ensnaring them all in one fell swoop. If protective measures were overly stringent, they might inadvertently alert the enemy, causing the fish to evade the hook. Of course, the key was that the bait must attract the fish without being devoured itself, lest the plan backfire. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Xianbang nodded in understanding. He recognized that, unless absolutely necessary, he should remain in the shadows to avoid arousing external speculation. His suggestion to strengthen security stemmed from a place of concern, albeit one that could lead to disorder. "Very well, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me," Qin Xianbang said before taking his leave.
Shortly thereafter, Jiang Wenchang also departed, as the operations of the capital branch were expanding rapidly, necessitating his presence. Before leaving, Jiang Wenchang mentioned that he would bring Jiang Roland and Xu Tong to visit Yuqing over the weekend, which touched Su Ming's heart. For a wanderer, knowing that someone cares and thinks of you brings a sense of warmth. As night fell, the stars scattered across the sky, and the moon shone brightly, creating a stifling atmosphere. The entire hospital building lay in serene silence, permeated by the scent of disinfectant. Chu Feng and Lu Jun stood guard outside Jiang Yuqing's room, as Su Ming was to perform acupuncture on her that night, ensuring no one would disturb him. They understood that any interruption during the procedure could jeopardize everything, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. At that moment, they assumed the role of protectors, unaware that danger was steadily encroaching. Author's note. Heartfelt gratitude to Ajin Meng, who loves chive pancakes, Dong Boheo, who loves apricot jelly, Shuling, who enjoys Korean seaweed soup, Ishanaya, 83 Jiat, Luanoi, U, user 11137129, Bancheng Ming Mei Bancheng Yu, user 10063131, Su Lao Ban, who loves hot dogs. User 10866615, Meishi Zhong, Xiaoshan Maple Leaf, Nea, user 531803324, user 201916774, user 268240024, Beiji Shuet, Izi, and all the readers for their generous support. Your contributions fuel my motivation to continue updating. For more chapters, please stay tuned, and my sincere thanks to all readers for your engagement. Chapter 96, The Assassin's Strike. Before Su Ming lay a box containing silver needles, each measuring 1.5 inches in length, meticulously arranged within the needle case. Through the assimilation and practice of the Tai Divine Needle technique, Su Ming had become thoroughly acquainted with the acupoints and the art of needling. According to records, the Tai Divine Needle harnesses the essence of heaven and earth, gathering the spiritual energy of the vast universe, capable of reviving the critically ill and even restoring the deceased to life. He cast a glance at Jiang Yuqing, feeling a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. In medical terms, a vegetative state is categorized as loss of consciousness, unaware of surroundings, or unresponsive, with its pathological mechanism rooted in the obstruction of spiritual channels. Thus, the primary treatment principle should be to awaken the spirit and open the channels first. Su Ming poured boiling water into a cup, then ignited a lighter to sterilize the silver needles. Taking a deep breath, he withdrew the needle, closed his eyes, and entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and with swift precision, the silver needle pierced the acupoints of Shinting, Yishan, Baihui, Shuego, Now Wu, and Now Kong. At that moment, his focus was intensely concentrated, his expression utterly absorbed. His technique was a dazzling display of fluidity, alternating between deep and shallow, thrusting and lifting, pressing and pulling, advancing and retreating, each action repeated 9 times in rapid succession, devoid of any sense of hesitation. Throughout this process, Su Ming infused his spiritual energy into the silver needle, his intention guiding the flow, force accompanying the needle's path, harmonizing intention and strength, leading with thought. Unbeknownst to him, his needling process was entirely captured by the surveillance cameras in the ward. For the sake of treatment, some intensive care and special care units had been equipped with cameras to facilitate constant observation of patients' conditions. Naturally, this practice had sparked considerable controversy, but that is a matter for another discussion. At this moment, a chief physician accompanied by an intern had just returned to the office after making rounds in the ward. As soon as they sat down, the chief physician inadvertently glanced at the computer screen, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Burning mountain fire, he exclaimed. His gaze remained fixed on the screen, his face a portrait of incredulity, murmuring to himself, this young man can actually perform burning mountain fire. It's simply unimaginable. Director what is burning mountain fire? The intern asked, puzzled. Director Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, burning mountain fire is one of the 2 paramount skills of the Tai Divine Needle, said to have been lost for centuries, possessing the miraculous ability to bring the dead back to life. I never expected this long-lost art to resurface. But wasn't it lost? How can you be sure this is burning mountain fire? The intern inquired curiously. Director Li paid little heed to the intern's question, wholly absorbed in the scholarly atmosphere, confidently asserting, there can be no mistake. I have seen its account in the Wang Di Neijingde. I never imagined the acupoint techniques passed down from our ancestors were indeed real. Director Li was visibly astonished, his gaze riveted on Su Ming on the screen. Within the frame, Su Ming was wholly engrossed in his needling, and with each insertion of the silver needle, warm currents surged through Jiang Yuqing's acupoints, restoring some color to her pallid face. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, his heightened senses detected an impending danger, yet he did not falter, continuing his work. During the needling process, stagnation is to be avoided at all costs, as it can lead to irreparable harm to the patient. Outside the ward, Chu Feng and Lu Jun remained oblivious to the looming threat. The silent corridor was eerily empty when, suddenly, an almost imperceptible sound of footsteps echoed, resounding distinctly within the stillness of the hospital. The thud-thud of footsteps drew closer, an invisible pressure palpable in the air. Chu Feng and Lu Jun exchanged wary glances, their expressions alert. For safety's sake, Su Ming had sealed off this floor. The only patient residing there was Jiang Yuqing. No one should be appearing at this moment, making the footsteps exceedingly suspicious. Lu Jun nodded at Chu Feng and stealthily crept forward. Chu Feng remained stationed at the door of the ward, his brow furrowed, eyes fixed on the corridor, poised for any eventuality. Lu Jun halted at the stairway, the thud-thud of footsteps still echoing. He peered into the dimness of the stairwell, unable to discern anything clearly. He turned back to glance at Chu Feng, silently seeking his counsel, then swiftly darted into the stairwell. With a resounding bang, Lu Jun was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. A shadowy figure, swift as lightning, lunged forward. Chu Feng's heart raced. He propelled himself forward with explosive force, akin to a cannonball.
The two figures clashed at breakneck speed, fists colliding, creating a series of sonic booms in the air, as though the atmosphere itself were being torn asunder. A martial artist, Chu Feng's heart raced. He witnessed the opponent's fist barreling toward him, the wind of the strike howling, aimed directly at his chest. Should it connect, death would be a likely outcome. Chu Feng, trapped at the door of the ward, had no room to retreat. In that critical moment, he sidestepped just in time to evade the blow, delivering a side kick aimed at the opponent's ribs. The adversary, caught off guard, hastily swung a left fist toward Chu Feng's face. This was a no-holds-barred confrontation. Chu Feng's expression hardened, disregarding defense, channeling all his might into a powerful kick. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as the two figures swiftly disengaged. Chu Feng staggered back several paces, his face a bloodied mess, his nose shattered by the opponent's strike. The adversary fared little better, retreating a few steps, clutching his ribs, a pained expression etched on his face, clearly injured by Chu Feng's kick. It was only then that Chu Feng was able to discern his opponent. Clad in black, in his 30s, with a gaunt visage and pronounced temples, clearly a master of internal martial arts, the black-clad figure had not anticipated such ferocity from Chu Feng, willing to engage him head-on. A chilling glint flickered in his eyes as he lunged at Chu Feng once more. Without hesitation, Chu Feng charged forward, the two figures crashing together, trading punches before swiftly separating again. This was a life-or-death struggle, devoid of technique or flair, each strike landing with devastating force. Though lacking the elegance of a martial arts duel, the raw power and intimidation were undeniable. This approach demanded an unwavering resolve. At this time, Chu Feng was forced back 5 or 6 steps, feeling a surge of blood rise within him, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The black-clad figure retreated 3 or 4 steps, blood surging up, which he valiantly suppressed, though a trickle of crimson escaped from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the black-clad figure's strength was somewhat superior. Inside the ward, Su Ming heard the sounds of struggle outside, his heart tightening, aware that Chu Feng and Lu Jun were risking their lives to buy him time. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet he remained undistracted, his hands moving with increased speed as he needled. Come again. Chu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze resolute. He understood he could not yield. Should his opponent breach his defenses, it would interrupt Su Ming's treatment, with dire consequences. A soldier fights for those who understand him. Ever since Su Ming brought the siblings into the Wanhao investment group, he had entrusted his life to Su Ming. If you wish to pass through this door, you must step over my body, Chu Feng declared slowly, a chilling aura erupting from him. Chapter 97, A Medical Miracle. The pupils of the figure cloaked in black constricted abruptly, his gaze turning cold, cruel, and even somewhat deranged, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. A pervasive chill of impending doom enveloped the corridor. His mental acuity reached its zenith. In a flash, he lunged forward, delivering a punch imbued with the might of 1,000 tons towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng met the attack with a punch of his own, resulting in a tremendous shockwave that reverberated through the corridor, shattering doors and windows. 2 muffled groans followed. Director Li, who had been intently focused on the computer screen, was startled by the violent tremors on the monitor, which soon turned to static. He couldn't help but curse. What the hell is this nonsense? The intern beside him, taken aback by Li's sudden outburst, was left in disbelief. Is this truly the esteemed, erudite, and genteel chief physician I so admire? Let's go take a look, Li declared, promptly leading the way towards the patient ward. Outside the screen, Chu Feng was hurled into the room with a resounding crash, landing heavily and spewing a mouthful of blood. He cast a sorrowful smile at Su Ming and murmured, I'm sorry, I'm powerless. In the midst of a critical acupuncture procedure, Su Ming felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing those words, his eyes instantly reddening. Chu Feng, don't worry about me, don't stop. Chu Feng managed to say, each word accompanied by blood. Su Ming was engulfed in profound anguish as he watched the severely injured Chu Feng collapse before him, powerless to intervene. He felt as though he might shatter under the weight of despair. Yet reason compelled him to persevere. Halting now would inflict irreparable harm on Jiang Yuqing, potentially leaving her in eternal slumber. Why? Tears no longer filled his eyes, and a burgeoning fury consumed his heart. Su Ming's hands remained steady, suppressing his sorrow as he continued with the acupuncture. At that moment, Jiang Yuqing's visage gradually regained color, her brows faintly furrowing, and her breathing became noticeably steadier. A formidable figure burst through the door with blinding speed, aiming directly for Su Ming, the sheer force of the attack creating a howling wind. Su Ming sensed the impending blow, his internal energy surging as he braced himself to withstand the strike. Just as the punch was about to land on him, Chu Feng summoned every ounce of strength, pushing off the ground and launching himself at the assailant. With a thunderous explosion, Chu Feng was violently propelled away, akin to a kite severed from its string, his body crumbling under the impact, his internal organs rattled. Witnessing this, Su Ming's heart shattered with anguish. Chu Feng, he cried out, his voice a raw wail. Before he could finish, a sudden force struck him, causing him to sway precariously. As he regained his balance, he felt a warm trickle in his throat, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably, splattering onto Jiang Yuqing like vibrant plum blossoms. The black-clad figure, sensing imminent victory, momentarily reveled in triumph, only to be violently thrown off balance by Chu Feng's desperate charge, tumbling to the ground in disarray. Struggling to rise, his gaze turned icy as he leaped, transforming his fist into an open palm, striking again at Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming had completed the acupuncture process, swiftly withdrawing the 9 silver needles. His eyes gleamed with intensity as an eruption of power surged within him. He thrust his hand forward, sending 2 needles flying with lethal precision. The assailant, suddenly aware of the overwhelming killing intent, hesitated, and as 2 silver flashes pierced his eyes, he cried out in excruciating agony, collapsing to the ground, hands clutching his face in torment. Su Ming's eyes brimmed with ferocity, an overwhelming surge of wrath emanating from him as he unleashed a powerful punch, releasing an explosive force. With a resounding boom, the black-clad figure was obliterated, engulfed in a cloud of crimson mist.
In that moment, Su Ming resembled a demon from the depths of hell, his eyes bloodshot, his countenance twisted in rage, his fury palpable. He glanced at the still slumbering Jiang Yuqing, checking her pulse. It was steady and strong, and a sense of relief washed over him. Without a trace of elation, Su Ming returned to Chu Feng's side, finding him with closed eyes and a pale complexion, causing immense pain within him. He clasped Chu Feng tightly in his arms, his heart aching, lips trembling as he implored, "Chu Feng, wake up!" Drowning in endless guilt, he lamented that if not for him, Chu Feng would never have suffered such grievous injuries. His hatred for the Chen family burned fiercely. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Feng stirred in Su Ming's embrace, slowly opening his eyes, coughing violently as he struggled to speak. You need to be gentle, you're choking me." Seeing Chu Feng awaken, Su Ming's heart soared with joy, a smile breaking across his face. Good, you're all right. Where is Lu Jun?" Chu Feng inquired. "I'll go check, wait for me," Su Ming said, gently setting Chu Feng down before heading towards the door. "Ouch, take it easy," Chu Feng's pained voice called out from behind, prompting Su Ming to hesitate momentarily before resolutely stepping outside. "Damn it, I was careless, I should have been more gentle." Upon reaching the stairwell, Su Ming discovered Lu Jun lying on the ground. He knelt to examine him, relieved to find that he had merely been knocked unconscious and was otherwise unharmed. At that moment, Director Li and the intern arrived at the 7th floor ward, their expressions frozen in shock at the chaotic scene before them. Good heavens, is this a demolition site? By this time, Su Ming had already carried Lu Jun into the ward, where both men lay on the floor, and another sat nearby. Observing the physician's astonished expressions, Su Ming shouted, "Quick, save them!" Having just informed Zhao Xinwen of the emergent situation, Su Ming understood that it would be impossible for the hospital to ignore such a commotion. Only Zhao Xinwen could intervene and contain the matter. Realizing the urgency, Director Li instructed the intern, "Hurry, summon help for emergency treatment." Soon, a throng of doctors and nurses arrived, their expressions turning to bewilderment as they surveyed the shattered windows and disarrayed room. Their faces were a tapestry of confusion as they gazed at Su Ming, who was filled with numerous unanswered questions. Nevertheless, they promptly transferred Jiang Yuqing, Chu Feng, and Lu Jun to the emergency room. Inside the emergency room, the nurses were astonished to discover that Jiang Yuqing's blood pressure, temperature, pulse, and respiration were stabilizing, her vital signs gradually returning to normal, along with imaging and laboratory results trending positively. "Director, look," the nurse's voice trembled with disbelief as she stared at the data. Director Li approached, scrutinizing the results, his pupils dilating in astonishment. It was then he noticed a slight tremor in Jiang Yuqing's fingertips. Initially doubting his own eyes, he fixed his gaze on her hand. This time, he saw clearly, her fingers were moving. A tempest of emotion surged within Director Li, his face reflecting profound shock. Jiang Yuqing's normal test results and the movement of her fingers were unmistakable signs of awakening. Overwhelmed with disbelief, he murmured, "A miracle, a medical miracle." Chapter 98. The great physician Jiang Yuqing lay quietly on the hospital bed, her complexion gradually regaining some color, resembling a serene slumber. The various monitoring devices adjacent to her bed indicated normal readings. The news of the comatose patient on the verge of awakening spread like wildfire throughout the hospital, prompting a group of esteemed medical experts to arrive at the ward, their skepticism evident as they busied themselves with an array of diagnostic equipment. Ultimately, they reached a consensus of the individual known as Jiang Yuqing was on the cusp of recovery. Everyone was astounded. This was a globally recognized medical enigma, with a recovery rate bordering on zero. To their astonishment, there was a successful case right within their hospital. The announcement of this breakthrough would undoubtedly create a sensation in the medical community, perhaps even reverberate around the world. An elderly physician with graying hair, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered, "A miracle, this is a groundbreaking miracle in the field of medicine. Chaoli, where is that young man who possesses the legendary Tai divine needle? Quickly, take me to meet him," the elderly physician urged fervently. Director Li, equally exhilarated, responded, his voice slightly quivering, "Qin Lao, yes, yes." At that moment, Su Ming was situated in another room, where the doctors attending to Jiang Yuqing, Chu Feng, and Lu Jun had not overlooked him. A team of medical personnel had conducted a series of examinations on him. To their astonishment, they discovered that the young man, who had evidently sustained injuries from a shock, was miraculously undergoing a process of self-repair, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Su Ming lay on the bed like a specimen, surrounded by a throng of doctors and nurses, some adjusting instruments, others performing various checks, all engaged in animated discussions that rendered him acutely uncomfortable. It is said that such awkwardness has a notorious counterpart in medical settings, one that many have either heard of or experienced firsthand. This infamous scenario is akin to a group of doctors and nurses surrounding a woman in labor, chattering incessantly. "The child is about to emerge," one physician remarked, gesturing emphatically a keep pushing. A nurse chimed in from the side. "Don't lose your breath, hold it and push hard," another nurse urged. "Look, it's coming out." A chorus of exclamations followed. The embarrassment was palpable. Presently, Su Ming found himself in a similarly mortifying predicament, being prodded and examined from all angles, yet he had no choice but to endure in silence. After all, they were doctors, and their intentions were solely for the well-being of their patients. Eventually, after meticulous assessments, the medical staff declared Su Ming to be in good health. He sighed with relief and inquired, "How are my friends faring?" "Your friends, the results are in. Point 1 Name Chu Feng has 3 broken ribs, a fractured wrist, and some damage to his internal organs, but it's not serious. He'll recover in 2 to 3 months," a doctor informed him. Su Ming felt a jolt of anxiety, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Goodness, it is evident that being a doctor requires a certain audacity, treating 3 broken ribs, a fractured wrist, and internal injuries as mere trifles. The one named Lu Jun has only suffered a mild concussion. He'll be fine after a week or so of rest." Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt a slight alleviation of his worries.
Just as he was about to inquire about Jiang Yuqing's condition, a new wave of doctors entered, parting the medical personnel surrounding Su Ming's bedside. An elderly physician with a shock of white hair approached Su Ming, his face alight with excitement, his gaze intensely fixed upon him. Su Ming felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering why doctors exhibited such peculiarities. This venerable physician was none other than the renowned Chen Jichang, a medical luminary with decades of experience and a reputation that resonated both domestically and internationally. Chen Jichang, a prominent figure within the National Health Commission, also known as the Imperial Physician, had retired to a life of leisure, yet he was frequently summoned for complex medical cases. Upon learning of this case involving a comatose patient on the brink of awakening, he hastily made his way to the hospital. After reviewing the data and personally checking Jiang Yuqing's pulse steady and robust, his heart raced with exhilaration. Especially upon hearing from Director Li that a young man had employed the long-lost Tai Divine Needle in the rescue efforts, he could no longer contain his eagerness and rushed to Su Ming's room. The cadre of doctors trailing behind him were taken aback. He exhibited the vitality of a youth, defying the expectations of a man in his 70s. Chen Lao, please slow down, Director Li and the other physicians called out, attempting to keep pace. Upon entering the ward, Chen Jichang was momentarily taken aback by the youthful figure before him, but his excitement soon rekindled, his gaze toward Su Ming burning with intensity. Su Ming, feeling the weight of that gaze, awkwardly asked, "Sir, is there something you need?" At that moment, Director Li introduced, "This is our esteemed national physician, Dr. Chen Jichang." Chen Jichang, with a hint of displeasure, retorted, "Do not speak." He then turned to Su Ming, his demeanor softening, "Who I am is of little importance. May I ask, do you possess knowledge of the Tai Divine Needle?" "Yes, I do," Su Ming replied calmly. The surrounding doctors collectively gasped, their astonishment palpable upon hearing Su Ming's response. Chen Jichang felt a sudden surge of excitement, his breath quickening as he stammered, "Then you also know how to kindle the mountain fire and summon the heavenly coolness, correct?" "Yes," Su Ming maintained his composure. Another wave of gasps echoed around them. Su Ming, bewildered, cast a puzzled glance at the doctors surrounding him, silently questioning their peculiar behavior. At that moment, Zhao Xinwen arrived at the hospital. Upon entering Su Ming's ward and seeing the throng of doctors encircling him, he was momentarily taken aback. He feared that something had happened to Su Ming, who was the cherished disciple of Elder Qin. Anxiously, he moved closer, yet the crowd of doctors was too dense, and they refused to yield. When they saw him attempting to squeeze through, they expressed their disdain, saying, don't push, we're talking about you." With no alternative, Zhao Xinwen refrained from forcing his way in. He was there to resolve matters, not to create conflict. He stood on tiptoe to observe the situation, growing increasingly perplexed. What was transpiring? The doctors were not treating a patient but rather seemed to be consulting Su Ming about something, among them a venerable physician. Upon recognizing the elderly physician, Zhao Xinwen felt a sudden chill. He realized that this was none other than Chen Jichang, a distinguished physician who had collaborated with Elder Qin on several occasions. He was not an ordinary individual, possessing remarkable medical skills and being a trusted confidant of several leaders in Huagua. Why did it seem as though he was seeking advice from Su Ming? Zhao Xinwen was utterly flabbergasted. Author's note: heartfelt thanks to a fish crazy, elegant maple leaf, Yersu Dongdong, Fengyu of Baichao Mountain, book orchid who loves Mei Do Jiao, Xinghui of Yunmeng, the illustrious Yusagia, user 311788390, Lohate who loves crystal buns, Chen Mo Lang Lang who enjoys original pigeons, Jin who loves braised yellow fish, Xing Hadati, Yi Zhizhou, wandering with a sword, user does not exist, North Snow, and all the readers for your generous support. Your contributions inspire me to write more. Stay tuned for more exciting chapters tomorrow. Chapter 99. The Chen family's hidden card. Zhao Xinwen was taken aback upon witnessing Chen Jichang consulting with Su Ming. At that moment, he heard Chen Jichang's somewhat agitated voice. "Could you possibly demonstrate it for us?" Chen Jichang, with a hint of caution in his gaze, regarded Su Ming, fully aware that extraordinary skills of this nature are seldom revealed. Thus, upon posing this question, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. This is precisely why, throughout the thousands of years of Chinese history, the true essence of many disciplines such as medicine, martial arts, calligraphy, sculpture, tea arts, brewing, and craftsmanship has not been widely transmitted, often becoming obscured by the sands of time. The crux of the matter lies in the concept of inheritance. Since ancient times, China has emphasized lineage, adhering to a principle that favors the transmission of knowledge to male heirs rather than female. Whether in martial arts sects, prestigious clans, or ordinary families, this ancient dictum has been upheld. Moreover, the notion of sectarian bias has significantly influenced this transmission. The principle of sectarian bias dictates that knowledge is not shared with those outside one's own circle. If you are not my disciple, I shall not impart my teachings to you. This exclusivity has resulted in numerous exceptional skills, techniques, and crafts existing solely in historical texts, with few having witnessed them firsthand. A prime example illustrating the severity of sectarian bias is the renowned Xiang cuisine, one of the 8 culinary traditions. Many have savored the famous dish of spicy stir-fried pork, yet the flavor varies significantly depending on the region. Why is this? Because the chefs differ in their teachings. If you are not my disciple, I shall not instruct you. This is deemed entirely normal. Why should I teach you if you are not my apprentice? This encapsulates the essence of sectarian bias, which has given rise to various schools of thought. Having elaborated thus, it is essential to underscore that both inheritance and sectarian bias possess an air of strict confidentiality. This is why Chen Jichang felt a pang of anxiety upon asking his question. In response, Su Ming, seemingly unfazed, replied, "Certainly." Upon hearing this, Chen Jichang was overwhelmed with excitement, his heart racing uncontrollably. Subsequently, Jia Xinwen observed an astonishing phenomenon. A group of expert professors, led by Qin Jichang, stood before Su Ming like eager students, humbly seeking guidance on acupuncture. Su Ming, seated on the examination bed, spoke eloquently, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the assembled experts, some of whom even took out notebooks to jot down notes. Jia Xinwen, witnessing this scene, was left utterly dumbfounded. Who would believe such a tale? A cadre of esteemed experts earnestly consulting a young man on medical practices. This was truly unfathomable. One could not help but admire, for the truly impressive are indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, the Qin family, one of the four prominent clans, was shrouded in gloom. Qin Zijing, the patriarch, sat in the central armchair of the living room, his face etched with a grim expression. "Father, the assassin we dispatched last night has failed," reported Chen Shaolin. Chen Shaolin, the father of Chen Wei, was now overseeing the family's daily affairs. He had a sister, Chen Huiman, who was married into a prominent family in the south, the Liang clan, which had established a substantial business presence there. Chen Huiman was highly regarded within the Liang family, managing a publicly listed dairy company. Their flagship product, Sanyo milk powder, targeted infants and young children, and upon its launch, it quickly captured over 60% of the dairy market share, dominating the industry for nearly a decade. Chen Huiman was also recognized as a formidable figure in the business world, often referred to as the Iron Lady of Commerce. The Qin family was among the most powerful of the four clans. Upon hearing his son's words, Qin Zijing let out a heavy humph, exclaiming in anger, "Incompetent fool, how could he, a master of Hungar, have met with such a fate? Where is he now?" He's gone," Chen Shaolin replied with a hint of regret.
Gone? Chen Zijing was taken aback.
In his view, a master from the Hungar school should have been capable of self-preservation. If not defeating Su Ming, how could he possibly perish at the hands of a mere student? It was unfathomable. If it weren't for his son's declaration, he would have found it impossible to believe. "Alas, send his remains back to the Hungar school for a proper burial," Chen Zijing said with a touch of sorrow. He had a long-standing friendship with Song Jiyong, the head of the Hungar school. Chen Zijing's ancestor, Chen Zhongshuan, was a wealthy figure in the capital, while Song Jiyong's ancestor, Song Ping, had sought refuge in the capital to escape enemies. Chen Zhongshuan, impressed by Song Ping's valor, took him in and offered assistance, even arranging a settlement with the local power brokers at considerable expense. Grateful for Chen Zhongshuan's kindness, Song Ping became sworn brothers with him, pledging to maintain their friendship across generations. Recently, upon witnessing his only grandson grievously injured, Chen Zijing, in a fit of rage, sought aid from Song Jiyong. Honoring their ancestral ties, Song Jiyong dispatched his most trusted disciple to assist, only to meet with disaster in the capital. Upon hearing his father's words, Chen Shaolin furrowed his brow and said, "We cannot locate the remains. It is said he was obliterated on the spot, leaving no trace."
"What?" Chen Zijing gasped, his face a mask of shock, murmuring, "Just like that, he has gone?"
"Alas, I shall speak with my brother, Song Jiyong," Chen Zijing said, somewhat dejected, knowing that he must provide an explanation to the other party after their assistance resulted in such a dire outcome. "Father, it seems that our position is compromised," Chen Shaolin expressed his concerns.
Chen Zijing raised an eyebrow, recalling the fate of the Qi family, a shiver running through him as he asked gravely, "What has become of Qi Changyong?"
"According to a friend of mine in the military, Qi Changyong and his entire security detail have been secretly executed," Chen Shaolin said, his voice tinged with apprehension. The resignation of Qi Haoyan, the detention of Han Weiping, and the expulsion of Qi Yanyan and Chen Wei from their studies had sent shockwaves throughout the capital. The only unknown was the fate of Qi Changyong. Chen Shaolin had reached out to a friend in the military for information, and this friend had discreetly hinted at the grim outcome, repeatedly cautioning him to keep it confidential to avoid attracting danger. Upon hearing this news, Chen Shaolin was left in a state of shock. He had not anticipated such severe repercussions. His thoughts turned to his father's attempt to hire an assassin to eliminate Su Ming, causing a cold sweat to break out. The news of Qi Changyong and his security detail being executed left Chen Zijing reeling in terror, his mind clouded with disbelief, yet, it was too late to turn back now. He sensed Su Ming's retribution drawing ever closer, sending waves of panic through him. The only way to eliminate the threat was to eradicate the opposition entirely, otherwise, the fate of the Chen family would mirror that of the Qi family. It was a critical moment for the Chen family's survival, necessitating the mobilization of every possible ally. A hint of resolve flickered in Chen Zijing's expression as he gritted his teeth and declared, "It seems that we must enlist the assistance of that girl, Miaoxin."
Author's note.
Heartfelt gratitude to Jiu, the new lord who loves vegetable egg custard, user 435900975, user 360600192, Yumming Starlight, user Nyoma Qingsheng, user 20227220, Ziki, Ijijio, user 27703734, 61094679, Ice Rain from Yangshan, user 36464587, user 104222569, Luna who loves century egg rice porridge, Chu Yu Ran, and other readers for their generous support. Your contributions fuel my continued updates, and I also thank all readers for their engagement. Chapter 100, The Sensual Goddess. Upon hearing his father's declaration, Chen Shaolin felt a sudden jolt of alarm in his heart, hastily interjecting, "Father, the repercussions on Miaoxin could be monumental." "A single misstep enough, it is settled," Chen Zijing brusquely interrupted Chen Shaolin, his expression resolute and dismissive of any dissent. Faced with his father's authoritative tone, Chen Shaolin opened his mouth to protest but ultimately refrained from saying anything further. In the Chen household, the words of Chen Zijing held the weight of an imperial edict. Whether right or wrong, they were to be obeyed without question, leaving no room for rebuttal. Chen Miaoxin was his daughter, the elder sister of Chen Wei, and her status was renowned across the nation. She was a first-tier celebrity in Huagua, famously dubbed the sensual goddess. Years ago, Chen Miaoxin catapulted to fame with a youth idol drama that captured the hearts of countless young men, her pure and sweet appearance winning her a legion of devoted fans, who affectionately referred to her as the Jade Maideness leader. After her meteoric rise, she solidified her standing in the entertainment industry, only to fade into obscurity following scandals involving infidelity with a prominent director and tax evasion, leading to a significant decline in her popularity and career. Just as she seemed poised to vanish from the limelight, her agent introduced her to the legendary figure known as the Godfather of Entertainment, Shang Haiyang. Recognizing her striking beauty and her ability to flatter, Shang Haiyang promptly took her under his wing as his goddaughter. He then invested a staggering 300 million and enlisted a leading male star to create a custom espionage blockbuster titled Counterattack. Upon its release, the film soared to the top of the box office, outpacing all competitors during the summer season. In the film, Chen Miaoxin boldly showcased her talents, drawing countless eyes with her daring performances. Her portrayal, which involved genuine gunplay, became one of the most hotly debated topics of the year. Some deemed it lewd, while others believed it was a noble sacrifice for the sake of art. Regardless, her film Counterattack emerged as the highest-grossing film of the year, and she made a grand return to the ranks of first-tier female stars, earning the title of sensual goddess from her fans due to her transformative performance. From that moment, her film offers became incessant, and her fame surged once more. Ordinarily, one might assume that Chen Miaoxin, as a mere star, would have limited influence and be incapable of alleviating the challenges faced by the Chen family. After all, even a deputy mayor and a commanding officer had succumbed to the pressures at hand. Chen Miaoxin, in truth, was powerless compared to them. The disparity between a mere celebrity and their stature was immense. Yet, Chen Zijian's insistence on having her step forward stemmed from his recognition of the power held by her benefactor, Shang Haiyang, rumored to be not only the godfather of the entertainment world but also a figure of significant influence in Huagui's underground realm. Shang Haiyang's reputation preceded him. His father, Shang Rong, had originally come from humble beginnings as a laborer, gaining respect among his peers for his generosity and righteousness. Unable to endure further oppression, he rallied his fellow laborers and decided to forge their own path rather than labor for others while barely scraping by. Together, they dismantled the 8 major factions of the capital, carving out a domain of their own. In time, he seized control of all territories, becoming a formidable figure and the new overlord of the underground world. During the war years, he found refuge overseas, later funding developing political factions and rallying expatriates to contribute resources until victory was achieved. Returning to Huagui as a patriotic figure, Shang Rong received much support due to his past contributions, and within 2 to 3 decades, he established the largest entertainment company in the country. Shang Haiyang inherited his father's legacy and expanded the company into a vast entertainment empire with interests across various sectors. He was astute, recognizing that Huagui could not tolerate the proliferation of the underground world, thus retreating into the shadows while maintaining control from afar. His cordial relationships across various sectors and philanthropic endeavors further bolstered his reputation, allowing him to operate under the radar. As long as he remained discreet, the relationship between Chen Miaoxin and Shang Haiyang was clear to Chen Zijin and his son. Though labeled as a godfather, it was, in reality, an affair that did not even rise to the level of a mistress. For a prominent family, such a connection was intolerable, yet they remained silent, wary of Shang Haiyang's formidable influence. Initially, Chen Zijin had vehemently opposed Chen Miaoxin's foray into the entertainment industry, viewing it as unbecoming for a lady of her stature. When various scandals erupted around her, he was infuriated, vowing to disown her. Now, as the Chen family faced dire straits, Chen Zijin contemplated dragging Shang Haiyang into the fray to shield the family from calamity. Chen Shaolin understood his father's intentions all too well and sighed quietly, a sense of unease stirring within him. That afternoon, Su Ming conducted a second acupuncture session for Jiang Yuqing. Given the nature of her condition, a complete recovery would not be achieved overnight. It required a continuous week of treatment. Generally, 10 sessions constituted a full course, necessitating 3 to 6 months for completion. However, this was merely supplementary rehabilitation. Acupuncture alone could not reverse the fate of a person in a vegetative state. Yet, Su Ming possessed the legendary Tai Divine Needle, renowned for its miraculous revival capabilities, thus enabling him to achieve more pronounced results in a shorter time frame. A gathering of esteemed experts, including Chen Jichang, assembled to observe and learn from this rare demonstration of the long-lost art. Without any prompting, the room filled with onlookers, with Chen Jichang positioned at the front, his heart racing with excitement as he beheld this young man, not yet 20, performing with such remarkable skill. The new generation was replacing the old, and the times were indeed giving rise to heroes. Su Ming meticulously prepared the necessary sterilization and began the acupuncture procedure. Chen Jichang's heart raised, his gaze fixated on Su Ming's deft hands. Entering a state of profound focus, Su Ming expertly manipulated the silver needles, inserting them with precision and speed into Jiang Yuqing's acupoints. With each insertion, Jiang Yuqing's body quivered lightly. After the second needle, her skin flushed and warmth radiated from her head. As Su Ming continued, his technique flowed seamlessly, showcasing an extraordinary level of proficiency. Chen Jichang's mouth hung agape, his astonishment reaching new heights. This is the Tai Divine Needle, without a doubt. This is the legendary burning mountain fire. Chen Jichang could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed this fabled technique in his lifetime, his excitement palpable. Observe closely. When using the needle, one must twist it to channel 5 parts of energy, manifesting 9 yang, gradually incorporating an inch of depth, 3 in and 3 out, with gentle lifts and firm presses. Chen Jichang elucidated, marveling at Su Ming's technique. The atmosphere in the room turned hushed, everyone holding their breath, captivated by the unfolding spectacle, their hearts racing with exhilaration. The revival of a lost art was at hand. This technique promised to not only shake the foundations of the medical community but also offer remedies for countless perplexing ailments. Such an achievement was indeed a monumental act of benevolence. Chen Jichang considered the immense benefit this technique could bring to humanity if disseminated widely. As Su Ming executed his technique with dazzling agility, observers found themselves struggling to keep pace with his swift movements. Even after he concluded the session, the experts remained ensnared in disbelief, unable to extricate themselves from the shock of what they had witnessed.
Author's note: tomorrow is the college entrance examination. I wish all examinees the best of luck in achieving top honors. Chapter 101: The Art of Tea and Philosophy. As dusk approached, the evening glow painted the sky in resplendent hues. Su Jiangwo opened his half-closed eyes and glanced at Qin Xianbang, who was still drinking from a large tea jar. He shook his head and smiled. You ought to pay more attention to your health. Indulging in excess is unwise. Wouldn't it be better to sip your tea slowly? Su Jiangwo remarked with a chuckle.
Such moderation lacks excitement. I am, after all, a rough and ready sort. Drinking tea in small sips hardly befits a man of my stature, unlike you, a learned scholar, Qin Xianbang quipped self-deprecatingly.
Now that feels invigorating, Qin Xianbang declared as he set down the tea jar. Have the assassins from the Chun family been dealt with? Su Jiangwo's pupils constricted, his gaze fixed on Qin Xianbang.
They were utterly vanquished, Qin Xianbang replied with a sense of resignation. After a brief pause, he continued, according to Yuan Guoqiang's report, Su Ming's prowess has elevated once again. He must be at the pinnacle of the late stage of the dark energy.
Hearing this, Su Jiangwo felt a surge of emotion, his eyes shimmering with intensity.
Achieving the peak of dark energy before the age of 20 was nothing short of extraordinary. Although the ranks of dark energy were merely categorized into early, mid, and late stages, martial artists often regarded those on the cusp of transcending as being at the pinnacle. This signified that within the realm of dark energy, Su Ming was an invincible force. With a slight smile, Su Jiangwo remarked, the youth possesses a fiery spirit, allowing him to venture forth is beneficial. Stagnation breeds decay. It is advantageous for someone to stir the waters. After a prolonged peace, everyone has grown accustomed to self-preservation. Even when problems arise, it is merely a game of passing the buck or turning a blind eye. Indeed, as the ancestor dragon wisely stated, one must emulate Sun Wukong, stirring the universe to create anew.
Upon hearing Su Jiangwo's words, Qin Xianbang raised an eyebrow and inquired, are you suggesting that Su Ming take the lead?
Su Jiangwo neither confirmed nor denied this notion, taking a delicate sip from his teacup and contemplatively observing it. Much like this cup of tea, boiling water invigorates the essence and aroma of the leaves, while simultaneously eradicating bacteria, serving a healthful and revitalizing purpose. In contrast, brewing with cold water yields little fragrance and fails to eliminate germs, akin to drinking plain water, barely better than nothing.
Isn't there a risk of scalding delicate tea leaves with boiling water? Qin Xianbang questioned.
Many have claimed that boiling water can ruin tender tea, but such a notion is unfounded. Only through the trial of boiling water can the tea's full flavor be revealed. Indeed, Qin Xianbang nodded thoughtfully. This dialogue, recorded by theorists decades later, would be immortalized in history as the art of tea and philosophy, a political ideology that would resonate profoundly in subsequent eras.
I hear you are to take Su Ming as your disciple? Su Jiangwo teased.
Upon hearing this, Qin Xianbang's face flushed crimson, and he quickly retorted, who said that, it was Su Ming who admired me and sought to be my disciple.
Observing Qin Xianbang's flustered demeanor, Su Jiangwo erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, this is splendid.
The endeavors of our nation must have their lineage. Congratulations on acquiring such an excellent apprentice. Of course, this lad truly embodies my spirit, decisive in action, loyal and capable, with a strong sense of responsibility, Qin Xianbang proclaimed with evident pride. Hold on, I can't shake the feeling that you're indulging in self-praise, Su Jiangwo chuckled. Even Tangang, who stood behind Su Jiangwo, could barely suppress his laughter, having never witnessed Qin Xianbang in such a predicament, though self-commendation was indeed apparent. Qin Xianbang's expression faltered, and he awkwardly chuckled before shifting the topic.
On another note, today Zhao Xinwen returned from the hospital with some news.
Su Ming possesses knowledge of acupuncture, specifically the long-lost Tai divine needle, reputed for its miraculous life-restoring abilities. Even the esteemed physician Chen Jichang was astounded and humbly sought his guidance.
It is said that Zhang Yuqing has shown signs of awakening under his treatment.
Given your own hidden ailment, I suggest you invite him over sometime for acupuncture. It is bound to be beneficial. At this, a rare look of astonishment crossed Su Jiangwo's face, and he shook his head. Right now, he must confront the Chen family, whose influence is far more intricate. We cannot afford to distract him. Let us wait until this matter concludes.
Do you believe Su Ming can manage? Qin Xianbang nodded and asked.
Fear not, let the youth face his trials. Even if he encounters some setbacks, it will only serve to foster his growth. Even with the support of the Liang, Song, and Shang families, the Chen family cannot stir up much turbulence, especially with you, his mentor, providing protection, Su Jiangwo replied dismissively. Indeed, Qin Xianbang acknowledged with a nod. In truth, he possessed several pieces of information that, if revealed, would detonate like a nuclear bomb, utterly obliterating the opposition. The current situation was largely under control, awaiting Su Ming's blade to strike. When Chen Miaoxin received her father's call, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Upon hearing that her younger brother had been grievously injured, her brows furrowed in fury, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief. Over the phone, she assured her father not to worry. She would not let Su Ming escape her wrath and would seek justice for her brother. After hanging up, Chen Miaoxin still felt her anger simmering. After a moment's thought, she dialed Shang Haiyang's number.
Godfather, it has been such a long time, I've missed you dearly, Chen Miaoxing purred sweetly. On the other end, Sheng Haiyang's voice resonated. Oh, Miao Miao, what brings you to call? Oh, Godfather, can't I reach out to you without a reason? I simply wish to see you, Chen Miaoxing cooed, her voice dripping with allure, captivating the listener's attention. After a moment's contemplation, Sheng Haiyang replied, how about this, I have a bit of business to tend to right now. Why don't you head to Shuweiyun Pavilion first, I will join you later. Shuweiyun Pavilion was an upscale villa community nestled against the mountains in the capital, with villas scattered among the trees, offering excellent privacy. It was also a favored rendezvous for Chen Miaoxing and Sheng Haiyang. Alright, it's settled then. We shall not part until we meet tonight, she said, exuding confidence in her beauty. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, she was acutely aware that one could not thrive without aligning with a significant figure. Sheng Haiyang was undoubtedly the prime candidate, a titan of the entertainment realm, not just any ordinary man. With his patronage, her path in the industry would be smooth sailing. She knew what Sheng Haiyang desired, and she was also aware of her own worth. If she did not seize this opportunity while young, she would be cast aside when her beauty faded. Indeed, she seized the moment, and it proved fortuitous. With Sheng Haiyang's assistance, she re-established herself among the ranks of top-tier actresses, even eclipsing her former glory to become an award-winning star. After a moment's reflection, she meticulously applied her makeup and dressed to the nines, then drove towards Shuweiyun Pavilion. As evening fell, the sky blazed with crimson clouds, casting a warm glow upon Chen Miaoxing's exquisite visage. Yet, her face bore an expression filled with resentment and malice. Chapter 102 Revenge must be swift. Su Ming gazed quietly at Jiang Yuqing, who lay upon the hospital bed, his eyes brimming with boundless affection. After 2 days of acupuncture, Jiang Yuqing's condition had markedly improved. At this moment, she appeared as if she were merely asleep. It was time, Su Ming thought to himself, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. Yuqing, wait for me. I shall avenge you, and I will ensure they pay in blood for their deeds. Su Ming spoke as if to himself, yet it felt as though he were addressing Jiang Yuqing directly. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. He cast one last look at her and resolutely stepped out into the night. The Chen family and the Qi family were in cahoots, first reducing Jiang Yuqing to a vegetative state, then sending assassins to attempt her murder. Truly, their actions were despicable to the utmost degree. In their eyes, human life was as insignificant as grass, and their ruthless brutality was utterly abhorrent. Now was the time for revenge. When dealing with such vile scoundrels, the best course of action was to strike swiftly. Only by bringing them to their knees could one prevent future calamities. Jiang Yuqing, Chu Feng, and Lu Jun had been entrusted to Zhao Xinwen's care. Su Ming was confident that with Zhao Xinwen present, no unforeseen incidents could arise. Zhao Xinwen had also informed him of a development. Chen Zijing had invited Song Jiong, the master of the Honchuan sect, to lend his support, and Sheng Haiyang had also expressed his intention to intervene. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's brow furrowed. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the factions within the martial world. Ever since he became a disciple of Qin Xianbang and learned of the existence of martial artists, he had taken a keen interest in the various sections. The Honchuan sect was a renowned martial faction in the north, with Master Song Jiang as its 18th generation leader, a venerable figure within martial arts. It was said that the origins of the Honchuan sect were closely tied to the Hongmen. However, in essence, they were fundamentally different. The Honchuan sect primarily operated in the north and was a martial arts school named after its practice of Honchuan. In contrast, the Hongmen held greater political significance, having been established over 300 years ago to overthrow the rule of the Manchu and restore the Han dynasty. A group of martial heroes, under the guise of teaching martial arts, proliferated throughout the martial world, establishing numerous secret bases. After centuries of development, the Hongmen had become the largest sect in China, with disciples scattered across the nation. When the ancestor dragon founded the nation, he dismantled the old powers and established a new order, forcing the Hongmen to relocate overseas, thus vanishing from China. From that point on, martial arts waned, with various sects lowering their banners and retreating into obscurity, only to begin resurfacing in recent years. From the lineage of martial arts, Honchuan was intricately linked to Shaolin Kung Fu. Honchuan emphasized hard stances and techniques, aligning closely with Shaolin practices. Shaolin Kung Fu also contained routines of both Great Honchuan and Little Honchuan, with Honchuan regarded as one of the oldest martial arts forms within the Shaolin repertoire, considered the source of all martial arts. Honchuan utilized the body to regulate energy, channeling force with vigor and might. Su Ming frowned. The so-called prestigious sects were indistinguishable in their morals, aiding the wicked in their cruelty. The Chen family owned a self-built estate in the eastern suburbs of the capital, nestled by mountains and waters, its environment exquisite. The path leading to the Chen residence was a narrow forest trail, and at this moment, Su Ming walked upon this tree-shaded path. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the shadows to dance and rustle softly. Suddenly, Su Ming's heart skipped a beat as he sensed a formidable presence approaching. The path was devoid of any other presence, yet he halted, calling out into the darkness, "Come forth." A figure emerged from the woods, stepping into Su Ming's view. Before him stood an elderly man, his posture erect, hair and beard white, his face etched with the marks of time, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. "Are you Song Jiong?" Su Ming inquired. "You have killed my disciple." Song Jiang did not deny it but rather countered with a question. He had received a call from Chen Zijing earlier that day, who informed him that his disciple had been slain by Su Ming, leaving no trace behind. Anger surged within him, causing his body to tremble with rage. Just days prior, he had received a plea for help from Chen Zijing, who, in tears over the phone, lamented that his grandson Chen Wei had suffered grievous injuries at the hands of martial practitioners and implored him to assist, lest the Chen family face dire consequences. This incited his fury, for as a martial artist, one must not strike at ordinary people without cause, a principle enshrined in the agreements between the authorities and the martial world, a red line that bound all martial practitioners.
Those who transgressed would face the repercussions of the state. He had dispatched his prized disciple to lend support, only to have that disciple meet a tragic end at Su Ming's hands, deprived even of a proper burial. The depth of his anger was immeasurable. This young man is ruthless. If he is not dealt with swiftly, he will surely become a lingering threat. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he resolved to take matters into his own hands and eliminate Su Ming. Thus, he traveled overnight to the capital, intending to ambush him, yet, little did he realize that the moment he received Qin Zijing's call, he was doomed to be ensnared by this so-called familial connection. As a practitioner of martial arts, you have recklessly harmed ordinary people, committing heinous acts, gravely injuring Chen Wei and slaughtering my disciple. Today, I shall purge the martial world of its disgrace. Song Zhiyong's voice grew more impassioned, his beard trembling in fury. He seemed to embody the righteousness of the martial world, delivering judgment upon Su Ming. As he spoke, a fierce aura erupted from his being, the very air around them growing heavy with tension. With a swift movement, he unleashed a punch. Having immersed himself in Hongchuan for decades, all his martial prowess coalesced into this one strike, his technique refined to perfection. This punch carried the weight of a grieving master, as well as an intense hatred for Su Ming, its momentum powerful, roaring forth like a tempest. Seeing the fist hurtling toward him, Su Ming met it head-on with a punch of his own. There were no elaborate techniques, no intricate moves, just raw power meeting raw power. The two fists collided mid-air, producing a deafening sonic boom, akin to thunder cracking. A violent shockwave surged forth, shattering the trees lining the path into splinters. The moment they separated, Su Ming stepped back 2 paces, remaining composed, while Song Zhiyong staggered back 3 or 4 steps before barely regaining his footing, his chest heaving with exertion. His face was a mask of disbelief as he stared incredulously at Su Ming, his heart racing. This young man could not be more than a few years old. Even if he had practiced since birth, he should not possess such formidable strength. From the sheer force of their earlier clash, Song Zhiyong realized that Su Ming had reached the pinnacle of dark energy. A sense of helplessness washed over him. He had exerted 7/10 of his strength, yet in that exchange, the outcome had been swiftly determined. Though he was not injured, the calm demeanor of Su Ming indicated that he had not unleashed his full potential. Realizing this, Song Zhiyong felt a wave of despondency wash over him, understanding the futility of his quest for revenge. Su Ming observed the change in Song Zhiyong's expression, and with a sardonic tone, he taunted, "Weren't you eager to kill me? Come again." Hearing Su Ming's words, Song Zhiyong's fury flared, his beard bristling as he spat, "You insolent wretch. Do not be so arrogant, your methods are cruel, your actions vile, you deserve to be eradicated by all." "Humph," Su Ming scoffed, "I see you are a venerable figure in the martial world, yet I am astonished that after all these years, you remain unable to discern right from wrong, aiding the wicked in their malevolence. It appears age has clouded your judgment." Chapter 103 is stopping killings with killings. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Song Zhiyong was instantly consumed by a surge of rage, his face turning crimson. You are far too arrogant," he exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Ming. "Chen Wei and Shi Yanyan have been cruel and brutal, rendering my friend a vegetable, who remains in the hospital to this day. You send your disciple to assassinate me without inquiring into the matter. Does this not amount to aiding the wicked? Your disciple infiltrated the hospital to stab me, gravely injuring 2 of my friends while I was engaged in acupuncture treatment, unable to divert my attention. You tell me, should your disciple not be punished?" Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Song Zhiyong faltered, his countenance shifting as he continued to argue, You speak nonsense. This only proves your inability to discern right from wrong, your blind loyalty. The victim still lies in the hospital, while you hasten to Beijing to ambush me. Is this not a clear case of moral confusion? As a renowned martial artist, you preach righteousness and virtue, yet your actions are cruel and vicious. Is this the so-called ethos of a prestigious sect? Song Zhiyong was rendered speechless, momentarily frozen in place. It dawned on him that what Qin Zijing had said was in stark contrast to Su Ming's assertions. Perhaps the so-called connections of the world were merely friendships that brought harm, yet, the grave mistake had already been made, leaving no room for redemption. Had he remained within the Hongchuan sect, he might have found a way back, but his arrogance and misplaced trust in his worldly connections had sealed his fate from the moment he stepped out of the sect. Since you are here, you shall remain. As he spoke, Su Ming's gaze sharpened, an overwhelming aura of death emanating from him, his entire strength surging forth. In that moment, Song Zhiyong felt an overwhelming sense of mortality wash over him, his eyes widening in terror as he stared at Su Ming die. In the next instant, Su Ming's figure flickered, leaving behind an afterimage, and like a ghost, he appeared before Song Zhiyong, delivering a punch that left no trace. In the midst of Song Zhiyong's horrified gaze, the blow struck his chest directly. His pupils dilated as he felt an incomprehensibly vast force collide with him, akin to being struck by a speeding train, propelling him 5 to 6 meters away. A muffled groan escaped him as he spewed blood midair, crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous thud, creating a crater in the earth. Upon examining Song Zhiyong, one could see his chest completely caved in, lifeless beyond revival. Thus, the renowned master of the Northern Realms met his demise. Su Ming walked past him slowly, without pausing, casting a cold glance as he uttered, "Those who kill shall be killed in turn. You have died as you deserved." Regrettably, Song Zhiyong would never hear these words. In Su Ming's heart, all those involved in this matter must pay the price, and thus, Song Zhiyong had to die. If he did not, how could he face Jiang Yuqing, who lay in the hospital? If he did not, how could he justify the sacrifice of Chu Feng and Lu Jun, who had given their lives to buy him time? If he did not, the next to perish might be those closest to him. Stop killings with killings. Everyone must be accountable for their actions, regardless of who they are. Wrong is wrong, and errors must bear consequences. Such consequences could very well be death. Su Ming walked on silently, his heart devoid of any turmoil. At that moment, a vehicle slowly approached from the opposite direction. Suddenly, the oncoming car activated its high beams, blindingly bright light illuminating Su Ming, followed by an abrupt acceleration, the dull roar of the engine shattering the stillness of the night. The car barreled towards Su Ming like a frenzied beast. The driver wore an expression of exhilaration, pressing the accelerator to the floor, envisioning the vehicle crushing Su Ming beneath its wheels, a cruel smile curving his lips. With a deafening crash, the speeding car slammed into an invisible wall, the front hood erupting in thick white smoke, the vehicle's nose severely crumpled, and it came to an abrupt halt due to the overwhelming impact. Just as confusion set in, a figure leapt onto the windshield, delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding impact, the windshield shattered, and a forceful blow struck the driver's head, leaving him no time to even utter a sound before his brain splattered, extinguishing his life. Su Ming stood atop the car's hood, his gaze cold and filled with murderous intent. He slowly straightened up, surveying his surroundings with a chilling glare, his aura of death reaching its zenith.
At that moment, flashes of blades sliced through the trees on either side, emanating a bone-chilling aura, the deadly glints converging on Su Ming from various angles, sealing his fate.
Just as it seemed he could not evade, Su Ming's form flickered, vanishing from sight and reappearing before a killer on the right side. In the killer's panicked gaze, Su Ming seized his wrist, snapping it with a sharp crack. In the next heartbeat, a tang knife fell into Su Ming's grasp.
Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted as the killer was hurled into the midst of the encroaching blades, resembling a ragdoll.
At that moment, Su Ming's internal strength reached its zenith, the entire process unfolding in an instant. How long is an instant? The Buddha says an instant is a thought, and 20 thoughts comprise a moment equivalent to the utmost speed. The screams abruptly ceased as the killer, suspended in midair, horrified, realized his body was being torn apart amidst the blades. He watched helplessly as his body erupted in a torrential rain of blood, showering his fellow assassins. All the assassins froze, terror etched on their faces as they beheld their dismembered companion, waves of fear emanating from the depths of their souls. They had never anticipated such a scene. Brutality, bloodshed, cruelty. This massacre exceeded their psychological limits, instilling a profound sense of panic and trembling within them. In the next moment, a violent gust of energy surged towards them like a wild beast, followed by a thunderous explosion that resonated throughout the heavens and earth, shattering the very fabric of space itself. They were instantaneously sent flying, like leaves caught in a tempest, and before their consciousness faded, a flash of cold light swept across each of their necks. They were horrified to discover a line of blood appearing on their comrades' necks, which rapidly thickened with visible speed, blood spurting forth. In the next instant, they felt a chilling sensation at their throats, struggling to breathe, a blood arrow erupting forth. A rain of blood fell from the sky, eerily reminiscent of dumplings being dropped, as the assassins plummeted from the air, enveloped in a deluge of crimson. The air was heavy with the stench of blood. A gentle breeze swept through, yet it seemed to pause, unable to disperse the thick, metallic aroma. At that moment, Su Ming's eyes were filled with a fierce, bloodshot rage, his intent to kill and fury intensifying. He had not anticipated the enemy's madness would drive them to such extremes, determined to take his life. To stop killings with killings, only through thunderous measures can one reveal a compassionate heart.
Author's note.
Heartfelt thanks to Wanfan, Buzhuji, Meng Ting, Joma, the disheartenedly Helling, user 43052960, and all other readers for their generous support. Your contributions are my motivation to continue updating. Chapter 104. Breaking the Chen family. At the same time, the Chen residence was ablaze with light. Nearly 40 bodyguards stood vigil in the courtyard, each one alert and solemn, gripping a tang knife that glinted menacingly in the night. Chen Zijing lingered at the entrance of the hall, a sinister smile playing on his lips. This evening, he had orchestrated 3 deadly traps. There was no way for Su Ming to escape his fate. Song Jiong, a venerable master of northern martial arts, had practiced Hongquan for over 30 years, achieving a level of mastery that was nothing short of divine. He had once challenged 20 formidable opponents in the north, emerging victorious every time, earning him the moniker of Iron Fist Unmatched. Surely, Su Ming, no matter how formidable, would succumb beneath his iron fists. Even if Su Ming were to surpass Song Jiong, he would still face 10 assassins awaiting him. This was the result of Chen Miaoxin's machinations, persuading Sheng Haiyang to dispatch a cadre of killers to eliminate Su Ming. Finally, there was the wall of bodyguards, a relentless wave designed to wear him down. With such a formidable formation, even if Su Ming were to defy the heavens, he would find himself utterly exhausted at this juncture. He chuckled darkly, envisioning Su Ming sprawled at his feet. Tonight, you shall become the stepping stone for the Chen family's might. Chen Shaolin stood behind his father, a sense of unease gnawing at him. He recalled the information his friend had shared. An entire security team had been silently dispatched, hinting at Su Ming's extraordinary background. Was this truly something the Chen family could contend with? He had previously advised his father to reconsider, perhaps there still existed a sliver of hope, yet his father had rebuked him harshly. The accumulation of power was invariably soaked in blood and violence. The Chen family had risen to prominence through such means, becoming one of the illustrious 4 great families. If the descendants of the Chen family were to be grievously injured without retaliation, then anyone might dare to strike at them. This was not merely about avenging Chen Wei but was a matter of maintaining the family's dignity, an affront that could not be tolerated. Chen Shaolin felt his father's fury had driven him to madness, a madness that could very well plunge the Chen family into irreversible ruin. At that moment, a bodyguard stumbled through the door, his face a mask of terror as he approached Chen Zijing, gasping, and not good. Every bodyguard in the courtyard turned in alarm, a flicker of panic breaking the calm on their faces. They were acutely aware of the 3 deadly traps laid by Chen Zijing. If the adversary had managed to survive the first 2, could they truly hope to withstand him, who was Song Jiong?
And what of the 10 assassins? Each was a force they could not contend with, and the revelation that Su Ming had bested them left them deeply shaken. They understood that Su Ming's arrival implied that both Song Jiang and the 10 assassins had perished. This was a fight to the death. Failure meant annihilation. Doubt seeped into every heart. Chen Zijing's expression changed, and he barked, "What are you panicking for?" Chen Shaolin's heart sank, an ominous sensation washing over him. "Su Ming is coming this way," the bodyguard stammered, swallowing hard. At that moment, the courtyard door was shattered with a resounding crash, splintered wood flying like arrows. The guards, caught off guard, stood helpless as the shards pierced their bodies. A collective gasp echoed through the air, and before they could recover, a blinding flash surged through, piercing the first guard standing at the forefront and continuing unabated to the second. Like beads strung on a vine, the tang knives impaled both men. They fell without uttering a sound, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle. A deathly silence enveloped the scene, a chilling stillness that rendered the air heavy. They had imagined Su Ming's entrance would be grand or stealthy, but they had never anticipated such a brutal and sanguinary arrival. The scent of blood permeated the atmosphere, suffocating them. Everyone remained frozen, overwhelmed by shock, their hearts heavy with despair. Chen Zijing witnessed this scene, his complexion turning ashen, his expression vacant and filled with dread. It was over, Chen Shaolin lamented inwardly. Just then, a figure strode into the courtyard, young yet imposing. He cast a cold glance over the assembly, and an involuntary shiver coursed through them as if a chilling wind had swept through. His gaze locked onto Chen Zijing and his son, a sardonic tone lacing his words, "You wish to kill me?" Upon uttering this, an overwhelming aura surged forth, exuding a formidable pressure that rendered everyone breathless and engulfed in despair. The very air thickened with tension. Chen Shaolin felt his last vestige of hope shatter, his face paling. In an eerily surreal moment, Su Ming stood in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by the bodyguards, yet instead of them encircling him, it appeared as though he had them ensnared. With an explosive motion, Su Ming unleashed a punch, his energy coalescing into a formidable force that engulfed the first guard. With a thunderous crack, the sound of the explosion reverberated, distorting the very space around them. The two guards before Su Ming were obliterated, their blood painting the air. The remaining guards were not spared. They were hurled away by the shockwave, their bodies collapsing as they spewed blood, falling unconscious. A suffocating silence fell, amplifying the tension to an unbearable degree. The few remaining standing bodyguards crumbled, their faces pale as parchment, trembling uncontrollably. In their eyes, Su Ming had transformed into the embodiment of a reaper, mercilessly harvesting lives. All hope evaporated, leaving them in a state of icy dread. They fell to their knees, trembling and begging for mercy. Chen Zijing's visage reflected despair, his legs weakening as he faltered. Chen Shaolin was similarly paralyzed, collapsing to the ground, his expression a tapestry of unfathomable terror. Su Ming raised his gaze, his eyes igniting with fierce intensity, piercing through Chen Zijing and his son like arrows. They recoiled, overwhelmed by the weight of his stare. "Spare me, I can offer you money, a great deal of money," Chen Zijing stammered, his lips quivering in supplication, stripped of his previous arrogance and authority, shattered by the relentless blows to his confidence. "Spare you? When Jian Yuqing was tormented by your hands, did you spare her? When you dispatched assassins to the hospital to eliminate me, did you spare me? Do you believe that wealth grants you the right to act without consequence, to trample upon all?" Su Ming's voice resonated with a chilling coldness, freezing the very air around them. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon Chen Zijing and his son, instantly obliterating them beneath its might. Su Ming's expression remained impassive as he witnessed the blood mist erupting, painting a scene of grotesque beauty. The Chen family was finished. This was merely the beginning. Eradicate all evil. Author's note: today marks the day of the college entrance examination. I sincerely wish all examinees great success. I also extend my gratitude to all readers. With your unwavering support, this book has reached 200,000 words, and I strive to achieve 500,000 to 1,000,000 words. Please continue to support with 5-star ratings, donations, collections, and requests for updates. For more thrilling chapters, please stay tuned. Chapter 105: A different form of struggle. Nestled within the verdant embrace of the woods lies a 3-story villa in the Shuyanjian community, offering an exceptional degree of privacy. In the courtyard before the villa, several bodyguards clad in black suits huddle together, indulging in a smoke. "Well, I must say, Chen Miaoxin's figure is truly stunning. If only I could spend a night with her, it would be worth dying for." "What are you thinking? Stop daydreaming and keep your voice down, otherwise, we'll be in trouble if the boss hears us." "True enough, her skin is as delicate as fresh water. Be cautious with that woman. There are rumors swirling around. She appears so innocent, yet isn't that how the entertainment industry operates? Such incidents are hardly rare." "Hey, I'm telling you, keep it down. If the boss catches wind of this, we're done for." "Don't worry. We know what we're doing." The bodyguards animatedly discuss, their eyes gleaming with desire. Just then, the courtyard door is kicked open, and a group rushes in, startling the bodyguards who quickly move to confront them. A resounding slap strikes one of the leading bodyguards, sending him staggering. Upon recognizing the intruders, he immediately adopts a submissive demeanor, standing aside with hands respectfully lowered. The other bodyguards, upon seeing who has arrived, are taken aback, standing rigidly in place, paralyzed by fear. "Madam, good day. Madam, good day." The newcomer is none other than Gu Suping, the wife of Sheng Haiyang. In her 40s, she maintains an impeccable figure and exudes an elegant demeanor despite having surpassed the age of reason. Gu Suping, married to Sheng Haiyang, hails from a prominent northern family of considerable influence. Since their union, she has not only nurtured their children but also played a pivotal role in managing Shengying Entertainment's affairs. Possessing shrewdness, she governs the company with an iron grip.
Some employees may not fear Shang Haiyang, yet they are deeply intimidated by her presence. Even the most celebrated artists signed under Shangying Entertainment are dutiful and cautious in her presence, refraining from crossing any boundaries. Though a woman, Gu Suping's personality is bold, fiercely protective of her own. Should any of her contracted artists or employees suffer grievances or bullying, she will undoubtedly seek retribution. A few years prior, one of her leading actresses was slapped by an investor for failing to toast him during a banquet. Upon learning of this, Gu Suping personally intervened, compelling the investor to apologize and present a lavish gift as restitution, thus averting further conflict. This investor, a formidable figure in the entertainment industry, ultimately capitulated to Gu Suping's influence, which extended even into the underground world. The incident garnered widespread attention, solidifying Gu Suping's reputation as a matriarch within the entertainment realm, securing her a position of immense power. All employees and artists regard her with a complex mix of admiration and fear, holding her in high esteem. Her greatest ire is reserved for any star who dares to entangle with her husband. If she discovers such transgressions, she shows no mercy and promptly issues bans. A rumor has it that a certain actress faced violent repercussions after being blacklisted, a fate many attribute to Gu Suping's machinations, though no one dares to speak of it openly. Such caution extends to the actresses, who tread carefully to avoid excessive interaction with Shang Haiyang. With her astute business acumen, Gu Suping has propelled Shangying Entertainment to remarkable heights, ultimately fortifying Shang Haiyang's entertainment empire. Thus, he regards her with a blend of admiration, affection, and a hint of trepidation. Today, upon receiving an anonymous call and hearing a few unsettling words, her anger flared, prompting her to storm over without hesitation. The ferocity of a lioness is evident in her presence. The bodyguards, upon recognizing Gu Suping, fall silent, frozen in fear. "Oomph, you good-for-nothing leeches, how dare you bully me, seize them." Upon entering, Gu Suping quickly identifies the bodyguards as her husband's men, confirming the veracity of the phone call, and her fury ignites. She gestures for several individuals to subdue the bodyguards, binding their hands behind their backs. With a swift kick, she forces the door open and ascends the staircase without a second thought. On the upper floor, Chen Miaoxin sits atop Shang Haiyang, her cheeks flushed, her alluring eyes sparkling with mischief. "Thank you so much this time," Chen Miaoxin coos sweetly. Shang Haiyang pats her porcelain shoulder, responding nonchalantly, "Just a trifling matter." Thinking of that Su Ming, he truly is infuriating, Chen Miaoxin laments indignantly.
"Ha, whoever has upset you has also incurred my wrath," Shang Haiyang replies dismissively.
At that moment, a tremendous crash reverberates from downstairs. Shang Haiyang's expression shifts abruptly, panic washing over him. Chen Miaoxin, startled by the commotion, stands frozen in disbelief. With a resounding bang, the door to the room bursts open, and Gu Suping storms in, her brows furrowed in fury palpable, trailed by several individuals wielding cameras, capturing the scene with fervor. Chen Miaoxin, caught off guard, stands dazed, forgetting to cover herself with a blanket. Gu Suping strides forward, seizing Chen Miaoxin's hair and unleashing a barrage of slaps, leaving her stunned and reeling. "You shameless hussy, how dare you seduce my husband? I'll make you pay." Gu Suping resembles a wrathful tigress, striking with precision at her most vulnerable points. "I'm sorry, please spare me, I won't do it again," Chen Miaoxin cries out in agony, pleading desperately. "How dare you, you brazen harlot? I'll make sure you regret this." Gu Suping yanks Chen Miaoxin down to the floor, delivering blows and tearing at her with unrestrained brutality. Shang Haiyang stands in shock, witnessing Gu Suping's unhinged fury, his mouth agape, longing to speak yet unable to utter a word, his face ashen as he lowers his gaze in defeat. Su Ming returns to his residence, changes into a clean outfit, and proceeds to the hospital. To his surprise, he finds Zhao Xinwen still present, momentarily taken aback. "Brother Zhao, why are you personally guarding this place?" Su Ming inquires. "Has everything been resolved?" Zhao Xinwen counters without answering directly. "It has been resolved," Su Ming confirms. "Do not act hastily regarding Shang Haiyang," Zhao Xinwen advises. Confused, Su Ming gazes at Zhao Xinwen, awaiting further explanation. Shang Haiyang's background is intricate and far-reaching, a blunt approach would be unwise. It is better to ensure he feels the consequences without immediate eradication, Zhao Xinwen elaborates. Su Ming, bewildered, asks, "Are we simply letting him off the hook?" "Ah," Zhao Xinwen chuckles lightly, "there are myriad ways to engage in struggle. First, we must tarnish his reputation." Su Ming's confusion deepens, entirely perplexed by Zhao Xinwen's words. Zhao Xinwen smiles gently, patting Su Ming's shoulder, and adds, "You'll see tomorrow. It's late, you should rest well." With that, he turns and departs, his silhouette shrouded in the dim light of the hospital, exuding an aura of mystery. The author has a message for readers. Dear friends, the Tomato page has been revamped, but the functions for tipping and urging updates remain unchanged. Please consider tipping, saving, and leaving a 5-star review to encourage more updates. Writing is no easy feat, your support fuels my motivation. To delve into more exhilarating chapters, stay tuned. Heartfelt thanks to readers such as Lu Yuyong, who loves grilled turkey, Jinru Xinghe, The Hidden Youth, Beiji Shui, and others for their generous contributions. Your support drives me to write more. Chapter 106 Detonation. The following day, Su Ming received a call from his university counselor, Zhang Sihui. "Su Ming, why have you been absent from school these past few days? You didn't even participate in the military training," Zhang Sihui inquired. It was then that Su Ming remembered how he had been preoccupied and had completely forgotten about it. He hurriedly replied, "Teacher Chang, I've had some matters to attend to these past few days, but I will head to school right away." After hanging up, Su Ming realized the importance of making regular appearances at school. Otherwise, he might jeopardize his chances of obtaining a university diploma. Currently, both Chu Feng and Lu Jun had regained consciousness, and Jiang Yuqing's condition had significantly improved, requiring only a daily injection. As for her daily care, Chen Jichang confidently stated, "You go ahead and take care of your business. I will look after things here, so rest assured."
At this moment, Chen Jichang and other esteemed experts regarded Su Ming with utmost reverence.
If Jiang Yuqing were to fully awaken, it would send shockwaves through the global medical community. The hospital in the capital would become the first institution to conquer the universal medical enigma of persistent vegetative states, drawing widespread attention. What is the highest honor for a physician? It is the ability to treat ailments that others cannot, particularly when it comes to overcoming complex and challenging cases, as this truly tests a doctor's skill. For Chen Jichang, he was more invested than anyone else, personally monitoring Jiang Yuqing's various data every day. Even the slightest change would exhilarate him. He was eagerly anticipating becoming a witness to a medical miracle. Su Ming, too, did not hold back. Each time he administered an injection, he generously showcased his technique to them. Of course, how much they could learn depended on their individual comprehension. The force, speed, and rhythm of the needle's entry all required meticulous attention and extensive clinical experience to master. As for how he could achieve this, well, he was endowed with a unique system. Today, Chu Feng mentioned that several of his senior brothers and comrades would be arriving shortly. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. After everything that had transpired, he recognized the importance of bolstering security. He advised Chu Feng to have Jiang Wensheng properly accommodate their guests upon their arrival, and he would find time to meet with them. He also urged Chu Feng to focus on his recovery for now, assuring him that once he was healed, he would take charge of swiftly establishing his own security team. Following these events, Su Ming had developed a profound trust in both Chu Feng and Lu Jun, appreciating their loyalty. Such individuals were indeed worthy of association. Subsequently, Su Ming hailed a taxi to Huqing University, arriving at the playground following the address provided by Chang Sihui. The scene on the playground was spectacular, with hundreds of individuals clad in camouflage uniforms practicing in unison, their movements synchronized, and their shouts echoing through the air. Although they were merely freshmen, their collective strength and high morale were palpable. Dressed in casual attire, Su Ming felt conspicuously out of place amidst the vast expanse of the playground.
"Su Ming, over here."
He heard a voice call out, turning to see Chang Sihui waving at him from a short distance away. "Teacher Chang," Su Ming responded, running towards her respectfully. Chang Sihui was wearing a blue floral dress today, exuding an enchanting charm. "You've arrived. Look, everyone is practicing. Change into this uniform and join in," she said, handing him a set of camouflage clothing. "Thank you, Teacher Chang," Su Ming replied politely, taking the clothes and hurriedly making his way to change.
Su Ming's appearance drew considerable attention. "Isn't that Su Ming?" "Yes, indeed. Wow, he's really handsome. I heard he was assigned to our class." "Oh, really? That's wonderful. What are you so excited about? Just don't compete with me." "TCH, such a fangirl." During the break, several girls gathered together, animatedly discussing among themselves. At that moment, a girl with short hair exclaimed, "Chen Miaoxin is trending again, she is so ostentatious." "Chen Miaoxin, the seductive goddess, what scandal has she gotten into this time?" another girl inquired curiously. "Just check your phones," came the response.
It must be noted that Chen Miaoxin's notoriety was substantial. Upon hearing the short-haired girl's remark, everyone promptly pulled out their phones instantaneously. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Headlines and short videos surfaced, revealing that Chen Miaoxin had been caught in an affair with a certain entertainment mogul. In the video, Chen Miaoxin was seen engaging in unspeakable acts with a man, her face clearly visible while the man's features were entirely obscured. The footage depicted a harrowing scene where she was violently assaulted, leaving her battered and crying out in distress, appearing utterly pitiful. This short video and accompanying articles went viral, amassing millions of comments and reposts, quickly propelling it to trending status. Various entertainment media outlets and social platforms engaged in sensationalized re-reporting of the story, with explosive headlines such as "Chen Miaoxin's affair exposed again, entertainment storm." Chen Miaoxin's infidelity captured live, a 10-minute real-time account of Chen Miaoxin's infidelity, and once a pure goddess, now a fallen woman, the Chen Miaoxin affair. The rapid dissemination of these sensational titles shook the entertainment industry to its core, igniting a frenzy online and eliciting a torrent of comments. "I don't wish for Miaoxin to cheat, unless the man is me. How shameless. I can't believe she do something like this. Miaoxin, keep going." The entertainment industry is inherently chaotic. Miaoxin's infidelity is to be expected. What is so surprising? This isn't her first infidelity. She clearly enjoys it. I came for the comments. Miaoxin, keep it up. Shared. That scene is too beautiful, saving it for future reference. My heart aches for Miaoxin. Here, let me comfort you. A deluge of comments flooded in, and Chen Miaoxin's public persona was thoroughly dismantled. This incident once again unveiled the sordid realities of the entertainment industry, with several other actresses inadvertently caught in the crossfire as previous scandals resurfaced. One couldn't help but marvel at the immense power of internet users, with their relentless sleuthing reaching new heights. What Chen Miaoxin and Shang Haiyang did not anticipate was that this was merely the beginning. Following a series of revelations and escalating drama, the earthquake triggered by Chen Miaoxin's affair ultimately erupted across the internet, its impact and reach far exceeding anyone's expectations. Those involved were caught completely off guard, left reeling from the unforeseen fallout. At this moment, Su Ming returned after changing into his camouflage uniform, clad in a well-fitting outfit. His handsome visage now bore an additional air of gallantry. His presence once again captured everyone's attention, with some girls gazing at him with sparkling eyes, their admiration unabashedly evident. Chang Sihui introduced Su Ming to the instructor and then guided him to her class's formation before departing. As soon as Su Ming settled in, several girls flocked to him. Naturally handsome, Su Ming's recent breakthrough in his demeanor had dramatically enhanced his charm, showcasing the allure of masculinity in every gesture. Being handsome often incites envy among men, yet it undeniably attracts affection from women. Author's note: heartfelt thanks to Qingge Wangyu, user 22646105, Lu Haojie who loves peach jam, Yi Yulanshan, Izzy, Feifei, user 33201633, and others for their generous support, as well as to all readers for their engagement. Chapter 107: Continuous fermentation. Meanwhile, Chen Miaoxin sat alone in her room, her visage marred with bruises, her hair unkempt, completely devoid of her star-like allure. Without her makeup, she resembled a scorned and resentful woman, her fury manifesting as she hurled objects around the room. Yesterday had been nothing short of a nightmare for her, an unbearable humiliation that she could not tolerate. Ji Yusuping had struck her with brutal ferocity, leaving her battered and unable to rise.
The incident had spread like wildfire through Shengying Entertainment, and everyone bore witness to Gu Suping's ruthless methods. Once more unnaturally, some female stars reveled in her misfortune. Humph, I always knew she was no good, acting all high and mighty.
She deserves it. Indeed, she has the look of a shameless harlot, choosing to seduce another's husband. She brought this upon herself.
This is not her first offense. Remember when she tried to seduce that director?
Truly, a dog cannot change its ways. For these actresses, the downfall of Chen Miaoxin was a welcome sight, as it presented them with opportunities. With one star's demise, the company would surely elevate others. Moreover, due to her fame, Chen Miaoxin had grown accustomed to flaunting her power, strutting about with bodyguards clearing her path, and treating other artists within the company with disdain. Thus, when word of her brutal beating by Gu Suping circulated, not a single person came to check on her, nor did she receive even a token gesture of sympathy, a clear testament to her dismal reputation. Since her return yesterday, she had cursed Gu Suping's ancestors countless times.
Gu Suping, how dare you humiliate me? I will ensure your demise. She spat venomously. Her ire also extended to Shang Haiyang, who, like a coward, cowered before this yellow-faced woman. She truly felt blind for having ever associated with him. As anger and resentment contorted her features, thoughts of Su Ming faded into the background. At this moment, her sole focus was Gu Suping. Humph, one day, I shall repay you 100-fold for your insolence. In the throes of her indignation, she received a phone call from her brother, who, in tears, informed her of a catastrophic turn of events at home. What? Grandfather and father are dead?
Chen Miaoxin could scarcely believe her ears, her voice trembling with fear.
They are gone, all gone. The Chen family is finished, Chen Wei cried from the other end of the line.
After hanging up, her face was etched with shock and terror. Grandfather, father, she finally broke down, realizing in that moment how utterly helpless she was. No longer would she have the support of a prominent family, nor anyone to stand up for her. She spent the night in restless torment, unable to fathom why her family had fallen victim to such calamity. A sense of dread enveloped her, a nagging feeling that her brother's beating was somehow connected. What enemies had they made? How could a once mighty clan crumble so swiftly? Just then, her assistant entered, startled by Chen Miaoxin's appearance. At that moment, she looked puffy-faced and haggard, resembling an ordinary street woman, the dazzling radiance of a leading lady entirely extinguished. The assistant cautiously spoke, Sister Xin, there is a troubling matter that requires immediate crisis management, or else. Chen Miaoxin gazed at her assistant with hollow, bewildered eyes. In response, the assistant handed her a phone. Upon taking it, Chen Miaoxin's complexion drained of color as she beheld the screen. She abruptly flung the phone to the ground, letting out a piercing scream. Get out, just get out. The assistant, taken aback by her reaction, stood frozen for a moment before hastily retreating. News of the annihilation of the Chen father and son spread like wildfire through the capital. Prominent families were thrown into a panic, akin to startled birds. The Chen family was one of the foremost among the four great families, boasting formidable power. The collapse of such a substantial clan overnight instilled fear in the hearts of many. Soon after, it was reported that Song Jiong, a renowned martial arts master, had also perished that very night while aiding the Chen family. This revelation left everyone in a state of disbelief. If even a figure of Song Jiong's stature could be eliminated, what kind of terrifying force could orchestrate such an event? At this juncture, the Honchuan school proclaimed their intent to seek vengeance for their master. Just as this news broke, scandalous revelations of Chen Miaoxin's infidelity erupted online, igniting a media frenzy. One shocking report followed another, leaving the public in a state of utter astonishment. An unprecedented sense of unease and trepidation washed over everyone, as all these developments were evidently part of a targeted assault against the Chen family. Alarmingly, the Chen family had shown little to no capacity for resistance, amplifying the widespread dread. What perplexed many was the conspicuous silence of the Hua nation's authorities regarding the Chen family's plight, as if nothing had transpired at all. This lack of response from the government only heightened the anxiety of the populace. A storm was brewing. First, it was the Qi family, now, it was the Chen family who would be next. After a day of military training, Su Ming returned to the hospital. During his time there, he had reluctantly given his phone number to a few girls under the pretext of being classmates. He first visited Chu Feng and Lu Jun. Lu Jun was recovering well and would be discharged in 2 to 3 days. Chu Feng was also improving significantly, having undergone successful surgery to mend his fractured bones. After exchanging a few words with them, he made his way to Jiang Yuqing's room. In Jiang Yuqing's hospital room, there was a caregiver's bed. For the past few days, he had essentially slept there every night. He checked Jiang Yuqing's pulse, which was stable, bringing him some relief. In 3 or 4 days, she would awaken. He had also seen the video of Chen Miaoxin's infidelity and deduced that Zhao Xinwen was behind it. However, he found it puzzling that such an incident could inflict serious harm on Shang Haiyang. Scandals involving infidelity, drug use, and other misdeeds were rampant in the entertainment industry. Typically, they would fade into obscurity after a brief period of sensationalism, and the involved parties would make a comeback and continue profiting after a brief hiatus. He too was baffled, yet, seeing Zhao Xinwen's unwavering confidence left him somewhat perplexed. He believed Zhao Xinwen must have more up his sleeve, but he could not decipher it. Of course, such intricate scheming was beyond his youthful comprehension. As the scandal surrounding Chen Miaoxin escalated and expanded, triggering tremors within the entertainment industry, he gradually began to grasp the intricacies of this unfolding drama. He could not help but admire the methodical approach, peeling back layers until reaching the core. It was akin to boiling a frog in water. By the time the danger was realized, it would be too late. The entire scheme flowed seamlessly, each move a calculated strike. As Zhao Xinwen had stated, there were myriad ways to engage in conflict. The process was inconsequential as long as the objective was achieved. Authors noted, dear readers, the tomato page has undergone a redesign, but the functions for rewards and updates remain unchanged. I kindly request your support through rewards, 5-star ratings, and collections. Writing is not easy, so please provide motivation. I sincerely thank each of you for your readership. Chapter 108, The arrival of the Yamaguchi-gumi. The following day, upon receiving a phone call, Shang Haiyang departed with 2 bodyguards. For the past few days, he had been engaged in a cold war with Gu, and the spread of a video online had left him utterly humiliated. Although the footage had been blurred, those familiar with him could still recognize him. He arrived at the Capital Club, a premier private establishment renowned for its opulence. The Capital Club, transformed from a royal mansion, retained the essence of traditional Huagua architecture. Members often remarked that everything within the club was an antique, save for the people who frequented it. Upon entering the Capital Club, one is immediately enveloped by its grandeur and exquisite courtly style. Its primary members include elite business magnates, representatives of Fortune 500 companies stationed in Huagua, and foreign businesspersons. The initiation fee for permanent members is set at 1 million yuan. In addition to substantial income, prospective members must possess considerable social standing. Thus, mere wealth does not guarantee admission. Only the most authoritative and distinguished figures in their respective industries are granted membership. Guided by the staff, Shang Haiyang proceeded directly to the Tianzi private room. Inside, a man clad in a black suit awaited him, a compact yet robust figure, Taro Kobayashi, the chairman of the Kobayashi Group from Japan.
The Kobayashi Group is primarily a cosmetics manufacturer, with its flagship product, Golden Water, hailed as a beauty elixir, enjoying widespread acclaim both globally and in Huagua. Additionally, Taro Kobayashi serves as the head of the East Asia Affairs Division of the Yamaguchi-gumi.
The Yamaguchi-gumi is Japan's largest yakuza organization, one of the most historically significant and expansive underground entities in the world, and the only underground organization legitimized through legislation. With nearly 20,000 members, it boasts connections to the Japanese military. The Yamaguchi-gumi has splintered into various factions, including the Kobe Yamaguchi-gumi and the Ninkyo Yamaguchi-gumi. Taro Kobayashi hails from the Kobe faction and oversees East Asian matters. As Shang Haiyang entered, Taro Kobayashi rose and bowed, greeting him in a markedly stiff Huagua dialect. Shang Jun, it has been a long time.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
Shang Haiyang reciprocated the gesture, smiling as he replied, Kobayashi Jun, it is indeed a pleasure.
Following their mutual salutations, they seated themselves on the ground.
Taro Kobayashi poured a cup of tea for Shang Haiyang, gesturing for him to partake before stating, Shang Jun, we are old friends, so I shall dispense with formalities. I have come to request your assistance with a matter. Please, speak freely, Kobayashi Jun, Shang Haiyang replied, taking a sip of the tea.
You are likely aware of the recent uproar regarding the Huagua aircraft colliding with a Japanese reconnaissance plane?
Taro Kobayashi fixed his gaze intently on Shang Haiyang.
I am aware. What of it? Shang Haiyang inquired, sensing a deeper implication.
We have located the black box of the downed reconnaissance aircraft and have repaired it. The recordings reveal that it was a Gulfstream G650 private jet, and our investigations indicate that the owner of this aircraft is Su Ming, Taro Kobayashi stated with an unflinching demeanor.
Su Ming? Shang Haiyang's heart sank. Was this not the individual that Chen Miaoxin had instructed him to discipline? He hesitated, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he responded, Kobayashi Jun, you must be mistaken. To my knowledge, Su Ming is merely a student. Taro Kobayashi replied earnestly, Shang Jun, there is no mistake.
We have confirmed that the aircraft is registered under his name, and we have traced his flight from Xiangdong to the capital on that day. All the details align perfectly.
Shang Haiyang was momentarily taken aback.
He recognized the meticulous nature of the Japanese in their operations. They would not assert such claims without irrefutable evidence. Suddenly, he recalled the 10 assassins dispatched to eliminate Su Ming, who had been utterly annihilated. He remained perplexed about the circumstances surrounding that incident. The following day, news broke of the Chen father and son, as well as Song Jiong, being wiped out, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. A cold sweat broke out as he pondered whether Su Ming could truly be behind such events. It seemed implausible, given his youth, barely 20. Observing Shang Haiyang's stunned silence, Taro Kobayashi continued, we have also discovered that he maintains close ties with the Marriott Investment Group. Various indications suggest that he is likely the mastermind behind the group. Kobayashi's words struck Shang Haiyang like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly astounded. His face reflected shock, while his mind churned with tumultuous thoughts. If Taro Kobayashi's assertions were indeed accurate, it would elucidate the inexplicable downfall of the Chen family and Song Jiong, as well as the assassination of those 10 assassins. Still in disbelief, he regarded Taro Kobayashi. The revelation was overwhelmingly shocking. Are you implying? Shang Haiyang pondered aloud.
We require your assistance. I will soon have 50 warriors arriving, you understand. The current relationship between Huagua and our country is quite tense. The arrival of so many could attract undue attention, complicating our operations. Taro Kobayashi's tone turned grave. We need you to provide a discreet location to shelter them until the matter is resolved, after which we will escort them to the coast. For Sheng Haiyang, Taro Kobayashi had him firmly in his grasp. Their previous collaborations in smuggling had become a vulnerability for Sheng Haiyang. The information divulged today by Taro Kobayashi instilled within him a profound sense of unease regarding Su Ming's formidable background, undoubtedly supported by some powerful faction within Huagua. Although he remained unaware of the specific department, he sensed it wielded significant influence. Taro Kobayashi's intentions were unmistakable: to take action against Su Ming in retribution for the aircraft incident. Should he involve himself in this endeavor, he would inevitably find himself opposing Huagua, potentially plunging into an irretrievable abyss, leaving him without refuge in the vast landscape of Huagua. Noticing Sheng Haiyang's hesitation, Taro Kobayashi spoke slowly. There is no need for concern, Shang Jun. This is not our first collaboration. Rest assured, Japan treats its friends with utmost respect. Furthermore, following this undertaking, we could facilitate the expansion of your company's endeavors into Japan. Taro Kobayashi's words bore both subtle threats and enticing promises. The entertainment industry in Japan boasts a rich history and is highly developed, ranking among the foremost in Asia, with a substantial domestic market. Particularly, the anime and music industries hold leading positions globally, establishing Japan's entertainment sector as a cultural phenomenon and a model for aspiring industries across Asia. Sheng Haiyang discerned the veiled implications in Taro Kobayashi's words, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The ramifications of their past collaborations in smuggling, should they come to light, would spell his ruin, inviting severe repercussions from Huagua's authorities, an outcome he could not bear. Meanwhile, Taro Kobayashi leisurely sipped his tea, observing the contemplative Sheng Haiyang, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After several minutes of deliberation, Sheng Haiyang finally resolved to act, his gaze steely as he declared, "Very well, I agree to your proposal." No surprises emerged. It seemed as though everything lay within Taro Kobayashi's control, as he revealed a triumphant smile. Chapter 109 of The Great Earthquake in the Entertainment Industry. The scandal surrounding Chen Miaoxin's infidelity continues to escalate. On the third day of the incident, it was revealed that she was receiving exorbitant pay for her roles. Reports indicate that Chen Miaoxin has been engaged in tax evasion through the use of dual contracts, with only a minuscule portion of her outrageous remuneration documented in her official contracts. This means that she has circumvented normal tax obligations through these dual contracts. However, the illegality lies within the existence of these dual contracts. If they are proven to be true, this constitutes a deceptive form of tax evasion. The revelations included audio recordings of conversations, chat screenshots, and photographs of the dual contracts, providing irrefutable evidence. Upon the release of this information, an uproar ensued across the internet. It is essential to note that many young individuals toil under a grueling 996 work schedule, laboring over 10 hours a day for a meager monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. In essence, these young workers would need to toil their entire lives to earn what Chen Miaoxin receives in a single day. Financial analysts pointed out that her astronomical pay exceeds the net profits of 90 of publicly listed film and television companies in Huagua for the previous year. The outrage over Chen Miaoxin's exorbitant compensation quickly propelled the topic to trending status online. This staggering remuneration has struck a nerve with the public, inciting widespread fury directed at Chen Miaoxin. In an instant, public sentiment boiled over, leading internet users to unearth her previous complaints on a variety show, where she lamented about the challenges of making money. How can you say money is hard to earn when you receive such pay? I could work my entire life and still not earn what she makes in a day. Is there any justice in this? This is likely just the tip of the iceberg. The entertainment industry is rife with issues that need to be addressed. I hope Huagua takes action to rectify the entertainment industry. It's far too easy for celebrities to earn money while the general populace struggles. She should be penalized to the point of bankruptcy and serve a lengthy prison sentence. Does a mere performer contribute more than soldiers or scientists? What merit does she possess, and what contributions has she made to the nation? How can this be acceptable to the hard-working common people? Film companies must also face severe penalties. We must resolutely resist artists with tarnished reputations. The production company, New Audiovisual Culture, must be thoroughly investigated and heavily fined for providing exorbitant pay and signing dual contracts. Tax evasion must be met with harsh consequences. As the allegations of Chen Miaoxin's dual contracts and tax evasion further ferment, the chaos within the entertainment industry has ignited a storm of public discourse. This incident has become one of the most discussed events in Huagua this year. Without exception, subsequently, the nation's foremost state media vehemently criticized Chen Miaoxin's exorbitant pay and announced a thorough investigation into the matter, pledging to impose strict measures against dual contracts and hold any involved artists accountable under the law. In quick succession, numerous authoritative media outlets in Huagua voiced their condemnation of Chen Miaoxin, emphasizing that celebrities must adhere to moral standards. Those who violate the law will find no refuge in the legal system or in ethics. Meanwhile, the National Audit Bureau of Huagua has taken decisive action, launching an investigation into the tax evasion allegations against Chen Miaoxin, with a firm commitment to pursue the matter to its conclusion, showing no leniency. It is easy to anticipate that the central figure in this scandal, Chen Miaoxin, will soon face the most severe repercussions. However, in stark contrast to the widespread condemnation online, the entertainment industry has maintained a remarkable silence.
Curiously, while state media lambasted Chen Miaoxin and the internet clamored for her accountability, reports emerged that nearly 100 celebrities had dissolved their studios, including many well-known stars, artists, and hosts. The bizarre actions of these celebrities have only deepened the public's confusion, leading many to wonder, is this merely a case of trying to hide the truth? As one controversy subsides, another emerges. Many celebrity scandals have been further exposed. Among the most significant revelations is the deceitful endorsement of brands by celebrities, with many popular and established stars frequently misleading consumers. Victims have come forward, stating that they were drawn to these brands due to their trust in the celebrities, only to find themselves scammed out of investments totaling 2 to 300,000 yuan. For an ordinary family, this amount could represent a lifetime of savings. The shock reverberated through the online community, leaving many feeling cold with dread. Is this truly the same celebrities that they fervently admire and trust? Can they disregard everything for the sake of money, effectively exploiting their loyal fans? Beneath their glamorous exteriors lies a heart that craves blood, a chilling realization. The rampant chaos within the entertainment industry has reached a point where public outcry is unavoidable. Reform has become imperative. The turmoil has ultimately provoked the ire of Huagua's authorities. A seismic shift is imminent in the entertainment sector. Following this, the National Film Administration of Huagua announced a comprehensive crackdown on the issue of exorbitant pay in the entertainment industry. In the months that followed, the National Film Administration implemented the artist salary system, explicitly stating that an artist's annual salary must not exceed 10 million yuan, thereby steering the entertainment industry toward a healthier trajectory. Upon the announcement of the artist salary system, all film and television companies in Huagua expressed their commitment to adhering to the directives of the National Film Administration. The news was met with widespread applause across the internet, with many praising the regulatory body for its decisive action.
Being a celebrity is merely a profession.
It is not extraordinary. The artist salary system represents progress. High salaries should be reserved for researchers and soldiers. They are the true heroes. It is essential to vigorously support this initiative. It is most reasonable for artists to receive salaries. I have heard that Huayin Cultural Company has already implemented the salary system for its artists.
Why should artists receive tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in pay when workers, farmers, and teachers contribute far more?
I wholeheartedly support this. This should have been done long ago. Just look at how the youth are chasing after celebrity dreams. What has become of them? Can the nation prosper through celebrity worship? At this moment, Chen Miaoxin feels as though she is a bird trapped in a storm, with the scandal surrounding her exorbitant pay heating up and igniting a firestorm online.
Who is behind this? I want to retaliate. You only see my astronomical pay. Who knows the sacrifices I have made?
In this moment, Chen Miaoxin is overwhelmed with frustration. She makes several calls, hoping for assistance, but many of the recipients express their inability to help, and some even refuse to answer her calls, eager to distance themselves from her plight. She is afraid to venture outside, choosing to hide at home, fearing that if she steps out, she may never return. She has just received a call from the audit bureau, which clearly demands her presence for an investigation the following day. At this moment, she feels like a rootless reed, drifting aimlessly in the storm. After ending the call, she senses that her demise is imminent. The only hope for her salvation lies with Sheng Haiyang. If he could intervene, even if it meant accepting a hefty fine, a comeback in a few years might still be possible. With this thought in mind, she picks up the phone to call Sheng Haiyang, unaware that this call will irrevocably seal her fate.
Author's note.
Heartfelt thanks to Wozha Tianbang, Lao Fuzi, Enfin, Bushoji, the sweet potato pot bar lover Huahaoyu, Wangzhi Sui Feng, Yuan Xiao, user 967183884, Alexander from Xiangxi, Kong Tianjiba from Kuaishan, Beijia Shuai, user 2009, author King 1086, user 33201633, Feifei, Young Handi, and all the readers for their generous support. Your contributions are the driving force behind my continued updates. I also extend my gratitude to all readers for engaging with my work. Chapter 110, the once divine goddess begins to wither. By the time Su Ming returned to the hospital, evening had already set in. As was his custom, he proceeded to visit Chu Feng and Lu Jun in their ward to inquire about their injuries. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of 5 or 6 individuals gathered around Chu Feng's bedside, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Chu Feng, spotting Su Ming, exclaimed joyfully, "Boss, you've arrived. These are my junior disciple and several comrades I mentioned to you." It was only then that Su Ming took a closer look at them. There were 6 individuals in total. The tallest among them was Chu Feng's junior, Sun Hao, in his 20s, with a fair, smooth face that bore distinct, sharp features. The other 5 were Chu Feng's comrades, their skin slightly tanned and their expressions marked with resolute determination, unmistakably indicative of their military backgrounds. Before coming here, they had been working as security guards and personal bodyguards, earning a meager monthly salary of 5 to 6,000 yuan, with the highest barely reaching 10,000. Just days prior, they had received a call from Chu Feng, who urged them to come assist, promising an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Taken aback by such a figure, they promptly resigned from their previous jobs and made their way to the capital. This salary scale was negotiated between Su Ming and Chu Feng. 500,000 yuan for the Mingjing stage, 1 million for the initial stages of Anjing, and an additional 500,000 for each subsequent advancement. Su Ming firmly believed that generous rewards would attract courageous warriors, and thus, investing money was essential for recruiting more martial artists. Upon seeing them, Su Ming felt a surge of joy and warmly greeted, "Welcome, brothers. Here, you shall feel at home." The group was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Ming, their thoughts swirling as they noted his youth, yet one by one, they stepped forward to pay their respects.
Chu Feng had informed them over the phone that Su Ming had reached the pinnacle of Anjing, and now, upon seeing him, they discerned that aside from his handsome appearance, he bore no distinct aura of a martial artist. Su Ming smiled. His presence had reached a level where he could regulate it at will, though he felt no need to prove anything to them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Ming made his way to Jiang Yuqing's ward. He picked up his phone and scrolled through 2 news articles, only to discover that the scandal surrounding Chen Miaoxin's exorbitant fees had erupted in full force. At this juncture, the new entertainment company that had granted Chen Miaoxin her sky-high remuneration found itself under intense scrutiny, revealed to be a ST company, having suffered a staggering net loss of 3 billion yuan last year, with its stock plummeting by 60%. Currently, the new entertainment company still had 100,000 shareholders. Furthermore, it was a wholly owned subsidiary of Shangying Entertainment Company. Financial experts pointed out that the scandal of Chen Miaoxin's exorbitant fees was a result of a capital laundering scheme, effectively exploiting the shareholders. Triggered by Chen Miaoxin's infidelity, this scandal had sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry, ultimately exposing the new entertainment company. This catastrophe had finally struck Shanghai. The National Inspection Bureau swiftly moved in to investigate Shangying Entertainment Company and the new entertainment company for any illegal activities related to the scandal, and a month later, the dark underbelly of money laundering within the entertainment industry was unveiled. It was only at this moment that Su Ming grasped the intricacies of Zhao Xinwen's plans. The entire process left him in awe. Meanwhile, Shanghai teetered on the brink of fury. "Godfather, you must rescue me this time, or I am finished." At that moment, Chen Miaoxin knelt before Shanghai, clutching his leg and weeping desperately. She was engulfed in utter terror. A series of blows had left her utterly shattered. In her desperation, she thought of Shanghai, who was now her only lifeline. Upon receiving Chen Miaoxin's call, Shanghai was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow in irritation at her audacity to call at such a time. He understood that she was reeling from a barrage of setbacks, and this latest scandal regarding her exorbitant fees was a fatal blow. Concerned that if he did not meet with her, she might resort to drastic measures, he eventually decided to head to Shuyanjian. As he gazed upon Chen Miaoxin, his irritation deepened. He snapped, "Help you? How can I help you? You've landed yourself in a colossal mess, and no one can assist you." He had not anticipated the ferocity of the storm brought forth by the scandal, which ultimately dragged him into its chaos. He realized that if the government truly pursued the matter, he would be powerless to resist, and a wave of panic washed over him. That wretched woman, he cursed inwardly. Chen Miaoxin was momentarily stunned, her tear-filled eyes locked onto Shanghai. She had never expected that the first to abandon her would be her former confidant, and she felt utterly desolate. "Since you were so heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful." Her gaze brimmed with resentment as she wiped away her tears and stood tall, fixing Shanghai with a fierce glare, suddenly erupting into maniacal laughter. As Shanghai observed her descend into madness, chills crept up his spine. "Ha ha ha." After a fit of laughter, Chen Miaoxin coldly confronted Shanghai, her voice frenzied, "If you won't let me have peace, then I shall ensure you cannot live in comfort either. If I am to die, let us die together." With that, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. The resounding thud of the door startled Shanghai, sending a tremor through him as he involuntarily shivered, his gaze momentarily vacant. A woman driven to madness could resort to anything. With a taut expression and brows furrowed in anger, his eyes, now ablaze with fury, emanated a chilling light. He raised his gaze and approached the window, watching as Chen Miaoxin sped away in her Porsche, his cracked lips moving incessantly, the imprint of his teeth visible on his lower lip. Chen Miaoxin sped away from Shuyanjian, her face devoid of tears, replaced instead by an all-consuming hatred. She loathed Su Ming for injuring her brother, which led to her family's ruin. She despised Gu Suping for her shameless humiliation and brutal treatment, tarnishing her reputation once more. She resented the whistleblower for leaving her no room to maneuver, nearly driving her to her demise. Most of all, she loathed Shanghai's cold-heartedness, for abandoning her in her time of need. Her teeth ground together, her eyes glinting with an uncontainable fury, reminiscent of a lioness driven to rage. A deep-seated hatred etched itself into her heart. "You have pushed me to this point. Tomorrow, I shall unveil everything." Her beautiful face contorted into a mask of unspeakable malice. By now, it was deep into the night, the roads nearly deserted, as she drove her Porsche at breakneck speed. 20 minutes later, as Chen Miaoxin approached her home, a heavy truck suddenly barreled out from a side street, seemingly out of control, hurtling straight towards her. Her eyes widened in sheer terror. She stared in disbelief as the truck drew ever closer. In that fleeting moment, she sensed the specter of death looming. At that instant, she comprehended the gravity of her situation, her eyes filled with despair as she painfully shut them. A deafening crash shattered the tranquil night, as onlookers gasped in horror at the sight of the truck colliding violently with the Porsche. The tremendous force and inertia sent the Porsche flying, leaving it a mangled wreck, a scene too gruesome to behold. Amidst the cacophony of metal clashing and tearing, horrified gasps escaped the bystanders. The truck accelerated away from the scene, not pausing in its escape. Inside the vehicle, the airbags had deployed, yet they could not save Chen Miaoxin. She lay lifeless, her body grotesquely contorted, bloodied and mangled, with a trickle of blood seeping from her lips, the scene utterly horrific. Thus, the once divine goddess began to wither away. Author's note: these 2 chapters bear a somewhat oppressive and brutal tone. I wonder if everyone finds it enjoyable. The upcoming chapters will be filled with exhilarating and thrilling moments, so please stay tuned. Chapter 111 Turmoil resurfaces in the midst of towering mountains. At the headquarters of the Blade Organization in Huagua, lies a clandestine base. Before the Martyr Cemetery on the rear mountain, 5 rows of 10 members of the Asian Affairs Task Force of the Blade Organization stand like javelins, their faces etched with profound sorrow. Behind them, hundreds of Blade Organization members stand in solemn formation, each countenance reflecting a grave demeanor. The atmosphere is palpably oppressive, permeated with an overwhelming sense of grief. Before them lie 10 lifeless bodies, draped in vibrant red military flags.
A robust general, his eyes aflame with anguish, gazes intently upon the neatly arranged corpses, his body trembling slightly, 3 shining stars of rank gleaming upon his shoulder. He is Ming, the head of the Blade organization.
Commander, we must avenge them and eliminate these Japanese marauders.
The roars of the Blade organization members erupt from behind him, a thunderous outpouring of their unending sorrow and wrath.
As soldiers, safeguarding our homeland is their solemn duty.
Even in death upon the battlefield, they are heroes of the highest order. They died for the dignity of Huagua, for the sake of numerous citizens, and their sacrifice is truly magnificent. Ming's voice quivers, his fierce eyes brimming with tears, conveying an infinite depth of pain. Vengeance is a certainty, yet it must not be pursued impulsively. The current tension between Japan and Huagua is exceedingly delicate. Mishandling the situation could ignite a new war, costing countless innocent lives. They are soldiers, and all actions must adhere to command. At this moment, the 50 members of the Asian Affairs Task Force at the forefront can no longer contain their anguished tears. Their suppressed rage transforms into a deluge of tears, cascading onto the crimson military flags, as their heart-wrenching cries evoke tears from all Blade organization members present. Men do not shed tears lightly. It is merely that the sorrow has not yet struck home. These valiant soldiers, the most enigmatic elite of Huagua, have never experienced such profound heartache as they do today. Just then, a military flag-decorated sedan approaches, coming to a halt at a distance, and Qin Xianbang steps out. Clad in military attire, he stands tall, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears.
Old Qin, what brings you here? Ming inquires, somewhat astonished, for in his recollection, Qin Xianbang rarely visits the military since his retirement.
I have come to bid farewell to the children. As his words fall, Qin Xianbang is unable to suppress his own tears. Thank you, old Qin. Ming is rendered speechless with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The rest lose their composure, tears raining down uncontrollably. Salute! A resounding command pierces the air. With a synchronized motion, everyone performs a standard military salute. Fire and salute to our brothers. Tat tat tat. Hundreds of submachine guns unleash a furious barrage into the sky, expressing their boundless sorrow and venting their immense rage. This sacrifice has dealt a significant blow to the Blade organization. While there have been losses during missions before, never has there been a single day that claimed 10 members at once. After all, they represent the pinnacle of Huagua's military prowess, the elite among elites.
Have we ascertained the facts?
In the operations command center of the Blade organization, Qin Xianbang's gaze shifts to Ming. According to intelligence reports, a considerable number of Japanese warriors, including 2 upper ninjas, are currently holed up on Whale Island. Ming replies gravely. Upper ninjas, Qin Xianbang's pupils constrict. The assembled leaders of various factions within the Blade organization are similarly stirred, and ninjas are the most enigmatic faction from Japan, trained in clandestine sabotage, assassination, and espionage. Like Huagua's martial arts, they are categorized by levels: lower ninja, middle ninja, elite upper ninja, demigod ninja, and god ninja. Lower ninjas represent the most basic level, akin to novices in martial arts. Middle ninjas have begun to master ninjutsu, possessing some combat experience, comparable to late-stage martial arts practitioners. Upper ninjas are typically those whom an ordinary person might achieve after a lifetime of training, capable of completing most tasks alone, akin to mid-stage martial artists. Elite upper ninjas are levels most individuals may never attain, similar to late-stage martial arts. Demigod ninjas, approaching the 6th path level, possess abilities that transcend humanity but lack genuine divine power, akin to the early stages of transcendence in martial arts. In Japan, a few demigod ninjas are regarded as national treasures. God ninjas, at the 6th path level, wield the power of the 6 paths, akin to the late stages of transcendence in martial arts, representing a legendary realm. Should upper ninjas be involved, the situation becomes exceedingly complicated. Even within the Blade organization, experts at mid-stage dark strength are scarce. Only a few, like Yuan Guoqiang, have reached late-stage dark strength. A heavy silence envelopes the room. 10 days prior, a group of Japanese warriors had landed on Whale Island. Upon hearing the news, patriotic citizens from the coastal region spontaneously sought to protect the island, only to be captured. The Huagua military demanded the unconditional release of the captured patriots, but Japan disclaimed any involvement, attributing the incident to pirates, thereby washing their hands of it. The long-standing disputes between the two nations have persisted, yet neither wishes to ignite the first shot. After all, once hostilities commence, it could spell calamity and destruction. Japan has primarily engaged in tentative actions through civilian organizations, though they officially deny any military involvement. Both sides tacitly understand the unspoken truths. Weighing the options, the Huagua government dispatched the Blade organization for a rescue mission. A direct military intervention could provoke a larger conflict, potentially inciting war. According to the rescued patriots, aside from their captors, there were also unidentified individuals with formidable skills, who slaughtered all those who attempted to rescue them. They wept as they recounted how the 10 individuals who came to their aid fought valiantly, holding back waves of attackers to buy them time to escape. They sacrificed themselves to save us, they exchanged their lives for ours. The rescued individuals wept uncontrollably, their grief overwhelming, moving all who listened to tears. Even more infuriating, the following morning, fishermen discovered their bodies lined up on the beach, a blatant provocation. However, without direct evidence, the Huagua military cannot openly intervene. Perhaps we should send Su Ming, Qin Xianbang suggested gravely. At this remark, Ming felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Su Ming was a newly recruited member, still in training. Could a mere trainee handle such a task?
Doubt crept into his mind. The other leaders shared Ming's sentiments, their curiosity piqued about this preparatory member who neither reported daily nor attended training. Can he truly manage? Yuan Guoqiang looked at Qin Xianbang with surprise, and after a moment of contemplation, he grasped the intent. Qin Xianbang aimed to hone Su Ming's skills through more arduous and perilous experiences, an endeavor that would undoubtedly test his abilities. I believe it is feasible, Yuan Guoqiang declared unequivocally, supporting Qin Xianbang's suggestion. Everyone gazed at Yuan Guoqiang in astonishment, perplexed by his unwavering confidence. Su Ming currently possesses peak dark strength, so executing this mission should pose no issue, Yuan Guoqiang stated calmly. As his words echoed in the air, all present stared at him in disbelief, their expressions filled with shock. Is Su Ming truly that formidable? Observing their astonishment, Yuan Guoqiang smiled with satisfaction.